In the final battle between the human race and the extraterrestrial invaders, the girlfriend I had cherished for 10 years pushed me into the jaws of a monstrous beast to save her own life. Just as I was about to be devoured by the beast, the Ice Empress, humanity's last line of defense, charged resolutely into the heart of the monstrous horde. At the cost of burning all her life essence, she carved a path of survival for me. For the kindness of a single meal, I repaid with my life. From now on, I owe you nothing. As I held the Ice Empress, Su Qingyan, in my arms and wept bitterly, I completely failed to notice the apocalyptic level demon behind me, its monstrous maw already gaping wide. In a classroom at Southwest College, I suddenly jolted awake from a dream, my face filled with panic and regret. The homeroom teacher, in the middle of a lecture, glared at me with fury. Sleeping in class is bad enough, but you dare to disrupt the class openly? Get out. Hearing this, my pupils dilated in shock, and I felt utterly bewildered. Wasn't I just in the jaws of an apocalyptic level demon? How did I end up here? Staring at the surroundings that felt both familiar and strange, my heart pounded wildly. Had I been reborn? As if suddenly remembering something, I quickly turned my head, my gaze falling on the frail figure of my deskmate sitting beside me. Seeing that familiar figure, my heart surged with joy, and I immediately strode out of the classroom with a loud laugh, completely ignoring the homeroom teacher's darkened expression. After leaving the classroom, I stood lazily in the corridor, my eyes filled with nostalgia and complexity. It wasn't until the moment the Ice Empress lay dying in my arms that I belatedly realized. This very Ice Empress was actually that frail deskmate from my student days. Back then, I had merely treated her to a meal on a whim, yet she remembered it for a lifetime. Comparing this to my girlfriend Lu Ruyan, whom I've devotedly cared for over the past 10 years, I can't help but feel an overwhelming sense of irony. Just as I was lost in memories of the past, an obviously impatient voice suddenly rang in my ears. Lu-chan, class is over. Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and get me some food. I'm starving. I snapped out of my thoughts and turned to face Lu Ruyan as she approached me. She was wearing her school uniform, paired with white stockings and clean sneakers. It was this innocent appearance that had deceived me back then. For 10 years, I poured my heart into caring for her. But now, looking back, I realize I must have been blind. Can't you buy your own food if you're hungry? I glanced at her indifferently, then turned and walked away without looking back, leaving Lu Ruyan staring in disbelief. I went straight to the cafeteria, packed 2 generous lunches, and hurried back to the classroom. To my annoyance, Lu Ruyan was still waiting for me at the classroom door. Lu-chan, what did you mean earlier? Seeing her furious expression, I felt even more disgusted. Exactly what I said. Back when I pursued you, you never agreed, did you? Now I don't want to chase you anymore. Is there a problem with that? Lu Ruyan looked at the 2 lunch boxes in my hand, her anger slightly subsiding. If you keep this attitude, I won't eat the food you brought anymore. It wasn't for you in the first place. I chuckled lightly, decisively walking past Lu Ruyan and returning to my seat. As I expected, my treasure of a deskmate indeed hadn't gone to the cafeteria. I vaguely remember that my little deskmate's family situation was quite poor. She never ate lunch. Seeing her emaciated figure, I suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Little deskmate, I accidentally got an extra meal. Could you help me finish it? I pretended to be casual as I slid one of the lunch boxes toward her. Su Qingyan never expected me to suddenly offer her food. For a moment, she was flustered and quickly waved her small hands. No need. I'm not hungry. Is that so? I deliberately sighed and said with feigned difficulty. What a waste then. Food is precious these days, and the teacher always says wasting is shameful. Su Qingyan looked conflicted but ultimately couldn't bear to waste food. She finally whispered, How much was it? I'll transfer the money to you. No, I should be thanking you for helping me finish it. Otherwise, I'd be guilty of wasting food. Thank you, little deskmate. I flashed Su Qingyan an extremely sincere smile, leaving the young girl utterly bewildered. She could only stare at the lunchbox in front of her, slightly lost in thought. He's thanking me for eating his food. Is this right? I pretended to eat while subtly keeping my gaze fixed on Su Qingyan the whole time. Watching her finally take small, delicate bites of the food, I couldn't help but feel a wave of satisfaction. In my past life, you were willing to risk your life to save me. In this life, I will do the same to protect you. Su Qingyan, I won't miss you again. After achieving my goal of feeding my little desk mate, I began to contemplate the future the once every 3 years awakening day was approaching. After the purpose of feeding the little cohort was accomplished, Lu Duanmi also pondered about the future. The triennial awakening day is coming up. Ever since the end times came, the aura was revived, and the extraterrestrial alien race invaded Blue Star in a big way. Blue Star then gave birth to a powerful profession, the Overmind. No matter who it is, as long as they can sense the elements of heaven and earth during the awakening ceremony, they will be able to complete their metamorphosis and become a superhuman that everyone admires, and from then on, they will be able to rise up to the sky and be above the general public. Previous life. Lu Chuan sensed the element of lightning, though it started out as a D-ranked thunder seed. But slowly, Lu Chuan sensed a difference. His thunder seed, it seemed, could grow and evolve. It was also by relying on this special characteristic of the thunder seed that Lu Chuan had struggled to survive for 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world. Before he died, Lu Chen's talent, moreover, had been raised to SS grade. If it wasn't for Gu Yanyan, the procrastinator, who had wasted a great deal of Lu Chuan's time and divided up a great deal of his resources, he might have also been crowned emperor a long time ago. Now that I think about it, I'm so damn stupid to know. His talent was extremely special, a growth-type talent that was rare in the world. In a sense, it was even quite a bit stronger than an SSS-ranked combat-oriented talent. After all, his talent is something that can grow. SSS rank and not necessarily his limit. To have such a special gift, but to have wasted your life for nothing. Such a waste of time. Missed the treasure too. Good on. God gave him a do-over. This time, he definitely wouldn't let this treasure girl in front of him alone kill her way into the alien encirclement anymore. Small table. Lu, dust in a daze, looked toward the young girl who was eating with her head down, and couldn't help but call out like a voice. Su Qingyan looked up blankly, a pair of clear and soulful eyes, looking at Lu Chun suspiciously. So you're that good-looking? Ah! Su Qingyan's small hands trembled, and on her pale face, a flash of scarlet surfaced at a speed visible to the naked eye, so she hurriedly lowered her head in panic. You? What are you babbling about? Nothing. Hurry up and eat. It's time for class. Lu Chuan, who had returned to his senses, also quickly withdrew his sight. The young cohort is still shy now, and must not be rushed so as not to frighten her. Oh! Su Qingyan lowered her eyes, her heart pounding, not daring to look at Lu Chen's reaction at all. Did he just compliment me? People like me. Does it turn out to be complimented as well? Su Qingyan finished her lunch in a haphazard manner. Her family condition is very bad, causing her to have some low self-esteem in her personality. For Lu Duan, she was actually quite appreciative. Not only is he considerate to Gu Yanyan, but he is also very cheerful and generous. It made her envious. She didn't expect that she could be as lucky as Gu Yanran. She just hoped that she wouldn't be ridiculed too much by her classmates. The lesson. Su Qingyan got on a little distracted. It was hard to get to the end of the school day. Su Qingyan was planning to pack her bag, but two boys were suddenly in a hurry and passed by her. Su Qingyan, we have something to do in the evening. You remember to help us with the duty, ah? Hey! Waiting for. Before Su Qingyan finished speaking, those two boys were like wild horses that had taken off the reins and completely disappeared in front of the classroom. But I also have to go back to take care of Grandma. Su Qingyan lowered her head and whispered the unfinished words. Go away, little cohort. Lu Dust was watching from the sidelines, but didn't say anything more. Ah? Lu Dust student, you go first. They asked me to help with duty. Su Qingyan pursed her lips tightly, as if she was trying her best to restrain some kind of emotion. Listen up, little cohort, if you don't want to do something, let's not do it and learn to refuse. Lu Chen looked at Su Qingyan very seriously. If you want to stay for duty, I will accompany you. But I want you to be brave. In the future I will cover you. No one can bully you, and I will not allow anyone to force you to do things you do not want to do. Hearing Lu Chen's gentle words, Su Qingyan lifted her head in a daze, and in her clear eyes, there was a hidden mist of water filling them. Don't cry. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Lu Chun only felt that his heart had been violently stabbed, and subconsciously reached out his big hand, wanting to dry Su Qingyan's tears for her. He really just reacted instinctively, not thinking at all that such behavior seemed a bit too intimate. I understand, Mr. Lu Dust. Su Qingyan was really taken aback, and in a panic, she dodged Lu Chen's outstretched big hand, picked up her book bag, and hurriedly ran out of the classroom. Reacting, Lu Chuan slapped his head and hurriedly chased after him as well. It's over. Now that's a big misunderstanding. The little cohort must think of himself as an asshole with no sense of boundaries. Right? Lu Chun, what took you so long to come out? At the entrance of the school, Gu Yanyan, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, saw that Lu Chuan finally ran out in a hurry, and immediately stepped forward and questioned in a cold voice. Get out of my way. Dude doesn't have time for you. Watching his little tablemate run further and further away, Lu Chun, who was anxious in his heart, did not have the slightest intention of taking care of Gu Yanran. What are you doing, Lu Chuan? What's wrong with you today? You do not explain clearly. I will never ignore you again. Gu Yanran was so angry that her eyes were red. She really couldn't figure out. Obviously yesterday was fine. Lu Chen's attitude. How did it suddenly become so cold? She obviously didn't do anything. I told you, I don't like you anymore. Let's go our separate ways from now on. Lu Chuan's expression was flat, not wanting to have anything to do with Gu Yanran anymore. How could you? You? It's not like I said no. You have to give me time to think about it, right? Gu Yanran was so aggravated that her eyes were spinning with tears. It was true that she didn't like Lu Chuan because he was just too licky and listened to her in everything, not manly at all. But he's really good to himself. She thought about it too, and it was better to find one who liked her than to find one she liked. She also enjoyed Lu Chen's unconditional dedication. But all the things that happened today just pissed her off so much. How can he just say he doesn't like it? No way. She doesn't agree. Ludicrous, he should just be nice to me unconditionally. Off. Seeing that the little tablemate was about to disappear at the end of the line of sight, Lu Chuan also completely ran out of patience and simply pushed Gu Yanran out of the way and chased after her without looking back. Lu Duan, you've really gone too far. Gu Yanran, who had almost fallen, instantly fell into tears in aggravation. She's all but ignored her previous suspicions and is waiting here for Lu Duan to go home with her. He's good. I can't believe I just pushed myself away. How can you go so far? I'm not even going to bother with him anymore. Gu Yanyan was so angry that she stomped her foot, determined to give Lu Duan some color. At the very least, don't talk to him for a week. Ugh. Why are you running so fast? Lu Chun, who had been delayed for a while by Gu Yanran, had finally lost the tiny figure. There is no way around it. And all I could do was sigh and turn around and go home. How did you ghost yourself? At that time, he really didn't think much of anything, and his heart was only full of pity. After all, a woman who is willing to lay down her life to protect you is a proper jinx for any man. How could Lu Chuan let her shed tears? Let's hope the little cohort doesn't blame him. Chapter 3. Strange Changes. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Returning to the familiar old mansion, Lu Chuan actually had some indescribable apprehension inside. His parents, they were ordinary people, but worked diligently for half his life and never shortchanged himself. In his last life, Lu Chuan, who had not yet grown up, watched them die in the beast tide. This life, he would never, under any circumstances, let the tragedy repeat itself. If you're back, you're back. What's all the fuss about? Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. In the room, a sumptuous dinner had been laid out. Lu Jing, Lu Duan's mother, happened to bring out the last soup dish from the kitchen. Oy vey, why are you grabbing with your hands again? Looking for a fight? Gee, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Lu Duan smiled and walked into the kitchen, washing his hands in 3 tries. Where's Dad? He has to work late. He'll be back later. Oh, Mom, you eat too. Lu Chuan gave Lu Jing dishes one after another. Brat, what's the trouble again? What? I'm just hurting for you, aren't I? Lu Dust cried out that he was wronged. Heh, are you going to say it or not? As the saying goes, it is better to know your son than his mother. Seeing Lu Jing's disbelief on her face, Lu Chuan could only scratch his head splendidly and said, There is indeed something. Say, what's the trouble again? Lu Jing had an expression that said it all. No. That's right. I have a tablemate. Her family is not in a good condition. Often all do not eat. So I'd like to beg Mom to prepare an extra breakfast in the morning? Lu Dust was a bit ashamed. Mom and Dad are just regular people, and it's hard enough to raise yourself. It's not enough that you didn't help ease their burden, but now you have to add to it. Same table? Boy or girl? That? Girl. Oh, that's fine, but you now, mainly study is the priority. If you can awaken your talent, Mom and Dad's days will be much better. Don't worry, Mom. Lu Chuan hurriedly assured. I'll definitely be able to awaken my talent. At that time, all the expenses of the family will be borne by your precious son alone. Okay. Just say nice things to coax your mom. Hurry up and eat. Hey! After a cozy dinner, Lu Duan returned to his bedroom. Lie down on the bed. Lu Chen thought of the past and tossed and turned for a moment. He cherished what he had now beyond measure. So he must be pumped up. Even if he gave up his life, he would change his life and fill in the regrets he once had. Thinking like this, Lu Chen soon fell into a deep sleep. Hungry. Devoured. Lu Dust seemed to have had a very strange dream. In his dream, he actually took on the appearance of a void beast, and an endless hunger gripped him. He wants to eat, and this sentiment is growing stronger. So hungry. Lu Dust woke up violently from his bed. The intense hunger made him extremely uncomfortable. He looked up at the window, the morning sun, already spilling its light. It's dawn. Lu Dust rubbed his stomach and slowly walked out of the room. That's weird. How can I be so hungry when I obviously ate so much yesterday? Ludum muttered and started to wash up. By the time he finished packing, Lu Jing had already prepared 2 breakfasts as he had ordered. Dusty, why are you listless? Didn't get a good night's rest last night. Move faster, you're going to be late. Oh, good. Lu Chuan forcibly put this hunger behind him, picked up his book bag and breakfast, and ran to the school in a flurry. The little cohort is still waiting for their breakfast. Back to class. At a glance, Lu Dust saw the skinny figure who was reading a book with his head down. Good morning, little cohort. Lu Duan took out the 2 lunch boxes. My mom prepared an extra breakfast today, so please help me out a little more with my little tablemate. Huh? No way. Su Qingyan's small face was red and all tangled up. She knew it was wrong, but Lu Chen's pleading tone made it hard for her to reject it outright. Gee, let's just say I apologize for my rashness yesterday. Little cohort, you don't blame me, do you? No, you don't say it. Su Qingyan instantly bowed her head in shyness. I'll just eat it. Hey, the little empress, once again, takes the pinch. Lu Chuan smiled contentedly, and then he was hugging his lunchbox and devouring it. Su Qingyan, who had just opened her lunchbox on the side, inadvertently saw Lu Chuan finish his breakfast in 3 or 2 bites and started to clean up the table. Her little face was obviously dumbfounded, and she was cute as hell for a moment. Is he so fast? As for Lu Chun, he rubbed his stomach with a sense of satisfaction, his brows filled with puzzlement. Hiss. Shouldn't I? Why are you still so hungry? Well, forget it. Go to sleep. Who was on duty yesterday? The blackboard wasn't erased and the trash wasn't taken out. Stand up. As soon as the bell rings, the class teacher, Lu Yunqi, is twisting her slender and soft waist and limbs to walk up to the podium, her eyebrows full of anger. Teacher, it's Su Qingyan. The 2 boys on duty huffed. Su Qingyan, what's wrong with you? Lu Yunqi frowned slightly. Her impression of Su Qingyan could only be described as average. Too introverted. Never communicate with fellow teachers. Su Qingyan hung her head low, facing the gaze of the entire class. She was panicking inside. But when she thought of Lu Chen's reminder yesterday, she secretly cheered herself up some more. Is going to get up to explain. A side of the Lu Dust has been hanging out of the stand. Old class, yesterday should not Su Qingyan duty day. These 2 guys ran away. Now actually want to hit back a rake? Well, you've got a problem managing that, old Ben. I suggest that these 2 be pulled down and heavily reprimanded for 50 lashes, in order to correct the rules of my class 6. Lu Chuan, what are you babbling about? When we left yesterday, we already told Su Qingyan to help with the duty. It's not like you didn't hear it then. Oh, so people promise you? Lu Chuan's expression was cold, and he said word for word, are you going to go or not if I tell you to eat? If you don't go, it's your fault. What are you talking about? We're just asking her to help out with the day duty. Isn't that what classmates are supposed to do to help each other? Yeah, I also told you, Trouble Zhang, how student you go, Ida, why don't you go? Is this your awareness as a classmate? I want to know what it's like to eat, but I'm disgusted, so I'll have to ask Zhang for help. You're not going to say no, are you? We are classmates. You're the one who said that students should help each other. You. The boy blushed instantly. The students who were watching the show one by one were also made to stifle their laughter by Lu Chuan's yin and yang. Only Su Qingyan still had her head hung low, and no one noticed the mist of water tossing in her eyes. Lu Dust he is speaking for me? Humph. After one output, Lu Dust was still not quite satisfied. He was only seen sweeping his gaze across the room, his expression cold and with an unprecedented seriousness. Each and every one of you listen to me. Su Qingyan, I, Lu Chuan, cover. How it was before, I don't care. But in the future, whoever bullies her is against me. Lu, if you don't believe me, just come and try. Lu Chuan was originally the mixed-up devil in the class, and even the class teacher, Lu Yunxi, he would often go against him. Coupled with the fact that he had been through hundreds of battles in his previous life, he had long since developed a murderous aura of an iron-blooded warrior. Now that just a hint was revealed, it was enough to make the whole class. No one dared to look at him anymore. All right, Lu Chen, you sit down. Zhang Hao, Lu Chuan, you too. Go stand at the door for me. If I ever find out about this kind of thing again, get the hell out of class 6. Get to class. Lu Yunxi, who knew the ins and outs, hammered out a final result for this matter. Chapter 4. Sending the little table together. Thank you, Lu Dust. After class, Su Qingyan carefully pushed the yawning teenager beside her and thanked with a voice like a mosquito. Huh? What did you say? Well, thanks. What? Lu Chuan deliberately pressed his ear closer, as if the next moment, he was going to stick it to the young girl's face. Su Qingyan onaji. Chu. Help! Seeing the treasure girl's cheeks as crimson as blood, Lu Chuan decided not to tease her. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Su Qingyan would transform into a steam girl the next moment. The kind with smoke coming out of her head. Think about it. Lu Chuan took the notebook on the table and swish a few times, and shoved a note over to Su Qingyan. How can I thank you? Huh? He's doing this on purpose, isn't he? The young girl stole a glance at the teenager beside her who was sitting upright and not looking away. Finally convinced. He just did it on purpose. Dying to die. How can I answer? Why don't I buy you dinner? The teenager who had received the note stole a glance at the young girl beside him, who had also begun to sit upright without looking away. There was a hidden glint in his eyes. Good. It was finally time for a lunch break. Lu Chen stood up and looked at Su Qingyan in a natural manner. Let's go, little tablemate. Huh? Well. Su Qingyan tightened the dry money bag under her sleeve and lowered her head to follow Lu Chen. Saved up for 6 months. Should be enough for a lunch? Mr. Lu Dust is so nice to me. I definitely need to treat him to a nice meal before I can do that. Well, I should have saved a little more. Little tablemate, why don't I take the line and you go to the kiosk and buy 2 bottles of mineral water? Is that okay? Of course, Lu Chuan didn't want to let his little tablemate spend money, so he intentionally found a reason to sidetrack Su Qingyan. Huh? Okay. Su Qingyan didn't think much about it and hurriedly ran towards the kiosk next door. Hello. Only when Su Qingyan walked away did Lu Chuan walk over to Zhang Hao, the classmate at the front of the line. Classmate Zhang, classmates help each other. It should be reasonable for me to cut in line, right? Hearing Lu Chen's icy tone as if he was looking for a fight, Zhang Hao's face was embarrassed. A moment later, he looked angrily at Lu Dust and took large steps toward the back. Humph! It's kinda arrogant. Auntie, you look beautiful today. Oops, not sweet mouth. It's mainly because Auntie is well maintained. Send a chicken leg? No, it's like this Auntie, my girlfriend. Ludicrous was back behind the group again. Halfway through the row, Su Qingyan finally returned to Lu Chen with water. After typing up the meal, the two of them found a random seat and sat down. It was only Su Qingyan's small face that was clearly covered with questions. Such a hearty lunch with chicken thighs? Why is it only $1? School food. Did it turn out to be so cheap? Forget it, don't think about it. Let's eat first. Su Qingyan picked up her chopsticks and took a shallow taste of the green vegetables on her plate. Looking at the opposite side of the Lu Dust clunk dazzle rice, she actually had an indescribable sense of satisfaction in her heart. Mr. Lu Duan, you look so cute when you eat. Oh, well, have a drink of water. The vain Su Qingyan tilted her head and took a small sip of water. When you looked down again, only then did he realize that Lu Duan's plate was empty, and now he was propping up his chin and staring at himself with unblinking eyes. Su Qingyan panicked and lowered her head. Has he always been this fast? That's great. Mr. Lu Chuan, why don't I share some with you? Su Qingyan felt that Lu Chen must not have eaten enough. As a matter of fact, Lu Chuan really didn't have enough to eat either. He felt that after he was reborn, the amount of food he ate seemed to be a little too big. But he couldn't find the cause for the moment, and could only force down that uncomfortable hunger. He has been vaguely aware of this situation, obviously, is not normal. After lunch, the two returned to class together. Seeing Lu Chun fall asleep, Su Qingyan's face, too, could not help but show a touch of concern. Mr. Lu Duan's spirit is very bad, is he not resting at night? With a strong sense of doubt, before I knew it, it was time for school to end again. Let's go, little tablemate. Lu Dust packed up his book bag and asked as a matter of course. You buy me dinner and I send you home. It's reasonable, right? Ah, no. Su Qingyan shook her head in panic. I can go back by myself. Okay. Lu Dust was a bit lost. Little tablemate, do you not like me as a friend? No. Su Qingyan hurriedly explained anxiously. Oops, that troubles you. Hey, go. Only then did Lu Chen smile in satisfaction. Arriving at the school gate, he patted his ride, a Dongfeng bicycle, and then made a point of giving a standard knightly salute. Princess, please get on. Don't you dare. Su Qingyan's pretty face was red, but she was still careful and sat in Lu Chen's backseat. You can't do that, little cohort, you have to hold on to me so you don't fall. Huh? Well. With a red face, Su Qingyan obediently stretched out her small hand and slightly nervously grabbed the hem of Lu Chen's coat. Let's go. With a smile on his face, Lu Dust rode his bicycle and drove out of the campus with a thump, thump, thump. The afterglow of dusk, reflected in the forest path, will be two people's silhouettes, pulling along. In the old city on the long bridge, the people are like a sea of people, and the cars are in a line. You smile, like the light. Lu Dust hummed a song and drifted away. As the sun set, Su Qingyan was also completely intoxicated by this cozy togetherness. Unconsciously, has long since taken the initiative to hug Lu Chen's waist tightly. It's here, isn't it? The little table? Huh. Su Qingyan looked up blankly. Seeing her hands hugging Lu Duan tightly, her little face instantly turned red with a swish. Yes, it's here. Su Qingyan scrambled out of the car and ran towards the house without looking back. Thank you, Mr. Lu Chuan. TCH, the future Empress of Ice, turns out to have such a cute side. Lu Duan showed a face of anti-smile, only feeling that the years were quiet and calling for people to sink. Report, Captain. Have locked on to the prey snake-tailed scorpion. It's moving fast towards the civilian area. Activate the Jedi Spirit formation. Never let it harm the local residents. It's too late, Captain. Zip. Lu Dust, who was planning to turn around and go home, suddenly frowned. Years of mixing in the post-apocalyptic world had long since made him develop the habit of listening to all sides. He was even more familiar with the sounds and smells of various foreign beasts. Hey, dirty bedbugs. Lu Chen's expression was cold, but his heart was a little shocked. This is a safe zone. What's with the beasts? No good. Lu Chen's complexion changed, and immediately, despite everything, he rushed towards Su Qingyan's house. Grandma, I'm home. Su Qingyan, who was in a good mood, softly hemmed and hawed her way towards the inner room. Ahem. Qingyan is back. Why so early today? Room. Pale, feeble voice came out. Well, have classmates sent me a bit? Grandma, you first wait. I will immediately give you to cook. Su Qingyan put down her book bag and said sweetly. No. It's fine, there's no rush. The cozy scene didn't last long. Su Qingyan, who put down her school bag, had just walked into the kitchen when she was confronted by a pair of scarlet and incomparable eyes. It was a scorpion half a man tall. The tail is being held high. No, exactly. It wasn't a tail at all, but a poisonous snake spitting out a letter. The razor-sharp fangs, emanating a chilling light in the dimly lit kitchen, sent instant shivers down the spine. Su Qingyan was completely stunned. Having never seen such a monster before, her entire body was confused. She instinctively wanted to run away, but she couldn't move her feet, as if there was 1,000 pounds under her feet. The fear of death had gripped her completely. What's wrong, Tingyan? The old voice rang out leisurely, finally allowing Su Qingyan to regain some sanity. No. Can't let it hurt Grandma. Absolutely not. Even if it means death. Monster. You go away. Despite being all scared and crying, Su Qingyan didn't choose to run away. Instead, he picked up the kitchen knife at his side in his hand and cowering, he aimed it at the monster in front of him. It wasn't that she wasn't scared. It's just that she has family that she'll risk her life to protect. Zip! The snake and scorpion spat out its letters and slowly wriggled, its scarlet eyes, completely locking Su Qingyan in place. Next moment, it violently lunged towards Su Qingyan. Grandma! Land dust! The sense of crisis of death enveloped her entire body, causing Su Qingyan to completely fall into despair. An old man and a young man, two figures, unconsciously surfaced inside her mind. From childhood to adulthood, she just had her grandmother and the two of them depended on each other. Despite the incredibly hard times, at a young age, she has long since learned what responsibility is. Now at the moment of life and death, she suddenly realized that her small, only grandmother's world, I do not know when, there is another figure, no way, to resist. I can't die and I don't want to. Ah! Su Qingyan swung her kitchen knife and slashed heavily at the monster that suddenly intruded. Her resistance, however, was somewhat feeble. With a slight deviation, the snake scorpion dodged her attack, and at the same time, with a flick of its tail, it smashed her small, thin figure heavily out. What's wrong, Tingyan? Don't! Grandma! Don't come out! Su Qingyan, who had collapsed to the ground, was spitting blood from her mouth, but she still reminded herself of her only relative. What's going on, Qingyan? Ahem. Didn't you bump into something? The old man shifted his feet laboriously and stumbled to lift the curtain. No, no. Seeing that the snakes and scorpions had indeed shifted their target, Su Qingyan was instantly horrified, and her tears couldn't stop falling. Grandma, you must quickly leave. Oh! Zip! The serpent and scorpion spat out their letters and crawled violently towards the old man who was stunned in place. Don't! Don't! Su Qingyan struggled to get up, but the excruciating pain coming from all her limbs made her fall straight back again. Seeing that tragedy is about to happen, a tall figure, however, slammed into the half-human tall snake scorpion. Chapter 5: Life and Death. Bang! Snake scorpion was knocked aside hard by Lu Dust. At this moment, Lu Chuan's eyes were full of killing intent, until he saw that both Su Qingyan and her grandmother were not in fear of their lives for the time being, and only then did his heart feel slightly relieved. Luckily, I made it in time. Lu Dust had a look of gratitude and afterthought. He had thought about it. It was a month before the awakening of the talent in the first place that Su Qingyan suddenly took a vacation. She didn't make it back until the day of the awakening. But at that time, she had already had a very obvious change, and all over her body, she exuded an uninviting and icy aura. Now that I think about it, she must have encountered this turn of events in her last life as well. And her grandmother, I'm afraid, is the one who had some kind of accident during this change of heart. It was no wonder that later on, she killed foreign beasts without mercy, and often even put herself in danger. Lu Duan, why are you here? Seeing Lu Chuan, Su Qingyan did not look happy, but instead revealed a strong sense of guilt, and immediately said with an anxious face, I shouldn't have let you send me back. Run away, Lu Chuan. Leave us alone. I'm fine. Lu Chun cast Su Qingyan a reassuring look, then rubbed his somewhat numb shoulders. How in the world did a D-ranked Fey beast of the 3rd level of the Forging Realm manage to blend into the safe zone? Lu Dust was full of doubts. But now, obviously not the time to dwell on that either. The collision just now had caused his entire shoulder, which had been bruised red. Before he was awakened, he was just an ordinary person, and even this lowest level Fey beast was not something he could easily deal with. But he possessed a wealth of practical combat experience from his previous life. Even if there was a huge difference in physical quality, he could still barely maneuver around the snake and scorpion. It just might cost something. Lu Dust quickly drew up a battle plan. In a head-on confrontation, he was by no means the opponent of this snake and scorpion, so the best way was to exchange injuries for life. For Su Qingyan, Lu Chun was willing to pay the price. This girl who proved to be a great emperor in her previous life, but still rushed to her side like a righteous girl. In this life, he had to protect her no matter what. Little cohort, help grandma out of here. Lu Chuan's expression was cold, and his gaze was dead set on the non-stop writhing snake and scorpion across the room. That snake scorpion obviously also sensed that there was something different about Lu Chuan, so it was slow to launch its attack. Lu dust I. Su Qingyan's eyes were filled with tears. She couldn't convince herself to abandon Lu Chan and escape alone. Small table. Lu Chun did not turn around, but his tone was firm. Trust me. I can't die, but I'll only cower if you stay here instead. Land dust. No matter what, you must survive. Su Qingyan climbed up, looking sad. If it was just her, she would have stood with Lu Chuan without hesitation. Even if she died, she would be willing to do so. But Grandma is still here and she… Hiss. As it turns out, there really isn't that much time for nonsense in a crisis situation. The snake scorpion took advantage of Lu Chuan's distraction and attacked nonchalantly. Lu Chuan, who had been prepared for this, was not afraid and utilized the experience he had accumulated in his previous life to accurately grab the snake's body. Despite its sharp fangs, which were less than 2 centimeters away from his neck, Lu Chuan didn't panic in the slightest and just shouted, "Go! Woo-hoo!" Su Qingyan knew that she couldn't help much by staying. Instead, she might become a burden, and after a short internal struggle, she still quickly walked to her grandmother's side and led her out of the room. The moment you walk out of the room, Su Qingyan snapped her head back and looked at half of Lu Duan's body, which had been entangled by the poisonous snake. Her face was filled with sorrow and guilt, but she still did not dodge in the slightest, as if she wanted to memorize this scene forever. You really think I can't help you, don't you? Watching Su Qingyan leave safely, the stone in Lu Chuan's heart also completely fell, and at that moment, with a hard look, he directly bit on top of the snake's body. Since there is no weapon in hand, those teeth were his only weapon now. Hiss! The snake and scorpion that ate the pain contracted crazily, and its 2 large pincers, too, clamped down hard on Lu Chuan's thigh. For a moment, blood flowed. Eat you! Eat you! Lu Chuan's eyes were maniacal, and an extreme longing and hunger instantly swept through his entire body. At this moment, it was as if the snake and scorpion had turned into an extremely delicious delicacy in his eyes. The longing within him completely took him out of his mind, and completely out of pain. He tore at it one bite at a time, blood mingling with broken flesh and scattering all over the floor. I don't know how long it had been, but the snake and scorpion's entanglements had become more and more feeble. Lu Chuan also relied on his instincts and successfully found the demon core inside the snake scorpion. The moment the demon core appeared, Lu Chuan was as if he had smelled some unparalleled delicacy. The extreme longing and hunger became more and more intense, forcing him to, without hesitation, swallow it into his stomach in one gulp. Something like a demon core was not supposed to be taken directly. The powerful spiritual energy contained within was enough to burst any ordinary person alive. The more powerful the fey beast, the more abundant the spiritual energy of the demon core in its body. Even if it's an overachiever, one could also only slowly absorb that spiritual energy and then steadily go about raising their strength. As crazy as Lu Dust, that's a pure death wish. Well, so full, so satisfied, the hunger was finally gone. Lu Chun also casually discarded the snake scorpion's corpse and collapsed on the ground in a daze. No one noticed. At his heart, a faint golden glow unexpectedly emerged. Lu Chuan, who was floating in the air, could only feel a warm current in his body that was flowing to all his limbs and bones. Originally by the double pincers of the snake and scorpion, clamped blood, and even vaguely visible bones of the legs, but also in the visible speed of the naked eye fast healing. Lu Duan, the small, thin figure, had returned inside the room at some point. She cried and hugged the blood-covered Lu Duan, her petite body trembling. Behind her, there was a middle-aged soldier in a black combat uniform. Reporting to the captain, the snake-tailed scorpion has been cleared. The middle-aged soldier reported calmly through his earpiece. One person at the scene was slightly injured. Look at his injuries and see if he needs to be taken to the hospital, and remember to remind them to do a good job of wrapping things up. Understood, the middle-aged soldier answered, then looked at the unconscious Lu Chuan again and asked with some uncertainty. Reporting, Captain, if I say that I didn't kill the snake scorpion, but rather an ordinary student who hasn't yet awakened, what are you going to do? There was a silence on the other end of the headset. It was a long time before the captain's gruff voice came out. Are you sure you're not joking? That being said, would I dare to joke about such a thing? The middle-aged soldier couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth. Honestly, his entire body had gone numb the moment he saw the corpse of the snake-tailed scorpion. However, he was a well-trained Chinese warrior, so he didn't show any abnormalities. Now that he heard the captain's skeptical tone, he felt better. Sure enough, ordinary people kill things like fey beasts. Even the captain. What a strong shock you'll feel too. Chapter 6. Changes in Lu Duan. Ludum woke up in a bed filled with the scent of a young girl's body. At this time, he didn't have any feeling of discomfort. Instead, he was refreshed and energized. He rolled over and got out of bed. A lazy stretch. The bones of his body, along with his stretching, made a crackling sound. It was a feeling he was familiar with. This is a normal reaction that only occurs when you break through. But he clearly hasn't awakened yet, right? And where exactly did this powerful feeling after the breakthrough come from? Ludum tentatively swung his fist. The whistling winds of his fists fully convinced him that he had indeed gotten stronger. Is it because of the demon core? Thinking back to his experience before he passed out, Lu Chen's gaze flickered a bit. There are questions. His body, there's something very wrong with it. Something like a demon core. After he directly swallowed it, it was actually still intact. And the hunger is gone. What the hell is going on here? Mr. Lu Chuan, you're finally awake. Hearing the ringing, Su Qingyan lifted the door curtain and instantly revealed a delighted smile. How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? It feels good. Ludum responded with a doting smile. Made you worry, little cohort. Well, Lu Duan. Su Qingyan sniffled, her eyes instantly covered with bright tears. Come on, I'm fine, aren't I? Lu Chuan reached out and rubbed Su Qingyan's head. It was really hard to connect this crying little cohort in front of him with the iceberg-like, high-cooled empress in his memories. Oh! Su Qingyan couldn't help but jump into Lu Chuan's arms. Hot tears, instantly wetting the teenager's chest. Lu Chuan, I'm so scared. Why are you so good to me? Why? Because I don't want to miss it again. Small table. Lu Dust did not reply, and I don't know how I should answer, just gently patting Su Qingyan's back, like a warm-hearted big brother. Ahem, I say. I have a ton of work to do. You little lovebirds cuddling, can you wait until I'm gone? Lend me your little boyfriend for a while first. I'll talk to him about something. The middle-aged soldier from before coughed lightly and knocked gently on the room door at the entrance and said, Ah! Reacting, Su Qingyan hurriedly let go of Lu Chuan, her face red as if she was drunk. No, it's not what you said. I'll go and cook first. Tisich, little girls are just thin-skinned. The soldier smacked his lips and said flirtatiously. Uniforms from the War Department, you're a soldier from the League of Guardians? Which company? Lu Chun swept the soldier with a somewhat dissatisfied glance. It's times like these that jump out and bother. It's really annoying. Okay? Hey, you're still interrogating me? The soldier looked at Lu Chuan in surprise. But you guy, you know quite a lot? Cut the crap. Something's up. Lu Dust had a calm face. He used to be in the League of Guardians and was a 5-star major general in the 9th Coalition. A small soldier, naturally, could not make him feel the slightest pressure. It's got personality. I like it. I am Soldier Wang Feng of the Guardian Alliance, 9th Coalition Army, 72nd Company, and I'm looking for you just to find out how exactly you killed the serpent-tailed scorpion? I don't suppose you're a superhuman now, are you? That's so. Lu Chuan's gaze flickered slightly and he said without moving, Maybe I'm just lucky? After I got tangled up, all I could do was put up a fight, and somehow I killed it. It seems you don't want to disclose it. Wang Feng slightly bristled, clearly not believing Lu Chen's extremely perfunctory reason. We mean you no harm. The captain told me to tell you that you can just join the military and become a member of our 72nd Company if you want. Whether you become a superhuman or not, we'll give you the treatment of an elite warrior. After speaking, Wang Feng raised his eyebrows toward Lu Chan and said, How about it? Any ideas yet? This kind of treatment is for genius supers. Not interested. Lu Chen decisively chose to refuse. In his previous life, he was the one who joined the military department, guarding the borders and fighting all over the place. Not much freedom at all. Though it is true that under the end times, it is necessary for those of them to stand up and carry the weight. But in the end, Lu Dust is a little tired. In this life, he's joining the Hunters League. Form a small team of your own hunters and kill directly into the extraterrestrial battlefield to face off against the alien race head-on. Although it would be more treacherous, being passive was equally not his style. Okay. That seems to be a bit of a shame. I'm actually quite optimistic about you, kid. Wang Feng shook his head with some regret. If Lu Chun was unwilling, they wouldn't force it, not to mention that said military department never lacked geniuses. After inquiring about some more details of the battle, Wang Feng eventually left with regret, going away, and took the body of the snake-tailed scorpion in the process. Of course. In exchange, Wang Feng left Lu Duan with a 3-pronged military spike. This thing is the standard weapon of the War Department. Other than spirit martial arts crafted with Demon Corps' ordinary weapons, they were not necessarily as practical as it. This was Lu Dust's first meeting with the Ministry of War. Both sides are shallow. No one knows. Many years later, when the military ministry once again mentioned Lu Dust, the only thing left is endless remorse. Had I known that he was so perverted, I would have tied him to the military department in the first place, even if I had to. Talked about. Seeing Lu Chuan walk out of the room, Su Qingyan hurriedly brought out all the meals in the kitchen. The meal is ready, hurry up and eat. Good. Lu Chuan didn't treat himself as a guest either. Instead, he took the initiative to serve Su Qingyan's grandmother a good meal. The conditions are a bit humble, don't mind if you do. Looking at the several vegetarian dishes and a plate of braised pork in front of her, Su Qingyan felt slightly guilty. What are you talking about? It smells good. Lu Dust picked up his bowl and chopsticks and clunked open the dazzle. The little cohort's cooking is, when it comes down to it, surprisingly good. Although the ingredients were simple, the flavor was not bad at all. And in no time at all, Lu Duan dazzled 3 whole bowls. Grandma, you eat too. Seeing that an old and a young man were both looking at him, Lu Dust scratched his head somewhat coyly. Bad. Is it because I'm a terrible eater? Damn. And I wonder what's going on with this body? Well, Lu, you eat more. It's time for young people to grow their bodies, so you can't afford to condemn yourself. Grandma Su Qingyan smiled kindly. The gaze that looked at Lu Duan also carried undisguised love and appreciation. So, then I'll have another bowl. Eat openly. This girl, Qingyan, has cooked a big pot of potato-covered rice today, just in case you don't have enough to eat. Geez. Grandma, what are you babbling about? Su Qingyan was a little shy at being spoken to and hung her head down, not daring to look into Lu Chen's eyes. Xiao Lu is our savior. What's there to be embarrassed about? Grandma has no objection to you being together. Xiao Lu, this girl Qingyan is good at everything, but she is timid and easily shy. You can't bully her in the future. Don't worry, Grandma. I won't bully Qingyan. I will definitely take care of her. Lu Chun instantly squared his shoulders and continuously assured. Well, Grandma believes in you. No, not. Grandma, you. Su Qingyan was so anxious that her pretty face turned red. She wanted to explain, but she didn't know where to start, and in the end, she could only lower her head and not say anything. Well, Grandma, take care of yourself. It's getting late and I'm going back, or Mom and Dad will be worried. Seeing that the food was almost ready, Lu Duan also put down his chopsticks at the right time and got up to politely bid farewell. Good. Qingyan, you see Xiao Lu off. Oh. Su Qingyan lowered her head and followed Lu Chun, accompanying him to the side of the main road. Go back. Lu Chun rubbed Su Qingyan's hair and spoke in a gentle tone. Rest well and don't think too much. Land dust. Just as the teenager turned around, Su Qingyan suddenly opened her mouth and called out to him. What's wrong? No, nothing, I'll see you tomorrow. The young girl lowered her head in panic, not knowing what she was thinking. Okay. See you tomorrow. Returning home absent-mindedly, Su Qingyan began to clean up the leftovers on the table. Yeah. The loving voice of the sickly old man sounded slowly. Huh? What's wrong, Grandma? Su Qingyan looked up blankly. Those bowls, you've folded them back and forth several times. So hurry up and put them away. Oh, good. Good. Su Qingyan looked down and instantly made a big red face, hurriedly packed up the dishes and ran into the kitchen as if she was escaping. Girl, sleep with Grandma tonight. Okay, Grandma. Su Qingyan obediently responded. After helping the old man back to the bedroom, she hugged the old man's dry and thin body and began to pamper him. It's been a long time since I slept with Grandma. You girl. The old man's wrinkled face was filled with kindness and favor. Yet the next second, the old man then rubbed Su Qingyan's hair and cross-examined. Tell Grandma, you and Xiao Lu, what's the development to? Huh? No. Lu Chuan and I really don't have anything. Just ordinary classmates. Su Qingyan buried her head in the old man's arms. her face filled with the shyness of a young girl. You girl, what kind of ordinary classmate would even give up his life for you? People like to nag when they get old. Grandma Su Qingyan is naturally no exception. I'm telling you girl, Grandma's half of her body is already in the ground. She won't be able to stay with you for long. Grandma isn't afraid to die, but the one thing Grandma is most relieved about is you. Ooh. You don't say that, Grandma. Su Qingyan hugged her grandmother's body tightly, tears slowly wetting her cheeks. Don't cry, girl. Grandma has lived for so long that she has long since looked down on life and death, and now Grandma wants to see you in a good place before she dies. Look at Xiao Lu. People, what a good young man, ah. Grandma will not be wrong. People, Xiao Lu, look at your eyes, is really put you this girl at ease. He is also the same age as you, but he dares to face the monster straight for you. Such a good character, girl, you don't want to make a fool of yourself, or there will be regrets for you in the future. Grandma. Su Qingyan's entire head was buried into the old man's arms. Lu Chun, he doesn't have that kind of idea about me. An old man and a young man were talking late at night, and their voices became quieter and quieter until they disappeared. The young girl's heart, however, was in complete disarray. The bright moonlight filtered through the window, reflecting the young girl's distraught face. Ah, Mr. Ludwig. He was such a nice guy. And how can you look at me? Chapter 7, The Void Engine. A young girl's mind floods the moonlit night. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, who had returned home and was lying in bed, seemed to have lost sleep. Gee, it feels like I'm full of power. What's wrong with me? Ludum tossed and turned in his bed. In his previous life, he was a great man of the Dharma body realm who had cultivated to the peak of the 7th realm, and he knew all kinds of changes in his body like the back of his hand. His current physique was no different from that of a superhuman who had stepped into the body-forging realm. Even stronger. But he clearly hasn't awakened yet. Without talent, one can never cultivate. This is the most basic common sense. Otherwise, there would be no need for an awakening ceremony, and no need to differentiate between superhumans and ordinary people. Superpower 9 realms. At each realm, there was almost a difference between heaven and earth. Body forging, chi nascent, and sea opening were the lower 3 realms. God concentration, void breaking, and domain were the middle 3 realms. Dharma body, fused Tao, and rule are the upper 3 realms. The current Lu Chuan's physique was roughly that of the first level of the body forging realm. A fist was swung out with 300 pounds of punching power. Powerful enough to allow him to easily crush ordinary adults. This was the superhuman. But normally, strengthening the physique was required to forge the body with the elements. Only by awakening the power of the elements could one be considered to have stepped into the threshold of a superhuman. In his previous life, Lu Chuan's awakening was the power of thunder. He had to slowly draw lightning elements from the heaven and earth, and then use the lightning to hammer his body and strengthen his physique, which was the correct cultivation method for the body-forging realm. But none of these conditions he obviously doesn't fulfill. It was only a matter of swallowing a demon core. Forget it. It's always good to get stronger if you can. Lu Chuan, who couldn't figure it out, decided to put this matter down for the time being and wait to observe it later. However, the moment he closed his eyes, an icy cold voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Son of the Void detected. Void engine loading. Ding. Loading successful. The Void at your service. As the voice fell, in front of Lu Chuan, a blue virtual panel instantly appeared. Name Lu Duan. Talent, Power of the Void SSS. Realm, Void Warrior. First turn. Blood 300. Mental 6. Martial Arts. Swept Shadow Gunnery S-Grade Great Achievement. Thunder Control S-Grade Great Achievement. Crap! Lu Duan was so frightened that he sat up from the bed in a flash. Void. He had actually gained the power of the Void. What the hell is going on here? Lu Chuan's expression changed as he tried to comprehend the bizarre scene in front of him. Could it be because of the Void Beast? In his previous life and in this life, the only Void creature he had ever come into contact with was that world-destroying demon Void Beast that died with Su Qingyan. Does it say? He himself was reborn and brought back the power of that Void Beast as well? If that's the case, then everything before that, on the contrary, makes sense. Lu Chen vaguely had some realization. The Void was another higher civilization, all different from the extraterrestrial Fae. This kind of creature, which couldn't absorb the elements of heaven and earth, could evolve infinitely. They devour everything as a way to strengthen their bodies, following the path of becoming a saint in the flesh. Demon core or not, human or not. As long as there was spiritual energy contained within their bodies, it was their ration, and the more creatures they devoured, the stronger they became, thus accomplishing one evolution at a time. So the cultivation system of the Void civilization was also completely different from other civilizations. The evolutionary path of the Void, from low to high, were the 9 realms of Void Warrior, Void War General, Void War Zong, Void War King, Void War Emperor, Void Exalted, Void War God, Void Hegemon, and Immortal Sovereign. Each realm, in turn, was divided into 9 revolutions. Although it corresponded to the 9 realms of the superhuman, the direction of cultivation was completely different again. One draws on the elements of heaven and earth and majors in spirituality. The human body, after all, is too weak. One evolved by devouring, majoring in chi and blood. That's why void creatures, most of them, are oddly shaped and hard to kill. This is the void one. They might only give birth to one in an epoch, but each one of them was a terrifying existence that destroyed the heavens and the earth. You shouldn't have to turn into such a monster yourself, should you? Lu Chuan was a little unsure in his heart. And what's the deal with this void engine? Some kind of technological artifact of the void civilization? Being able to scan one's physical condition is somewhat similar to the League of Extraordinary Powers Ultra Bracelet. This void engine, however, was clearly more advanced. Lu Chun touched the faintly visible void seal at his heart, and his gaze flickered vaguely. It's not clear where this imprint came from. He only needed to communicate with his mind to establish a mental link with it. Although there was only a scanning function, Lu Chuan still deeply appreciated the power of void technology. How exactly does it lock itself in place? And will it bring disaster to human civilization? Everything. Ludum seems to be all but unknown. Human civilization was, in the end, only a low-level civilization in the vast universe. It was only after the revival of the aura and the creation of superhumans that evolution slowly began. However, in the last life, Ludum did not see human civilization moving towards glory. The descent of the mountains and seas, the invasion of extraterrestrial foreign races, and so on, had long since made the League of Superhumans miserable. Finally, the void comes. Human civilization is even more completely at an end. Countless people went forward and failed to defeat those terrifying void creatures. That's just it. It took the little cohort's own life to get me the void power. Even if I turn into a monster in this life, I will definitely kill my way into the void and let these so-called higher civilizations taste what it's like to be invaded. Lu Dust quickly made up his mind. Previous life. The little tablemates are already at the very top of the human pyramid. However, when facing the Void Clan, they were still somewhat powerless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been forced to detonate the rules and choose to die with the Void Beast. Having decided to guard her in this life, then in the future, even if he turned into a monster, Lu Dust would not mind. Besides, he was a human, not a pure creature of the void, much less a so-called son of the void. It may not necessarily grow those incestuous minions. After all, it's just an accidental access to the power of the void. Waiting to participate in the awakening ceremony and awakening his superpower gift of Thunder Seed. He'd be the first ever dual talent superhuman. This is a situation for the ages. And the two had completely different cultivation systems, which made it even more interesting. For example, when he was at the body forging realm, while others could only strengthen their physique once, he could strengthen it twice from start to finish. The power of the void was meant to strengthen the body, and he first cultivated to the 9th turn of the warrior, then he used the element of thunder to quench his fleshly body, which had already been strengthened by the void. A combination of both. Lu Chun didn't even dare to imagine how powerful his physique would be by then. Maybe this is a rebirth benefit? He may. It's really going to turn into a humanoid monster. Count the hours. 1 month to go, it's awakening day. Normally, in a month's time, it was almost unrealistic to want to cultivate to the peak of the body forging realm. But the power of the void is different. This thing doesn't rely on talent, and it doesn't need to be cultivated. Devouring is talent, devouring is cultivation. As long as he had enough resources, he could grow up quickly. Of course, resources aren't that easy to come by either. Demon cores are hard currency, almost all aspects are used, and now they can't go to the extraterritorial battlefield to hunt. And if they want to get enough demon cores, then they can only find another way. Lu Qin pondered slightly, quickly came to mind. If you wanted to break through the 9th turn of a warrior within a month, the best way was to go to the underground hunting grounds. There are many businesses that are the mainstay of the underground hunting grounds, and one of the most lucrative is gambling. They gamble in much the same way as the ancient Colosseum. Superhumans and Fae will be put into cages to fight each other, and the victorious side will get a lot of rewards. If that's possible. Naturally, Lu Chuan didn't want to take that risk. Unfortunately, with his current status and position, there really wasn't a better choice. Chapter 8. Underground Hunting Grounds. The next day, Lu Duan stepped into the campus on time and on point. He brought along the 2 breakfasts that his mom had carefully prepared, and as soon as he entered the classroom, he found that Su Qingyan had already come to her seat early. Little cohort. Lu Dust smiled and greeted, then pushed over a lunchbox in his hand as before. My mom made an extra breakfast today, so I'm going to have to ask you to help with that again. Hearing Lu Chen's careless words, Su Qingyan lowered her head and pursed her red lips. She's not stupid. In the past 2 days, how could she not feel Lu Chen's carefully differentiated treatment? Still, she didn't choose to refuse. She just stayed silent and took small bites. Hey, what's wrong with your little friend today? Knowing what he knew about his little cohort, this tough little girl, surely she would have coyly shrugged it off again. You can already think of what you're going to say next yourself. Why are you always looking at me? Eat and eat. Su Qingyan suddenly raised her head with a bit of a blush. Those clear eyes without an ounce of impurity made Lu Chuan, who was peeking, couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. No, you must be looking at it wrong. Lu Chuan hastily shifted his gaze and returned a very heartfelt reply. You can read it if you want. Su Qingyan's small face was slightly red, lowered her head and said in a voice like a mosquito, "What are you doing sneaking around?" Huh. Lu Chuan didn't react for a moment and just looked blankly at Su Qingyan. Well, big dummy. Su Qingyan's face became more and more flushed, but she still forced herself to hold back her shyness and stubbornly raised her head, and just stared at Lu Chen without blinking. Ahem. It was Lu Chen's turn to blush in his old face. Hastily and somewhat flustered, he withdrew his eyes. At the same time, there was a muttering in his heart. Why did he feel aroused by his little tablemate? What a seductive eye kill. It doesn't even top a little bit. Both finished their breakfast in silence. Only when Lu Chen finished packing his lunchbox did Su Qingyan suddenly slip him a note. Why are you being so nice to me? Look at the note's elegant and decent handwriting. Lu Dust was a bit speechless for a while. This was the second time the little tablemate had raised this question. Think again. Lu Dust still decided to be honest. Because you are my treasure. Gee. Quite a revealing quote. Although both of them were sitting straight like elementary school students, Lu Chuan swept his eyes out of the corner of his eyes and still saw Su Qingyan's slowly reddening earlobes. I am. Treasure? The little tablemate didn't pass another note, which made Lu Chen slightly regretful. Couldn't help but start thinking east. She should be able to understand herself, right? Not answering me. It seems like that idea was not there. Also right. She was the future Empress of Ice. Where would she be as easily heartbroken as a love brain? But he doesn't know. At this time Su Qingyan is thinking about, is that a confession? What am I going to say to him? Just in case he wasn't thinking that way, then surely he'd never care about me again once I exposed my little mind, right? Also right. He's such a considerate person and loves Gu Yanran so much. How could he possibly look at me? And so, once again, the two fell into an eerie silence. All day long. It was rare that they all didn't communicate much. But as soon as it was lunchtime, Lu Chuan just gave a simple look, and Su Qingyan was again very tacitly, accompanying him to the cafeteria together. Until school is out. It was only then that Lu Chuan gathered his courage and arrived at the school entrance early, waiting quietly for Su Qingyan to come out. Soon, that skinny and small figure followed the crowd and arrived in front of Lu Chen. Come on, I'll take you home. Lu Dust smiled and opened his mouth. Good. Su Qingyan didn't refuse and obediently sat in Lu Chen's backseat. It was the same wooded path that had been traveled once again. This time, Su Qingyan took the initiative to hug Lu Chuan's waist, and the androgynous scent of the teenager's body made her unavoidably a little intoxicated. Without realizing it, she actually ghosted and gently laid her head on top of Lu Chuan's broad back. Lu Chen trembled, but he didn't dare to say anything at all, and just silently sent Su Qingyan safely to her home. Why don't we eat before we go? After getting out of the car, Su Qingyan's pretty face was flushed red, and it was obvious that she was also aware of her bold behavior just now. Another time. I have some things to do today. Say hi to Grandma for me, Lu Chen said with some fondness. The road that sent Su Qingyan home was the shortest road that Lu Chen had ever traveled, even if he had ridden as slow as he could. Oh, Su Qingyan was a little disappointed, but she didn't show it, and just hung her head low, as if she was waiting for Lu Duan to say something. All right, go back. Lu Chun rubbed the young girl's hair and ruthlessly chose to turn around and leave. He's also going to the underground hunting grounds. In order to have enough strength to protect Su Qingyan, he couldn't immerse himself too much in his little cohort's tenderness. Lu Dust. Su Qingyan pursed her lips tightly, and in those lowered eyes, there seemed to be a flash of loss. But Lu Duan apparently failed to notice this. What's wrong? That? See you tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Both of them turned around at the same time, but the corners of their mouths curled into a faint smile again. South City Underground Hunting Ground. Lu Chuan, who was dressed in a school uniform, slowly stepped into this place of mixed fish and dragons, smoke and yells. The gamblers were partying without distraction, surrounded by hot, scantily clad ladies who came and went, attentively serving tea and pastries. Right in the center, in the octagonal cage, a sword-wielding middle-aged man was fighting to the death with a heart-thirsty giant tooth ant at the 5th level of the body-forging realm. The heart-thirsty giant toothed ant, a mutated red ant, prefers to gnaw on human hearts. This foreign beast not only has extremely high defense, but also surprisingly large strength, adult heart-thirsty ants, but also can briefly burst out 10 times the strength of the physical body. It's an ant colony. Back in the age of technology, there were people who specialized in studying creatures like ants. They are small and numerous. Seemingly unassuming, they are united and organized and powerful. Later, when the aura was revived, the ant tribe really rose to prominence. Those ant queens who had opened up their spiritual wisdom and possessed cultivation were all even more difficult to deal with. It was a good thing that the ants didn't have a high talent ceiling and could only rely on their huge numbers to win. But even so, they were also one of the toughest extraterrestrial races in the lower 3 realms of foreign beasts. Nowadays, the blue star is divided into domains and extra domains. The 9 safe zones, which are the domains, are the last place for the human race to live. Elsewhere, it has long since fallen. This heart-thirsty ant in the octagonal cage was just an ordinary ant clan soldier. But for most less talented supers, it's already a powerful presence. The human race is like that. The strong ones were strong, the weak ones were weak, and the polarization was extremely serious. No matter how hard the ordinary D rank and C rank superpower talents tried, the vast majority of them could only waste their lives in the lower 3 realms. That's probably why a portion of the supers chose to paper over it. No hope, no future in sight. Might as well swing for the fences and enjoy it. At least in the eyes of the common man, they remain high and mighty. Alas, by the looks of it, it's just another drunkard who's had his body emptied, being a superhuman, yet he had to die tragically at the hands of a mole cricket. If everyone is so unmotivated, is there really a future for the human race? At least being a former Dharma body realm powerhouse, Lu Chen's battle vision was naturally incomparably venomous. He only looked around roughly and determined that the middle-aged man was no match for the heart-thirsty ants. Fruity. In the next moment, the heart-thirsty ant suddenly exploded, and with a fierce thrust of its huge fangs, it hardened the sword-wielding middle-aged man into mid-air. Ka-ching! The outbreak of heart-thirsty ants did not give the sword-wielding middle-aged any opportunity. The 2 giant teeth violently closed. Is the sword in mid-air middle-aged, directly cut off the waist. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the hall, and blood instantly soaked the entire cage. The heart-thirsty ants were gnawing on the sword-wielding middle-aged man's corpse like no one else, but none of the gamblers on the scene showed any signs of pity. The losers slammed tables and jumped and cursed, while the winners rejoiced and danced and reveled. Such a bunch of rotten human assholes really don't deserve any sympathy. And Lu Chuan, who was dressed in a school uniform and had a cold look, even more so looked out of place with the people here. Soon, the managers of the underground hunting grounds were also keenly aware of the presence of Lu Dust, the heretic. Classmate, this is not the place for you to be. Hurry up and get out before you attract trouble. A fat manager with a few followers walked in front of Lu Dust in large strides. I'm going to sign up, and my strength is the 1st level of the body forging realm. Lu Dust didn't have any nonsense and directly opened the door. Classmate, you haven't awakened at all. Okay? Don't look for trouble here. The fat manager waved his hand and somewhat impatiently began to shoo people away. If the student hadn't had the blessing of the League of Superpowers, he would have had someone throw Lu Qin out by now. This manager, I'm a student. Do you think these guys would be excited if I got into the cage? Isn't watching a student being abused by an alien beast enough eye candy? The corners of Lu Dust's mouth rose slightly as he spoke calmly. Boy, are you serious? The fat manager was really moved by the words, narrowing his small eyes as if he wanted to see through Lu Duan. Feel free to arrange it. I've just reached adulthood. I'm perfectly capable of signing a life and death agreement. And even if I do die, no one will be able to come after you. As soon as Lu Dust's words came out, the fat manager instantly lost his scruples and immediately smiled broadly and patted Lu Dust's shoulder, saying, well, have the guts. First level of the forging realm, right? As long as you can win, our hunting grounds won't treat you badly, and the foreign beasts you kill will be your reward. If you die, there's also a generous compensation that you can designate to someone, and when the time comes, we'll send someone from the hunting grounds to deliver it to you personally. No problem. Sign the agreement. Lu Dust nodded slightly. This kind of underground hunting ground, earning money from gamblers, naturally would not pit the participants. After all, once the reputation was ruined, the business of the hunting ground basically would be yellow. People know what's important and what's not. After signing the agreement, the host also walked straight to the high stage under the special arrangement of the hunting ground management. Ladies and gentlemen, next will be a spectator tournament. No handicap in this round, pure performance. Our hunting ground has welcomed a high school student who will challenge a fey beast of the first level of the forging realm today. Just a reminder, this student has yet to be formally awakened. Crap, an unawakened brat. Isn't that going up there to die? It's a bit interesting. Is the South City hunting ground playing so big? Not afraid that the people from the Superpower Alliance will come to your door. It's not to be, is it? Since they dare to do this, the hunting grounds must be emboldened. What's there to watch when they just send an ordinary student on the field? Watching how he was abused? Tsh heartless. But I like it. Come on. I'll be the banker. Let's bet on how long this student can last. Yes, I'll bet. The gamblers on the stage murmured. However, Lu Chuan in the background was not affected at all. With the lights on, he also rode the descending platform and eased into the blood-stained octagonal cage. Chapter 9. Instant kill, plus size. Roar. As soon as he entered the cage, Lu Dust heard a low roar from directly across the room. He looked up. What met his eyes was a red-spotted hyena of the first level of the body forging realm. This thing isn't strong, but it's very ferocious, and it loves to rip people's hearts out. Once targeted by this thing, the death will be absolutely miserable, and the red-spotted hyena will be considered to have a bad appetite if there is any bone crumbs left. Looking at the disgusting creature in front of him, which was covered in red spots and had saliva splattering from the corners of its mouth, Lu Chuan frowned slightly, and there was coldness in his eyes. Hunt management understands human nature. Finding such a disgusting contraption was probably an attempt to put on a heavy nibbling feast. And he, Lu Dust, was rations for fun. Roar. The red-spotted hyena, brutal by nature, was the first to attack. It has low intelligence, but is extremely fast. With a single jump, he rushed in front of Lu Chuan, and his foul-smelling teeth full of saliva even bit at Lu Chuan's neck without hesitation. Who? Lu Chuan was calm and collected himself, and swung out a fist, which was wrapped in a whistling wind, and smashed heavily on top of the red-spotted hyena's face. Bang! The red-spotted hyena cried out in grief. 300 pounds of fist force poured out. Directly the body of its high leap, smashed flying several meters away. A few convulsions, is completely no movement. There was dead silence in the room. Seconds later, the party erupted into a cheer. Surprisingly, it was an instant kill. A student who had yet to be awakened instantly killed a fey beast of the first level of the body forging realm with a single punch. In the minds of all, a strong sense of unreality rose in all of them. Is this really just an average student? With such talent, if he really died in the underground hunting ground, once the Super League realized this, I'm afraid that every one of them would be held accountable, right? After all, what the Super League valued most was demonic geniuses with outstanding talent. Isn't it essentially true that those of them who can rise above ordinary people, a group of trash supers but killed a genius, even if it was just that possible, thought the anger of the supervisory union, was definitely not something that an underground hunting ground could withstand? Lu Duan wins. The host gulped and hastily announced the result. Although he had only killed a low-level foreign beast in seconds, the superb potential that Lu Chuan had displayed still made the managers of the hunting grounds pay complete attention. They were no longer sure of Lu Chuan's background, so naturally, they didn't dare to treat Lu Chuan as lightly as before. Ghosts know. Could this guy be a descendant of one of the big boys? That's where strength and talent come into play. Survival in the post-apocalyptic world, the fist is the hard truth. As long as you are strong enough, you can get preferential treatment and privileges everywhere. And Lu Chuan, who had instantly secured the red-spotted hyena, didn't pay any attention to the murmuring spectators in the stands. He just walked to the corpse with a calm face, then took out the three-pronged military spike at his waist and dug out the demon core inside the red-spotted hyena. "Aya, little brother." The fat manager quickly greeted up. At this time he was all smiles. His attitude also made a 180-degree turn. "Just now it was old brother who looked away, you mustn't mind." "I don't know, little brother, which high-ranking person's son is it? I'll have my bodyguard personally send you back in a while. This is testing the background now." Sure enough, these guys who spend a lot of time in the gray area are just sleek and smooth in what they do. No wonder people get to be managers. "I've just joined the military department, and the captain asked me to come to the underground hunting grounds to practice, so the manager doesn't have to worry much. Even if I die here, it's because I'm not good enough. Absolutely no one will come after you." Lu Dust did not move and said in a prismatic manner, "It does save you a lot of trouble to program a background for yourself in a place like this. As for whether the hunting grounds will be investigating him, Lu Dust really doesn't care much. Anyway, one does get pulled in by the War Department." The words were half-truths, and the hunting grounds wouldn't have any holes in them even if they went to investigate. They don't have the guts yet to go to the War Department for proof. Anyway, the fact that he had slaughtered the snake-tailed scorpion was right there. This kind of thing could be hidden from the general public, but it certainly could not be hidden from the superpowers. "Oh, little brother is really a heavenly talent. Not yet awakened. Has he already joined the military department?" The fat manager's eyes narrowed and his smile did not diminish. "I wonder which company did little brother join?" "Ninth Coalition, 72nd Company." Lu Chun waved his hand with some impatience. He knew that this fat manager was still trying, but he was really too lazy to be vain with these people. "I'd like to continue. Is there a problem?" "This." Fat manager slightly hesitant. "Little brother, old brother will be honest. Although your potential is strong, but the low-level demonic beasts of the first level of the forging realm, there is really nothing to see. Our hunting grounds also have to do business, or you see, wait for you. I can raise the stakes. Just directly arrange for me to have a third-ranked fey beast of the forging realm." Lu Dust interrupted the fat manager's persuasion. "The third level of the body forging realm?" The fat manager's face once again changed. To be able to kill a first-level forging realm fey beast in seconds before it was even awakened, this kind of thing was shocking, but it wasn't impossible to happen. After all, there's never a shortage of geniuses in this world. But to fully span 3 small realms, that would not be a simple and easy phrase of genius that could be dismissed. If Lu Chun could really do it, their hunting grounds wouldn't have to think about how to investigate people's backgrounds. What background does a demon like him need? Any power would rush to draw him in. No wonder before he had even awakened, this kid was able to join the military department where the selection requirements were extremely harsh. Looking at the Mitsubishi military spike in Lu Dust's hand, the fat manager had basically believed Lu Dust's claim. "Good. Since old brother Lu wants to play, old brother must let you have fun today. But the beasts are vicious and accidents are inevitable. Why don't you ask my old brother to arrange a few more bodyguards for you to sit on?" The fat manager's address changed again and again. From Lu Chuan's speech and demeanor, the fat manager could completely sense that this person was extraordinary. Such a genius, choosing to befriend him was definitely a sure thing. In fact, no matter if the contestants won or lost, as long as the people in the hunting grounds didn't want them to die, they naturally wouldn't die. It's just that in a place like this, blood is needed. Blood and violence, wealth and beauty. Only then. It is only then that the desire of gamblers can be thoroughly aroused, so that they can't extricate themselves from the drunkenness. It's not necessary. A mere forging realm third-level fey beast isn't enough to take my life. Lu Chuan looked at the fat manager with a smirk. "If you don't dare to open this disc, you'll lose a lot of money." "How many % of this?" Lu old brother is sure. The fat manager was also a human savant, so naturally it wasn't difficult to hear what Lu Chuan was saying. 10%, right? The manager rose high, a big profit. But don't forget to give old brother dividends, ah. Lu Dust spoke with a light smile. Good, Lu old brother is gifted. I think it's not so bad to coax old brother with his own life. The fat manager is also a ruthless person. Slightly gritting his teeth, he has already made up his mind. Old brother accompanied you to bet. As long as it can be accomplished, old brother's private profit, directly divided into your 20%. Go ahead and make the arrangements. I'll bet on myself too. Lu Chuan tossed the demon core in his hand to the fat manager and said with a non-committal smile. This fat manager is still good, smooth and bold, this kind of person, the most good at seizing opportunities. It seemed that this time, the biggest winner would be this harmless-looking fat man. Chapter 10. Shocking the whole house. Waited about 10 minutes or so. Lu Chuan, who had rejoined the ring, also welcomed his second-round opponent. A red-eyed honeypot of the 3rd level of the forging realm. It also has a ringing name Flathead. After the revival of the aura, almost all the creatures changed in some way. The human race opened the super evolution, other groups, naturally, also began the road of demonization. In the age of technology, mankind reigns supreme. That's why it advocates caring for animals and protecting the environment. But now, the main one is not mine, but his heart is different. But whenever there's an opportunity, it is inevitable that we will have to call you the death of your tribe and the destruction of your race. Speaking up, this red-eyed honeypot, which can be much more brutal than a hyena, is immortal once you're up against it. However, Lu Dust didn't put this in his eyes. To put it nicely, it's called Jarius, but to put it bluntly, it's really just a lack of a brain. Watching the red-eyed honeypot come up all over his body, he exuded a come-and-me-to-death aura of being a jerk. Lu Chuan decided to fulfill its wish. In fact, red-eyed honeypots have average defenses, and aside from being agile, they are left with a grumpy personality. It was the moment it stepped onto the stage that it had mangled up towards Lu Dust with red eyes. The first style of the swept shadow shot swimming dragon. Lu Chuan held the 3-pronged army spike in his hand and decisively executed the S-ranked martial skill swept shadow shot. Although the power was greatly reduced without a gun in his hand, the power of S-ranked martial arts was always there. Only to see Lu Chuan's body, with an extremely tricky angle to swing violently, the hands of the military spikes is also from the bottom to the top, directly attacked the red-eyed honeypot's throat vitals. Clam! The red-eyed honeypot let out a roar, and his body suddenly bent, hard enough to dodge the fatal blow. At the same time, he swung his sharp, knife-like pointed claws and grabbed directly at Lu Chuan's face. The second style of the swept shadow shot shocking. Lu Chuan appeared to be unperturbed, but in fact his actions were incredibly agile. In the moment when the sharp claws were slapped over, he made a mistake in his footsteps, and his body twisted in a small margin for a split second. But it was a light flash that was a close call, brushing against the sharp claws of the red-eyed honeypot. The moment he was dislocated, the military spike in his hand, without warning, was already inserted into the heart of the honeypot. Many of the spectators on stage didn't even realize how Lu Chuan had struck. It looked like the two simply crossed paths for a split second. But by the time they reacted, the unstoppable red-eyed honeypot was already lying on the ground and starting to roll and twitch. Not for long. It slowly stopped struggling. A shocker. Just like a flash in the pan. Seconds. Seconds again. The gamblers under the stage instantly lost their eyes. Fake, right? That's just not possible. I seriously doubt it's the hunting grounds that are running the show. We must be given a statement. 1 to 10 odds you give me seconds? Shady. 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 The gamblers went on a complete rampage. For no other reason. The hunt is on for this round. Lu Dust's odds were 110, and with such high odds, most of the gamblers naturally bet on the other side. The result is that people come up for seconds. The gamblers who were cut off from the leaks, of course, suspected that the hunting grounds were deliberately tampered with. Gentlemen, seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, the fat manager quickly walked onto the high platform with a cold face. Our hunting grounds, we always emphasize fairness and impartiality. There is absolutely no shady practices. Among you, I don't think there is a lack of people with high levels of cultivation. Can't any of you tell whether or not our hunting grounds are faking? As the fat manager's words fell, some of the gamblers who remained silent, one after another, also sighed and opened their mouths. Alas, this time it is we ourselves who have looked away. That kid is not an ordinary student at all. His physical abilities are incomparably powerful. His martial arts are even more exquisite, and his real-world combat experience is better than even mine, even if he has not yet awakened. But such a student. I'm afraid I can't find the second one in the entire South City. No, in the entire 9th safety zone. Yes, such a heavenly pride would actually condescend to descend to our place? When was this southern city hunting ground able to invite such a talented demon? As some senior gamblers opened their mouths to explain one after another, the scene gradually quieted down. Though there are many losing gamblers who are always a little less comfortable in their hearts. But no evidence could be found that the hunting grounds were faked. They didn't dare to really make a scene, so they could only silently eat this dumb loss. Gentlemen, little brother Lu found the hunting ground on his own. We don't know him well enough. We'll readjust the odds for his future matches. The fat manager briefly explained a few sentences, and then directly walked off the high platform. More talk, more mistakes. As long as you're not caught red-handed. These guys who have long been addicted to gambling are not likely to leave here easily. That's human nature. Ha ha ha. Older brother Lu's heavenly talent. Old brother is really admired to the core. Just after returning to the backstage, the fat manager walked to Lu Chun with a big smile. Looks like old brother made a lot of money. Lu Chun smiled faintly and was in a rather good mood. Counting up, he'd had a pretty good day. At 110 odds, it's a straight-up tenfold profit for him. Originally there was only one demon core, but now it had easily turned into 10. No wonder gambling on such things was so addictive. Old brother Lu, this is your gambling money, as well as the dividends I gave you. The fat manager directly took out a parcel and handed it to Lu Chuan with a smile. In the future, old brother Lu, you can always come and patronize old brother's business. Older brother has a heart. I'll be practicing here for the next month. Lu Dust didn't politely accept the package calmly. Only after a moment did he open his mouth with a light smile and asked, "Oh, old brother, when the day of awakening comes, do you think I'll be famous?" That's natural with elder brother Lu's natural talent. I think it will definitely startle countless colleges and universities, the fat manager said without thinking. His words were not against his will. Not having been awakened yet, he was able to kill a forged body realm 3rd-grade Fey beast in a second, a situation that was absolutely rare in the world. Oh, in that case, then old brother can congratulate you in advance, old brother, for becoming the general manager of this hunting ground. HM? What does elder brother Lu mean by that? Hearing Lu Dust's bullheaded remarks, the fat manager couldn't help but freeze. General manager of the hunting ground? Let's just forget about it. Unless he could make the hunting ground's income directly increase by 1 or 2 times, he didn't even need to think about it. It's just not realistic, okay? The fat manager secretly shook his head, but did not take Lu Chen's words to heart. After all, he is just a child. How can he know how deep the water is? Why, if I'm famous, old brother can use the name of old brother to properly publicize your hunting grounds. For example, my strength, but it was honed out here. Lu Dust gently patted the fat manager's shoulder and smiled meaningfully, watching Lu Dust turn around and leave. The fat manager who slowly reacted to the situation. His eyes then erupted with an unprecedentedly intense color. Hey, 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 older brother, stay back. The fat manager hurriedly stopped Lu Chuan, directly from the storage ring, took out a 3rd realm demon core, and then said with a bitter smile on his face, "Lu old brother? My Lu old brother, ah, you can really?" The fat manager no longer knew what to say. He was a human being, so naturally he understood everything at once. If Lu Chuan really became famous, when the time came for him to publicize the hunting ground by using the name of Lu Chuan's training here, he would definitely attract a lot of new faces to come over and spend money. This vision is truly awesome. Talent, strength, and heart. Lu Chen's various behaviors were not at all like a high school student. How in the world was this kind of person cultivated? Even if the fat manager had seen more characters of all shapes and sizes, he had completely lost his contempt for the young Lu Chuan. Such a demon, the future was simply not something that someone at his level could come into contact with. So he also made a snap decision and went straight for the blood. The value of a 3rd realm demon core could be no less than 100 1st realm demon cores, which was considered to be full of sincerity. Lu old brother, also do not play with you false formal acquaintance. My name is Yang Biao, this demon core. Take it as old brother, I send you a meeting gift. If there is really that day, old brother absolutely let you satisfied. In that case, then old brother will be obliged. Elder brother Yang is a smart person, and old brother also likes to make friends with smart people the most. Lu Chuan put away the demon core and spoke calmly. Haha. Let's go. Old brother will personally see you off. The two just hooked up and walked out of the hunting grounds. There's one to say. This Yang Biaoyang, the manager, is indeed a talent. He was willing to invest his blood and money, and Lu Dust was in desperate need of resources, so it was a win-win situation to work with him. Chapter 11. Strength Increase. By the time I got home, it was late at night. Lu Dust is to take advantage of the mom fell asleep after sneaking out, back naturally tiptoe, afraid of being the family found anything unusual. Carefully returned to the bedroom. Only then did Lu Chuan impatiently open the package, revealing a satisfied smile. Do the math. He had bet himself to obtain 11 First Realm Demon Cores. There were also a full 50 First Realm Demon Cores in the dividend that Yang Biao gave him. In the end, he even gave him a Third Realm Demon Core for nothing. It's a proper bumper crop. Lu Chuan also didn't expect that he would be able to have such a great harvest on his first trip to the underground hunting ground. Of course, this is largely down to Yang Biao. He had given himself a share of 50 pieces, so he thought he had made a good profit. He said he was giving himself 20%, but who knows exactly how much he has earned. But Lu Dust wasn't eyeballing it either. If people are willing to pay blood money, then he should earn it, at least he is actually gaining benefits. 61 First Realm Demon Cores. Enough to get a good wave of strength for yourself. Eat, eat, eat. Lu Chuan revealed his bright snow-white teeth and picked up a demon core in one hand, which he directly swallowed into his stomach. After the fight, he was starving. Now that the demon core was in his stomach, it instantly gave him an indescribably great sense of satisfaction. Once a person is hungry, anything you eat can be delicious. Food simply can't satisfy his hunger. Only the demon core, only to let Lu Dust tangible, feel that he is in the eating. Sure, he was, after all, a normal human being, and this kind of hunger, it didn't have any effect on his body. It's just a feeling. It's like smoking. Even if you don't smoke it, it won't kill you. It will just make you feel bad. Phew, it's floating again. The bewildered Lu Chuan was as if his smoking addiction had been greatly satisfied, and his entire body was a bit fluttering. A golden glow emerged all over his body, a warm current that instantly surged to his internal organs. This made Lu Dust couldn't help but shudder. One more. Early the next morning, Lu Chuan climbed up from the bed with a refreshed look. Simply swinging his fist, the whistling wind of his fist had already vaguely hissed. Turn on void scanning. Ding! Name Lu Duan. Talent, Power of the Void SSS. Realm, Void Warrior, second turn. Blood, 600. Mental, 6. Martial Arts, Swept Shadow Gunnery S-Grade Great Achievement. Thunder Control S-Grade Great Achievement. Realm Breakthrough. The Chi and Blood were also enhanced twice as much. For an ordinary adult, the highest Chi and Blood was 10 points, and if he followed the calculations of the superpower system, his Chi and Blood value was already comparable to the 4th level of the Forging Realm. This was because even if a human superhuman was awakened, the maximum initial Chi Blood value would be 100 points. Can only be doubled with each minor realm breakthrough. While Lu Chuan was initially 300, the Chi and Blood of a warrior at the second turn was already straight ahead of the 4th level of the Forging Realm. This was also why he was able to easily kill a Realm 1 triple heavenly exotic beast in seconds. One can only say, the SSS ranked power of the Void was truly demonic and unrivaled, worthy of being a power from the Void. Although Lu Chuan still felt that he was always a normal human, once he followed this trend, the future him would definitely be a proper humanoid beast. Just hope it doesn't grow any weird tentacles. Of course, Lu Duan wouldn't know. His worries were simply redundant. The so-called void evolution was actually the evolution of oneself into a most perfect fighting form. The human race, on the other hand, is one of the most perfect fighting forms in this vast universe. To know, many foreign beasts had spent their entire lives, but they were trying to find ways to take human form. Mountains and seas descend, the void invades, and more. Various incidents are actually related to this aspect. It is necessary to know that the human race is naturally weak when they are just born, not to mention fighting against the foreign beasts. Even if they accidentally fall on a fall, it is possible to directly cool off. But it was such a human race that managed to stand in the Blue Star, and with only a short 10 years of growth, they were able to fight head-on against the great demons of the foreign race. With such growth potential, how many other ethnic groups can be compared to it? Superb intelligence is the strength of the human race. So after the recovery of the aura, the human race started an unprecedented superpower evolution. The power of heaven and earth is under its control. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning for their driving. This situation was like a brittle mage. Even if he was a superpower of the element of earth, he was essentially just manipulating the power of heaven and earth. And that tiny body hidden under the barrier of earth was still weak and frail. And the appearance of Ludum. Apparently it's time to start breaking the spell. Break through to the second turn. A total of 3 first realm demon cores were consumed by Lu Chun. According to the calculation of doubling chi and blood, for the next realm, 6 demon cores should be needed. 61 demon cores seemed like a lot, but in reality it wasn't quite enough to even break through to the 6th turn of a warrior. However, Lu Dust was in no hurry. For the next month, he was perfectly capable of going to the South City hunting ground once or twice a day. Even if the hunting grounds lowered the odds and he went back to betting on himself to win, he would always be able to get the resources he needed together. Actually, if he wanted to, he could have cooperated with Yang Biao and cut a few more waves of leaks. The odds can't get up in the first realm of the triple sky. What about the first realm of the 5th sky? What about the 6th heaven? Unfortunately, that's a bit of a flare-up. After all, on the surface, he was still just an ordinary student who had yet to be awakened. If the identity that has not yet been awakened, to decapitate the 5 or 6 heavens of the alien beast, I'm afraid that he is really possible, pulled by the researchers of the Superpower Alliance to be sliced. No way. His power of the void was still quite sensitive to the human race. Once exposed, no one could guarantee what the higher-ups of the Superpower Alliance would think of themselves. He is a genuine human race. He doesn't want to be defined as a heretic by some old antiques. This elemental power was a power from the heavens and earth, and the power of the void was likewise a power from the heavens and earth, and what difference could there be between the two essentially? Back to class. The little table is already in serious morning study. As usual, Lu Chuan took out 2 breakfasts, and before he turned his head to speak, Su Qingyan was the first to speak. Lu Chuan, did Andy make another extra one? Ha! Seeing Su Qingyan's smiling eyes, Lu Chuan scratched his head and could only answer honestly, well, it's actually something I brought for you on purpose. Oh, why did you bring it to me specifically? Su Qingyan slightly averted her head, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously hung a light smile. Lu Dust didn't know what to say. He had become acutely aware that his relationship with his young cohort was a bit delicate at the moment. Su Qingyan slightly skimmed her lips, but still took the lunchbox Lu Chun handed over. Thank you, Mr. Lu Chun. Hey, why does it feel a little weird to be called the little table? But wasn't that what they called it before? It doesn't seem that strange. Sleep. Looking at Lu Chun, who didn't even eat and fell asleep, Su Qingyan secretly sighed, somewhat distracted. Did he not have that in mind? Maybe he really just simply cares about his classmates? Su Qingyan, this is good enough. How can you be so greedy? But I really like him so much. Chapter 12. Successive breakthroughs showing your heart. The next month, Lu Dust's life gradually began to become busy. He just repeats 3 things every day. School and sleep early in the morning, drop off the youngest cohort in the afternoon, and then go on an underground hunt for money in the evening. 3 points, 1 line, extremely stable. A month down the line, his progress too is breathtaking. In order not to be suspected, he had, at first, only challenged the first realm triple sky Fey beasts. Straight out of the ring, he won 15 straight. Slowly. Gamblers have also learned the hard way to bet mindlessly on him to win whenever he makes an appearance. Yang Biao, the dealer, lost a lot of money as a result. Later on, once the 2 of them negotiated, they simply began to challenge the 4 heavens of the first realm Fey beasts. At that time, Lu Chun had long since broken through several realms in a row, officially breaking through the warrior's 6th turn. Not to mention the 4th sky of the first realm, even if it was the 8th sky of the first realm, he would still be able to easily kill it in seconds. However, in order to make a play later on, he could only keep his strength suppressed at the level of a warrior 2nd turn. So much so that it also led to him bruising himself every time he came home. The good thing was that his ability to recover was quite amazing. Every time he was injured, all he needed to do was to eat a few demon cores, sleep beautifully, and be alive and well again the next day. So, even his old mom, Lu Jing, hadn't been able to notice anything unusual about him. Lu Chun, who had swallowed the last 3rd realm demon core, opened his eyes violently. After a month of hard work, he finally broke through the 9th turn. Just the night before the day of awakening, The goal set at the beginning was successfully accomplished. Name Lu Duan. Talent, Power of the Void SSS. Realm, Void Warrior 9th turn. Chi and Blood, 2700. Mental 6. Martial Arts, Swept Shadow Gunnery S grade Great Achievement. Thunder Control S grade Great Achievement. Hu. Lu Chen exhaled a long, turbid breath. The berserk power, which kept churning inside him, gave him an impulse that made him want to find someone to fight with, to know. Even a genius supernaturalist with SSS talent would only be able to, at most, break through their chi and blood to the limit of the 1000 blood mark at the forging body realm. And breaking through 1000 blood means ascension. This is the highest standard of the body forging realm. Perfectly rooted, the vision is in its infancy. Those who can make it this far are all not geniuses. Take Su Qingyan. Her talent, the SSS level extreme ice power. In her previous life, she had successfully broken through the 1000 blood mark, and eventually her physical abilities had sublimated, achieving the visionary ice jade sacred body. Under the baptism of frost, her body was like white jade, holy and flawless. Every inch of skin became white as snow. That was the beginning of her journey towards transformation. The Lu Chuan of his previous life, however, had also triggered a shocking heaven and earth anomaly because of his special talent. Unfortunately, he didn't get much of a tangible benefit. Good on. In this life, he has been extraordinary. Before he had even awakened, his body, already, had undergone an earth-shattering change. With the help of void scanning, he could clearly see that within his body, there was clearly a golden radiance flowing unceasingly. Even every drop of blood. It was all already faintly glowing with a golden sheen. He wasn't sure if he was considered a metamorphosis or only a half-baked metamorphosis. But his chi blood, it was already only pushing the 3000 mark. With such a physique, one could basically kill all nascent soul-second heavenly superhuman beings in seconds. Tisk. Surely it's time to start turning into a monster? Lu Chen collected his power and sighed slightly. Forget it. Take one step at a time. It's awakening day, so don't be late. After simply washing up, Lu Duan put on his school bag and returned to school on time. A month of grinding. It made Lu Chen vaguely feel like he had regained heaven. It's still a good campus. Teenage girls were laughing and pairing up, and there was a well-behaved little table mate waiting for him. It's just that there's been something strange about the little table lately. Su Qingyan, what are you always avoiding me for? On the playground, Lu Dust caught a glimpse of his little table mate who was trying to avoid him. I didn't. Su Qingyan's eyes were lowered, and although her tone was as gentle as ever, there was a faint sense of detachment. This inexplicably made Lu Chen feel a little less comfortable. What the hell is wrong with you lately? Lu Chuan subconsciously wanted to rub the hair of his little cohort, but she dodged it in time. What? The little table. Are you serious about the half-step back move? Lu Chuan. You. Su Qingyan suddenly raised her head, her charming eyes watery and misty, overflowing with aggression. She didn't finish the rest of her sentence, just wiped her tears and quickly ran away. What do you exactly think I am? Can you be honest with me? If you don't like me, can you stop messing with me? I really will not be able to resist. Who wants to be this unexplained, big bad? Exclamation point. Lu Chen's expression froze in place for a while. The little cohort just had such a complicated look in their eyes. There is aggression and attachment, and a faint touch of disappointment. Finally, he came to his realization. Must have been wrestling in the underground hunting grounds lately and somewhat neglecting her little cohort, so she was unhappy. Apologize. Must apologize. At that thought, Lu Chen also hurriedly chased after him. So it's really not unreasonable to be treated like a dog in a previous life. Follow the direction Su Qingyan left. Lu Chuan quickly found his little deskmate who was hiding behind the stone steps and secretly crying in the small garden behind the teaching building. Badass. Idiot. Never pay attention to you again. Woo-hoo. That. Walking up behind Su Qingyan, Lu Chuan scratched his head somewhat helplessly. Little tablemate, I'm sorry. What did you do to follow? Su Qingyan raised her head slightly, her pear blossoms dripping with rain. You. Small table. Lu Chuan squatted in front of Su Qingyan and said with a serious face, although I don't know where I made you angry, but I really like you. Hey, can we be together? Woo-hoo. Hearing this, Su Qingyan couldn't help but tremble, and then without hesitation, she jumped into Lu Chen's arms. Jesus. He was finally willing to say the words. I like you too, brother Lu Duan. Love it, love it. After showing her feelings, Su Qingyan cried more and more aggrieved. I am really afraid of losing you. But I am just a poor worm who is bullied and does not dare to fight back. I'm afraid that if I tell you, I'll lose even my little tablemate's status. Not at all. Lu Chen gently hugged Su Qingyan's soft and delicate body. You are the strongest girl. This girl who had killed the extraterrestrial foreign races was really not weak. Her sick grandmother is her only weakness. At this point in her life, she didn't even dare to be a little bit capricious. Because she was the sole breadwinner in that raggedy little family. So she had to put up with the bullying. Don't dare invite a single bit of trouble for grandma. Ludum remembers, when she awakened in her previous life, Su Qingyan, without saying a word, beat all of her classmates who had once bullied her, in front of the entire school. It didn't kill anyone, but it was revenge. This ended up being a non-issue due to her being an SSS talent. So don't look at Su Qingyan, who was well behaved in front of Lu Chen. In fact, not only was she a cool character, she was also very vindictive. Dare to love and hate, grudge to grudge. This is the real Su Qingyan. How can a girl who dared to face monsters head-on with a kitchen knife to protect her grandmother be really weak? Alright, don't cry. Stop crying and you'll turn into a kitten. Lu Chuan cupped Su Qingyan's face and incomparably gently dried her tears. I'll be your backer from now on. I'll never leave you, remember? Well, I'll remember that, and you're not allowed to lie to me. Su Qingyan finally broke into tears. But in the next second, she felt a little ashamed and hurriedly buried her head into Lu Chen's arms. Both were incredibly greedy for each other's embrace. Can't wait for this time to stop forever. Chapter 13. Gu Yanran is here again. After placating Su Qingyan, the two returned to the school playground together. Lu Chuan walked in front of him in a spirited manner, while Su Qingyan followed behind him with her eyes lowered. It's a girl after all, although the mutual understanding of the heart, but the face of the reddish Su Qingyan, or some shyness, do not dare in public and Lu Chen show too close. Lu Chuan. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. Why are you only here now? Just as Lu Chuan was reminiscing about the warm embrace of his little deskmate, the school flower, Gu Yanran, was suddenly blocking the way. Her outfit today was a bit on the imperialist side. With light makeup on her face and a hint of flirtation in her innocence, she did have the capital to be proud of her looks alone. But neither has spoken in a month. Lu Duan thought she had put it down a long time ago. I didn't expect her to jump back in at this juncture. Where I go, what does it have to do with you? Lu Chuan was too lazy to bother with this wolfish face. We're not familiar. Hurry up and get out of the way. What's wrong with you? Gu Yanran pursed her lips, aggravated. It's been a month. Although she didn't take the initiative to look for Lu Chen, she had been silently watching him. Watching him bring Su Qingyan food and watching him send Su Qingyan home made her heart feel bad. These treats could have been hers. What about me? Lu Chuan decisively pulled Su Qingyan's small hand and said in a cold tone, Gu Yanran, I was blind in the past. I admit it, but I have a girlfriend now. And don't you ever come back to me again. I'm afraid Qingyan will misunderstand. You, what did you say? Seeing the two holding hands, Gu Yanran's complexion stiffened and immediately pointed at Su Qingyan and said in a trembling voice, just because of her? Lu Chuan, don't you dare lie to me. I admit, I wasn't very nice to you before, but you don't have to find just anyone to piss me off, do you? She's like a beggar, is that necessary? Hearing this, Su Qingyan's gaze flickered slightly, and she wanted to retort, but in the end, she forced herself to lower her head. It wasn't that she didn't want to retort. It was just that the whole class had a deep understanding of how good Lu Chen had been to Gu Yanran over the past few years. She didn't dare to think if what Gu Yanran said was true. Pop! But what Su Qingyan never expected was that in the next second, Lu Chen actually directly flung Gu Yanran a slap. You hit me? Gu Yanran covered her cheeks and staggered back, her eyes full of unbelief. You actually hit me for her? It's you that's fighting. Lu Chuan's tone was cold, and his eyes were indifferent. Who made your mouth stink? Ah, Lu Duan. I'll never forgive you in my life. You're going to regret this. Gu Yanran cried. She didn't understand why a nice person changed so quickly. The Lu Chuan of the past was not like this, but only Lu Duan knew that. How scary is someone like Gu Yanran? In the name of loving you, They take from you endlessly and don't know how to give it all. Absolute egoist. In her previous life, she had awakened an S-rank talent, but in 10 years together, she'd barely had the blood of the Fae on her hands. The reason was that she felt that was too violent and didn't fit her innocent and kind persona. Almost all of her resources were obtained for her by Lu Chun, who had fought tooth and nail for her, though she wasn't so dogged as to be like the version T0 fairies, hanging on to Lu Dust while messing around outside. But she had never given anything to Lu Chun either. She just took it for granted, enjoying Lu Chen's kindness to her. That alone would be fine. Lu Chun had loved her and naturally did not need her in return. But the moment she personally pushed Lu Chun towards the foreign beast, that Lu Chun, who had once loved Gu Yanran unconditionally, was dead. This kind of person is actually more scary than version T0, because she'll make you think she loves you. Maybe you won't even find out until the moment you die. Of course, if you don't know the truth for the rest of your life, are you at least getting false happiness? After all, this has been commonplace since the dawn of mankind. Husbands and wives are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble. The thing about human nature is that most of it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. So having lived a new life, Lu Chun had long since looked down on everything. Give to those who deserve it. Paying for the people who love you. Once you are injured, then stop in time. It's cool without being too deep. This is the way to live a life that doesn't leave too many regrets. He won't regret it. Su Qingyan suddenly raised her head and looked straight at Gu Yanran and said coldly, "Because I'm stronger than you. You? Better than me." Gu Yanran laughed in exasperation, pointing at the whitewashed clothes on Su Qing. "A beggar like you can only be a beggar for the rest of your life." Pop! Following Lu Chun hitting the right side of Gu Yanran's face, Su Qingyan slapped again, hitting Gu Yanran on top of the left side of her face. "I'm not afraid of you anymore, Gu Yanran." Su Qingyan clutched Lu Duan's big warm hand. "Because I know that he belongs to me now." Su Qingyan. Lu Chuan. Gu Yanran covered her cheeks with a frantic expression. "I'll remember today's humiliation. You'll see." Watching Gu Yanran leave in a mess, Lu Chuan couldn't help but skim his mouth. "Sish, who wouldn't know how to put out harsh words? I still don't know her? Nothing but a useless vase." Eh? Seeing Su Qingyan suddenly letting go of her big hand and walking forward sullenly, Lu Chun was a bit confused. "Why are you still angry? Did I say something wrong? A woman's heart. A needle in the bottom of the sea. Is it true that after getting me, the true colors of the Iceberg Empress will be revealed? Come on. Give me back my well-behaved little cohort." P.S. Classes are in session for the Sea King mini-class. Question 1. Why is the young cohort angry? With the passage of time, the awakening ceremony has also officially begun. The playground. The teachers were methodical, organizing the students in their respective classes, one after another, towards the awakening hall. So soon it was the turn of Lu Chen's class 6. Lu Dust was well aware that the quality of the supernaturals awakened this term was the highest ever in Southwest Academy. There were no less than 10 S-ranked superpower gifted people alone. There are actually 2 more SS classes and 1 SSS class. Su Qingyan was the only SSS-ranked talent in this class of students. But Lu Dust was not envious at all. His talent, the Thunder Seed, was only the most common D rank, but its growth potential was no weaker than any SSS rank. Plus the same SSS-ranked power of the Void. It's safe to say, on the talent piece alone, he could basically be declared invincible. Next group, Gu Yanran, Chun Feng. Chun Feng? Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly and was immediately attracted to the name. If memory serves, what Chun Feng had awakened then was the SS-grade superpower talent, Blizzard Blade. The reason why I remember it so well, it was because in his last life, this Chun Feng had been secretly in love with Gu Yanran. Only, not yet awakened before, Lu Dust is the class of the chaos of the devil, students who do not want to mess with him. So this Chun Feng has not been afraid to confess to Gu Yanran. Then he awakened his SS rank talent, and instantly felt like the sky cleared, the rain stopped, and he seemed to be able to walk again. So he made his feelings clear to Gu Yanran on the spot. Unfortunately, he had bullied Su Qingyan, and before he could pretend to be a bully in front of Lu Chuan, he was beaten into the hospital by Su Qingyan, who had awakened her SSS grade talent right after him. It was also because, at that time, Gu Yanran did not agree to Chun Feng's pursuit and remained closer to him. A waste, who had only awakened a D-grade talent. It was the touched Lu Chuan that became dead center. Now think carefully. Mostly wishful thinking too. Gu Yanran was a person who valued her reputation. And although she hadn't chosen Qin Feng at that time, she hadn't agreed to be with herself either. Just give yourself a prism. Later on, Lu Duan worked hard to get ahead and made rapid progress. The willingness to give up any resource to Gu Yanran, which slowly impressed her heart. Now that I think about it, if Gu Yanran really liked him, how could she have hung on to him for 3 whole years? So she was never a favorite. She was just used to having a Lu dust around her. Really like it. It's totally palpable. For example, Su Qingyan. She would have even wanted to take the initiative to confess if her family wasn't so poor that it caused her to have some low self-esteem. That's what love is all about. Really love you. And where is the reserve of a daughter? Chapter 14. Obsessive Gu Yanran. Buzz. As Gu Yanran and Qin Feng and the others entered. Above the Hall of Awakening, 2 pillars of light, one green and one blue, instantly shot up into the sky. A few moments later, the pillar of light exploded and transformed into a vision. Within a 10-mile radius, a blistering storm began to manifest. The teachers and students on the playground also erupted in a strong gasp at this moment. Vision transformation. Who is it that has awakened another S rank or higher talent? A student from class 6. I think it must be schoolgirl Gu without a doubt. That's not right. This vision contains both the wind and water attributes, so the person who awakened the S rank or higher talent is actually 2 people. Hiss, it's worthy of being a top class. Too fierce. Is it really a storm? Hey! Quite the pairing. As he watched the vision slowly dissipate, Lu Chun looked puzzled. It was the same in the last life. Gu Yanyan's supernatural talent was none other than the S-ranked overwhelming water, which was a perfect match for that Chun Feng's blizzard blade. Lu Chuan, I've awakened my S-class talent. It's not too late for you to regret. As long as you stop dating Su Qingyan and apologize to me properly, I can forgive you once. Soon, Gu Yanyan, who had finished her awakening, came to Lu Chun in a high and mighty manner. Behind her, he was also followed by a dark-skinned youth, the very same Qin Feng who had never dared to hang around in front of Lu Dust before. You! Su Qingyan's gaze condensed slightly, her pink fists clenched. When she was about to say something, Lu Chun took a step ahead and pulled her wrist. Does it matter to me what talent you awaken? I'm not you, and my relationship with Qingyan is not as fragile as you think. Lu Duan. Qin Feng just confessed his love for me. He's an SS grade talent and is destined to become a top leader of the human race in the future. I'll give you one last chance. As long as you apologize and stay away from Su Qingyan, the beggar, I can forget about what happened before. Gu Yanran's eyes were slightly red. For once, she wasn't pretending. She realized that she had long since become accustomed to Lu Chen's presence since he began to alienate her. So even though she had awakened her S-class talent, she didn't want to lose Lu Chen just like that. Or rather, it could also be that she's not happy to have her lickspittle taken away from her by a loser who's being bullied by the whole class. Ludum is hers. He can only be good to himself. Since he has confessed to you, just say yes to him. Aren't you two quite compatible? Lu Chen didn't want to pay attention to Gu Yanran at all. Being pestered by her like this, Lu Chen only felt annoyed. No one knew better than Lu Chen what kind of person she, Gu Yanyan, really was. To put it nicely, it's called selfishness. To put it bluntly, he's just an undercooked white wolf. In her world, it seemed as if other people were always deserving of her goodness, and thinking about Lu Chuan made her feel sick to her stomach. A princess disease that he was definitely not serving. Lu Chun. Gu Yanyan was a bit furious and couldn't stop her tears from starting to pour out. What exactly do you want me to do? Where have I wronged you? Isn't it just that I rejected your confession before? What more do you want from me now that I've said yes? Putting aside the point that Gu Yanran had personally pushed herself into the abyss in her previous life, in this life, she indeed hadn't yet had time to do those things that she was sorry for. The only thing that made Lu Chen feel strange was that with Gu Yanran's proud character, how could she be so persistent? I really didn't see that at all in my last life. Gu Yanyan, there is no possibility for me and you. Not now and not in the future. Speaking of which, Lu Chen tightly clasped Su Qingyan's small hand and purposely raised it in front of Gu Yanran. Don't bother us again in the future. It's quite annoying to be honest. Good, very good. Lu Chen, you really think I have no one, right? Gu Yanran smiled miserably and suddenly turned her head to look at Qin Feng. You just said you want to be with me? Is that true? Of course it's true. Yanran, I've awakened my SS grade talent. My future accomplishments are unlimited. He, Lu Chuan, doesn't deserve you. I'll definitely be good to you for the rest of my life. Chun Feng, who was on the side, hurriedly assured him. He had been secretly in love with Gu Yanyan for a long time, before he could only hide in the corner and watch Gu Yanyan get close to Lu Chun. But now, everything was different. He, Chun Feng, stood up completely. There was nothing to fear from a violent maniac like Lu Duan. Okay, I promise, Gu Yanran said with an expressionless face. However, out of the corner of his eye, he was always secretly observing Lu Duan's reaction. Seeing him without a ripple, Gu Yanran instantly became even more angry. Really? Chun Feng was instantly overjoyed, and hurriedly pulled Gu Yanyan's hand, saying pleasingly, Yanyan, don't worry. When I try to cultivate for a while longer, you'll realize the gap between me and him, and I'll always be good to you in the future. Pop! Gu Yanyan raised her hand and slapped Chun Feng's face heavily, directly dumbfounding the man. I only promised to give you the chance to pursue me. Who allowed you to touch me? Coldly dropping such a sentence, Gu Yanran left without looking back. That's right, this is the real Gu Yanran. Never a scene, eyes only for himself. Lu Chuan even somewhat sympathized with that Chun Feng. But damn this princess disease. You wait for me. Chun Feng, who had been slapped, glared viciously at Lu Chuan, and then was scrambling to chase after Gu Yanran in the direction she had left. I'm sorry, Yanran. It's because I'm being abrupt, so forgive me once, will you? Land dust. Nuts. Idiot. Su Qingyan, who was on the side, also couldn't help but curse. Seeing that Lu Chuan looked at himself with some surprise, Su Qingyan suddenly lowered her head again with some panic. I'm not. Nice cussing. Little tablemate. Lu Dust had a pleased look on his face. Huh? Yeah, right. Su Qingyan's small face reddened, but deep inside, she couldn't help but start secretly blaming herself. Su Qingyan, you're such a big dummy. Brother Luck Chun is already standing up for you. Why don't you just be a good boy? How can you lose your temper so much in front of him? Woohoo! What should we do? Is my image ruined? The farce is over. Lu Chen turned his head and approached the class teacher Lu Yunqi. Old class, let's discuss something. It's Lu Duan. What's the matter with you? Lu Yunqi had been counting the list of students who had awakened their talents at the back and hadn't noticed what was happening in front of her. I want to be in a group with Su Qingyan's classmates. Lu Dust spoke calmly. In his last life, Lu Chuan hadn't been able to team up with either of Gu Yanran or Su Qingyan. At that time, when this blistering vision came out, the entire school, all of a sudden, felt that Gu Yanyan and Chun Feng were the natural pair. Although Lu Chen had long since stopped caring about Gu Yanran. But he didn't want his younger counterpart to be pressed into service. One's own talent, the Thunder Seed, although it was only D rank, due to its special nature, when it was first awakened, the visions it produced could be no weaker than an SSS-ranked superpower talent. And Su Qingyan's extreme ice power, which belonged to the mutant water attribute, naturally contrasted with Gu Yanran. It's a storm, isn't it? How normal it is to have a windy day when it's raining. This time, he just wanted the whole school to take a good look at who was really a natural pair with whom. Chapter 15. Lightning and Thunder, Thousands of Miles of Ice. Next group, Lu Chuan, Su Qingyan. Hearing the teacher's call, Lu Chuan and Su Qingyan glanced at each other with a tacit understanding. Don't worry, little cohort. Talent is important. But there are more important things in a person's life than talent. Seeing Su Qingyan a little nervous, Lu Chuan immediately whispered a word of relief in her ear. Something more important? Su Qingyan looked at Lu Chuan with some bewilderment. Right? Lu Chuan spoke rightfully. As far as I'm concerned, you're more important than talent. So if we have talent, then we'll cultivate together and fight side by side. If we don't have the talent, let's just seclude ourselves in the fields and take it easy. As long as you don't mind, I'm fine with it. Well, hearing Lu Chuan's insights on life, Su Qingyan instantly brightened her beautiful eyes with radiance. I don't mind. I'm still afraid that you'll mind me. After saying that, she lowered her head again a little shyly. I'll do anything as long as it's you. So what if one of us has talent and one of us doesn't? Will you just not want me? Su Qingyan suddenly thought of something and said with a somewhat downcast look, Gu Yanran, she's very gifted. No way, no way. Lu Chen feigned surprise as he looked at Su Qingyan. Is that what student Su Qingyan originally thought? If I don't have talent, or if my talent is bad, are you going to abandon me and go find that Chinfeng? I didn't. Su Qingyan instantly became anxious. Her clear eyes filled with mist. You're talking nonsense. Oh, then it seems I misunderstood. If it's really what you say, then it'll be your turn to protect me from now on, little cohort. Looking at Lu Duan's flirtatious bad smile, Su Qingyan didn't get angry, but instead nodded seriously and said, well, no matter what, we won't separate. Huh? Ludum felt like he was being teased again. He originally wanted to use a joking tone to make Su Qingyan relax, who knew that his little cohort was so truthful. It's true that sincerity is the way to go. Good. Then we will never separate. Lu Chun smiled gently and tightly clasped Su Qingyan's small hand. It's in the middle of a crowded playground. Being held by Lu Chun in such a reckless manner, the shyness of a young girl made Su Qingyan unable to resist her red cheeks. But she didn't break free. Instead, with the same force, she clenched Lu Chuan's big, warm hand. You give me favoritism and I'll give you a response. I will always stand by your side, no matter when or where. Walking into the Hall of Awakening, Lu Chuan and the others quickly found a good position to sit on their knees under the teacher's guidance. After casting Su Qingyan a reassuring look, the two of them collected their thoughts and closed their eyes one after another. Buzz! This awakening seemed extraordinarily long. After about a quarter of an hour or so, in the sky above the entire hall, the party erupted into two dazzling and incomparable pillars of light, one white and one blue. It was the ultimate white, with blues interspersed with pale gold. Rumble! Dark clouds gathered quickly, and thunder rumbled through the heavens and the earth. The entire sky began to become cloudy, and countless teachers and students raised their heads in shock, completely unable to believe what kind of talent it was that could induce such a vision. Ka-ching! There were thunder arcs that descended from the sky, tearing through the void. Within the thunderclouds, black clouds surged, and the hissing sound of a mysterious beast was faintly heard. It was as if it was going to destroy this heaven and earth. A few moments later, hail began to fall in the sky, thunderstorms and coldness. Finally, the thunder ceased, and the behemoth hid. However, the clouds were slow to dissipate, and the piercing coldness that still enveloped this part of the world. Even the teachers and students on the playground couldn't help but feel a chill. It was just a vision, but it seemed so real. There were endless snowflakes slowly falling in a 1,000-mile radius. Immediately after, each snowflake began to condense into ice. Eventually, within 1,000 miles, all of them were frozen, as if all living beings, at this moment, were frozen to extinction. A vision of 1,000 miles. There is an SSS-grade superpower talent that was born in our academy. Class 6 again? Geez, Class 6 is really too 6. Who awakened the SSS-ranked talent? Is it too late for me to go hug my thigh? Buddy, I advise you not to think about it. This kind of genius will have a chance to be sealed as an emperor in the future. What's wrong with sealing an emperor? Don't great emperors have feelings? Why can't it be me if you're going to get married anyway? Oh, thou shalt relieve thyself in a small way on the ground, and illuminate it with a drowning, so that thou mayest know its disease and solve its confusion. And then thou shalt be ashamed of thyself, and ashamed to see me, and then hang thyself from the southwestern branch. Crap. Big brother, you're in literature, right? Does that? Take on disciples. Take no clowns. Not only were the students talking, but the teachers were completely abuzz. When the academy produced a demon with SSS grade talent, all of them, the teachers, would be able to receive a substantial bonus. Especially Ryu Yunshi, who was the homeroom teacher. Mr. Lu, congratulations. Hey, how is Mr. Wang talking? Call the director. Oh yes.
Director Rayu.
Mr. Lu, are you free for dinner tonight? South City Grand Restaurant. My treat. Congratulations in advance on your high promotion. Everyone disperse. I have to go see my students and find out what they want to volunteer for college. Lu Yunshi, who was surrounded by the enthusiasm of the teachers, was a bit tired of fighting back and hurriedly found a reason to leave in a hurry. With a heavenly child in her class, it was clear that her future days would not be too peaceful. Reporting to the principal, after testing, student Su Qingyan's talent is the SSS-ranked Ice Control Talent Extreme Ice Power. Well. This control type talent is not rare. Our student Su Qingyan is destined to become a pillar of the human race in the future. In the awakening hall, the principal Wang Huayan, who presided over the awakening ceremony, was on the verge of smiling crookedly. A heaven's pride with superb control abilities was often more valuable on large battlefields than most combat-oriented heaven's prides, because such a character can completely control the whole scene from the rear, greatly reducing the pressure of the front generals in combat. Actually, on the day Su Qingyan was crowned emperor, she had indeed also become the spiritual leader of the 9th Allied Army, having led the 9th Allied Army and made great achievements on the battlefields outside the domain. If she hadn't taken the initiative to kill for the sake of Lu Chun, her future would only have been more brilliant. Headmaster student Lu Chuan's talent has also been analyzed, and after several comparisons, the strength of his talent can only be judged as a D grade. What? Is there an error in the instrument? How can a vision that powerful be a D grade? Wang Huayan couldn't help but frown. He had witnessed, with his own eyes, the astonishing pillar of light that erupted from within Lu Chen's body. That dazzling degree, not the slightest bit weaker than Su Qingyan, and even vaguely stronger by a few points. Headmaster, it's been checked many times. It's a D grade, and there's no abnormality in the testing instruments. Ugh! This? Wang Huayan looked at Lu Chun, who was in a calm demeanor, and for a moment, he didn't know what he should say. It's okay, Principal, I feel fine. Lu Chuan had a relaxed face, but deep inside, he was considering whether or not to directly tease out the special nature of the Thunder Seed. His situation is unprecedented. Once exposed, it's all about risk and reward. I'm afraid that it won't just be the human race that will be staring at them at that time. After all, those extraterrestrial races weren't stupid. They would never, ever allow such a heretic as themselves to exist. Before he had completely grown up, he really didn't want to be too flashy. It's just yourself, and that's okay. But there was no guarantee that Su Qingyan would be implicated. In his previous life, it was for Gu Yanyan, and in this life, he naturally didn't want to see Su Qingyan because of himself being assassinated and targeted by those extraterrestrial foreign races. Growable talents. This kind of heaven-defying potential was no longer something that could be simply described by the words heavenly pride. As long as he didn't die in the middle, he could get infinitely stronger. So it was fine to say it or not, he didn't have to rely on anyone anyway, and sooner or later he would be able to ask for the top of the human race. It's just a different speed in time. Brother Lu Chuan, I will always accompany you. Su Qingyan took the initiative to grip Lu Chuan's big hand tightly and smiled sweetly. Whether you have talent or not, in short, wherever you go, I will go, and I will never leave you. Student Su Qingyan. Lu Yunqi, who hurriedly arrived, saw this scene and immediately frowned. You're an SSS grade talent, destined to become a leader of the human race in the future. This is your destiny. You must not choose to escape. Yes, student Su Qingyan. Wang Huayan also hurriedly discouraged. Lu Chuan's talent is destined to become only an ordinary person. You two have no future. The principal knows what you youngsters think, but reality is reality. You're not from the same world, so you might as well get it over with sooner rather than later while you're not in too deep. Lu Chuan, you don't want to delay the future of Su Qingyan's classmates because of yourself, do you? What about the human race? What does it have to do with me? Su Qingyan's face, completely cold. When I was bullied by my classmates, when my grandmother was too sick to take medicine, when I couldn't eat and couldn't afford to go to school, where were you all? Talking to me about destiny and all that now, Mr. Ryu. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? My world is so small that it can't fit the entire human race, and I'm not that great, so if I have to say anything about destiny, then Brother Lu Chuan is my destiny. Whoever tries to separate me from Lu Chun is my enemy, including you, Teacher Lu. Hearing Su Qingyan's domineering declaration, Lu Chuan was moved for a moment. Was this unbridled favoritism? No reasoning with you, nor will they be kidnapped by anything. Aya, Su Qingyan students, there is no need to make a scene like this. I and Lu teacher too, although the words are difficult to listen to a little, but we are also for your sake. If you insist on doing so, we will not force you to what? Wang Huayan hurriedly stepped forward to round off the conversation. Although he was the principal, he didn't dare to easily offend the promising student in front of him. In case she holds a grudge in the future, she only needs to say one word, her so-called principal more or less will be the end of the job. Forget it, little tablemate. Seeing Su Qingyan still wanting to say something, Lu Chun pulled her back in time. I already understand your attitude. Next, just leave it to me. Good. Su Qingyan smiled nicely and said no more. Her trust and favoritism towards Lu Chun was not at all concealed. But neither Wang Huayan nor Lu Yunqi had apparently been able to realize this yet. Chapter 16, Voluntary Confession. Principal, Mr. Ryu. Lu Chen raised his eyes and spoke with a firm tone. Qingyan and I, it is absolutely impossible to separate. Seeing that both of their expressions became embarrassed, Lu Chen just smiled coldly and was somewhat disappointed inside. He still had quite a bit of respect for Ryu Yunqi. After all, she was always responsible for her students. I hadn't realized that she could moralize. With all due respect, one of you is a highly respected principal and one of you is a teacher of teachers, so you deserve to be much better at this aspect of education than I am. But why, because of a so-called SSS rank talent, have you become black and white? Since you guys think that talent determines everything, then I'd like to ask, Headmaster, since Su Qingyan is the future pillar of the human race, it's not too much to give her 50% of all the resources that you obtain every year, right? Teacher Lu, you said that she is the future leader of the human race. So shouldn't you also immediately declare your allegiance to her and unconditionally follow her orders? Could it be that you also want to escape? As long as you guys can do it, it's not impossible for me to leave Su Qingyan, right? The more Lu Dust said. Wang Huayan and Lu Yunqi's faces became more and more unsightly, and for a moment, they were actually somewhat dumbfounded by Lu Chuan's dislike. In the end, it was Wang Huayan who couldn't keep his face up and coldly rebuked, "That's enough. Lu Chuan, one size does not fit all. These things, can they be mixed up? You're a D-rank talent. What use are you besides becoming a liability to Su Qingyan?" Fart. Lu Chun did not give Wang Huayan any face at all, and directly chose to stick his face open. What makes you decide that I'm a liability to her? Millions of generals on the frontier, countless D-rank talents, are they all useless trash? Without them, you can still hide in the back and teach in peace? I think you're really sick. You're reckless. Wang Huayan was completely taut. All over his body, a terrifying gale force erupted, directly crushing towards Lu Chun. If you dare to hurt him a bit, I will make you pay back 100 times over in the future. Su Qingyan did not hesitate to stand in front of Lu Chun. If you have the ability, you can kill me too. You guys. Wang Huayan dispelled his spiritual energy and instantly came to his senses. At the same time, the whole thing was a bit dumbfounded. He never thought that a good big happy event would develop to this point right now. Now he was really riding a tiger. He didn't dare to really take action against Su Qingyan, or else the entire human race would no longer have a foothold for him. But even if he immediately softened, he had already left an indelible bad impression on Su Qingyan. Just thinking about it made him regret it. Why do you have to talk so much about this? He was just too happy, so he stood up to reality and persuaded Su Qingyan for a bit. Who knew that Luck Chun carried such a heavy weight in her heart? Sorry, I was out of line. Weighing in. Wang Huayan still chose to bow his head, even though the ones standing in front of him were only two juniors who had just awakened. Lu Chun, Qingyan, teacher also apologizes to you. No matter what, teacher shouldn't have meddled in your personal matters. Lu Yunqi also lowered her head in some shame. The words that Lu Chuan had just spoken had triggered her to think deeply. She had only intended to stand on the sidelines, wanting to maximize Su Qingyan's benefits. However, he forgot that Su Qingyan was a living, breathing human being, not a tool for the strength of the human race. She has feelings and possesses a mind of her own. No one is in a position to force her to do anything. Alas, Wang Huayan sighed and said with some discouragement, "Children, in the last 100 years, the human race has had more than its fair share of internal strife, and the borders are in jeopardy. There's a lot of pressure on our school administration as well. Now that it's so hard to produce such a heavenly pride as Su Qingyan, we naturally don't want any changes to happen to her, not even if it's just a possibility. Put it this way, do you understand? Land dust. Of course I know." Lu Chuan's expression eased a little. It's natural to care about different things from different perspectives. What Lu Chen cared about was Su Qingyan. He would not let his treasure girl be held hostage by anyone. But having awakened the SSS grade talent, it did and is destined for Su Qingyan to not be able to live the life of an ordinary person. The amount of pressure and responsibility that needed to be placed on her shoulders was enough to take anyone's breath away. So Lu Dust had also figured out a lot. If he chose to conceal his talent, it would be easy for himself, but Su Qingyan would inevitably be stared at by countless pairs of eyes. As it is, it would be better to take the initiative to bear his girl, just be quiet behind him and be a little follower. All the raging storms, he would take them all. In this life, it was his intention to take the initiative anyway. then what's there to hide? It would be better to push all the way across so that all the races in the heavens would be afraid of him and tremble for him. Headmaster, in fact, my talent is very special. It's a growable talent. As long as there are more than enough resources, even an SSS grade talent is not necessarily my limit. Since he had decided not to hide anymore, Lu Chun had nothing to dwell on and directly chose to confess everything. My vision, you saw it with your own eyes. If you guys don't believe me, you can find 1 or 2 heavenly materials that harbor the lightning attribute, and I'll prove my potential to you. What did you say? Hearing this, Wang Huayan and Lu Yunqi all froze on the spot. The shock in his heart was even longer to be calmed. Only after a long time did Wang Huayan's eyes blaze as he looked at Lu Chuan. Are you saying that your talent can grow into an SSS grade talent or even surpass it? Of course. Seeing Wang Huayan dumbfounded in place, Lu Chuan couldn't help but skim his mouth and said, I'm a person who holds grudges. What you offended me today, I don't. Mr. Lu, Genius Lu. Wang Huayan was the same as Yang Biao at the time. His attitude instantly made a 180-degree turn. It's because I didn't recognize you two were born for each other, right? In the future, if anyone dares to talk nonsense, I will be the first to hammer him. Ha! Lu Dust clasped his hands on his chest, his face expressionless. Your current face is so annoying. Aya, if you really don't feel relieved, why don't you just slap me twice more, Lu? Wang Huayan is considered to completely not want to lose face. Heh. Face is worth a few bucks. If Lu Chun really awakened a special talent that could surpass the SSS level, the head of the government would have to personally make him a cup of tea when he saw him. Lu Dust's head was filled with black lines and he was bellyaching. Actually, I still like the way you've just been unruly. Why don't you recover a bit? I can prove my potential anytime I want, but I have a prerequisite if I am to serve the people with all my heart. What prerequisites? Seeing that several people, including Su Qingyan, had turned their gazes to themselves, Lu Qin calmly spoke. I want you all to build up momentum for me. What do you mean? Wang Huayan was a little hard of hearing. That's literally it. Not only am I not keeping it a secret, I want you guys to help me publicize my natural ability, preferably to the entire Fey race to know about me. What? No way. Absolutely not. You're being ridiculous. Wang Huayan and Lu Yunqi changed their faces at the same time, and even Su Qingyan, who was a bit puzzled, looked at Lu Chun, obviously wanting to get an explanation from him. No one here was a fool, so it was naturally not difficult to guess how much trouble such news would incur for Lu Chun once it was exposed. Those foreigners would definitely do whatever they could to completely strangle him in the cradle. Chapter 17. Is a hug okay? I'm not fooling around. Lu Chuan's eyes were lowered, and a touch of calm and extraordinary aura hung above his knife-like handsome face. The human race is weak, and more superpowers choose to be clear and give up on themselves. And my presence is enough to give a shot in the arm to those whose faith is not strong. As for danger and all that, the human race hasn't fallen yet, so if they dare to come, wouldn't that be just what they want? Why not use me as bait? Wang Huayan was tempted to say that such an approach was too risky, and if what Lu Chun said was true, then he would certainly be a future trump card for the human race. The executives were lucky if they didn't give him up. How could they agree to such an extreme move? Plus, this guy doesn't seem like such a great character anyways, right? Wang Huayan had a suspicious look on his face. He didn't believe that Lu Chun had suddenly become so selfless. But, however, after he noticed the small gesture of Lu Chun and Su Qingyan clasping their fingers together, it dawned on him. This kid, simply trying to distract people, right? After all, if he hid his talent, then Su Qingyan would inevitably be pushed to the top of this storm. I can't do anything about this, but I can report your thoughts truthfully to the top. There should also be a professional, personally coming to your home to test your talent afterward. If all is true, whether they agree to your terms or not is not for me to decide. Okay, you two, go home and wait for news. Just don't waste any more time and delay the other students from awakening. Wang Huayan waved his hand with some headache. Good news. Their Southwest Academy, it seemed like all of a sudden, had produced 2 unprecedented demonic geniuses. Bad news. Both of these guys are pricks, all anticlimactic, and the key is that they are still a hot little couple. Qingyan, let's go. Lu Chun smiled indifferently and pulled Su Qingyan up, so he left the awakening hall without looking back. While they were still not famous, they were the ones who had to leave the school as soon as possible, or else when the reporters received the news, they were afraid that even if they wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to do so. As usual, he sent Su Qingyan to the doorstep. Lu Chun leaned his bike against the side of the road and looked at Su Qingyan with some desire to speak. What's wrong? Su Qingyan obviously also sensed that Lu Chun had something he wanted to say, and immediately stood obediently in place, quietly waiting for him to speak. The awakening ceremony. It's over. With our talent, we're definitely guaranteed a pass, and naturally, we don't have to participate in the college entrance exams behind us. Well, I know all of this. What exactly are you trying to say, Brother Lu Chun? Looking at Su Qingyan's large crystal-clear eyes, she was looking at herself without blinking. Lu Chun clenched his teeth slightly and finally gathered his courage. Ahem, that? Can we go on a date tomorrow? Huh? About? Dating? Su Qingyan's eyes had a moment of panic in them. She lowered her head in panic, only to feel as if something was about to jump out at her heart. Although the relationship has been made official today, but neither one is actually fully transformed yet. Holding hands in school before was just a matter of having to make a firm stand to everyone under the combined pressure of the principal and the homeroom teacher. Now faced with a formal invitation from his beloved, Su Qingyan felt like her mind had been confused. Of course, Ludum wasn't much better. He felt that today's confession was too hasty. It's not okay to aggravate Su Qingyan like this. So he wanted to take advantage of his 2 days of free time to cultivate a relationship with his young cohort. Then gift her with a well-prepared ritual. Although she may not care that much. Oh well, then I'll meet you at home tomorrow, Su Qingyan said with strong composure. Still, her small hands, which kept tugging at the corners of her coat, betrayed her heart at the moment. Okay. Lu Dust's old face was red. Having a responsive relationship gave a completely different feeling. At least in a previous life. Lu Dust was not experiencing this at all. Gu Yanyan's high and mighty, so that Lu Dust in the aspect of feelings also began to become cautious, talked about a whole decade. He actually did not, and Gu Yanyan stepped out of that step. What's the difference between that and being a widow? It's a joke to tell. So, I'll go first. The awkward atmosphere made Lu Chuan sit up a bit. Wait, Brother Lu Chun. Su Qingyan's pretty face was scarlet, but she still called out to Lu Chun. What's wrong? Lu Chuan had just turned his head back when he met Su Qingyan's eyes that were full of love. Her tenderness seemed to overwhelm him. But, can I have a hug, boyfriend? Hearing this shy, with a hint of playful request, Lu Chun completely melted. Immediately, he stepped forward, and without being told, pulled Su Qingyan into his arms. Well, a tingling sensation, as if they had been gently electrocuted, instantly swept through their bodies and minds. Bang bang. Bang bang. The extreme fondness allowed the two to completely feel each other's intense heartbeats. Even the air. It was as if they were all bubbling over with love. The two of them embraced each other obliviously, both of them somewhat moved. A few moments later, Lu Chuan wrapped his arms around Su Qingyan's well-groomed waist. It hasn't even started to get bad yet. Sensing something, Su Qingyan was like a frightened rabbit, pushing Lu Chun away in a slight panic. The young girl's blush had spread to the depths of her snow-white neck, making Lu Chuan unable to resist being mesmerized by it. And hugs. Where was Lu Chun willing to let Su Qingyan go, once again pulling his sweetheart into his arms. Ooh. Me, I'm going back. Su Qingyan's voice mumbled, somewhat helpless. Tears were emerging in her eyes, and she just blinked and gazed at Lu Duan. Who? Lu Dust gasped for air and gradually calmed down. Then fondly, let go of his girl. Ming, see you tomorrow, Brother Lu Chun. Su Qingyan, who couldn't resist, hurriedly ran away. Woohoo, Brother Luck Chun is crazy. It's scary. Run. Su Qingyan's heart was in turmoil. How could she, being an emotional nerd, know the dangers of teasing her beloved as she had just done? The little table. Lu Chen foolishly watched Su Qingyan leave. After a long time, it took him a moment to come back to his senses, and he couldn't help but feel a little chagrined. He stood, but in the end, he's just a bloody teenager. 2. That was purely an instinctive reaction just now, and the inexperienced Su Qingyan must have been terrified, right? Forget it, don't think about it. Go back and prepare a little surprise and make it up to your little table tomorrow. Ludum rode his bike and grunted his way home. Why don't you say that love fascinates people? School love when you're young. It seems like even the air is sweet. Chapter 18. Special lightning. In the bedroom, Lu Chuan sat on his knees, and little by little, he guided the thunder elements that were traveling in the air, slowly washing his body. Zip, zip, zip. At Lu Chen's dantian, a blue-white thunder arc shaped like a marble was slowly moving under his control, traveling between Lu Chen's limbs and bones. The blue-white light flickered from time to time, illuminating Lu Chuan's handsome face that flickered brightly and darkly. After the gift awakens, the supers then have their own exclusive attributes. They are the 7 types of gold: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. Most people's attributes belong to one of these 7 regular attributes, and mutated attributes like Su Qingyan's were actually quite rare. The higher the talent, the more efficient the cultivation. Take Lu Duan for example. His talent was the thunder seed, and that thumb-sized thunder arc was not only extremely inefficient at absorbing the thunder element, it also required a great deal of time and energy to control the thunder arc to wash his entire body. But if it was Su Qingyan with her white jade body, not only could she absorb the elements of ice in all aspects, the process of cultivation also directly eliminated the process of scrubbing. Lu does hard work to run dozens of circumference. People may only need a breath to be able to complete. That's the gap that comes with talent. At the same time, it was also the reason why many superhumans could only stop at the lower 3 realms. It was good that Lu Dust was lucky enough. The talent of Thunder Seed, although weak in the early stages, as long as there were enough heavenly materials and treasures, the enhancement was actually quite fast. Coupled with his previous life experience, he knew exactly which places possessed the resources he needed. So he's not worried at all about future growth. There's one to say. It's still interesting to see how gifted you are on your own. Just by constantly devouring the kind of heavenly materials and treasures that contain the thunder attribute, such as the lightning strike wood, heavenly thunder bamboo, thunder raising stone and such things, one could grow rapidly. It really can't. Lu Chun could also directly draw lightning into his body during thunderstorms to forcefully enhance the quality of his talent. That's what he used in his previous life. Although he was struck all over his body every time, he wouldn't have any worries about his life because of the special nature of the thunder seed. The only time I almost died, it was when Lu Chun was practicing in a secret realm. He accidentally discovered a special magnetic field. He remembers it to this day. It's always cloudy and thunderous there. Trying to absorb those thunder by himself, the effect was surprisingly good, and then he simply walked into the depths. In the innermost part, he found a ball of thunder as black as ink, and as soon as he saw Lu Chuan, it was as if the ball possessed spirituality and actually tried to escape. Lu Chuan's heart was in a hurry, so he directly operated his spiritual energy and chased after it to catch it. Immediately after, he then got electrocuted. Lu Chen frantically fought against it for a long time before he managed to refine it, and the final result did not disappoint him. He was gifted with a full metamorphosis. Not only had its quality risen 2 levels in a row, reaching the level of SS grade, but it had also taken control of the characteristics that came with the pitch-black thunderball. Lu Dust named it Black Lightning. This undercard also allowed Lu Chun to officially step into the ranks of the powerful and gradually began to become famous. And having tasted the sweetness, Lu Dust naturally paid attention to all kinds of information in this regard. Slowly, he also gained a lot of useful information. Specialized lightning does exist in certain areas. This kind of thunder and lightning was just like the fictional foreign fire, each with its own characteristics. Once this lightning was captured, Lu Chen's talent could usher in a great metamorphosis. This is what makes the thunder seed so special to him. The high-risk zone that others avoided was most likely a cave of heaven for him to enhance his strength. Unfortunately, in his previous life he spent most of his time guarding the frontier. Lifetime. Only that one black lightning bolt was found as well. No way. The main focus within the safe zone of the human race was one of safety, where even wild alien beasts were rare, not to mention the kind of special areas that were full of danger. So in this life, he decided to sneak into the extraterrestrial battlefield. The extraterrestrial battlefield was vast and boundless, and there was definitely more than one special domain like that one. Black lightning is powerful. Only Lu Chuan, who was the one in control, knew best. It's safe to say, as long as there are a few more such thunderbolts to be found, the quality of his talent could definitely be raised to an unimaginable level. The next day, Lu Chuan opened his eyes with a grave expression. Cultivating for a whole night, but even a small heavy sky did not break through. He found out. I seem to have thought of myself a bit simplistically. His current chi and blood was already pushing the 3,000 mark, and it was becoming more and more difficult to draw the lightning to forge his body. After working hard all night, the improvement can be minimal. Just this turtle-like cultivation speed. He doesn't even know how long he has to cultivate until he can officially break through to the 9th level of body forging. Ugh. Normal cultivation? I'm afraid that's unlikely. Ludum sighed and stood up. Facts. Conventional cultivation methods, that was reserved for ordinary supernaturals. A monster like him could only rely on special means. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he had already exposed his talent, and when the time came to find the school to ask for a high-level lightning attraction array or something, he thought that it would be enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Go out and get ready and just go to the little table. In the bathroom, Lu Dust carefully dressed up, hair blowing and blowing, horizontal and vertical, grinding away for half an hour. It was only then that he pushed open the door to his room and walked straight to the door. Hey, Xiao Dust haven't had breakfast yet. Where are you running off to this early in the morning? Lu Jing from the kitchen chased out, wiping her hands while shouting. No, Mom. I'm going on a date. Lu Dust raised his hand without looking back and said, This kid. You have to eat first even if you do something. Lu Jing muttered with some dissatisfaction. A few moments later, she suddenly froze on the spot. What did that kid just say? About dating? Little brat. Get back here. Lu Jing hurriedly chased after him. But when he fixed his eyes, where was Lu Duan's figure? Brat, I haven't seen you this active in anything else. Lu Jing retracted her gaze, looking a bit despondent. The kids are growing up and are dating. I don't know what kind of girl she is. If she's good to get along with, the brat shouldn't bully her, right? Gee whiz, what am I worried about that for? He's a dead ringer for his father. I'll be thankful if I don't get played for a dog by a human girl's family. The other side. Su Qingyan also woke up early. The washing and cooking started early in the morning, and I was busy. Grandma, does this dress look good on me? In the room, Su Qingyan's soft voice came out. Nice. Didn't you buy this when you were in high school? Finally got around to wearing it. Gee, clothes are just for wearing. Oh, it was knee length when I bought it, but now it's all short. Will it be a bit revealing to wear it like this? No, Grandma thinks it's fine. Well, Su Qingyan student, are you at home? The sudden yelling outside the door made the room, one old and one young, silent for a moment. Half a day later, it was Su Qingyan's grandmother who opened her mouth first. Oh, it's Mr. Lu, isn't it? Oops, Grandma. Okay. Grandma won't ask. Go, hurry up. Don't play too late, Got it. As the door was gently pushed open by a silhouette, waiting at the roadside, Lu Dust suddenly froze on the spot. P.S. If you like this book, please add a bookshelf and give a favorable review. Good people live in peace, may you never die. Chapter 19. The Spirit of the Underworld. Today's Su Qingyan was wearing a small JK skirt. White bows bloom like frosty flowers. Her hair was lightly pulled back and her footsteps were light, like a jumping elf, and like an angel who had mistakenly entered the earth. The pair of slender white long legs, hidden under the swaying of the skirt, white stockings with her cool temperament, adding a few points of indescribable asceticism. Lu Dust looked completely dumbfounded, even though he had already had some mental preparation for Su Qingyan's face after her awakening. Still, at this moment he was completely sunk. Good. Look good. The young girl asked softly with her hands behind her back and her head lowered. Gollum. Lu Dust gulped very unprofessionally and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. And look! The young girl's eyes were watery and quiet and subtle. The stunningly beautiful cheeks that seemed to be angry were like red cherries in early summer, delicate and beautiful. Tipping face. Ludum tactically scratched his head again. No more looking. Su Qingyan really couldn't stand Lu Chuan's blazing gaze, and immediately crashed into Lu Chuan's arms like a deer, whispering softly, "Or else I won't even wear it for you in the future." Fine, I won't look. Hey! Lu Chuan giggled twice, and it seemed that Mother Lu's worries on her way out had begun to evolve into reality. Well, where are we going? Su Qingyan buried her head in Lu Chen's arms for a long time before she could barely suppress the shyness within her. Let's go to the walking street next to the school. I remember there's a milk tea store there and a small shopping mall. Good. Well, then, hold me tight and don't fall. Well, good. Lu Dust carrying a young girl, full of power, Dongfeng license plate bicycle in his hands, froze to drive a big G sense of vision. Teenage spiritedness. From the gentle dependence of a young girl. At this moment, it was as if he had owned the world. Yuma, walk slower. South City Pedestrian Street, Gu Yanran, wearing a leather jacket coat and a baseball cap on her head, walked in front with a cold expression. Chun Feng, who was dressed in a black customized model of superpower combat suit, followed behind with a large bag of things. Chun Feng's family had quite a lot of assets, but with many siblings, he wasn't taken very seriously before. Now that he had awakened his SS-grade talent, he had become the palm of the entire Chin family overnight. All kinds of resources are at your fingertips. Today, he had spent a lot of money and promised a whole lot of have-nots, which coaxed Gu Yen ran out. There's a milk tea store in front. Yanran, why don't we take a break and drink a cup of milk tea before we go? Regarding Gu Yanran's attitude, Chun Feng did not mind and continued to follow her around as if pleasing her. After all, she was the school flower of Southwest Academy. Gu Yanyan couldn't do anything else, but her face value was still quite durable. This is what she is proud to capitalize on. But soon, and she stopped. Monstrous anger and hatred surfaced in his eyes. It's you again, Lu Duan. Chun Feng also noticed Lu Chun, who was in line to buy milk tea, and immediately stopped in front of Gu Yanran with a cold face. Haven't you fallen out with Yan Yan already? And how did you appear here? Is it hard to believe that you're following us? Hearing Chun Feng's words, Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Love makes one blind. That really wasn't wrong. Not like him, even if it's a small table. And no more playing him like a dog. I'm talking to you? What's with your attitude? Nowadays, Chun Feng could be said to be bursting with self-confidence. A mere D-grade talent was something he had long since disregarded. Those who couldn't afford to mess with him in the past were now all flattering and pleasing when they saw him. Why don't we dispense with the process and you just say punch you in the left or right side of your face? After paying the bill, Lu Dust carried the milk tea in one hand and calmly walked to Chun Feng. You still want to hit someone? Chun Feng subconsciously took half a step back. But soon he reacted. He was a future human pride. There was no reason to be afraid of a D-grade waste. I'll tell you, Lu Chun, Yan Yan has nothing to do with you, and it's none of your business if I pursue her. That's a classic case of low self-esteem. In the past, only Lu Chuan could stand by Gu Yanran's side. So subconsciously, he regarded Lu Chun as his biggest competitor, and this meeting was naturally a sword fight. I'm in a good mood today. I'm too lazy to bother with you. If you know what's good for you, then get the hell away from me. Youngsters getting hot for love and all that. He actually understood. After all, who hasn't been young? Unfortunately, with 2 lifetimes under his belt, his soul was long past 18. His soul. Now it's 28. The mind is like water. The thoughts are clear. Su Qingyan, it's you shameless again. Are you quite happy to pick up a man I don't want? Just after coming out of the bathroom, Su Qingyan heard Gu Yanran's lunatic insults. Good. Lu Chun was completely enraged. This thought it can't get through a little bit without smacking these 2 idiots in the face today. A man you don't want? Su Qingyan looked at Gu Yanran in surprise. Aren't you the one stalking and harassing brother Lu Chun? That slap last time hasn't woken you up yet. You! Gu Yanran clenched her fists, but didn't dare to make a move. Just as Lu Chuan understood Gu Yanyan also understood Lu Chuan very well. Everyone had just awakened, and even their spiritual energy was still not skillfully controlled, and the gap between them was not obvious. A real fight. As far as Chun Feng's small body was concerned, it was at most a 30-70 split with Lu Dust. In 3 seconds, Chun Feng had to take 7 punches. After all, in his first year of high school, Lu Dust was able to single-handedly take down a group of seniors who were harassing him. That's why, for 3 years in high school, Gu Yanyan was surrounded by only one Lu Duan for one reason. It wasn't that she wasn't charming enough. Rather, no one dared to appear in front of her so easily. Here, I'll take care of these 2 annoying flies first. Lu Chuan inserted the straw into the milk tea and handed it to Su Qingyan, then walked towards Chun Feng with a calm face. What do you want? In fact, the moment he saw Su Qingyan, a flash of amazement flashed across Chun Feng's eyes, but he hid it well. He also didn't expect that the unassuming Su Qingyan in the past would be so beautiful after dressing up a little. Unfortunately, Gu Yanyan was still beside him, so even if he had any small thoughts, it was impossible for him to reveal them at a time like this. Seeing Lu Duan getting closer and closer, Qian Feng straightened his back in color. In broad daylight, do you really dare to make a move? Bang! What responded to him was a heavy punch from Lu Duan. This punch ruthlessly struck Qian Feng's abdomen, instantly turning him into a limp. See him bent over with a pained face and cold sweat. Lu Dust calmly clapped his hands and said softly in Chen Feng's ear, "In the future, when you see me, Lu, in South City, put your head down and behave. Understand?" Lu Duan, what do you know how to do besides fight? Gu Yanran began to stand up for Chen Feng. Chen Feng is an SS grade talent and will soon be guaranteed a place in a prestigious school. If you offend him, you'll never have any good luck in the future. At that time in the playground, Gu Yanran and Chen Feng, who had been beaten up, had left very early, so they were still not clear that Su Qingyan had awakened her SSS-level talent. "And you, by the way," Lu Chen sneered and turned toward Gu Yanran. "Brother Lu Dust." Su Qingyan, who was drinking milk tea, hurriedly pulled Lu Chen back. "What's wrong? I've heard it's not good for the reputation of boys to hit girls, so I'll just fight her," Su Qingyan said with a serious face. Humph. Gu Yanran, who didn't like to fight, was a bit flustered. Or rather, she was actually exceptionally timid and outwardly condescending, perhaps also trying to maintain her image as a high-flying schoolgirl. Useless piece of. Gu Yanran didn't dare to stay and argue any longer, and after giving Chen Feng a fierce glare, she turned around and left without looking back. "Lu Chen, don't be too complacent. It won't be long before I make you regret offending me." Chen Feng covered his stomach and let out a vicious statement with a resentful face. "Nothing. There's nothing more humiliating to a man than being unilaterally abused in front of his sweetheart. If you have to find one, fugitive at the moment, but this seems to be beyond the level of disgrace. But if there's a little blood in the water, it's a major case involving a full house." Chapter 20. A Kiss for Love. After chasing away the two annoying flies, Lu Chen and Su Qingyan were not affected by anything and continued to play madly all morning, catching dolls, buying snacks, shopping malls, and more. Under Lu Chuan's strong suggestion, Su Qingyan bought 2 new sets of clothes, which Lu Chuan paid for. She is frugal but not pretentious. In the past, that was because the relationship was not in place, and she, who had always been strong, would naturally not take advantage of Lu Chen. But now, she, however, knew how to take care of Lu Duan's emotions. When Lu Chuan said he wanted to buy her clothes, she readily agreed, and then asked Lu Chuan all sorts of questions during the fitting. Everything is about him. But as soon as she turned her head, she picked out a pair of valuable sneakers for Lu Duan, spending almost all the savings she had saved over the years. However, she was not distressed at all. Instead, she even deliberately spat out her fragrant tongue and playfully looked at Lu Dust and said, "Aya, am I too much of a loser? I've spent all my money, so I'll have to rely on brother Lu Chen to support me. What's in it? Just wrap it around me." Lu Chen also hastily patted his chest and made a guarantee. Brother Lu Dust is the best." Su Qingyan smiled lightly and took the initiative to hug Lu Duan's arms. Not really. True not to be played as a dog." After exiting the mall, the two went back to lunch and opted for a walk in the park in the afternoon. It was obviously boring, but both of them were enjoying themselves and didn't want to part for a moment. The day passed quickly. When he sent Su Qingyan back home, Lu Chen pulled out the gift he had carefully prepared last night. An exquisite puppet inlaid with a third-realm demon core. The puppet was carved in the image of Lu Duan. Because of the inlaid demon core, just by urging the spiritual energy, the mini version of the Lu Dust puppet will be a flash of golden light, and then keep repeating a sentence. "The small table misses me. Little desk mate misses me. Come at once. I'll be right there." The voice was a little quirky. To this, Su Qingyan couldn't help but giggle, and for a moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have lost its color. "Hey! Still like it?" Lu Duan laughed nervously and scratched his head, a little nervous. After all, this was his first gift to Su Qingyan. In other words, it's a token of affection. "Love it." Su Qingyan hastily took the puppet and held it lovingly in her hand. "In the future, when I press this button, brother Lu Chuan will have to appear in front of me in time. Oh, that's what you said yourself. No going back on your word. Well, I'll rush back to you whenever you miss me, no matter how far away the world is." Lu Chen promised with a serious face. I've also prepared a gift for brother Luchin. The young girl bowed her head shyly, and from the pocket of her underwear, she took out a red cord she had woven. I'll put it on you. Good. After putting it on, Lu Chuan raised his wrist and shook it in front of him, the two beads at the end bobbing up and down, revealing the two small characters Lu and Su carefully carved on it. There's my hair inside. Oh. Brother Lu Chuan, remember to take good care of it. I will. Lu Chen smiled gently and couldn't help but rub Su Qingyan's head. He had heard of people online. When a girl gives you a red rope woven from her hair, it means that she is entrusting you with her whole life. This sentiment is still quite heavy. There should be a lot of people coming to the door in the next 2 days. Is it okay if we go to Seoul Wu University together? Lu Chuan thought carefully of the 4 major universities. Beijing University was certainly the most prestigious, but Wudong University was located on the southwestern edge, the closest place to their hometown. Su Qingyan's grandmother was in poor health and needed to be taken care of, and although the school would definitely take care of this, it would still be too much of a toss-up for the old man to be uprooted from his home country or something when he was old. With Su Qingyan's natural talent, no matter which university she went to, she wouldn't be affected. So naturally, she would do whatever was convenient. Aha! Su Qingyan nodded her head slightly and quickly guessed Lu Chuan's intention of choosing Wuda, and for a moment she was a bit sentimental and couldn't help but move closer to Lu Chuan, gently burying her head in his embrace. Brother Lu Chen, what's wrong? It's good to have you. After embracing for a while, Su Qingyan was reluctant to leave, leaving Lu Chen's embrace. I should get back to cooking for Grandma. Good. Don't forget to practice, and send me a message or call me if you miss me. Well, I will. You? Why aren't you leaving? The two of them milled about, half-heartedly separating. Finally, Lu Chuan, who had summoned enough courage, wrapped Su Qingyan in a hug, and a blazing manic light surfaced in his eyes. Wait, Lu Chuan's kiss seemed clumsy and youthful, but the young girl still felt a little suffocated and powerless throughout. Her eyes were tightly closed, her cheeks flushed, and her small hands unconsciously grasped Lu Duan's shoulders as she collapsed helplessly into the teenager's arms. Exchange of tokens, a kiss to seal the deal. The moment, both identified with each other without reservation. After a long time, it was only then that Lu Chuan let go of Su Qingyan reluctantly. At this time, the young girl's face, like peach blossoms, aggrieved with tears, looks really weak and pitiful and helpless. You bully me. She looked at Lu Duan angrily, the corners of her mouth turned down as if she was about to shed a tear in the next second. Don't cry. Blame me. I can't help it. Lu Dust was still immersed in the softness and warmth of what he had just experienced, and was slow to come out. You don't let go. Oh yeah, okay. Lu Chun hurriedly let go of Su Qingyan, and his old face was slightly flushed. The treasure girls are so charming. He can't control it a little bit at all. I'm going back. Su Qingyan hurriedly ran away with her head down, making Lu Chuan apprehensive in his heart. It wouldn't really make her angry, would it? Yet the next second, he saw Su Qingyan, who had run far away, suddenly turned back and raised her small pink fist high toward him. Big bad egg. After all was said and done, it is to fly back home and close the door. Hey, it doesn't seem to be angry. Back home. Lu Chun tiptoed through the living room, just ready to open the door to the bedroom. The god of the ghost of the mother, his already hands clasped chest, cold smile stood behind him. Yo, the good old boy is back? Hey mom. It's late and your old man is still up? Lu Dust turned around lifelessly. Seeing the big smile on his face, Lu Jing became a bit angry. Be honest. What have you been doing today? Gee, mom. I'm an adult. This is my privacy. You have to respect me and give me my personal space. Can you stop being so down on your head? Oh, okay. You've grown. I'm going to honor and respect you. Hey, mom, wrong. Under the respect of his mother's adult love, Lu Chun covered his ears and honestly explained everything. Well, hear you say that. That kid sure is good. It's a good girl. Lu Jing, who knew the ins and outs, stroked her chin and fell into deep thought. That's a must. With your son's vision, it could never be worse. Lu Dust began to frantically plaster himself in the face. Just you. Oh. I'm afraid I'll be sold and have to count the money for someone's girl family. Lu Jing gave her own son a disgusted look. Lu Chun wanted to retort a few words, but when he thought about that in his last life, he admitted that he had broken his defenses a bit. She's different. You don't know her at all. Lu Chun raised his neck and straightened up. Hey, that kind of talk is not your line at all, is it? Lu Jing rolled her eyes with a speechless face, sighing that the big fat pig she had raised for more than 10 years was considered completely out of the ring. Sometime, bring the human girl home for dinner. At the end of the day, Lu Jing still didn't say much, just reminding Lu Dust to try to pay attention to the proportion in the process of dating. Don't hurt people in a deluded way. Chapter 21. The famous school comes and tests talent again. Early the next morning, Lu Chuan, who was still sleeping, was talking in vague ravings when the door of his room was pushed open by Lu Jing. Dusty, your homeroom teacher just called me, saying that the teachers from the admissions office will be coming over soon. So hurry up and get up and clean up. You hear me? When it arrives, it arrives. Lu Dust rolled over in a daze and dawdled for half a day before reluctantly climbing up from the bed. College is still the way to go. The Big Four schools, in particular, offer students a plethora of resources. Overall operating model. It's already no different than a fictional sect. Even in order to promote the trend of martial arts and encourage students to cultivate, most schools even changed their name. For example, key students changed to true disciples, etc., mainly a vintage style. And college is different from high school. In high school, students learn theory. But once you go to college, it's all about strength. Fight all you want, as long as it's not dead or maimed. Most of the time, no one cares. No way. Under the end times, this kind of trend is inevitable. The weak do not deserve a voice. Su Qingyan was bullied in school, and after awakening she retaliated back in front of the entire school without being punished and so on and so forth. And that's where the reason lies. That's still the superpowers ordinary people have a much harder time living. Meet the kind-hearted ones who can treat you like a human being. Takes a hard heart to beat you half to death, and that's considered light. Of course, these are still considered good in the safe zone of China. Once out of the security zone, killing for treasure or whatever, that's a family affair. Walk out of the bedroom. A dozen unfamiliar faces had gathered in the living room. The only thing that surprised Lu Chun was that Su Qingyan had actually followed him. What brings you here, little cohort? Lu Dust hurriedly greeted him, his eyes full of the girl who had her head down and didn't say a word. Dusty, she's the Miss Su you were talking about, isn't she? Lu Jing's eyes lit up, hurriedly stepped forward and pulled up Su Qingyan's small hand. That enthusiastic attitude, straight to the human little girl scared all over. Hey, Auntie. Su Qingyan's face was full of blush, and that dainty voice, if not carefully, could not be heard at all.
哎呦呦，你这孩子，来了怎么招呼都不打一声呢？
After determining that this was her future daughter-in-law, Lu Jing appeared to be even more enthusiastic, and even the dozen or so enrollment teachers beside her were thrown into the background. Have you had breakfast yet? Auntie will go and make it for you. No. No need, Auntie. How can you not use it then? That? Xiao Duan, college matters, your father and I do not understand too much. I first go to open breakfast, you and Xiao Su communicate with the teachers. Got it, Mom. Go ahead and get busy. Lu Chen knew that Su Qingyan was nervous, so he didn't even dare to take the initiative to talk at first. So he had to first detach his mom and cast Su Qingyan a comforting look. That, Mr. Lu Duan. Su Qingyan's classmate told us that she wanted to enroll in the same school as you. So when we put our heads together, we simply brought her along. My name is Zhao Zhenan. I'm the minister of the 9th Security Zone, the branch of the Ultra Energy Alliance, and these few people beside me are all technicians of the Ultra Energy Alliance. According to Principal Wang, we came over this time to re-test your talent. The middle-aged man in the center had a country face, thick eyebrows and large eyes, and an extraordinary temperament. At first glance, it's the kind of leader who has been at the top for a long time. Meet Minister Cho. Ludum politely said hello. His attitude, which had been somewhat careless, was also quickly reined in. Zhao Zhenan, a great man of the human race of the 7 realms and 9 heavens. His Dharma body was the 1,000 hands of divine trees, and he had once, all by himself, summoned the vines of the sky and wiped out thousands of foreign beasts with a single move, and was thus famous to the heavens. Even if it was Lu Chuan at his peak, against him it would probably be a 50-50 split. In his last life, Zhao Zhenan died early and suffocated. It was in the 2nd month after the descent of the mountain and the sea. His daughter, Zhao Lingxi, had accidentally fallen into the trap of a foreign tribe in search of a medicinal herb. This man killed his way into the extraterrestrial battlefield alone to save his beloved daughter, and he voluntarily stayed behind to break the back, and was ultimately killed by the 3/8 realm Fey powerhouses who joined forces. His head also hung on the walls of the alien city for half a month long. Ever since then, his daughter, Zhao Lingxi, also seemed to have completely blackened out. In his previous life, Lu Chuan had not seen him in person. I just heard that Zhao Lingxi was originally a rising supreme medical immortal. Her talent, the SSS-ranked Everything Revives, possessed an unimaginable healing effect. She herself was even living in deep seclusion for many years, not competing with the world, and was dedicated to cultivating spiritual herbs and refining pills for the human race. But since her father's death, she has studied poisons. In the end, in an anticlimactic manner, he had researched the 8th grade pill exterminating God pill in a raw manner. Just a year before Lu Duan's fall, Zhao Lingxi resolutely swallowed the transformation loose, secretly sneaked into the alien race inside, will kill her father's several 8 realm of the strong, all poisoned to death, is also regarded as revenge. Unfortunately, her identity was revealed and she didn't survive. This generation of legendary medical immortals ultimately chose to blow themselves up and die under the siege of countless foreign beasts. Such a father and daughter. Lu Chuan really felt admiration in his heart. Both of them were true heroes of the human race, and naturally Lu Chen would not treat them half-heartedly. I didn't know what you needed, so I simply brought over all 6 Thunder attribute treasures from the warehouse. You may choose as you wish, and if what you say is true, I will grant you all of these treasures, as a gift for the future supreme pride of my human race. Zhao Zhenan was smiling and amiable, without the slightest hint of a superior stance. Okay, then the kid is welcome. Lu Chun smiled frankly and didn't dilly-dally, directly looking at the 6 treasures that Zhao Zhenan had brought with him. Thunder Cloud Grass, Thunder Spirit Treasure Pearl, Thunder God Wood, etc. The exotic treasures that had made his eyes glaze over in his previous life were thus in abundance, presented before him. In here, most of them are 3rd grade treasures. Only that Thunder God Wood, which was a 4th grade rare material for refining high-grade spirit martial arts. That's it. Lu Qin directly picked up the Thunder God Wood. The resources needed to enhance his talent were a bottomless pit to him, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. Push the psychic energy. On that half of the Thunder God Wood, there was immediately a light blue thunder arc tumbling and surging, erupting with a zzz strange sound. There was no need for Lu Dust to deliberately guide him. These thunder arcs, as if guided by something, began to madly surge into his body. That's what makes Thunder Seed so special. Any thunder that was touched by Lu Chun would be automatically absorbed and refined by him. If you can't refine it, that's when he was refined by the thunder. Good on. The light blue thunder contained in this Thunder God Wood was just ordinary 4th grade 5 elemental thunder. In his previous life, Lu Chuan had gone through countless materials and eventually worked out a rough division of thunder on his own. The qualities are differentiated according to color, with 9 grades from low to high. Special thunder like Black Lightning was what he called the innate thunder seed. The innate thunder seed has no qualities. This kind of thunder, belonging to the natural world, is untraceable. Each of them has its unique power. Chapter 22, Talent Promotion, for famous schools grabbing madly. The process of refining the Thunder God Wood. It was much smoother than Lu Qin had imagined. Perhaps it was because his physique had been enhanced by the power of the void. The damage done to him by the 4th grade lightning was basically negligible. Thunder and fire are the same principle. A voltage of 36 V can cause harm to the human body. The 4th grade 5 elemental thunder contained in the Thunder God Wood was over 1000 V in power. It is important to realize that 220 V can destroy a living life in 2 seconds. At 1000 V, the average person is basically dead if they touch it. The reason why Lu Chuan was able to carry the 5 elements thunder hard. In addition to the powerful chi and blood that was comparable to that of a nascent soul second sky, the heaven-defying resistance of the Thunder Seed was the key to it. He's a man who can catch lightning hard. The initial power of lightning was as high as 1 billion volts, and even if the flow was weakened by 99%, the power was extremely terrifying when it struck a person. In the Immortal Cultivation novels, the thunderbolts that were talked about were actually based on the evolution of lightning. Buzz! As the 5 elements of thunder contained in the Thunder God Wood was refined by Lu Chuan as much as he could, This fourth-grade treasure also completely lost its original brilliance and turned into an ordinary piece of wood. Ludum gently shook it. This piece of wood was turned into flying debris all over the ground. It's a promotion to C-grade. The realm had also broken through the second heaven. Lu Chuan couldn't help but reveal a smile of satisfaction as he tried to run his spiritual energy. If he were to rely on himself, such a piece of Thunder God would require at least 30,000 human race contribution values. Converted down, it's roughly equivalent to 3,000 first realm demon cores. So it's time to say no. After the talent is exposed, the future holds many more unknown risks though. But that's a pretty good deal, actually. At the very least, it greatly reduced the growth time of Lu Dust in the early stages. Okay, you guys retest. Lu Chuan's 5 fingers closed, and a blue lightning arc suddenly cheered and jumped between his 5 fingers. Name Lu Duan. Talent. Power of the Void SSS. Thunder type 5 elements of Thunder Sea. Realm. Void Warrior. 9 turns. Forging Body Realm Second Heaven. Blood 3000. Mental. 180. Martial Arts. Swept Shadow Gunnery S-grade Great Achievement. Thunder Control S-grade Great Achievement. While the technicians were using their supernatural instruments to retest Lu Chuan's talent, he also silently turned on the Void Scan. After awakening the gift, his spiritual attributes too had been boosted somewhat. Only this attribute generically is a bit of a crotch pull. After all, it's only a D-level talent, and the spiritual attributes that are boosted after a realm breakthrough are really a bit touching. The only thing that gave him comfort is that every time the Thunder Seed evolves, his superpower talent, as a result, changes. The stronger the lightning he refined each time, the higher the spiritual attributes he could raise. So his future is destined to be unpredictable. Report Minister. After our all-encompassing tests, the strength of student Lu Chuan's talent is shown to be grade C. Comparing the information provided by Principal Wang earlier, it's completely certain that student Lu Chuan's talent can indeed achieve evolution. This is simply incredible. Several of the researchers were on fire. The eyes that looked at Lu Duan seemed to be glowing. Minister, I suggest that student Lu Chuan's talent be set as an SSS grade top secret file and formally submit a research request to Superpower HQ. If we can grasp the secret of talent growth, the future human race will surely prosper in martial arts, and everyone will be like a dragon. Lu Chuan listened with a black line. You guys really don't have a back? You're gonna pull me into a slice in front of me? Stand down. Zhao Jinan gave a chorus of rebukes, which dissuaded those few research maniacs. When he turned his head to look at Lu Dust, he was already putting on a full smile. That Dusty. These researchers are full of technology, so don't take it to heart. Yeah. Mr. Lu Chuan, I'm the admissions teacher of Beijing University. Your talent, everyone has seen it. As long as you choose our Beijing University, any request you have, just mention it. With us, Jing University, backing you up, whoever dares to drag you into research, we'll make sure that we lift up his lab. Worthy of being a representative sent by the leading university, the reaction was just a beat faster than the others. Wang Dezhu, I advise you to stop putting gold on your face. We, Magic University, are the most suitable for student Lu Chuan. The elemental pagoda of our Demon University can be supplied unlimitedly to Mr. Lu Chuan, and on top of that, we'll also arrange an independent villa for Mr. Lu Chuan, set up a 5th order spell formation, and provide the welfare benefits of a true disciple. Every month, at least 50,000 contribution values worth of cultivation resources will also be provided to fellow student Lu Chuan. 50,000 resources? Hee. It seems that your Demon University doesn't have much sincerity either. In that case, I'll say a number 100,000. Mr. Lu Chuan, come to our Pine University. We northern gentlemen are the most protective of our children. As long as you come, I guarantee that you and Su Qingyan, your classmate, will absolutely enjoy top-notch treatment, and all the resources of Pine University will be tilted in your favor. The enrollment teacher of Pine University, a tall northern man, also speaks with extreme boldness. He gives treats. It really made even Lu Chun a little heartbroken. If you don't say that the North is atmospheric, Song University, although strict management backed by the border, but the treatment is really nothing to say. Ma DeLong, don't you dare to brag there. How many students die every year when you song to move around and have some kind of extraterritorial training? Mr. Lu Chuan and Mr. Su Qingyan, those are the future pillars of the human race. In case something happens to them, can you be responsible for it? Or can you song to be responsible for it? You mlgb wang deju. Then what? This is our song da's teaching specialty. If you don't go through trials and tribulations, then how can you grow? It's only when the two of them go to Kyoto University that they'll be crippled by you oldest teaching them. Ahem. Don't even argue. Let me be clear. Lu Dus students and Su Qingyan students that are born and raised in the South, certainly more suitable for our WL Modalong Yusongda this year has snatched away 2 SSS level of good seedling. To be a person cannot be insatiable. Zhou Haifeng, don't leave that dog barking. If you can't, let's touch it. Your W has only produced a Xialan over the years. What strength do you have? Cool off to the side. Don't give me that regional custom thing. This is the Southwest and people eat spicy food at Tofu Brain. So how does that make it right for you guys at WU? Mr. Lu Chuan, don't have any worries. If you are afraid of inconvenience, just mention your request, and the teacher will make sure that your family will be properly arranged. Ma Delong fought 1 against 3 without losing a single step. In fact, if he followed his heart, Lu Chun really wanted to go to Pine University because it was the most suitable place for him. Located on the border, martial arts is the norm. You can also go to the extraterrestrial battlefield in advance to practice. But Lu Chun looked up at Su Qingyan. This girl didn't say anything, but she was definitely leaning towards W. Grandma Su Qingyan is old. And with a serious illness going to the north, it's not really possible to adapt to the customs there. The old man was Su Qingyan's only relative, and Lu Chun couldn't just think about himself. Chapter 23, Enrollment in W. All the teachers stop arguing. Qingyan and I, in fact, have long since discussed this, and we plan to enroll in Wushu University. Lu Chun flashed an apologetic smile at Ma Delong. This northern man was, in fact, quite to his liking. Eh? Ma Delong was completely dumbfounded. After holding back for half a day, he only pointed to Zhou Haifeng with a frantic face. Not this grandson by what right? What gives him the right? You pick Matsudae. I'll slice any frozen pear for you. All right. Looking at the constipated Ma Delong, Zhao Jinan slightly waved his hand and rounded off. It's someone's freedom to choose which school. All of you, stop in moderation. That's just it. Don't be discouraged, Teacher Ma. As far as I know, the fire genius you recruited this term is no less talented than our Su Qingyan student. And Lu Chun, he still has a lot of room to grow. When the time comes for the 4 schools to meet in martial arts, it's not as if you won't be able to get a good ranking, ha ha ha. Zhou Haifeng's face was crooked with laughter. W had been somewhat vulnerable over the years, and he had thought for sure that he didn't stand a chance. That's why he didn't even say much during the grabbing session. I hadn't thought that this huge surprise would actually hit me in the head. Just wait for the president to receive the news. His position as director of the enrollment office, designated as no run. Don't be complacent either. The 4 schools' martial arts? It's not certain who will win or lose. Ma Delong was full of depression. After putting in a stern word, he got up and took his leave. Out of sight, out of mind. After all, no one here was a fool, and everyone knew exactly what Lu Chen's talent represented. That pretty much means, as long as Lu Chen did not die prematurely, he was almost destined to step into the ranks of the strongest of the human race. On top of that, Su Qingyan was not weak in the slightest. With such a great bargain being picked up by someone else, the enrollment teachers of the other schools naturally had the heart to kill. If you don't explode on the spot, that's quality. Who's in the mood to stay on? Mr. Lu Chuan, Mr. Su Qingyan, since you chose WU, our school, naturally, won't treat you poorly, and the treatment that others can give, we can also give. I'll go back now and make the proper arrangements. You guys pack up at home too, and in a couple days, I'll come pick you up from school myself. Okay, Mr. Chow. Lu Dust politely answered. After sending off a few enrollment teachers, Zhao Jinan, who was on the side, then got up to say goodbye. Lu Chuan, Wudong University is a good place, and it's close to our Southwest branch. This is my business card. If you need anything, you can also contact me when the time comes. Thank you, Minister Cho. Lu Dust accepted the business card and nodded politely. He might actually have something behind him to trouble this high-powered human hero. When everyone is gone, a hurried figure which arrived late. Son, there was traffic. Dad wasn't late. Was he? Looking at the sweaty, vicissitude-faced man in front of him, Lu Chun was slightly lost in thought. His father, Lu Shui, was a truck driver. It's the end times. But since he was a child, Lu Duan had never lacked food or drink. Where did this money come from? Of course it was Lu Shui who ran out little by little. The old father has a wooden character and is not good at talking, and because he was not at home for many years, Lu Duan in his previous life was not very close to him. Now that he had lived a new life, he had seen a lot of changes in the world, so how could he still not understand his father's difficulty? Sich, by the time you get back, the yellow flowers will be cold. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes without any good reason, but in reality, he forced back the tears. Sorry son, traffic jam. Don't do it anymore. You can't see anyone all day long. Just stay home and enjoy your life. All these years, and I haven't spent much time with my old mom. Our little dust is making a name for himself now. And that broken car of yours, indeed, don't run. Lu Jing from the kitchen walked out and very naturally took off Lu Shui's jacket and took out his slippers. Really got into a prestigious school? That's true, the man just left, saying that he asked for whatever he wanted, and that he was going to give Dusty a villa. Hey, our son is good. Lu Shui smiled nervously and scratched his head. Worthy of being my Lu Shui's seed. Sage, let's put gold on your face. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. The person Xiao Su hasn't eaten breakfast yet. Yes, eat. First. Lu Shui looked at Su Qingyan with some formality, bowed slightly and said, Hello, Miss Su. I'm Lu Chuan's father, Lu Shui. Huh? Uncle, good uncle. Su Qingyan was scared by Lu Shui's bewitching maneuver and directly stood up straight, hastily bowing 90 degrees with a red face and said, the movement was called standard.
El Yuduan, Yota.
Although something like an eunuch bowing to his future daughter-in-law was really kind of funny, Lu Chun couldn't laugh at all, because he knew that his old father had developed this as a professional habit from hauling goods for people out there. Speak kindly to everyone, and you need to bow your head when you see them. This is how the little people of society deal with the world. Xiao Su, eat more of these ribs. Look at how thin you are, Annie feels sorry for you. Okay, Auntie. Lu Dust or Lu Shou Yi. Clunk dazzle rice. Xiao Su, eat more of this carp meat. Don't be polite. Fish meat is good for the body. Yes, okay, Auntie. Lu Dust or Lu Shou Yi. Clunk dazzle rice. Pop. Lu Chuan was about to chuck a chicken leg when Lu Jing already slapped him away with her chopsticks. Are you two starving ghosts? I prepared this chicken leg for Xiao Su. It's okay, Auntie. I can't finish it either. Xiao Su. Don't worry about them. They have thick skin. They won't die from hunger. Eat more. Lu Duan or Lu Shui. Oh, eventually. Su Qingyan, who had been force-fed by Lu Jing, rubbed her small stomach and Lu Chun came outside for a walk. Auntie can be so welcoming. Su Qingyan obediently followed Lu Chuan, allowing him to pull her small hand, and said with a sigh, Meh. Another step down in family status. Lu Chuan spat out a little depressed, but soon, he smiled in relief. Luckily, I still have my dad to pad me out. Eft. Su Qingyan covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Those mesmerizing eyes curved into a crescent moon. Nowadays, her skin was like white jade, her bright eyes and teeth, just like her name. She could already vaguely see the face of the city, including the body also belongs to the kind of fine branch fruitful model, bumpy, rhythmic, in addition to still a little thin, when it is impossible to find any flaws. The change in her was quite noticeable. All the old inferiority complexes and weaknesses disappeared without a trace on the day of her awakening. The only thing that is a little different from the previous life. It was her cool aura that seemed to have changed so much. Of course, this tenderness was only for Lu Chun and his family. In front of the others, she seemed to have an aura of being uninviting from start to finish. Su Qingyan, however, did not feel anything wrong. Superbly gifted, she was completely free of the darkness. But being in a time of darkness, only Lu Duan was the only light in her life. Without Lu Chuan, she was still the same weak girl who could bully anyone. Without Lu Chuan, the only relatives she had, she was afraid that they were all gone at this moment. Without Lu Chuan, in her whole life, she should never be able to experience the happiness and warmth of a family. Without Lu Chuan, she might have been the so-called heavenly pride of the human race, the future Ice Spirit Empress. But the only one who is no longer Su Qingyan. Only when Lu Dust is by her side. She is the strong and understanding little girl she once was. Chapter 24. Chun Feng's Revenge. It was already evening when he sent Su Qingyan back home. A dozen or so heavily armed soldiers from the Ministry of War were meticulously guarding the outside of the hut. That's how geniuses are treated. Even before they were officially enrolled, the families were already under the full protection of the League of Superpowers. Brother Lu Chun, I'll go back to cultivate first. Remember to pick me up when you enroll in school. Su Qingyan took the initiative to hug Lu Duan. The little face was full of infatuation and affection for his beloved. If she could, she really didn't want to separate from Lu Chun for even a moment, and couldn't wait to stick together every day. But again, she knew very well that it was wrong. Both she and Lu Chun needed to put in more effort than normal people to cultivate. After all, after enjoying the treatment that people give you, then you have to take up the corresponding duties. Good. Lu Chuan stroked the young girl's hair and joked with eyes full of favor. Look at your fondness. It's only a day or two apart. When we get to school, we'll stay in the villa every day and practice, not going anywhere. When the time comes, there'll be plenty of time to be mushy. Who is going to get tired of you if you dare to bully me? I'll report you to Auntie. Su Qingyan blanched at Lu Chan, and unconsciously, a touch of redness hung on her pretty face. Well, you're starting to learn the hard way, aren't you? Lu Chen grabbed Su Qingyan's waist and looked down on her condescendingly. It seems like I have to punish you properly. Don't stop it. Su Qingyan panicked and broke free from Lu Chen's embrace. There are still people over there. Okay. Then be good at home and wait for my news. Lu Chen knew that Su Qingyan was thin-skinned, and he didn't act too recklessly in front of those soldiers. Well, goodbye, brother Lu Duan. Su Qingyan smiled with her eyebrows and waved her hand as she left. The small back, full of youth and vigor, no longer have the previous feeling of loneliness and depression. For her, every minute, every second now is bliss. She cherished what she had now beyond measure. Is the little cohort going to start working on it already? Looks like I can't be too far behind. So I'll go home and refine those remaining treasures. Lu Chuan thought secretly, and immediately mounted his bicycle and dashed in the direction of his home with the wind and fire. Lu Chuan, finally I've caught you. In the dimly lit alley, Lu Duan was stopped by a dozen or so uninvited guests. It was a must for him to get home. The other party was obviously squatting on purpose and came prepared. Heh, you're the craziest in Gotham City. Big or small king in poker. What's going on here, Mr. Chen Feng? Lu Dust rolled out of the car, looking as normal. He was really too lazy to bother with a big wrong seed. But Chun Feng, the top-licking dog, had to run over to provoke him again and again, which really made him a bit annoyed. Lu Chun, aren't you damn capable of fighting? Today, I'll let you know what happens when you offend me. Chun Feng. Chun Feng looked at the dozen or so bodyguards behind him, and a winning smile was already on his face. These bodyguards that my father has arranged for me are all above the 7th level of the body-forging realm. If you know what's good for you, you should kneel down and apologize to me now. Maybe I'll be in a good mood and let you off. Chun Feng raised the superpower bracelet on his hand. Looking at this, most likely he wanted to record the video of Lu Chen kneeling and begging for mercy, so that he could go and please that Gu Yanran. Ugh! Lu Chun shook his head hopelessly. He was too lazy to say half a word more to this kind of stupid elk who had already been overwhelmed by love. Flying directly, he kicked one of the nearest thugs, several meters away. The big battle is imminent. Facing the siege of a dozen or so late-stage body-forging realm fighters, Lu Chuan appeared unperturbed and at ease. Every time he strikes, it is as clean and sharp as the wind sweeping away the leaves, and all those who are hit by him are not rubbed that is injured, and touched that is crippled. The sound of bones breaking, accompanied by a miserable scream, from time to time, resounded in this alley. His chi and blood had long since broken through the 3,000 mark. A random blow can have a punching power of 3,000 pounds. Where would these fighters, whose chi and blood were generally around 700 or 800, be a match for him? He could have killed one with one punch if he hadn't collected his strength. The fight hadn't lasted more than a minute, and the fighters lay sprawled on the ground. The whole alley. Only Chen Feng was left standing dumbfounded. You! Stay away! Looking at the miserable state of the surrounding beaters, Chun Feng completely panicked. His face was full of terror as he stepped backward until he was against a thick wall. This was the good place that he had specially chosen for Lu Chuan, but he had never thought that now. He had lifted a stone and smashed his own feet, and he could not even escape to ask for help. How many times have I told you to leave me alone? Lu Dust pressed on with each step, his eyes cold. Until then, only then did Chun Feng think of it as an afterthought. Lu Chuan was still the same Lu Chuan, the schoolyard bully who had been able to press a group of seniors to fight during his freshman year of high school. Although during this recent period of time, he appeared to be approachable, and with one mind he was all over Su Qingyan. But his ferocious nature is still there. Why did you have to mess with this bastard for nothing? Chun Feng regretted it. But now, regret seems to be of little use. Lu Chun, I advise you to think clearly about the consequences. If you dare to hurt me, the Chen family will never let you go. Chun Feng shouted hysterically. It seemed to be a pep talk and a last-ditch struggle. The Chun family? Lu Chun smiled disdainfully and was indifferent. A lineage that didn't even have any experts at the middle third realm, Lu Chuan really didn't put much stock in it. The only thing that was a bit troublesome would be Chun Feng's brother who was about to graduate from Wuhan University, right? It's fine if you want to not get beaten. Just like you just said, kneel down and apologize to me, and I'll let you off the hook. How about that? I kneel Nima. Chun Feng suddenly stormed up and took out a dagger from somewhere, viciously stabbing at Lu Chen's chest. Humph. Lu Dust snorted coldly, his eyes quick. With his backhand, he clasped Chun Feng's wrist and firmly controlled him on the spot. As a perennial mixed in the extraterritorial battlefield of the old oil, such a small trick if can hurt him, then he does not know how many times to die on the... Like to move the knife? Lu Dust sneered and did not hold back any longer. Directly clasping Chun Feng's wrist with a force, he broke one of his hands hard. Ah! The sharp pain coming from his wrist instantly caused Chun Feng to scream out in misery, and a large amount of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ka-ching! However, Lu Dust didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, and immediately launched another top knee, directly blasting that Chun Feng against the wall, breaking several ribs without even knowing it. PFFT. Chun Feng violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his eyes became more and more frightened. Until now, it was only then that he was finally sure that Lu Chun really dared to kill him. Don! Kill me. Chun Feng, who was lying on the ground, panicked and pulled on Lu Chen's pants leg. What face, what dignity. All of them were thrown to the back of his mind at this moment. He had only just awakened his SS rank talent. He still had a great future ahead of him. How could he die here? Heh, if you'd rather die than give in, I'd think highly of you instead. Lu Dust shook his head slightly. This kind of bullying goods is really a waste of such a good talent. Remember the last life. This Chun Feng is barely a character? Lu Chuan, who couldn't figure it out, simply didn't think about it. Squatting directly in front of Chun Feng, he grabbed his hair and gazed at him with a cold face and said, I think that you should think about what this body talent of yours actually means. Next time, I'll kill you. Lu Chuan didn't lay his hands on him after all. It wasn't that he was a saintly mother, not to mention being afraid of the Qin family, but after experiencing the baptism of the extraterrestrial battlefield, his state of mind had long since been different from these young people who had just stepped out of school. People who haven't been in the military can't understand this. A brutal battlefield can change a lot of people, especially a heavenly pride like Chun Feng, who, like Su Qingyan, can't escape and get out of. The brutal beasts will not allow you to kneel down and surrender, and giving up resistance will only result in a worse death. Ahem. Lu Dust. Chun Feng stared dead on at the back that turned away. He could feel it. The reason why Lu Chuan didn't kill him was not because he was afraid of his little background, but rather, he was hiding some unknown reasons that he just didn't know yet. Chapter 25. Leaping the Dragon Gate. Chun Feng was hospitalized. It is said that Gu Yanran even went to the hospital to see him. Without the entanglement of these two people, the next 2 days Lu Dust had a leisurely time. Of course. He hadn't been idle in the past 2 days, and the 5 remaining third-grade treasures had all been refined by him. The only thing that's a bit of a shame is, since the quality of the lightning contained in those treasures was completely inferior to the 5 elements of thunder in the Thunder God's wood, the progress of his talent had only increased by 20%. Name Lu Duan. Talent. Power of the Void SSS. Thunder Seed 5 elements of Thunder Sea. Evolution 20%. Realm. Void Warrior. 9 turns. Forging Body Realm Triple Sky. Chi and Blood. 3,300. Mental. 230. Martial Arts. Swept Shadow Gunnery S-Grade Great Achievement. Thunder Control S-Grade Great Achievement. The talent didn't evolve though. However, after refining 5 third-grade treasures, his realm, too, had smoothly broken through to the 3rd sky of the body-forging realm. Normally, Lu Chen's talent was only C rank, and even if he broke through, he wouldn't be able to add 300 points of Qi and Blood. But it was just as he expected. His physique, which had already been baptized by the full range of the power of the void in advance, now induced the lightning to forge his body again, which was tantamount to reforging the strengthened void body once again. This situation leads to a small realm that others could break through in a night could take him months, or even a year. What Zhao Zhenan had given him was, at worst, a third-grade treasure. A third-grade treasure was worth more than a third-realm demon core. But after refining so many treasures, he had merely barely broken through a small realm. You can see how hard it is to raise him at this point. It's like filling a box with sand. The same realm is equivalent to the same box. A different talent means a different quality of the box. Ordinary people were a wooden box that could only hold 700 or 800 chi and blood, the equivalent of 700 or 800 pounds of sand, while certain geniuses were iron boxes that could be stuffed with 1,000 pounds. But Lu Dust, from the very beginning, was a big iron bucket specialized in sand, and directly stuffed in 3,000 pounds. That alone is enough. On the contrary, he was able to continue to fill it with water, all the sand, which he had compressed to the extreme. So the further back you go, the harder it is to fill this water. His weight, however, could easily crush other people's boxes into smithereens. That's the awkward situation he's facing right now. Strong is 1,000,000,000 points stronger. But the speed of cultivation, it is true that it is also difficult to top. Dusty, have you packed everything? Your teacher will be coming over in a while. Lu Jing's reminder came from the doorway, interrupting Lu Dust's sorrowful mood. A few moments later, he sighed softly and silently rose from the bed. The power of the void required countless demon cores, and the evolution of the Thunder Seed required a vast amount of treasures. Wasn't this pushing him to his death? Screw the money. Must get money. You can't have a little bit of this face in order to improve your strength. He was willing to do any dirty work as long as it gave him the resources to do it. And in his last life anyway, that's how it came to be. At this very moment, Lu, the ultimate wealthy dust, is already determined to make a comeback. Dragging the suitcase out of the room, Zhou Haifeng was already waiting for Lu Duan downstairs. He drove in an S-Class supercharged chariot today, which was silver-white and dominating. The two wings were armed with high-grade psychic energy cannons, which were much stronger than the sports cars of the technological era. Like it, huh? If you like it, I'll apply to the academy later and see if I can give you one. Noticing Lu Chuan's gaze, in Zhou Haifeng's eyes, there was also a flash of self-satisfaction. This chariot, he drove it here on purpose to support the scene. Gotta let these heavenly beings get a little taste of what WU has to offer. Then thank you, Mr. Zhou. Having a supercharged chariot is indeed going to be a lot more convenient when going out. Lu Dust agreed with a smile and immediately took 2 steps forward, putting the luggage into the tailgate. You kid, that's not polite. Zhou Haifeng's face darkened. The value of a super chariot, that was worth 10 villas. This kid is really good at asking for it. Why? It's not too shabby for a hug. You're too weak now. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to utilize its value. When you graduate and go to the extraterrestrial battlefield, you'll have all these. Sage, I knew you were bluffing. Lu Qin didn't give Zhou Haifeng the slightest bit of face. He certainly knew that such a strategic weapon was not something that he, a student at the forging realm, could get his hands on. Zhou Haifeng had an egg on his face. He shouldn't have mentioned this. Get in the car. It's time to pick up your little girlfriend. After seeing Lu Chen's thick-skinnedness in climbing up the pole, Zhou Haifeng decisively terminated the topic. There is no such thing as a vacation in the middle of a post-apocalyptic world. Ordinary students who didn't manage to awaken their talents could instead take a good 2 months of rest. It's just that after the vacation, they will need to go and get in line with life, and the students who used to spend time with each other will completely turn into people from 2 worlds, and they will never cross paths again. Student Su Qingyan, we've arranged for your grandmother to be placed in the Hanqing family home, where there are veterans, patrolling 24 hours a day for protection. It's also equipped with a top-notch medical team, so you don't have to worry about anything at all. After picking up Su Qingyan, Zhou Haifeng drove while talking about the subsequent related arrangements. Yeah, my parents will be there too, so just relax, little tablemate. My mom is the best at taking care of people. Originally, Lu Duan's parents were not too eager to go, just waiting to send off the good oldest child, and then have a good time in the world of 2 people. After all, the 2 families have been together for years. But after hearing about Su Qingyan's family's situation, they stopped insisting. A family home is not as clean as a home, but at least you can help take care of the elderly. Brother Lu Chuan, oh, Su Qingyan was ice-cold smart. So how could she not know the good intentions of Lu Chen's family? Immediately, he couldn't help but sob softly. Sure, she wasn't sad. She was just so moved. She felt that it was really the luckiest thing in her life to have met Lu Chuan and her aunt. Look at you, my mom's wave of blood earns well. Right, when she gets old, doesn't she still have to count on you, her daughter-in-law, to serve her tea? Puffing, Su Qingyan instantly broke into tears. Saw the front row of Zhou hyping a face of anti-smile. She was self-conscious of some shame, and hastily and shyly hid her head into the arms of Lu Dust. All blame you, who said to marry you? Huh? You're really not getting married. Lu Chun pretended to be sad and followed Su Qingyan's example, sniffling in a decent manner. Alas, it was I who made a fool of myself after all. Su Qingyan punched Lu Chun twice without any good reason, so shy that she couldn't say a word. He could only curl up in Lu Chen's arms and bury his head deeper. Okay. Really think I'm heir, don't you? Zhou Haifeng, who was fed a mouthful of dog food, really couldn't stand to watch. Immediately to the school, according to the custom of our Wudong University has always been. Those sophomore students will prepare a special welcome ceremony for the new students. You too are the most talented in this class, so be prepared. Hearing Zhou Haifeng's unkind tone, Lu Chuan then remembered that there was indeed a special welcoming ceremony at Wu University. The name is Leaping Dragon Gate. To put it bluntly, it's the sophomore gang of old-timers, unilaterally abusing the new rookies. They would be at the entrance to the school, blocking freshmen from entering. You must accept a challenge from one of the older students and win to receive a gift they have prepared. If you lose, bow your head and yell senior is the most handsome, sister is the most beautiful, and I'm a rookie or something, and they'll let you through. There's nothing malicious about it. On the contrary, that's how a lot of the young couples at school met. Chapter 26. The first show of sharpness. Coming. Brothers, take the plunge. Banners up. Come on. Attention all members of 701. At 9 o'clock, an extremely talented schoolgirl has been spotted. Stop her. You're not allowed to cross here. Lu Dust had only just gotten off the bus when he realized that the large school entrance had been blocked. A single sophomore, in groups, blocked the various entrances, his eyes full of impish smiles. There were 3 school buses parked next to each other, and most of the freshmen who got off the buses hated each other when they saw the battle. Apparently they more or less got wind of it. Especially the male students, the senior blatantly thinking of their class of girls that can bear. You have to fight even if you can't. This is a great opportunity to show off in front of the girls, and with the priority of choosing a spouse for the next few years at stake, no one is likely to admit defeat easily. It's good to be young. Lu Chuan, who was originally stress-free and only intended to eat his melon silently, couldn't help but sigh. But soon, he couldn't stop laughing. Darkly, he looked at the large group of sophomore seniors who had gathered around him. Obviously, these guys, they were all attracted by Su Qingyan's heaven-defying value. Schoolgirl. Slap me? No, slap me. I'm crippled. Schoolgirl. I've prepared a second-grade spirit-gathering pill. If you say a word about how handsome the senior is, this gift will be yours, and I can personally escort you. Watching a large group of livestock surround themselves and Su Qingyan, and completely ignoring them, Lu Dust's face darkened even more. I said, all be quiet. Lu Chuan's sudden voice managed to attract the attention of this group of seniors. This my girlfriend. Hurry up and all disperse. Seeing that Lu Chuan deliberately pulled up Su Qingyan's small hand, the gang of seniors' eyes glared and they couldn't sit still at all. Crap. You two are a couple. Nima. What can this kid do? Brothers, can't hold back a bit. Beat him up today. Looking at the gazes around him that seemed like they wanted to eat people, Lu Chuan instantly felt Alexandrian. Most of these guys were already at the peak of the body-forging realm. He's a pervert, but he can't hold so many people. That said goodbye to one-upmanship. Lu Chuan tactically stepped back and protected Su Qingyan behind him. A single fight is a single fight. I'll do it. The crowd was the first to step out of a 1-meter-8 tall man. Slightly rugged-looking, but also quite manly. I'm the senior of the 7th class of sophomore year, Wu Hai, first level of the nascent soul realm according to the rules of our martial arts university. If you win me, this gift will be yours, and if you lose, there's no need for you to say that the senior is so handsome, just leave the schoolgirl behind. How about it? The youth who called himself Wu Hai raised the small gift box in his hand and looked at Lu Chun with a teasing face. Haha. With Wu stepping in, I'm afraid it's going to be a bit difficult for this elementary school brother to not lose face today. Gee, isn't that how it all goes? Such a pretty schoolgirl. If this kid doesn't suffer a little today, how will he be motivated in the future? Makes sense. But it's time to say no. I really want to punch him. This has always been the case with this ethos at WU. As for why the school doesn't ban upperclassmen seniors from screwing over underclassmen, the purpose is naturally to create a competitive relationship. If this terms wanted to seek revenge on the last terms, then they could only practice hard. Sure, normal. Seniors don't usually make too much of a scene. It's really too much and the school gets involved, and the word gets out that it's not good for their own reputations. No, senpai, I don't want the gift, but I have one other request. Lu Qin glanced at Wu Hai lightly. A trace of annoyance flashed in his eyes, actually wanting him to leave his little tablemate behind? This kid really owed some beating. It was supposed to foster a competitive relationship. Others were not afraid to offend him, and he certainly wasn't afraid to offend anyone. We have to cure this evil today. Oh? What's the request, you say? When Wu Hai saw that Lu Dust was not flustered at all, he became interested. He didn't think that he would lose. After all, his realm among sophomores, that was the upper middle level. Against a schoolmate who had only just awakened, it was still a handful? I won. I don't want a gift from the senior. Just 3 shouts of schoolboy is so handsome. Schoolboy is really handsome. Schoolboy is the most handsome from you. That's okay, right? Lu Dust began to figure it out. Good, good, good. You kid has personality, I promise. Everyone get out of the way. I'll let him have 3 moves first, so that this kid won't say that our seniors in this class don't show any mercy. Wu Hai laughed coldly, holding his head high and directly putting on an expert demeanor. Boom! Lu Chuan was also not polite. Turned around and was a powerful whip leg, powerful force, directly and cleanly, kicked the unsuspecting Wu Hai into the crowd. The scene was instantly dead silent. It was only after a few moments that a gasp erupted from the party. Crap! This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Wu Hai is a nascent soul, first heavenly strength. Even if he was a bit careless, he wouldn't be kicked directly, right? How much is this kid's chi worth? No. Why do I feel like my brothers kicked the bucket today? Why don't we run away? Wu Hai has been killed by a single move, so if we stay, it's not for nothing. Han frowned and retreated behind the crowd. Cough. Wu Hai covered his chest and climbed up with a red face. Good boy. Playing dirty. Senpai. You asked me to make the first move. Lu Chun shrugged with an innocent expression. I was careless. Again. Of course Wu Hai was unconvinced, but Lu Chen's kick made him completely serious. This kid, not as good as he thought. Why don't we just forget about it? If you hurt the senior in a moment, how embarrassing would that be? Waste no words. Watch the move. Wu Hai made a forward dash, and carrying a powerful punch, he blasted his fist towards Lu Chen's abdomen. At the nascent soul realm, the main thing lay in the word strength. The dark energy outwardly released was equivalent to having an armor-breaking effect attached to it. If this took a punch, all the organs would have to take a considerable blow. It seems like he's not willing to keep his hand in either. After all, in front of so many people, bowing down to a freshman, that was truly a disgrace. He didn't want to be the joke of the entire grade. It's just a shame. He still underestimated Lu Chen's perversion. Seeing Wu Hai swinging his fist and attacking, Lu Chuan didn't dodge or avoid, directly choosing to fight hard. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Lu Chuan did not move at all, but Wu Hai felt as if he had punched a hard wall. Without waiting for him to cry out in pain, Lu Chuan delivered another beautiful roundhouse kick, once again sending him staggering backward. This kick was directly on top of his arm, kicking his entire arm, as if he had lost consciousness. This one. Even if he was a fool, he could see that Lu Chun was holding back. Otherwise that kick just now would have been in the chest. Thinking that he wasn't even a single match for Lu Chun, Wu Hai's face, too, turned redder and redder. Who the hell told me that freshmen are easy to bully? The forging realm crushed him, the nascent soul realm, could that be called bullying? Ya pure and simple is a super-duper pervert, right? Chapter 27. Stepping on campus. I lost. Wu Hai stood up straight with the help of a few classmates, and with some difficulty, uttered the words admit defeat. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know what he was doing. Keep fighting and you'll only embarrass yourself more. Wow! Hearing Wu Hai admit defeat in person, The surrounding veteran students watching the show were all in an uproar. Wu Hai really lost, personally admitting the fact that he couldn't beat Lu Chun. He's at the nascent soul realm. The chi rushes to the bull, the dark energy is externalized. Many old students on the scene, but they are not his opponent. With that kind of strength, it actually lasted 2 rounds? How sick is this freshman? Anyway, a few days ago I got wind that there were 2 SSS-level super demons among the freshmen of this term. It couldn't be the 2 of them, could it? That's not right. Even if it's an SSS grade talent, it's impossible to kill Wu Hai in seconds, right? He's at the nascent soul realm. I remember the last one to defeat an old student was still Goddess Yanran, right? But she's an heir to an ancient martial arts family, and she's been practicing a strong ancient martial arts body art since she was a child. Even so, she won quite hard. The older students looked incredulous. The freshmen, however, were viciously out of breath. Haha, let these old birds act like assholes. This is really a heifer falling on its face. A bull in the sky. Is the quality of our thighs this term so high? I just want to know what college he's from. I'll tell you what, he's called Lu Chuan. Our Southwest Academy is known as a generation of bullies. He took down more than a dozen seniors in his freshman year of high school. Crap. So raw. The freshman whispered. Some of the girls who had just enrolled in the school were even more glowing, secretly prying for personal information about Lu Duan. He's so handsome. I love it. 3 minutes. I want all the information on this man. I can't imagine what I'd do if I was walking down the street and he suddenly did a strong arm robbery on me. Took me back to his house and roughly threw me on the bed. Sister, wake up. Hokage-san wants to spar with you too. No, schoolboy, ignore her. Let school sister do it. Schoolmate will give you extra attack speed. Watching a large number of warblers and swallows suddenly surround Lu Chun, Su Qingyan, who had been silently hiding behind her sweetheart to eat melons. Her face also instantly darkened. If you schoolmates want to spar, I can also accompany you, so please leave my boyfriend alone. A piercing chill violently erupted from Su Qingyan's tiny body. Her small face was serious, and she couldn't wait to freeze all of these hairy vixens into ice sculptures. 6th level of the forging realm? Lu Chun looked at Su Qingyan with some surprise. He was genuinely surprised. It had only been a few short days, but Su Qingyan's progress could actually be so rapid? Let's just say, worthy of being the future Ice Spirit Empress. With this realm, coupled with her pure to the extreme ice power, even if there is no Lu Chuan, these old students, I'm afraid I don't see that they can take much advantage in her hands. What the hell? The famous grass has a master. It's no fun. Sister Sweetie's love affair hasn't even begun, and it's already declared over. Forget it. Forget it. Don't make our cute elementary school girl angry. It's so pretty. It's nice to get high on the look of a man and a woman who are more in love than they are in love with each other. Don't be afraid, elementary school sister. School sister supports you to protect your husband in a domineering manner and cure these little wavy hooves. Who's talking about little wannabe hooves? Although the appearance of Lu Chun and Su Qingyan did cause a considerable storm. Most of the older students, however, were still full of goodwill, and the aggressive guys, after all, were only a minority. Can we go in now? Lu Chuan was a bit unable to carry such an atmosphere and planned to take Su Qingyan with him to wipe out his feet. Of course not. Wu Hai stopped Lu Duan. His face changed for a while. Willing to bet? You guys can leave after I fulfill the bet. No need to make fun of the senior, right? Seeing that Wu Hai was actually going to take the initiative to keep his appointment, Lu Chun was in turn a little embarrassed. He's not really comfortable with the ethos, but existence is justified. The path of a martial artist does require a certain amount of competition so that one can develop a competitive character. Competition on campus was nothing more than losing face, at least it wouldn't be fatal, but if one refused to cultivate hard and went to the extraterrestrial battlefield, it would be more than just losing some face. Ahem. Wu Hai coughed lightly and shouted in resignation. Schoolboy is so handsome. Schoolboy is so handsome. He's the most handsome. After the shout, his old face was already red as a monkey's ass. Don't get too cocky. I'll challenge you again. Putting down a word of honor, Wu Hai ran away in disgrace. He's really having a huge hard time right now. Originally, I wanted to pretend to be Boda in front of my schoolmates, but hell knows that a random person is actually perverted to such an extent. Where's he going to argue? It can only be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Haha, this Wu Hai is still a good loser. At least he didn't discredit our sophomore year. Break it up, break it up. No more good show. That's right, what are you guys still surrounding? Couples are all put in. Single ones all stay. Sister, I've been looking forward to a single, innocent elementary school boy for a year. And today I'm going to say anything to get off the hook. As the crowd gave way, Lu Chun and Su Qingyan were also finally relieved. Due to the gang of old students blocking the entrance of the school, not many new students could be seen in the huge academy for the time being. The total footprint of WU is already comparable to that of a small county. There were things like a bounty hall, a national martial arts combat hall, a training tower, a teaching area, a dormitory area, a walking street, and so on. During your college career, hardly anyone cares what you do every day, except for some important holidays. But everything here requires contribution value to purchase. Even riding a bicycle on campus requires contribution value to be redeemed. Good on. Lu Chun and Su Qingyan enjoyed top-tier treatment, receiving 100,000 contribution values every month. It could be said that one could cultivate as much as one wanted, without worrying about the resource aspect at all. Even the residence was arranged in a cluster of villas around the mountain at the back of the school, in a quiet and undisturbed environment. Even between villas and villas, it was almost a kilometer or two away. Brother Lu Chun, this place is really big. Walking on the road, Su Qingyan couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time she had ever seen such a majestic and spectacular university, and she was inevitably touched inside. Zhou Haifeng didn't drive them to the villa area, also to let the two of them familiarize themselves with the campus environment of Wuhan University in advance. If you like, I can take you out for a stroll every day from now on. Lu Chun smiled and held Su Qingyan's small hand. Don't like it. Su Qingyan shook her head slightly and raised her eyes to look at Lu Chuan's side face. I only like Brother Lu Chuan. I like any place that has Brother Lu Chuan. Gee, I can't tell you're still a stickler. Lu Chuan favorably flicked Su Qingyan's forehead and brought her to a stop at the foot of the villa area. Since they all knew that Lu Chun and Su Qingyan were a hot couple, in order to conserve resources, Zhou Haifeng was also very cocky and only prepared a villa for the two. The good thing is that Lu Chuan and Su Qingyan both have no opinion on this, but instead they are both somewhat looking forward to the next cohabitation life. Chapter 28. Encountering a strong enemy, unwarranted disasters. Hey, you're Lu Duan, right? What Lu Dust did not expect was that he was almost at his doorstep, but there were actually people stopping him. The visitor was a tall young man with long hair, who wore a yin and yang warrior's robe with a matching sword hanging from his waist. His appearance was 7 points similar to Chun Feng's, but in terms of temperament, he was completely different. Are you Chun Feng's brother, Chun Yuan? Lu Dust raised an eyebrow and asked indistinctly. Yes. Chun Yuan nodded slightly, his expression cold. That fool is always a member of my Qin family. You injured him. I have to get this back. Gotta. Lu Qin only felt tired. Looks like another one to pick a fight. Say, what do you want? Lu Chuan didn't bother to talk nonsense and asked directly to the point. I'm already at the 8th level of the sea rescue realm, so if I strike at you, it's hard to avoid bullying the small with the big. Chun Yuan pressed the hilt of his sword with one hand, somewhat foolishly. In that case, I'll only make one cut. After one slash, no matter what the outcome is, let's cancel the grudge between you and the Chun family. Hearing Chun Yuan's suggestion, Lu Chun slightly tilted his head and gave him a caring look for the retarded. No, what are you doing here? You think you're in a movie? You cut me and you still want to write it off? You've been awakened 2 years before me, so you've lost your face, haven't you? Brother Lu Chun, should I call now? Worried that Lu Chuan would really be cut, Su Qingyan hurriedly took out her newly issued superpower bracelet and said with a serious face, Let's shake people, and so on. Shaker? The opposite side of Chun Yuan heard a twitch at the corner of his mouth. No, why don't these two follow the rules? You're just trying to sue the teacher, aren't you? How the hell do you say such things? Are you really not ashamed? Are you guys still kids? Okay. Then call Zhou Haifeng and say that he tried to murder the freshman. High and low to give him a long memory. Lu Dust nodded non-committally. Hey, you guys are going a little overboard with this, aren't you? Chun Yuan was a bit anxious. He was a senior, and once such a thing as murdering a freshman was realized, not only would his reputation be in tatters, but he might also have to face the harshest chastisement from the school. Excessive? Wasn't it you who said you were going to cut me? I. Chun Feng forced himself to hold back his anger and defended himself. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. I didn't say I wanted you dead. Sage, do you think I'm stupid? I'm a body-forging realm and I'm fighting against you. A sea-penetrating realm? Are you sick or am I? If you really want to fight, let's fight in a dignified manner, just like what is written in the novels. Make some kind of one-year contract, wait for me to brush up my experience first, and then slap you in the face. Chun Yuan's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. But your goal is to stall for time and I wouldn't object to that. But you just watered down your purpose? If I really say yes when you do this, won't I look like a nerd? Who? Chen Yuan took a deep breath and violently drew his sword with his right hand. He was at the Sea Rescue Realm and was already able to initially control elemental power. So he just stood still, and a wind blade that was as fast as lightning was directly attacking Lu Chen's chest. TMs don't talk about martial arts. Lu Chuan, who had been fighting with foreign beasts for years, had long since developed an instinctive reaction, and just as soon as that wind blade struck, he quickly and furiously retreated several steps backward. The attribute of wind, one of the fastest elements. Even for him, a former great man of the seventh realm, it wasn't easy to dodge the strike. But Lu Dust was not envious at all. He admitted it. This wind blade is strong, but the thunder is handsome and strong. The power of wind was fast, but the power of thunder was handsome and fast. He couldn't beat Chen Yuan right now. It was purely a matter of there being too much of a gap in the realm. But he's not that easy to pin down. The second style of the swept shadow shot stunning. The moment the wind blade arrived, Lu Chuan violently twisted his body, hard enough to avoid the important parts. That's if it's true. I don't know how many ribs would have to be broken. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between the two was too great, and even though Lu Chuan's reflexes were already sharp, his left arm was, nonetheless, cut by the wind blade with a small gash. Blood instantly soaked half of his sleeve robe. Boom! Su Qingyan, who was on the side, looked gloomy, and all over her body, she was wrapped in layers of coldness. She was about to do it, but he was pulled back hard by Lu Duan behind him. When you say a cut, you mean a cut. The corner of Chan Yuan's mouth gently raised as he withdrew his sword and stood. You're very good. If you're not convinced, you can come to me for revenge at any time. Looking at Chan Yuan's back as he turned to leave, in Su Qingyan's eyes, a touch of coldness flashed imperceptibly. But she hid it well and just silently turned around and gently supported Lu Chun. Brother Lu Chun, are you alright? Fortunately, these two brothers of the Chen family are really more stupid than one another. This is purely an unmitigated disaster for me. Lu Chun pulled the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. But in his mind, there was still endless anger churning. Under the end times, strength is honored. Brash and unreasonable lunatics like Chan Yuan abounded in reality, and it was normal for them to be beaten when they were not strong enough. So what if Wu Dan is backing them up? No one would think that Chan Yuan was wrong. Instead, they would only think that it was Lu Chun and Su Qingyan who couldn't afford to lose. Brother Lu Chun, are you in pain? Su Qingyan took out her own handkerchief and carefully bandaged Lu Chen's wound. Don't be so nervous. It's just a minor injury. Lu Dust smiled and comforted. It was true that he was still unable to defeat Chen Yuan. But if it really came down to a life and death struggle, he might not be without a chance to exchange his life for a life. It was just that Su Qingyan was still here, and he didn't want his beloved to suffer any harm. I'm sure I'm still not strong enough. Lu Dust was a bit annoyed. The mood to become stronger became more and more urgent. Well, let's go back to practicing. Su Qingyan nodded her head obediently and didn't make any noise about revenge. Nor did she really want to call Zhou Haifeng to complain. She had been a victim of bullying and naturally knew in her heart more than anyone else that suing was not going to do any good. As long as you're not dead. Schools mostly just make peace with it. Good. Lu Chun rubbed Su Qingyan's hair and happily agreed. He had probably guessed Su Qingyan's mind, and in his heart, he appreciated this heartiness of his little tablemate even more. Restraining your temper is true maturity. Of course, letting you restrain your temper is not letting you have no temper, and it's natural that you can't just let it go when you've taken a stabbing for nothing. Since that Chan Yuan liked to act like a pussy, Lu Chun was going to make him fly sooner or later. Following the address sent by Zhou Haifeng, the two quickly found their exclusive villa. A large 3-story detached bungalow. It's an elegant, tree-lined environment with a gym, swimming pool, meditation room, penthouse terrace, and much more. As per Ludum's request, the villa was set up with a phantom ice condensation frost formation for Su Qingyan's cultivation and a 4-spirit lightning drawing formation for Lu Chen's cultivation, respectively. Both were 6th-order spell formations that could greatly enhance their cultivation efficiency. The 4 schools' martial arts at the end of the year had always been a top tournament supported by the Super League and the 4 prestigious schools together. The top 10 were rewarded with resources worth a fortune, and Lu Chun didn't want to miss out on that for nothing. Granted, 6 months does seem a bit rushed, but if there was a chance to get back the Black Lightning from his previous life, this first-place throne might not be something he couldn't fight for. Chapter 29. Drawing Thunder to the Body, Sudden Progress. The 4-spirit lightning drawing array was set up on the balcony of the top floor. Lu Chun and Su Qingyan were moving in with handbags, so there was nothing to clean up. After briefly familiarizing himself with the villa's arrangement, Lu Chuan went straight to the top floor. Chun Feng's appearance made Su Qingyan's mood very bad. She felt especially useless, watching Lu Chun being injured but not being able to share for him. So much so that she had been a little sullen after returning to the villa. Even when Lu Chun offered to personally cook for her, she shook her head and refused, stating that she just wanted to go cultivate. There is no way around it. Lu Chuan had no choice but to comply with her wishes. He knew that Su Qingyan was heartbroken that he was hurt by Chen Yuan. This girl seems to be well-behaved, but in reality, she is an obstinate character who will pay for any favor and revenge. If not, she wouldn't have fought at the awakening ceremony in her previous life, much less remembered Lu Chun for the rest of her life for a meal when she was young. Although Lu Chuan, who had experienced countless times of life and death, didn't really care about this bit of grudge between him and Chen Yuan. But it was a good thing that the little cohort was motivated to practice, so I had to let her be. Tisk, in my previous life, I was struck by heavenly thunder for 10 years, and now that I'm starting over, I'm actually going to be struck for another 10 years? Did my buddy violate the laws of heaven in his previous life? Sitting in the center of the formation, Lu Chun could not help but sigh a little. But immediately after, he still had no choice but to activate the formation. Buzz! As the lightning attraction formation was activated by him, the sky above the villa was immediately covered by dense thunder clouds. Rumble! Not long after, a heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky and ruthlessly struck above Lu Chuan's tiny body. Extreme pain swept through his entire body, causing Lu Chuan to subconsciously lock his brows as if he were a man. It's still so sour even when you do it again. Good on. He had already mastered the S-ranked lightning control technique, so this life's cultivation was ultimately much easier than the last. After a short period of acclimatization, Lu Chun then completely entered a state of oblivious cultivation. For every thunder that fell, Lu Chun would use the thunder drawing technique to hammer his body while refining away a small portion of the heavenly thunder, which would be used to enhance the quality of his talent. Progress remains slow though. However, it was better than gradual progress, and it was more than 10 times more efficient than in normal cultivation. The night went by in a flash. When Lu Chuan opened his eyes again, his realm had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the body forging realm, and the evolutionary degree of the Thunder Seed had increased by 10% as a result. However, Lu Dust was still somewhat unsatisfied. According to this rate of cultivation, in half a year's time, whether or not it could be raised to the peak of the body forging realm was only an unknown. There's no shortage of talent at the Big Four. If he wanted to bend the path and take the first place in the meeting martial arts, he would at least have to break through to the nascent soul realm before he could have some possibility. Of course, he could also ignore it and use the special nature of the power of the void to use a large number of demon cores to harden his realm up. But so much for that. He wouldn't be able to sublimate extremely and construct the perfect root. Extreme sublimation. It is the certification threshold for every genius demon. Geniuses are geniuses because they can do things that ordinary people could never do. Take Su Qingyan. When she was in the body forging realm, if she couldn't sublimate extremely and awaken the white jade body, then there definitely wouldn't have been a later ice spirit empress. That's why the foundation is the top priority of a genius, and the realm and whatnot, on the contrary, is only secondary. It was not easy for Lu Dust to take a Tianhu opening, so naturally it was not possible to give up a great deal and overdraw his future for a momentary fight. Even if his cultivation was more than 100 times more difficult than that of a normal person. Let's go make some breakfast for the little table first. The big deal is to make a trip to the extraterrestrial battlefield and get the Black Lightning in your hands first. Luduan's mind was put in a steady state. Black Lightning was his strongest card in his last life, and it was also the key to reaching the top in this life. Anyway, he'd have to get them all as soon as possible to get them. Half an hour later, in the kitchen on the first floor, an appetizing aroma wafted out. Su Qingyan, who was attracted by the scent, also immediately ended her cultivation, trotted to the first floor, and pounced into Lu Chen's arms like a soft kitten. What is brother Lu Chen doing? I can smell the fragrance from the second floor. Silver ear and lotus seed soup, for you to replenish your body. Lu Chen smiled and pinched Su Qingyan's cheeks. In fact, the villa is equipped with a private butler who specializes in taking care of the students and will come immediately when the bell is rung. The refrigerator is also piled high with a variety of ingredients. But probably because he was too licked in his last life, when it came to life, Ludum preferred to do it himself. Yummy! Su Qingyan couldn't wait to take a taste, and immediately revealed a cute expression like a little glutton. If you like it, I'll make it for you every day from now on. Don't. I also want to cook for brother Lu Chun with my own hands. Su Qingyan hung onto Lu Chuan like a carrier bear. Her eyes were all dependent and satisfied. She loved her current life, loved it so much that she wanted to live like this for the rest of her life. Who does not do the same? Lu Chuan gently kissed Su Qingyan's smooth forehead and said somewhat helplessly, "Little clingy spirit, can you let me serve the stuff out first?" Well, Su Qingyan was a little embarrassed by Lu Chuan's words, so she had to release Lu Chuan reluctantly. The two of them came to the living room. She picked up the spoon again and came to Lu Chuan. "Brother Lu Chuan, why don't I feed you?" "Yeah, then I'll feed you too." This early in the morning, Lu Chuan with Su Qingyan's enthusiasm provoked some difficult to top. So sex also let fly. Directly Su Qingyan pulled into the arms, bad smile, said, "Mouth-to-mouth feeding. No, no, no."
No.
Su Qingyan, who was lying in Lu Chuan's arms, instantly blushed with shame and hastily covered her lips with her hand and said, "This is really, well, shameful. You provoked me first." Lu Chen feigned dissatisfaction and took a sip of porridge. Then he slowly moved towards Su Qingyan's red lips. I was wrong." Su Qingyan, in a panic, could only use her two small hands to lightly cover Lu Chuan's thin lips, like a frightened bunny generally pleading in a low voice. "Humph, it's out of your hands now." Lu Chuan directly controlled Su Qingyan's two small hands with one hand and kissed them in a domineering yet gentle manner. "No, don't." Well, Su Qingyan had wanted to struggle to death, but the moment she was kissed by Lu Chuan, she no longer had the slightest bit of strength and fell limply into Lu Chuan's arms. She closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering slightly, signaling the shyness and love within the young girl. Forgotten in a kiss, Lu Dust's breathing also became heavier and heavier, gradually no longer satisfied with the status quo, began to go up and down.
苏青言娇躯颤抖，想要将陆晨推开，但却怎么也用不上力气。
The small hand gently patted on top of Lu Chuan's chest, not like a refusal, but more like being pampered. After a long time, Lu Chuan, whose brain was somewhat lacking in oxygen, reluctantly let Su Qingyan go. Looking at the arms of the young girl, unclothed, delicate and lovely appearance, the heart is really indescribable satisfaction. Why are you always bullying me?" Su Qingyan covered her somewhat disheveled clothes and looked pitifully at Lu Chuan, with glistening tears in her eyes. She felt so humble that she couldn't refuse any of Lu Chen's requests or actions. "It's over." Lu Chun, who saw this scene, also felt pity. Seems to have made his treasure girl cry again, but he really can't control it a bit. He felt that if Su Qingyan gave herself one more seductive look, he was afraid that his mom would be holding a grandchild next year. It seems like it's better to exercise proper restraint. The young cohort is just coming of age, and now is not the time. It was impossible for him to really not care about anything for the sake of his own selfish desires, which was irresponsible for Su Qingyan's life. Chapter 30,000 Mile Stalking. Brother Lu Chun, I'll go wash the dishes. After breakfast, Su Qingyan took the initiative to clean up the dishes. She had been accustomed to being self-reliant since she was a child, and although the current her had long been dependent on Lu Chun, she was unwilling to always let him take care of her. If you can. She wished more than anything that she could do something for Lu Duan. Even if Lu Chuan's occasional badgering would always ravage her to the point of tears, it was only out of a young girl's shame. Deep down inside, she was actually still very happy that Lu Chuan was this infatuated with her. And even if Lu Chuan really wanted to do something to her, she definitely couldn't say anything to refuse. "Tingyan, I need one thing, so I may have to go away for a while." Coming to the kitchen, Lu Chuan looked at the young girl who was busy in front of him and opened his mouth with some reluctance. "Leave? Go where?" Su Qingyan immediately stopped the movements of her hands, and an undisguised nervousness and helplessness appeared in her eyes. She didn't want to be separated from Lu Chuan, not even for a second. It was not easy for her to start her cohabitation life with Lu Chuan. It had only been one day. Was she going to be separated? I'll be back soon. Noticing the young girl's panic, Lu Chun became even more reluctant to let go and hurriedly embraced his sweetheart into his arms. He could completely understand Su Qingyan. Coming to this unfamiliar place for the first time, without a single friend she knew around her, and with Lu Chuan suddenly leaving again, how could she not feel panicked? I'll go with you, okay? Su Qingyan's voice mumbled, not realizing in the slightest that her small hand had already tightly grasped Lu Chen's arm. Perhaps even she herself didn't realize that unknowingly, her dependence on Lu Chuan had reached a point where she couldn't part with him. She has long been inseparable from Lu Chun. Not this time. Lu Dust shook his head viciously. If he could, he certainly wouldn't refuse. But the place he was going to this time was an extraterrestrial battlefield full of crises. Even if it was just in the periphery, he didn't have any certainty that he could protect Su Qingyan, and it was only when he acted alone that he had full confidence that he would return safely. Good boy. If things go well, I'll be back in a month at the most. During this time, you'll be able to cultivate at home without fear. Is that okay? Will it be dangerous? Su Qingyan was a very smart girl. Lu Chun suddenly said that he wanted to leave and didn't bring himself along. The only reason was that the place he was going to was extremely dangerous. And other than that, she couldn't think of any other reason. You have to trust me. Lu Chuan rubbed Su Qingyan's hair, his tone full of helplessness and doting. Why are you acting like a little daughter-in-law? It's just to go to the edge of the extraterrestrial battlefield to fetch one thing. It'll be fine. Lu Chen didn't hide it, nor did he want to hide it from Su Qingyan. Brother Lu Chun, no matter what you want to do, you can't have anything happen. If anything happens to you, I really can't dare to imagine how I'm going to continue to live in a world without you. I could have stood the loneliness had I not met you, but I can't do that anymore. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes filled with tears, secretly blaming herself. She felt that she was really useless. If she could be stronger, Brother Lu Chun wouldn't have left her alone, right? How? I have also long been away from you. Lu Chen was gentle and soothing, sincere and serious. It was promised that in this life, I would guard you for the rest of your life. That's why I have to get stronger as soon as possible. So I won't let you be alone anymore, to face those coming bloody storms. Brother Lu Chun, I'll just wait for you to come back. Su Qingyan was slightly silent, and eventually raised her head with a smile. I'll prove to you that I'm not your burden. With Su Qingyan's intelligence, she had actually sensed that Lu Chun might be hiding some unknown secrets. But if Lu Chun didn't say anything, she didn't ask. She trusts this man unconditionally because he is her only salvation in her gray life. Fool, how can you be a liability? Be a good boy and wait for me to come back. Lu Chun was heartbroken by Su Qingyan's good behavior and understanding, and hugged her for a while before he left the villa reluctantly. Stay longer. He's genuinely afraid he won't be able to leave. The Wu University and the nearest border were tens of thousands of miles apart, so Lu Chuan could only rely on the school's superpowered teleportation array to leave. The destination of his trip was Dragon City. Dragon City records belonged to the 3rd Security Zone, one of the most frontline cities in the north, and in front of it was the majestic Jade Yang Pass. Out of the Jade Sunshine Pass, out there is the land of the Steppe Fae. In his last life, it was in a secret realm outside the Jade Sunshine Pass that Lu Chun accidentally obtained the Black Lightning. However, that time was to defend against the Beast Tide. His team was accidentally washed away, killed out of the siege of his own exhausted, had to temporarily hide into an unnamed lake to rest and recuperate. As a result, he was deep under the lake and accidentally discovered the mystery of it, and followed the passage under the lake all the way, which led him to the special secret area where the Black Lightning was located. The location of the lake was still fresh in Lu Chuan's mind, so naturally he wouldn't go wrong. And in that secret realm, there were no other creatures and there was no danger, or rather, the lightning electromagnetic field formed by the Black Lightning was actually the biggest danger. This was also the reason why Lu Chuan dared to venture there. All he needed to do was to dodge the foreign beasts that roamed the extra-dimensional battlefield, and he would be able to pocket the Black Lightning without any problems. When he got his hands on the Black Lightning, he would be able to get a huge boost in his superpower talent. This was his only card to increase his cultivation efficiency in the early stages. No matter what, he had to make a trip to do so. Step out of the teleportation array. Lu Chuan didn't waste any time and came directly to the city gate in front of the Jade Sunshine Pass. This was an important barrier on the border of the human race, and it was heavily guarded, with strict controls on entry and exit. "Hello? I'm leaving the city." Arriving at the registration desk, Lu Dust swiped his face to recognize his identity information. "Kid, you're a freshman who just awakened. What are you doing running to such a dangerous place like the frontier? Hurry back." The guard in charge of registration looked at the virtual screen with the information profile about Lu Chun and couldn't help but frown. "Sir, I'm going out of the city to hunt foreign beasts for resources. That's my freedom." Lu Chun knew that the guard was well-intentioned, so he didn't mind his redundancy. "Are you aware of the danger outside?" The guard soldier looked at the young Lu Chun, still trying to persuade him. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun was also a bit helpless. He could only reveal the superpower bracelet on his wrist and tuned out his cultivation realm. The 4th level of the body forging realm? The guard soldier glanced at Lu Chun in surprise. So young at the 4th level of the forging realm, it was still considered not bad. It wasn't too much of a problem if you just hunted some low-ranked alien beasts at the edge. After all, gifted supernaturals are ultimately a minority. Lu Chuan's realm might not be considered anything in Wuda, but if he were to look at the entire human race, he indeed already had the qualifications to leave the city. "All right, since you insist on leaving town, I'm not going to try to persuade you. Go to the side and sign the papers and you're free to go." After receiving the release from the guard soldiers, Lu Chun didn't hesitate for a second, and after signing the agreement to leave the city, he stepped into the extraterrestrial battlefield without stopping. In the grassland with a vast field of vision, it would be almost impossible to avoid all the foreign beasts without realizing it. But it was also because there was no danger and nowhere to hide on the grassland, so most of the beasts appeared in groups, and they could be spotted from a long distance away. As long as they didn't encounter that kind of powerful group and knew how to avoid it in advance, on the whole, it wasn't that easy to lose their lives. Only if you can do it without being easily caught up. At this point, Lu Chun was still quite confident. He's kind of a battlefield veteran. Other than that, on the subject of running away alone, most of the characters who can live peacefully until 10 years from now have perfected the art of, for insurance purposes. Before coming here, Lu Chuan had even exchanged a set of military ghillie suits with 3,000 contribution values in the WU's resource pool. The 100,000 contribution value promised by Zhou Haifeng arrived on the day of enrollment, but Lu Chun couldn't use it for the time being. He planned to save up $1 million or so, and then buy himself an S-ranked spirit weapon or a martial art or something. Put on the ghillie suit. The aura on Lu Chuan's body changed at once. At this moment, he was like a long-experienced professional hunter, constantly stalking through the vast grasslands. Where is any semblance of a freshman? And the biggest purpose of the grass ghillie suit is actually to hide from the falcon clan that hovers in the sky for hunting. These evolved aerial overlords were immovable with a size of about 10 meters, and when their 2 wings were spread out, they covered the sky and the sun. The strength of certain adult falcons was even comparable to that of a middle 3rd realm expert. It was simply not something that the current Lu Chuan could deal with. To know, in the grasslands, even lions that have to live in groups, but falcons do not need to rely on the cooperation of their companions to hunt. The strength is evident. Back to the main topic. Lu Dust left in the morning and Zhou Haifeng arrived in the afternoon. Came with a team of strong soldiers. "Where is everybody? I asked you, where is everyone?" As soon as he arrived at the city gates, Zhou Haifeng approached the guards in a frenzy. Not long after Lu Chun left the school, Zhou Haifeng, who was organizing a promotion banquet, received the news. At that moment, he felt like the sky was falling. At the same time the sky is falling is the president of WU, Zhang Yuqian. Both of them, in their lives, have never received a phone call from Wang Quanshan. Zhou Haifeng, unsurprisingly, was scolded. Until now, he all still clearly remembered Zhang Yuqian's eagerness and ranting on the phone. "Zhou Haifeng, you're good. You're ing good. I ask you to pick someone up, the 2nd day of school, and you get me out of the domain? Don't call me principal. You're the principal. If I don't get the man back, I'll kill you alive." So Zhou Haifeng made inquiries through many parties, and only then did he determine the direction in which Lu Chuan had left. Hurriedly, he led his men to wind up chasing after him. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Ludum has left the city. The extraterrestrial battlefield was not the territory of the human race, and if he wanted to find someone, it was already as remote as finding a needle in a haystack. The moment, Zhou Haifeng was as helpless as a 300-pound child. It was 3 days in a flash. At this time, Lu Chun had already sneaked on foot for thousands of miles, and relying on the memories of his previous life, he smoothly came to the vicinity of the nameless lake. All the way, with his rich experience in wilderness survival, he has successfully escaped danger after danger. Now it's finally clearing the clouds and seeing the light. Black lightning, just ahead. Gigigi. Rumble. A slight shuddering sound interrupted Lu Dust's beautiful speculation. He raised his head and looked blankly into the distance. Hey, what's the deadbeat? Chapter 31. Dumbfounded? Fellow travelers? The seismic sensation is getting stronger. The long-experienced Lu Dust also finally came back to his senses, and a look worse than tears appeared on his face. Pills. Barbecue up. He actually encountered a wave of beasts. The danger of the outbreak of the beast-tide Lu Chuan, who had relived his life, could be said to be clearer than anyone else in his heart, and under the crazy onslaught of countless foreign beasts, the power of one person was too small. Other than those upper third realm powerhouses who were able to fly in the air, I'm afraid that the chances of other supernaturals surviving once they were surrounded were less than 10%. He didn't think he could be so unlucky. No way. The little cohort was still waiting for him at home. Must run quickly. One thought to this. Lu Chuan panicked and darted in the direction of the lake. There were dark passages at the bottom of that lake, and by jumping into the lake, he would be able to survive this sudden wave of beasts. Grass. How come it's getting closer? The more Lu Chuan ran, the more wrong he felt, and when he turned back again, he realized that the wave of beasts was already close at hand. This was a small-scale beast tide, and it wasn't as serious as Lu Chuan had imagined. But when he saw the situation clearly, he was instantly wide-eyed. Surprisingly, it's a raging pride of lions. Hundreds of fat and strong golden-furred lion fire beasts with strong auras were frantically chasing a sword-wielding woman covered in blood and with a dusty temperament. At this moment, Lu Chun was completely dumbfounded. Nima, does this woman have emergency syrup on her? What kind of heavenly wrathful thing did she have to have done to make the entire lion fire beast clan go berserk over it? Brother, help me. When the sword-wielding woman saw Lu Chun, she immediately shouted, Sister, don't panic. You and I will strike together. Lu Chuan's expression was aghast, and he immediately took up a welcoming stance. Yes, you and I will join forces to kill the enemy and get through this. The woman nodded slightly, her aura exploding. All over the body are filled with a murderous aura, giving people a kind of the next moment to kill the four directions of the lingering feeling. But what the woman was thinking deep down was, this rash young man doesn't look like he knows much about the world, so I might as well fool him into staying and buy me a few moments to escape. There's no way out. Although she was of the same human race, according to the fine traditions that had been passed down from ancient times in Huaxia, she had to abide by the ancient commandments. Death of the road is not a death of the road. Ha ha ha. Sister has good guts. It's just a mere lion fire beast. If you and I join forces, we can definitely break it. Lu Dust was all righteousness and blood, but what he was thinking deep down was, this stupid woman looks uninitiated, so I might as well lull her into staying and buy me a few moments of escape. There's no way out. After all, the old saying goes, death of the road is not a death of the road. The two men looked away from each other. Both saw the determination in each other's gazes. Do it! Both of them bellowed out at the same time. But the next moment, a comical scene appeared. The woman doesn't look back. There was no pause in the escape. Lu Dust turned around and walked away. The speed was even a trifle faster than her. Grass. A plant. The two coincidentally cursed angrily. This he meow how to still meet the same way. It's a well-known fact that when in danger, don't panic first. Just run faster than your fellow travelers. So I must be faster than him, her. The two of them looked at each other with a look of disgust, while silently cheering themselves up in their hearts. That's all. Neither of them said another word. Both of them ran wildly side by side, using all their life's strength. Finally, Lu Dust saw a clear blue lake not far away. The chance of survival is at hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Chun made a violent jump and landed smoothly into the lake. But the woman was hesitant for a moment. She can't swim. Forget it. It's better to die than to be split up by the Fae. So the next moment, the woman with the sword also poofed and followed Lu Chuan. Help! Help! The woman who fell into the water began to struggle haphazardly, an instinctive reaction to survive. Lu Chuan didn't want to take care of it, But as he watched, those lion-fire beasts stopped at the edge of the lake and didn't dare to go into the water. After a moment's weighing, he went up and pulled the woman's long hair, took a deep breath and dove to the bottom of the lake. The reason for pulling her hair was naturally to prevent the woman who couldn't swim from holding him in place. The pain from pulling her hair would cause her to subconsciously shield her head, and she wouldn't be able to struggle wildly, causing both of them to be unable to move. As far as compassion and all that, I'm sorry, in the face of life and death, it's all a red herring. Diving into the water, the woman choked several mouthfuls of water, struggling gradually less and less, and eventually completely fainted. And Lu Chuan didn't care about her. He just followed the lake all the way down and found the dark passage in his memory. Then it went all the way down the cul-de-sac again, and finally, after 10 minutes, emerged violently from the water. Who? Dragged the woman to the shore. Lu Chen took a big gulp of fresh air. The secret realm in front of him was much like an underground cave, with a black lightning arc flowing in the dimness. Lu Chuan turned on the lighting function of his super bracelet, and the black lightning arcs wandering around him suddenly became clearer. Hey, dead yet? Lu Dust raised his foot and kicked the woman beside him, and when he saw that she was unresponsive, he was also in trouble for a while. The lake had washed away the blood stains on the woman's face, revealing a stunning face that was slightly pale. There's one to say. On the woman's appearance alone, she was indeed born beautiful, so that Lu Chuan couldn't help but have a moment of amazement. Cherry mouth, willow leaf eyebrows with a touch of natural ink-chi, compared to Su Qingyan is not bad at all. Lu Chuan even felt that this woman was still a bit familiar. Sure, in Lu Dust's mind, it was definitely the younger tablemate who was better, to save or not to save. This was the difficult choice that lay before Lu Chun. The knucklehead will be gone if you save her. After all, having to press the chest again for first aid and artificial respiration, it really gave him a weird feeling of betraying his little tablemate. If you don't save it, it doesn't seem too good to be of the same human race. Although this woman is quite sinister, but in that situation, a little bit of brain knows what to choose. The two of them just met in passing. It's not like there's any actual sexual relationship. A saintly mother could not live long in the midst of the end times, and this was an experience that Lu Chuan had only accumulated after years of mingling. Forget it. Better save it. How to say is also a human life. Watch her die in front of him. Lu Dust feel conscience will also be condemned. After all, when he escaped, Lu Chuan could feel that this woman's cultivation level was far above his own. Even if she was slightly injured, if she had no qualms about striking out at herself and forcing herself to leave behind to break her back. He really didn't see himself escaping successfully, so the woman should have gone soft in the end. This was the main reason why Lu Chuan would choose to save her life during the fall into the water. Save it all. What else can we do now? It's just that it's best not to let the younger tablemates know about this kind of thing, and when the time comes, it's a big road and each goes their own way. No one knows anyone. Forcing himself to find some excuses, the sense of guilt in Lu Chuan's heart was alleviated a little. Looking at the woman's gradually bluing face, Lu Dust sighed and pinched open her red lips, and with his heart in his mouth, he performed a minute-long artificial respiration. Then began to press, and then artificial respiration, and so on and so forth. After about 5 minutes or so, the woman which is confused and opened her eyes. Seeing Lu Chuan's near face and the soft touch coming from her lips, the woman first froze, then her gaze sank, and without hesitation, she slapped Lu Chuan away with a palm. Cough, cough, cough. The woman was about to speak, the moment she opened her mouth but violently spat out a large mouthful of water stains, which made her instantly react. Just now the man should be resuscitating himself? Are you out of your mind? Lu Chun covered his chest and grimaced as he climbed up from the ground, his eyes covered with raging anger. I saved you, and you're going to return the favor? Grass. Lu Chun was indeed a bit annoyed and in a rather bad mood, so he opened his mouth and cursed. His mind was now full of his little tablemates. There's always that weird feeling that you're not clean anymore. But after cursing, Lu Duan was dumbfounded. For at that moment, the woman's eyes were full of tears, and her gaze was complex. Yet with stubbornness, she looked straight at herself. You, what are you looking at? Lu Chen shifted his gaze without any good humor. You think I'm willing to take advantage of you? Thanks. Thanks. The woman silently withdrew her gaze, taking the first opportunity to pick up the sword at her side and cradle it in her arms. Even if this woman was unconscious, the sword in her hand surprisingly didn't fall off, and she didn't know how on earth she managed to do it. You can leave if it's okay. It's dangerous and not a place for you. Lu Dust waved his hand with disinterest. This secret realm was covered with black thunder, and except for Lu Chuan, who had a special physique, it was indeed easy for others to encounter danger if they stayed here. I'm not leaving. The woman raised her eyes to look at Lu Chuan. You're not afraid of danger as a body-forging realm? What do I have to be afraid of if I'm at the sea-proof realm? No, go pull back. Lu Dust lazy to persuade again. Turn back to be chopped twice should be honest. Think about it. He took out the dry food he had prepared in advance for himself. Gollum. However, he hadn't taken more than a few bites when a strange noise came from beside him. Lu Chuan raised his eyes and the woman instantly lowered her head in some shame. I've been chased by the lion fire beast for several days, and the dry food I brought with me has already been eaten. 6. Lu Chuan immediately made a gesture, feeling admiration from the bottom of his heart. Being chased by the lion fire beast for several days and still being able to live, your life is really hard. The woman didn't answer, just blearily, looking at the dry food in Lu Duan's hand. Give. Eat up and get out of here. This place is special and you'll only be asking for trouble if you stay. Oh, the woman face-bombed as she nibbled on her dry food and said matter-of-factly, it's not that I don't want to go. I just can't swim so I can't get back. Lean. Lu Dust slapped his head and forgot about it. Then you wait here. I can't get out of here for a while. Lu Chen thought about it and didn't bother with this woman. After simply resting for a while, he was on his own, walking into the depths of the secret realm. Imperative. Better to get the black lightning first. Chapter 32. Refining Thunderbolt, Strength Soars. The deeper one went, the denser the black lightning arcs around them became, emanating a zip, zip, zip sound. When Lu Chuan saw that the woman didn't follow him, he found a good spot to sit down on his knees and began to refine these lightning arcs. He was in no hurry to find the black lightning. After all, in his last life, he was nearly electrocuted alive. Comparatively speaking, his strength in this life was even lower, and the risk of death would only be higher if he was forced to refine it. Luckily, he still had a handful of S-rank lightning control techniques. With such a martial skill at his side, he was at least 70% certain that he would be able to take down black lightning in one fell swoop. But just to be on the safe side, he still decided to refine the other lightning arcs scattered in the secret realm first. Even if it only improves the odds by 10%. That's good too. Think about it. Lu Chuan immediately collected his mind and began to operate the thunder control technique, introducing the nearby lightning arcs into his body. The familiar feeling of pain swept through, causing Lu Chuan to tug at the corner of his mouth. Just the intensity of the black lightning arcs was already comparable to heavenly thunder. The black lightning in the deepest part of that area was at least 10 times as strong as these lightning arcs. Just thinking about it makes your teeth hurt a little. The only thing that made Lu Dust feel relieved, it was that his cultivation efficiency in this secret realm could be much stronger than staying in the 4-spirit lightning drawing formation. Cultivation and evolutionary degree were both clicking and skyrocketing, which gave Lu Chuan a feeling of pain and joy. That guy is actually absorbing thunder? Not far. The woman who had already finished simply treating her injuries inadvertently saw this scene, and a strong shock immediately surfaced in her eyes. How is this possible? That guy. How on earth did that happen? Of course. Shock to shock, the woman did not bother Lu Chuan, but calmly withdrew her gaze and looked towards the bottom of the lake channel in a daze. Still a little man with secrets? But so what? I've been saving my first kiss for 23 years, just to be taken away by a brat you don't even know? Heart so tired. So want to cut him. But after all, he was trying to save me. He couldn't cut. We have him to thank for that. Cam. The woman lay lifelessly on the ground, staring vacantly at the top of the cave. Not a moment too soon. Intense exhaustion crept in, causing her to gradually drift off to sleep. And I don't know how long it took. By the time the woman woke up again, there was a campfire beside her, and the man who had taken her first kiss was pounding a sizzling beef shank. You go out on an adventure and you bring this? The woman sat up, her stomach once again rumbling uncontrollably. It's called being prepared. Lu Dust spoke without lifting his head. When he redeemed his lawn ghillie suit, he acquired some living supplies along the way. Anyway, he didn't pack much inside the super space in his superpower bracelet, a 10 square meter miniature space, almost as big as a parking space. What do you pretend to be if not food? he would have to stay for at least another half a month to finish refining the thunder in the secret realm. Here, take half. Lu Chuan took out his three-pronged military spike and nimbly cut the cow's leg into two pieces, handing it to the woman. He was in a pretty good mood at the moment. In one night's work, he had already broken through to the 5th level of the forging realm, and the evolutionary degree of the thunder seed had increased to 50%. Such efficiency satisfied him greatly. Sure enough, if he wanted to grow fast in this situation, he could probably only go all over the world to find special secret realms like the one he was in now. What's your name? The woman took the half-calf of beef and volunteered an inquiry. I didn't call. I'm asking what your name is. Spirit. The woman breaks in a second. The proudly huge peaks that were tightly wrapped by the red clothes were also slightly undulating as a result, instantly giving a sense of ripples. The corner of Lu Chuan's mouth contained a smile. His gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over the woman's big, ferocious weapon. And in his mind, involuntarily, two words surfaced: cow. The woman who noticed Lu Chuan's gaze also subconsciously looked down at herself, her face instantly turning red, and a strong color of annoyance surfaced in her eyes. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. The woman is uncomfortable. The clothes on her body had not yet dried, and were now clinging to the top of her skin, while also outlining her unbelievably hot body. Crazy woman. Lu Chuan cursed, always feeling that this woman was not to be messed with. It was better not to produce any interactions in the future. You haven't answered my question. The woman looked at Lu Chuan with eyes full of killing aura. Actually, she didn't really resent Lu Chen's gaze, probably because he saved himself. It could also be that he didn't have that very uncomfortable desire in his eyes. Oh, the line doesn't change. The name doesn't change. I'm Chun Feng, a freshman at Wu University, Lu Dust said without blushing. WOUs. Freshman? The woman's gaze suddenly became odd. Isn't that a coincidence? Chun Feng, right? I remember. The woman lifted her eyes slightly and glanced at Lu Chan with a smile. My name is Xiaolan, a senior student of Wu University. Cough, cough. Choked. Lu Chun coughed repeatedly and looked up in shock. You're Summerland. How is this possible? It doesn't make sense. What went wrong? Seeing that Lu Chen's reaction was so strong upon hearing his name, Xiaolan's eyes, too, vaguely flashed with a touch of smugness. She does have quite a reputation at WU. But isn't this guy scratching his head a bit over the top? Summerland. This woman was actually Xiaolan, that red-clothed sword fairy Xiaolan who was as legendary as Su Qingyan? How can it be? Although Lu Chuan had never seen Xiaolan in his previous life, he had seen videos and photos of her, so it was no wonder he felt so familiar. But in his mind, Xiaolan was a representative of the peak battle power of the human race. She had been a one-man sword, defending the borders and killing countless mountain and sea foreign races who couldn't raise their heads. Her whole life seemed to be filled with a sense of sadness. After the descent of the mountain and the sea, countless terrifying great desolate beasts came out of nowhere and launched a devastating strike against the human race. Xiaolan, the sword immortal who had just been crowned emperor, could only be ordered to guard Yanran Pass for 3 whole years on his own in the face of danger. It is also because of her crossover. It was only then that a moment's respite was gained for the human race. It's a shame. This magnificent red-clothed sword fairy ended up dying, on top of the gates of Yanran Pass. She never took a step back until she died. The death was also quite tragic, said to have been pierced through the heart by 10,000 swords. Those great wasteland chiefs, annoyed that she was in the way. Surprisingly, she secretly laid out a layout, uniting a dozen or so strong 9th realm practitioners, and set up the immortal execution sword formation at Yanran Pass, using her most skillful sword Dao to torture her to death, sword after sword, in a hard manner. Such a legendary hero. Would he pit him, a small forging realm student? It doesn't look right anyhow. Sister's name, is it that loud? Seeing that Lu Chuan didn't even nibble on the cow's leg, he kept chattering there as if he was bewitched. Xiaolan was also a bit taken aback. This kid, he's not one of my kids, is he? That said, I'm pretty famous, but I don't want to be famous. Lol. It's really tiring to play goddess every day. I'm a pure loser. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Chen finally came back to his senses and looked at Xiaolan with a serious gaze. You woman, how dare you impersonate goddess Xiaolan? Ah, you are simply unforgivable. Even if he killed Lu Chuan, He didn't want to believe that his only idol in his last life, that magnificent female sword fairy, it would be this hateful, stupid woman in front of me. He's 99% sure. This woman is absolutely lying. Summerlander. Sure enough, it's a private life. Isn't it? Bad. The old lady's persona seems to be falling apart. That said, is there any way to salvage this? You're right. I'm really not much of a goddess. After agonizing for a long time, Xiaolan still decided to face it frankly. That's just it. Stop letting the media's false propaganda deceive the young minds of elementary school kids. However, Lu Chun only glanced at her lightly and turned his head away without speaking. That expression seemed to carry endless mockery. Woman, give it up. I won't believe a word you say. Ugh. Rumors are harmful. Seeing that Lu Chun was ignoring him, Xiaolan could only sigh secretly and forcefully suppress the desire to explain. However, after seeing such a strong reaction from Lu Chun, she actually had some indescribable secret pleasure in her heart. In the past, she didn't care about this at all, and even she herself didn't know why Lu Chuan's reaction seemed so adorable to her. Perhaps, was it because of the look in his eyes which really carried respect? That look of reverence made her all a little flustered, always feeling as if she had cheated an honest little brother. Chim. If you don't believe it, you don't believe it. I'll see if you believe me when we get back to W. Chen Feng, right? Bro, you've managed to get the old lady's attention. A great wind rises in the sky, and the pass is full of clear mountains. The sword will rise with the wind and blow through Yanmen Pass. Thinking of the previous life, the miserable lives of the human race's heavenly prides, Lu Dust was filled with complexity as he read out the limerick that people had created in honor of Xiaolan. Even if the corpse is gone, she hadn't lived up to the name of that one-time sword immortal either. Did you write this poem? Xiaolan inexplicably felt that the poem, although not very neat, was full of inexplicable sadness. Did you write it for me? This elementary school kid, he's got a little bit of talent. Well, just a little bit. Practice hard. You imposter. Lu Chun faintly swept a glance at Xiaolan, and immediately stood up and walked into the depths of the secret realm again on his own. Ah, says who's an imposter? That hateful bastard. I'm really a whole lot more speechless. Okay? Looking at the back of Lu Dust's departure, Xiaolan in a trance. There is a kind of powerlessness that can't be defended. Who cares? Believe it or not. What's there to be angry about? There's no way I'm getting angry over a private student. Summerland huffed and turned her back. Eventually, he also collected his mind and began to meditate and cultivate. That's all. The two of them spent a whole half-month in peace with each other in the middle of this small underground secret realm. Half a month passed in a flash. Lu Chen's cultivation level had also increased to the 7th level of the body forging realm. Including the talent of the Thunder Seed, it had successfully completed its evolution to the delightful B rank. Next, it was also time to refine the black lightning that he had longed for. Chapter 33. Annihilation. Come to the deepest part of the secret realm. Endless darkness slowly enveloped Lu Chun completely. Even if he came back once more, the ominous aura that was faintly emanating from this place still made Lu Chun feel doubly depressed. It's as if he's on his way to annihilation. The surroundings were quiet and no noises could be heard. The whole world, only a beam of light from the superpower bracelet and Lu Chuan's powerful heartbeat, brought a slight hint of life. Z. A subtle voice sounded quietly, so that if you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't even notice it. Good on. Lu Chuan, who was fully concentrated, was the first to notice the abnormality. He raised his hand and shone it over, only to see that in the darkness, there was a hidden black shadow that quickly swept past him. Nice guy, trying to run again. Lu Dust's spirit was shaken, and he subconsciously crashed into it. Unfortunately, his strength in this life was low, so he let the black lightning dodge it easily. Reacting, Lu Chuan was in a great hurry and scrambled to look around, only to find no more traces of black lightning. Bad. Did the big baby fly away? Lu Chun was flustered, never expecting such a turn of events at the last minute. But soon, he then turned his head as if he felt something, and came face to face with a small black ball of silly-looking goofballs. The reason why a little cute because this little black ball at this time, actually in his eyes jump up and down, as if it is molesting him. Thinking of this strange possibility, Lu Chun couldn't help but darken his face. He had actually been molested by a thunderbolt? Zip! The little black baller bounced around for a while, and when it saw that Lu Dust did not react in the slightest, it actually did not move either. Stop it! Lu Chuan reached out to grab it, and it actually took a panicked step back. Then once again, not a single movement. Lu Dust's face darkened even more. He knew that an innate lightning species like black lightning was always full of spirituality, but it was not necessary to be so spiritual. Excessive! Lu Chun was a bit sad and angry. He had sort of realized that with his strength in this life, it seemed that he couldn't catch the black lightning at all. It made him a little flustered. In a previous life, black lightning was trying to run. Although he didn't know how it hadn't run away yet in this life, Lu Chuan's heart had long been filled with apprehension. He can't live without black lightning, just like he can't live without Su Qingyan. Zip! 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 The black lightning started bouncing all around Lu Chuan's body, and every time Lu Chuan reached out to grab it, it deftly dodged, as if it was playing a cat and mouse game with him. In the end, Lu Chuan gave up. His face was as black as a potbelly. He had recognized the reality that he really couldn't catch it in this life. Not even with the lightning control technique. Humph! Ludicrous swings for the fences. Immediately, he sat down on his knees and closed his eyes, no longer paying attention to this naughty little black ball. Zip! The little black ball child was anxious and bounced around in front of Lu Chen's eyes. It was like saying, "Look at me! Look at me!" Unfortunately, Lu Dust was unresponsive. The little black ball floating in midair stopped bouncing and tentatively floated to the heel of Lu Dust's nose. A black lightning arc split from its body, looking like a tiny hand, and gently poked at the tip of Lu Chuan's nose. I catch! However, in the next moment, Lu Chun violently stretched out his hand and grabbed the little black baller in his palm. Zip! The little black baller instantly exploded, and with a whoosh, it scurried into Lu Chun. But the feeling it brought to Lu Chuan was as if it was shy. Nima. A thunderbolt. You shy a bubble teapot. Ah, weird. Dystopia. For a moment, Lu Chuan didn't know what to think. Well, in the next second, he wouldn't have time to think about that. The intense pain caused him to instantly break out in a cold sweat, as if there were millions of needles sticking in his body. The extreme pain is the same as in the last life in general. The only thing that surprised Lu Chun was that the black lightning in this life seemed to be absorbed a bit better. It was as if it hadn't resisted halfway through the refining process. This made Lu Chun very puzzled. Has this guy been reborn too? What a joke. Forget it, whatever. It is imperative to refine it as soon as possible. Otherwise Lu Chuan is really worried that he will die of pain. Zip, zip, zip. Densely dotted black thunder arcs leaped around Lu Chuan's body, making him look like a dark thunder god from a mysterious forbidden area. Well, the pain that felt as if it was going to tear the soul apart caused Lu Chuan to stifle a grunt. In the meantime, his cultivation also began to skyrocket. Ah! Yahoo! Ho 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 ho! Lu Dust was completely taut. He fell to the ground grimacing and rolling from side to side, letting out a scream every now and then, his forehead covered in sweat. But he still relied on instinct. Inside his body, he was madly refining the black lightning. Xiaolan, who heard the commotion, opened her eyes and hurriedly came to Lu Chen's side to check the situation. However, she had only just approached Lu Chen's side. A black lightning arc as big as a baby's arm was violently struck on her. Eft! The defenseless Xiaolan was directly sent flying by the black lightning arc, falling to the ground and falling into a coma. If a knowledgeable and powerful person is here, we'll be able to realize that this is the innate spirits of the protection of the master behavior, but unfortunately Lu Chen's previous life, although it is also barely a mighty man, but he is always on the frontiers of the town, the cognition of this world obviously not very deep. Lu Chen eventually fainted from the pain. However, just in the moment before he passed out, he still successfully refined the black lightning completely. With a relaxed mind, that's when he fell into a coma on the spot. And I don't know how long it took. When Lu Chuan woke up again, he realized that he was lying on top of a soft object. Looking up, it turned out that it was resting on Xiaolan's big, snow-white legs. You're awake. Seeing Lu Chuan looking at himself suspiciously, Xiaolan blushed slightly and pushed Lu Chuan to the side. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to get back if you died here. So I took care of you a little. Don't think too much. Thanks. Ludum stood up. The first time he checked up on his physical condition. Strong. At the chi and blood level, it reached at least 5,000 pounds of fist power. The perception of the five senses, too, seemed sharper. Even in the darkness, he could see some of the black lightning arcs remaining in the secret realm. It's finally the ultimate sublimation. Not in vain I hurt so much that I almost died in place. The corners of Lu Dust's mouth were slightly raised in excitement. In fact, before he passed out, he had a rough idea of what was going on with his body. The special ability he gained after sublimation was none other than annihilation, a characteristic that came with black lightning. It was also the strongest card of his transcendent past life. The effect of annihilation can be understood as annihilation. As long as he used black lightning, he could directly crush others' elemental attacks. Not suppression, but devastating destruction. To make an analogy, if he encountered Chun Yuan's wind blade again, Lu Chuan would be able to directly destroy this wind blade by sacrificing black lightning. This ability was not only overbearing in combat, but when placed in other areas, the effect was equally outstanding. Like breaking formation, there were some powerful formations that possessed an extremely strong defense, and if one could not find the eye of the formation, it would be difficult to break it. However, Lu Chuan didn't need to care about that. His black lightning can annihilate all elements, unless the disparity in strength was simply too great, directly crushing Lu Chun to death. Otherwise, there would be no formation that could trap Lu Chun. Even if he grinds slowly, he can wear out those top-level spell formations bit by bit. This was the unique power of black lightning, annihilating everything, overbearing and incomparable. The following are not counted in the body of the text. P.S. On the first day of validation, I saw that several of my buddies gave me a push, so I'm really happy. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, he fell into a deep state of guilt. The readers are so supportive of you. Do you have the nerve to sleep? How do you sleep at such a young age? So I got up and coded another chapter. It's 4 a.m., and it's back to work at 6 a.m. The data from the validation period determines whether this book has a debut or not, so I implore my brothers and sisters to support it. As soon as the validation period is over, I'll immediately go on a crazy burst of updates as a way of repaying my siblings for their love and support. So please add a bookshelf for the humble author, give a favorable review, and click on the free ones for love. I love you guys forever. Chapter 34. Are you still a man? Name Lu Duan. Talent. Power of the Void SSS. Thunderseed Black Lightning S. Realm. Void Warrior. 9 turns. 9th Sky of Body Forging Realm Perfection. Blood. 5,400. Spirit. 1,800. Natural Aptitude. Annihilation Introductory. Martial Arts. Swept Shadow Gunnery S Grade Great Achievement. Thunder Control S Grade Great Achievement. Ness. It's taking off. After looking at his attribute panel, Lu Chuan instantly had the feeling that he had gotten what he wanted. Breaking 5,000 against the Weather Blood value. This was already comparable to a superhuman of the 6th level of the nascent soul realm, coupled with the natural aptitude that the Black Lightning brought him. Even against a peak nascent soul realm superhuman, Lu Chuan was certain that he would be able to fight with one of them. Natural aptitudes were different from martial arts. This stuff, the equivalent of a big move in a game, has nothing to do with effort. It's purely about crushing qualifications. Usually only S-class or higher supernaturals could comprehend this divine ability after extreme sublimation. The stronger the talent, the stronger the aptitude. This was also the reason why supernaturals with S rank and above talents were able to gain supremacy. TCH, you look like you've gotten a lot stronger, Xiaolan said lazily as he hugged his sword. It's a pity that the realm is too low, and I still can't beat you. Lu Dust smiled non-committally. He was indeed very strong in this life, and at this rate, sooner or later, he would be able to tear apart those unbeatable great desolate fierce beasts with his bare hands. Right. What an interesting elementary school brother. Xiaolan gave a sardonic smile and did not continue to pursue Lu Chen's secret. That bizarre black thunder had already left a deep enough impression on her. One's own hall, the peak of the sea rescue realm, actually did not even have the opportunity to react, but directly fell into a coma. Luckily, it didn't end up being anything serious. It was only the momentary paralysis that caused her to lose consciousness for a short while. Come on, I'll show you out. After being delayed in this secret realm for most of the month, Lu Chuan couldn't wait and wanted to return to his little cohort. Why don't you teach me how to swim? Xiaolan stood still, twisting and turning, unwilling to move. Teach you to swim? Do you think I'm idle? Lu Chen looked at Xiaolan and rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly. Are you leaving or not? But how are you going to get me out of here? Xiaolan pointed at the narrow passage at the bottom of the lake, still somewhat hesitant. No, go pull back. Lu Chen turned around and walked away, not wanting to talk nonsense with her at all.
Oh, Veve.
I'm going. What are you going to? Ah! Before Xiaolan could finish her sentence, Lu Chun decisively staged a domineering princess hug for her. Cut the crap and listen to me. Looking at Xiaolan's stunning face that was gradually flushing red, Lu Chuan hurriedly bit the tip of his tongue secretly, forcing himself to remain absolutely clear. In a moment, you just take a deep breath and hold it hard. Don't think about anything, and don't move. If you can't do that, I'll leave you in this lake. Do you hear me? Aha! Exelon blinked and nodded in a panic. Didn't tell you to hold your breath now. Huh? I'm a little scared. Here, take a deep breath. Hey! Effed. The moment she entered the water, Charla began to panic. Immediately, he forced himself to hold his breath according to Lu Chuan's instructions and held Lu Chuan dead still, completely did not realize that their entire body are tightly attached to the arms of Lu Dust. His king of the cows, scary as hell. Lu Chuan trembled, somewhat unable to stand the excessive softness. Fortunately, the deterrent power of the small table was strong enough. Just a moment's pause. He was like a delicate fish, quickly swimming towards the outside of the channel. It's a long passage and takes about 10 minutes to swim. People without specialized training, even superhumans, can't hold their breath for that long. However, Lu Chun couldn't leave Xiaolan alone, so he could only secretly pray that she could hold out and not cause him any additional trouble. Pity. He still overestimated Exelon. Halfway through the swim, Summerland couldn't hold out any longer. However, she honored Lu Chuan's instructions, and even though she choked on several mouthfuls of water, she remained motionless with her eyes closed. Even the force of the jade hand that had a death grip on Lu Chen's shoulder gradually began to become smaller. Sage, what a troublesome woman. Lu Dust expressed his helplessness. But seeing as she was so well behaved, Lu Chun hesitated for a moment, but still attached himself and gently kissed Xiaolan's red lips. Of course, he wasn't trying to take advantage of someone. He was simply trying to get a breath of air out of her. He had survived the hardships of the post-apocalyptic world, and this most basic of swimming skills had long since been ordered, even specialized in special diving breathing techniques. That's why he was able to save his breath and not dissipate it, even if he lurked in the water for half an hour. But now that the breath was out, he couldn't hold it for too long. It was a good thing that Xiaolan didn't make a scene at this time, but instead got quieter and quieter. About 5 minutes later, the two of them finally surfaced with a bang. Who? Lying on the shore. Both were gulping in fresh air. The exhausted Lu Chuan didn't notice Xiaolan's eyes that had gradually deteriorated. The old lady's cheapness is considered to be completely taken up by this asshole. But doesn't he care at all? You won't even give me a look? I'm so pretty, why should he? Ugh, scumbag. Wanna cut him so bad. Sent you out. It's time for us to go our separate ways. Lu Chun, who had regained his strength, stood up with a gaze full of threats. Everything that happened in the secret realm. You rot in your stomach and don't let the second person know about it. Hey, that's a ing word for old lady, right?
M9D.
Chun Feng, what do you mean? Xiaolan felt like she couldn't hold back a bit more, and immediately confronted Lu Chun with rage. What do I mean? Heh. You know what I mean without me saying it. You ing fart. How do I know what you mean? Do I know you well? Good. Xiaolan's silver teeth clenched and her pink fists clenched. Chun Feng, are you still a man? You want to disown it after you've eaten it all, right? No, what did I do to you? I'm not just... Lu Dust said half of the words. The rest is directly stuck in the throat. The bottom of the air also on the spot weakened 3 points. That is a stopgap measure, you still pestered me not? I'm telling you, I have a girlfriend. She's much prettier than you. Hearing Lu Chuan blurt out the words girlfriend, Xiaolan suddenly fell silent. Okay. Count me, Xiaolan, as owing you a favor. Xiaolan stopped talking and her expression became cold. Watching her turn around alone and leave in style, Lu Chen's gaze, on the contrary, suddenly became a bit puzzled. Bad. This temperament to make a decision when it's time to make a decision. She can't really be sword fairy Xiaolan, can she? No way. So says. Did I really take advantage of the idol all over again? That's kinda ed up. That was the red-clothed sword immortal. the future pinnacle of the human race's combat power. A great leader who defended a city all by himself. Even if there was a different person, Lu Dust would not have half a ripple. But how come it's her? In favor of her. That woman who was even stronger and sadder than Su Qingyan. That woman who made the entire human race owe her a life. Thinking about this, Lu Chun only felt a pang of annoyance. But anyway, one has already apologized to the little table. Even if she is that legendary sword fairy, one cannot change anything because of it. Chapter 35. You smell like another woman's perfume. Seoul W. Since the day Lu Chun disappeared, the school leaders all panicked, anxious to look for people all over the world. This turned out to be a great check. Surprisingly, Lu Duan was not the only one who had disappeared. Xiaolan, the sword Dao genius that the executives had high hopes for, had actually disappeared on the same day. This one has stirred up a hornet's nest. All the leaders of W directly by the Superpower Alliance crazy accountability. A time to make people panic, anxious. Luckily, this didn't last long, and after searching for most of the month, these two came back on their own. Day by day, haggard Zhou Haifeng received this news. Almost did not shed tears of emotion on the spot. My little ancestor, hey, you just started school. What are you doing running around with nothing to do? Do you realize how scary this is? If you don't come back, I'm going to lose my job. At the foot of the mountain-ringed villa complex, Zhou Haifeng and Lu Chuan walked side by side, and Lu Chuan couldn't help but lose a laugh in his heart as he listened to him complaining the whole way. In his previous life, even he who had achieved the 7th realm Dharma body realm had not been able to enjoy this kind of treatment. Okay. You're wearing your ears out. It's just a matter of going out and practicing. How can you grow without experiencing trials and tribulations if your potential is good? I think you guys are just messing around. Lu Chun waved his hand full of unconcern. Hurry up and go. Don't delay me from going home to see my little cohort. No, what are you practicing for? The school gives you $100,000 a month to contribute. You want nothing. This is not enough for you to spend? Seeing that Lu Chun did not take it seriously at all, Zhou Haifeng was so angry that his face turned red. Just so you know, your information right now is sitting on Chief One's desk at the headquarters of the League of Superpowers. Once something happens to you, it will be a huge loss for the entire human race. So grow a pair, you brat. Are you not aware of your own importance? What do you want? You just report it upwards. If the school can't fulfill it, isn't there someone else up there? As long as the request is within a reasonable range, you can raise it as much as you want. Even if it's unreasonable, we can still raise it quietly. Lu Chun listened with a black line all over his head, and he knew in his heart that a lot of things were indeed within his reach right now. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as what Zhou Haifeng had said, it definitely wasn't anywhere near as bad as what it was. It is, after all, the only growable talent in all of humanity. 1,000 times more precious than a national treasure. I mentioned it. Didn't I tell you to expose my talent? How nice of you to change my profile to SSS ranked talent. Do you really think I don't know? Lu Dust deliberately changed the topic. Why don't you say you're missing a string in your head? Kid, don't you just want to draw alien fire for your little girlfriend? An SSS talent is completely enough. It's for your own good up there. Really expose you completely and you'll have to sleep with your eyes open at night. Okay. I get it, you're so nosy. Lu Dust hadn't cared about this matter, and it was indeed the most appropriate to handle it this way. In fact, if you guys really want to help me, just look for some secret relics for me as much as possible, and just notify me at the first sign of news. That's the key to my rapid growth. Lu Chuan weighed his options and decided to tell Zhou Haifeng about his need for the innate thunder seed. No one else can refine that thing anyway. Find it all by yourself. It would be better to have someone from above help you find it together. And Zhou Haifeng, who had finished understanding the ins and outs, was also clear about why Lu Chuan had left without saying goodbye, and immediately took it seriously and hurriedly rushed back to report to the top. As for how Lu Chun knew that there was a secret realm outside of the Jade Sunshine Pass, Zhou Haifeng had the good sense not to ask more. Everyone has secrets. Lu Chuan's future was unlimited, and having secrets instead only meant that he had a strange encounter and great fortune on his side. That's a good thing. Too much interference would only cause this genius to recoil. It's also likely to end up costing more than it's worth. And after bidding farewell to Zhou Haifeng, Lu Chun returned to the villa at the first opportunity. Before he came back, he had already sent a message to Su Qingyan through the Ultra Bracelet. So once inside, a small figure, just like a jumping elf, jumped straight into his arms. Brother Lu Chun. Su Qingyan hugged Lu Chun tightly, greedily breathing in the smell of his body. Today, she wore a pretty homey white bodysuit with a long ponytail, less cool and more girlish and youthful. Behind her, the table was already set with a steaming assortment of delicious food. I can see that. This girl should be getting ready early in the morning. Tilting the face, Lu Duan's eyes were full of tenderness. Just as she was about to say something, Su Qingyan was suddenly huffing and then pushed him away with one hand. Oh? Lu Dust's head was full of questions as he looked suspiciously at the beautiful woman in front of him who had been thinking about him for a long time. Brother Lu Chan, you smell like another woman's perfume. Su Qingyan looked at Lu Duan with some trepidation. Her eyes filled with watery mist in an instant. Hey, crap! Lu Chuan exclaimed out darkly. A heart instantly raised to his throat, as if it was going to jump out the next moment. Jesus, are you the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes? Little tablemate? How is it possible to find an anomaly? Did the perfume smell not go away even when you held it in the water? What kind of perfume is that stupid woman wearing? It's also waterproof. Cam. No. Not. Qingyan, you listen to my explanation. Ludum panicked. At that moment, he did not care about anything else, and gave a full account in his head. If Xiaolan were here, the high and low would have to taunt him twice. You boys are really not up to it. And ask me to keep your secret? That's a good secret you're keeping. That's what happened. I was trying to save her. Nothing really. At the end of his words, Lu Chun righteously explained. Sure. Although he explained everything, he deliberately omitted the fact that he had kissed Charlene. None other. Pure and simple is just afraid to say it. Really? Really? Su Qingyan skimmed her small mouth, her big eyes looking at Lu Duan without blinking. The package is real. Lu Chun hurriedly patted his chest and assured him. Humph. Not so terrified though. But Su Qingyan's jealousy had obviously spilled over as well. Even if she was angry, she didn't want to scold Lu Chun and just sat at the dining table sulking to herself. Actually, in the post-apocalyptic era, it's not that much of a stretch. China's perennial war, 9 out of 10 rooms are empty, and the men on the border have suffered heavy casualties. There's no such thing as monogamy anymore. You can talk to as many as you want if you have the skills, and the top will even compensate for the vast resources available to women after childbirth. This is the end times and population is the top priority. It's been that way since the beginning of time. When a country has a serious demographic crisis, it starts to bottom out. With a population crunch, the status of women is bound to plummet, and that's a general trend that has nothing to do with love. Most of those mighty men of supreme status also had concubines. But Lu Chuan's mindset was, relatively speaking, conservative. He's not that greedy. For him, having his little cohort alone in this life is actually enough. Qingyan, you have to trust me. I will never, ever leave you. Lu Chun came up to Su Qingyan's face and pulled up her small hand and said seriously. Aha! Su Qingyan seemed to have figured it out as well. Raising her eyes, a touch of coldness flashed vaguely in her eyes. Whoever dares to steal brother Lu Chun from me, just slaughter her. Oh? Lu Chun looked at Su Qingyan with a horrified expression. Bad. My treasure girl. Something seems to be wrong. It's hard for a great empress to become a sickly girl. Chapter 36. Angry little vinegar bun. Hehe. Qingyan, you really know how to joke. Lu Duan warily picked up his bowl and chopsticks and hurriedly took a shrimp from the table. That one, I'll peel it for you. Thank you, brother Lu Chuan. Su Qingyan arched her eyebrows and obediently accepted Lu Chen's feeding. Seeing Su Qingyan no longer pursuing the matter of Xiaolan, someone was also secretly relieved. Almost forgot. The little cohort's no slouch. Otherwise, she wouldn't have successfully melted the Tao and sealed the emperor in only 10 years, becoming a giant on the side of the human race. She was purely just better behaved in front of herself. Qingyan, what realm are you in now? Hearing Lu Dust's sudden inquiry, Su Qingyan, who was peeling shrimp, playfully blinked. I'm already at the 9th level of the forging realm. Oh, in the future, wherever brother Lu Chan wants to go, he can't leave me behind anymore. How? How? Lu Dust was a bit tearless. Although it is said, Su Qingyan hadn't said much from the beginning to the end, but he still felt an overflowing aura of oppression. The little cohort must still be jealous. The package. Brother Lu Chuan eats shrimp. Su Qingyan handed the peeled shrimp to Lu Chen's mouth, always smiling. Good. Lu Dust is like sitting on pins and needles, like a man on his back, like walking on thin ice, like a fish in his throat, like… He couldn't take it anymore. Qingyan, you're not still angry, are you? Angry? No, why should I be angry? Su Qingyan gave a slight lurch and looked at Lu Chun with an innocent face. Could it be that brother Lu Chun has done something wrong to me? No, I don't. It's just a feeling. It's nothing. Let's eat. Lu Chen decisively ended the topic. Su Qingyan was smart, so smart that it was a little scary. Adhering to the principle of saying more than one thing, Lu Dust began to clunk and dazzle the rice. Brother Lu Chun, why don't we go to the school's training tower together tomorrow? I want to improve my practical combat experience. The Tower of Training? Lu Chun was slightly stunned and quickly reacted. The 4 great schools all had the existence of the training tower, which was a place specifically for students to simulate actual battles. Students can go to the tower at any time, and if they make it to the top of the leaderboard, they can pick up extra resource rewards. It's kind of an encouragement in disguise. The SSS-ranked Zhonglan sword in Xiaolan's hand was the reward she received after taking first place on the overall list of the calendar tower. SSS-grade spirit martial arts were very rare, and looking at the entire human race, they couldn't come up with 3 digits. WU has a total of 7 of these sacred weapons. But so far, only Xiaolan and another senior who had graduated many years ago had managed to take just 2 of them. The calendar tower was created to enhance real-world experience. It doesn't have much to do with the realm. It mostly depends on how good you are at fighting. Your fighting level is strong enough that even at the forging realm, you still have a chance to get a high-ranked spirit marshal. Now that he heard Su Qingyan talk about it, Lu Chun was also instantly interested. In his last life, he only had an S-class spirit weapon, and he had used that lance to conquer for 10 years. With a hand of purely perfected swept shadow shot, he didn't know how many foreign beasts he had killed on the extraterritorial battlefield. Now that he had the chance to obtain an SSS-grade spirit martial art, he naturally said that he would try anything. And he was also curious to know what his current self's extreme level would be in actual combat after having the power of the void and his innate aptitude boosted. Think it should be 1,000,000,000 points stronger? Alright, then we'll go tomorrow. Lu Dust nodded in response, then took the initiative to clear the table. A little vinegar bag needs a lot of coaxing when she gets jealous. See this scene. Su Qingyan didn't fight for it either. She just sat on the sofa and quietly looked at Lu Duan. When Lu Chen finished his work and came out from the kitchen, she stood up calmly and asked, Brother Lu Chun, I'm going to go back to my room to rest. Do you want to join me? Hey? Lu Chun froze slightly, then his eyes lit up. I want it. Together. Haven't seen you for most of a month. I miss you. A certain person hurriedly farted and followed Su Qingyan up the stairs. The 2 men's bedrooms were right across from each other. Lu Chuan followed Su Qingyan to her bedroom door. A quick glance inside out of the corner of her eye revealed that the house was very clean and tidy, and she had changed many of the decorations to a simple white and blue color, in keeping with her own style. It's got a very cozy, down-to-earth feel to it. So Lu Dust didn't be polite, lifting his feet and squeezing inside. Wait a minute. Unexpectedly, Su Qingyan suddenly reached out and blocked him from the door. It's naturally fine if Brother Lu Chun wants to enter my room, but not yet. Oh. Su Qingyan looked at Lu Chun with a smile on her face. This makes someone's heart cannot help but a burst of hair. Feel such a small table so strange, so broad afraid. For why? Brother Lu Chuan has to go and wash the perfume smell off of you before he can do that. Otherwise I'll be unhappy. Su Qingyan blinked her big innocent eyes. Her tone was still gentle, but it was this gentle tone that made Lu Chuan feel a wave of creepiness. I'm sure I'm still jealous. Why hadn't I realized before that an angry little tablemate was so hard to coax? Ludum cried without tears and went to wash up. He felt like this was the darkest day since he was reborn. The sun is setting and the moon is high in the sky. Lu Duan, who had changed into a loose-fitting housecoat, quietly opened Su Qingyan's bedroom door. Both of them tacitly didn't go to cultivate today. Come to the bed. Su Qingyan was lying on the bed with her back to Lu Duan, looking motionless and seemingly asleep. Lu Chen gently got under the covers and gently swept Su Qingyan into his arms from behind. As the soft fragrance entered his arms, Lu Chuan could clearly feel that Su Qingyan's body trembled slightly. Jealousy. Let's not make a scene, shall we? Lu Chen forced Su Qingyan to turn over and said helplessly and dotingly, Brother Lu Dust. Su Qingyan's eyes were red, and she finally removed all her defenses and curled up in Lu Chen's arms and sobbed softly. I'm so scared. I'm afraid you won't want me someday, that you won't like me. What nonsense are you saying? Lu Chuan was a bit at a loss for words. He could only keep wiping Su Qingyan's tears. I told you, I will never leave you. Who knows if you're cajoling me to lie to me? I'm willingly being lied to by you anyway. How? Look at this. Lu Chuan simply lifted his wrist, revealing the red rope Su Qingyan had given him. It's even more important than the superpower bracelet. You just lied to me. The superpower bracelet is worth tens of thousands of dollars, and this isn't worth anything. Who said that? In my case, it's just priceless. It's a love token someone gave me. Then so have I. Su Qingyan immediately spread out her small hand and took out the miniature version of the Lu Duan puppet that Lu Duan had given her from the superspace. She pressed the button, and the sound of a miniature version of Lu Duan's quirky voice suddenly came inside the ears of the two of them. The little table misses me. The little cohort misses me. Be right there, be right there. Eft. Su Qingyan instantly broke into laughter and gave Lu Chuan a somewhat unfavorable blank look. I don't know which idiot would use this as a love token for a girl. Good for you. You're starting to resent me now, aren't you? I didn't. Obviously. I'm pissed. So what then? Well, a kiss and you're forgiven. No way you. Well. Lu Chuan, who had long been unable to hold back, could no longer hold back, and indeed kissed Su Qingyan's red lips, only wanting to give vent to all the thoughts that he had been thinking about for the past half a month. Of course, Su Qingyan wasn't much better. In the past, she had basically gone against the grain, but this time there was a noticeably clumsy response. It was only after a long time that the two of them gasped for air and stopped in love. I'm going to bed. Su Qingyan was in a daze. Her face was as red as a tantalizing apple, making people want to take a bite. Okay. Then I'll carry you to bed. Lu Dust had no face and made up his mind to stay put. Well, then you're not allowed to move. The young girl was silent for half a second, and finally shyly agreed. Well, I promise not to move. The teenager was righteous and nodded his head firmly in a hurry. You promised not to move. Sorry, didn't hold back. Then you still move. The moon and stars were thinning, and the night was deepening. The conversation between the young lovers also quieted down. P.S. Merry Christmas. I wish all my brothers and sisters a good fortune and a good night's work. Chapter 37. Trouble is coming. The next day, when Lu Chuan woke up, he realized that Su Qingyan was clinging to himself like an octopus. Pressing half of his body, he had lost consciousness. Looking at the beauty of the beautiful woman in his arms as she slept in full bloom, Lu Chuan momentarily cried and laughed a little. Sleeping quite soundly, the corners of his mouth shining brightly. It was completely different from the Ice Spirit Empress he remembered. Clingy, favoringly scraping the tip of his sweetheart's nose, Lu Chuan then gently rolled over and got out of bed, thoughtfully covered Su Qingyan's bedding, and turned around to wash up. Last night had been bad. Froze until most of the night. Su Qingyan must be sleepy as hell at this moment. Lu Duan planned to call her when breakfast was ready. However, unexpectedly, Lu Chuan's side had only just opened fire when Su Qingyan came to the kitchen in a daze. Then yawning, he hugged him from behind as soon as he could. Go to bed if you're sleepy. How can you sleep like this? Lu Chuan was somewhat helpless. Well, don't. Su Qingyan pressed her face on top of Lu Chen's broad back, her eyes slightly closed, her face full of satisfaction. But I can't cook well with this look. Lu Chuan couldn't do a thing with this sticky person. Eventually, it was all she could do to let her hang on to herself and start preparing breakfast. His skill at boiling congee was still quite good, and Su Qingyan was soon dispelled from her drowsiness by the fragrant smell in the house. Brother Lu Chuan is awesome. Su Qingyan didn't mince her words of praise. The emotional value pulls right out of the blast. The two of them finished their porridge before they walked out of the villa hand in hand and arrived side by side at the entrance of the calendar tower. Latest news. I heard that Chen Feng, a freshman, has already broken through 36 levels in a row. Awesome. Worthy of an SS-class talent. It really lives up to its name. What is this? I heard that yesterday afternoon, Goddess Yanran was actually asking around about this new student Chen Feng, who is now a celebrity in our school. No? I don't think that kid is handsome either. How did Goddess Yanran fall for him? Who knows? But he's got a girlfriend. I happened to meet her a few days ago. And his girlfriend is exceptionally pretty too. This kid is really lucky. Grass. I want to break my head, cannot understand. That kid to face value, no face value. To figure no body, goddesses and school flowers, how all around him ah? Who are you talking about? I was blocking the school entrance at the beginning of the school year. And I haven't heard of anyone named Chun Feng. I know, I was in his class. I heard he was sick and hospitalized on the third day of school before he came with his girlfriend. Inside the rest area, the students who had come to climb the tower stayed together in groups, discussing the latest campus gossip. After Lu Chun brought Su Qingyan to register for the program, he found a corner to sit down and queue up. Hear the gossip that comes out of the mouths of those who talk about it. Someone's heart burst. An extremely bad feeling arose. It wasn't that he cared that Gu Yanyan and Chun Feng had gotten together, but he had heard that Xiaolan seemed to be looking for him. Isn't this the end of the line? He had falsely reported Chun Feng's name in the first place, just so he wouldn't get involved with Xiaolan ah. Thinking of the scene where that crazy woman Xiaolan could possibly meet up with her little cohort, Lu Chun subconsciously shrunk back toward the corner. Both he and Su Qingyan were wearing masks and baseball caps, so as long as they kept a low profile, they wouldn't be recognized at all if they weren't familiar with them. Unfortunately, fear of what is to come. The school. There was really one person in particular who was familiar with him. Lu Duan. Gu Yanyan, who had come out of the exercise tower, noticed the figure in the corner at the first opportunity. After all, after spending so much time together, even if he wore a mask, Gu Yanran could recognize him at a glance. What can I do for you, big schoolgirl Gu? Lu Dust was helpless. If not wanting to meet Xiaolan was just a fear that his little cohort's jealousy would be overturned, then this woman in front of him was purely just making him feel disgusted. Where have you been these days? I've been looking everywhere for you and I can't find you. Why are you avoiding me? Gu Yanran's eyes were red. When Chen Feng had been hospitalized by Lu Dust, she felt that it was only because of herself. That was why she had visited Chen Feng in the hospital. In her opinion, although Chen Feng wasn't as handsome as Lu Chun, he had at least awakened his SS grade talent. It wasn't something that Lu Dust could mess with. It just so happened that Lu Duan had angered her as well. Then she simply deliberately released the news of visiting Chen Feng in the hospital. She didn't believe that Lu Chun would not react. She was just going to make that guy regret it, to make him clearly realize that he could immediately find a better one by himself after leaving him, Lu Duan. It is he who is unworthy of himself. If he doesn't dislike him, why should he dislike himself? But not until she got out of the hospital. It was only then that she received the news that Lu Chun and Su Qingyan had both awakened their SSS talents. At that moment, she completely panicked. She had gradually realized that Lu Chun didn't seem to be gambling, but really didn't want to chase her. The boy with eyes full of her has found a girl with better talent than her. No, she could never accept that. Su Qingyan was nothing more than a waste of space to be bullied. What right did she have to snatch Lu Chun? Obviously, she was here first. Lu Chun, do you really have to be so desperate? I have nothing with Chun Feng. From the beginning, you were the one I liked. I was just gambling with you. What did I do wrong? Can't I change? Will you stop being with her? I promise I'll never play small again, and I'll do everything you say. Gu Yanran kept crying out her grievances, tears sliding down her cheeks like broken pearls. How could this boy who had been chasing her for 3 years, who had done everything she said, suddenly change? It's like he just slept through it. Why are you suddenly ignoring yourself? It didn't matter how much she tried to hold back. What the hell is this for? And when the crowd next to them, who were eating melon in a line, heard this news one by one, they were also instantly energized. Nice guy. What an amazing melon. It turned out that this freshman year's newest school beauty, Gu Yanran, wasn't Chun Feng's girlfriend at all. She likes the man in front of her, and it looks like it's been mercilessly abandoned. I Lua go. Headline big news ah. The new school beauty was abandoned by the scum. Crying for redemption. Such a pretty girl. How did that guy bear to hurt her? Is he still not a man? Humph, men are no good, it seems so now. Jimeis have to learn a lesson. That schoolgirl next to him has a pretty good body, but it's a shame she's a junior. The eyes are not very good either. There was a lot of talk among the people who were eating the food. This made Lu Chen's head spin. He could care less about his own reputation. But he couldn't let Su Qingyan join him and carry this kind of unwarranted scolding. Gu Yanran, I've been chasing you for 3 years, and for 3 years, I've obeyed you. I'll never go west if you tell me to go east. But don't you know in your own heart what you did to me? You enjoy my kindness to you unconditionally. Yet you hang on to me wandering and riding the donkey. What makes you think that I'm going to stay where I am? I'm not a couple with you. I'm just a suitor for you at best. What, now that I'm not chasing after you, do you still regret it? Do I have to turn back if you regret it? What are you? Are you worthy? Lu Dust's tone was cold and his sentences were heartbreaking. After his explanation, the melon eaters also quickly split into two factions. There were those who thought that Lu Chen was too desperate, and there were also some who thought that Gu Yanyan was to blame. But it's finally not one-sided. Now these two players talk about it all the time. For a moment, the whole rest area was in an uproar. Quick look, Goddess Xiaolan is here too. Good on. This did not last long. At the main entrance, a red-clothed figure made a calm entrance, instantly diverting everyone's attention. She didn't even need to open her mouth. She just stood there and, naturally, became the center of attention for all the crowd. This was the horrible popularity of her Xiaolan. Chapter 38. The Great Melon continues. I'm hiding. Lu Duan was silent. Once again, he shrank toward the corner. There wasn't a single moment that made the Lu Chuan at this moment feel that how good it would be if he had awakened a stealth talent. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't. Good on. Xiaolan didn't notice Lu Duan in the corner. She ignored the blazing adoration of the crowd around her and found herself a seat. A 5-meter radius also automatically vacated a large area. Goddess Xiaolan is here to find Chen Feng? That's for sure. Goddess Xiaolan is number 1 on the overall list of the calendar tower. This kind of training is no longer useful to her. Cam, that Chen Feng really deserves to die. What virtue and ability does he have that made Goddess Xiaolan take the initiative to look for him for 2 days? Can it be that he has saved the life of Goddess Xiaolan? We'll see when we wait. He's already broken through 42 levels. He should be coming out soon. The minutes ticked by. Xiaolan's sudden appearance, Gu Yanran's heartbreak, the mysterious freshman's desperate statement, etc. A line of melon-eating enthusiastic masses has long been unable to hold down the burning heart of gossip. Some of them had even begun to call out to their friends while silently cheering and shouting in their hearts. This melon. Buddy will eat it today. Jesus couldn't stop it when he came. I'm talking. It's out, it's out. Hurry up and turn on the super short video to record it. Ultravision. Recording the good life. As the crowd boiled, Chun Feng's figure, too, slowly walked out from the training tower. Many of the half-informed spectators looked up and their expressions suddenly froze. Chun Feng's real person had indeed revealed himself. He was seen to have long, tousled hair and a simple ponytail, a shiny stud in his right ear, wheat-colored skin, and that well-defined super combat suit added to his manliness. There's one to say, if the one who wanted to meet him wasn't Goddess Xiaolan, his outfit would still be quite personalized. But when he thought of the fact that he was, most likely, Xiaolan's intended victim, the melon eaters couldn't see how it was possible. No, just this? I'll get on me. This really isn't very handsome, is it? It's simply worthy of my Goddess Xiaolan's magnificent beauty. Bad, the flower is stuck on the cow dung. Is Goddess Xiaolan actually good at this? TMD, I'm going to get a haircut tomorrow. At this time, Chen Feng was also quite confused. Yesterday he had received messages from several of his classmates that the Goddess Xiaolan was asking around about him, and at first he just thought it was a prank and didn't give it a second thought. But today, he had only just stepped out of the adventure tower when he was bombarded with countless messages. Saying something like Goddess Xiaolan was waiting for him in the rest area really flattered him a bit. There is no way around it. He could only find Xiaolan with a stiff upper lip as well. Xiaolan's senior sister. I heard that you have been looking for me. Xiaolan frowned slightly, and a touch of faint doubt hung on her lazy and charming face. Who are you? Huh?
I'm Chen Feng.
Xiaolan's sentence of, who are you, made Chen Feng instantly lose his nerve. He had even thought of the child's name just now. You're Chen Feng. Xiaolan stood up with a swish, and the expression on her face went from puzzlement, to contemplation, to sudden realization. For a moment it was comparable to a Sichuan opera face turn. Finally, her face went completely cold. Sorry, class. I'm not here for you. No dake. Feeling those piercing gazes around him, Chen Feng only felt his face burning hot. He was cowering from chasing a Gu Yanran, and he really didn't dare to be half-tempered in the face of Xiaolan. All that could be done was to force a smile. Why, I told you there must be some misunderstanding here, that… I do have a girlfriend. She is over there. Chun Feng did not want to be a clown, and for a moment, he was a bit tongue-tied, and hastily pointed to Gu Yanran, who was not far away, and said, "Well, your girlfriend is pretty." Xiaolan absent-mindedly made a perfunctory remark, and was planning to turn around and leave. Her heart was now full of Lu Chen's figure. I can't wait to find him and unload on him. How dare that hateful bastard lie to her? Even the name is an imposter. It's really good and angry. I will cut him. I will cut him. Hey, isn't Goddess Xiaolan here to find Qinfeng? What kind of divine reversal is this? I told you, how could Goddess Xiaolan fancy this kid? Luckily, I was almost skeptical. No. If Goddess Xiaolan isn't looking for Qinfeng, then who is she looking for? The people eating the food were mingling and talking. It was just that the murmurs reached Qinfeng's ears, making him even more agitated. But he couldn't say anything, so he could only pretend to be calm and walk to Gu Yanran. "Huma, why are you crying? Who bullied you?" Seeing Gu Yanyan's red eyes wiping away her tears, and her gaze always falling on a certain familiar figure in the far corner that was about to squeeze into the cracks of the sofa, Chan Feng's face instantly changed. Huma, let's go, shall we? Don't touch me." Gu Yanyan shrugged off Qin Feng's outstretched hand, still stubbornly looking at Lu Duan. "Lu Duan? Believe me for once, I really don't have anything with him. I'm just trying to make you jealous. I've never even let him hold my hand. Ask him yourself if you don't believe me." Numb. Lu Dust was completely numb. What's it to me if you hold it or not? This woman is really crazy. It's unbelievable. Why haven't I seen you so affectionate before? You're playing the husband-chasing crematorium with me, aren't you? Good. That's good. That's good. Say something, Lu Duan. Are you still a man? Xiaolan, who was about to leave, instantly stopped in her tracks. This quote. Why is this somehow familiar? Nima. Seeing the scrutinizing gaze that Xiaolan threw at him, Lu Chan wanted to die in place. Pills. All pills. Dude, you're really gonna get cold feet. Woohoo. End of story. Gu Yanran. Just how many times do you want me to say it? Lu Chen lowered his voice, his eyes filled with irritation. How long are you going to pester me? Do you have to make me do it to satisfy you? Meh. Lu Chuan had thought that by appropriately changing his voice, Xiaolan wouldn't be able to recognize himself, but he didn't expect that. As soon as she heard his voice, she actually sneered and walked over. No, do we know each other that well? Help, don't you come over here. Yo, isn't this Chun Feng Chan the benefactor? Xiaolan looked at Lu Chan with a smiling face, her eyes full of teasing and mockery. I'm not, you've got the wrong person. Lu Dust returned without lifting his head, and in the meantime, out of the corner of his eye, he surreptitiously gauged the reaction of his young cohort. Ever since Gu Yanran appeared here, Su Qingyan didn't say a word, always eating her boyfriend's melon in silence. It seems to be in her eyes. Didn't consider Gu Yanran as an opponent at all. But the moment Xiaolan appeared, Su Qingyan's aura, however, was instantly cold. I have to say, women's intuition is really good. What an obnoxious perfume smell. Su Qingyan slowly got up, her gaze looking straight at Xiaolan, a hint of undisguised coldness in her tone. Heh, interesting. Xiaolan didn't care about Su Qingyan's hostility, just glanced back and forth between the two with his eyes, then suddenly smiled, laughing very hard. She seemed to have found the best way to get back at Lu Chuan. Chapter 39. Goddess turned green tea? Schoolgirl, don't misunderstand. I'm clean with your boyfriend. Nothing has happened yet. He's my savior. Xiaolan casually explained, but those 4 words, innocent, were clearly aggravated. Anyone who hears it is afraid that they will not be thinking about it. Xiaolan, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Lu Chen's face darkened and he couldn't sit still on the spot. Hastily turning his head toward Su Qingyan, he softly explained, don't pay attention to her. This woman has a brain problem. Well, I believe in brother Lu Chuan. Su Qingyan smiled with a beaming smile and took the initiative to hold onto Lu Chuan's arm, as if declaring her sovereignty. This schoolmate, my brother Lu Chuan, has always been kind-hearted. Even if it's a cat or a dog on the side of the road, he'll lend a helping hand when he happens to see it. You don't have to take it to heart. Yes. Lu Chun nodded his head repeatedly, deeply impressed. Oh, the benefactor turns out to be called Lu Duan? Then it looks like there's no mistaking it this time. Xiaolan didn't care at all about the mockery in Su Qingyan's tone, and still had a smile like a spring breeze on her surface. But deep down, she had a good belly laugh. Just him? Good heart? If it wasn't for my old lady's intelligence, I'm afraid I would have been screwed over by this kid, though it was true that he had punked him first. But no matter how you look at it, this kid doesn't have anything to do with a good heart. Does he? Ventriloquist is more like it. Knock it off. What the hell do you want with me? Lu Chuan rubbed his brow and had a headache. He believed that the woman in front of him was his former idol. It's just that the great image of that supreme sword immortal has long since crumbled to the ground. Sure enough, one cannot blindly follow a star. All the good. All TM is their own fantasy. It's fine. It just so happens that I want to relax these days. So I came to meet my savior. Xiaolan smiled pleasantly and deliberately teared up. I only have gratitude for my schoolmate. I don't have any other thoughts. She shouldn't be jealous, right? Senior sister Xiaolan, if you keep committing crimes like this, we won't be able to be friends in the future. Lu Dust said indifferently with a cold face. Okay, I'm kidding. Xiaolan playfully blinked, finally stopped acting like a demon, and hurriedly looked at Su Qingyan, changing her attitude to one of sincerity and said, Elementary school sister. School sister doesn't have many friends, and her personality is a bit random, so I'll apologize to you if I've offended you. I do want to be friends with you guys. If you don't pretend to be green tea and really don't miss brother Lu Chun, we can certainly be friends. Su Qingyan glanced deeply at Xiaolan, without the initial saber rattling. However, she was already on her guard in her mind. This woman, she's not easy to deal with. She obviously wasn't a dumbass like Gu Yanyan. Because not only was this woman strong and without a frame, her looks were not inferior at all. The bottom line is this. She also shows deliberate weakness and knows how to stop. This kind of woman is just too difficult to deal with. Su Qingyan was a little deflated inwardly. It's all because I'm not strong enough yet. I can only tolerate her meddling for the time being. If she acted too petty, she would in turn make this woman look down on her. Even if brother Lu Chun loves me and doesn't interact with this woman, I'm still a step down from her for nothing. I'm brother Lu Chuan's real girlfriend. Why should I avoid her? Brother Lu Chun is so outstanding. There will definitely be more and more women who have thoughts about him. This situation. Only if I become strong enough and dazzling enough myself can I make those vixens know better and not dare to think thoughts that they shouldn't have about brother Lu Chun. As long as it's about Ludum. Su Qingyan's mind always turned very fast, so she thought of many things at once. She was no longer jealous and didn't argue. Just calmly turning her head, she looked at Lu Dust and gently smiled. Brother Lu Dust, it's almost our turn. Let's go. Good. Lu Chun couldn't wait to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing, so he naturally wouldn't have any opinions. Looking at the backs of Lu Duan and Su Qingyan as they both left, Xiaolan's gaze flickered, and at some point, the corners of her mouth had actually hung a smile from the bottom of her heart. She wasn't actually lying. Ever since she awakened her SSS-ranked gold system talent, Xiaolan had gradually become a public figure in the limelight. Her popularity was growing, but she had fewer and fewer friends around her, though she'd usually come across as easygoing. But those students who came into contact with her continued to be coy with her and would not befriend her at all. So many years. It was only Lu Chun who didn't take her seriously, and now there was another Su Qingyan added to the mix. The two had absolutely no sense of that underlying inferiority complex about her, which made her want to bond and go as far as she could to be her true self. Don't worry that your proximity will burn someone's ego. Tisk. This place. It feels rather like playing a 4D holographic breakout minigame. Step inside the calendar tower. What met Lu Chuan's eyes was a majestic and magnificent silver-white hall. The spaces inside this adventure tower were all independent. You can also choose your own battle environment at the console to experience the most realistic battle simulation scenarios. The simulation will have wave after wave of enemies, each wave increasing in number or realm. Once hit by the enemy, a portion of the initial blood value will be forcibly deducted, and when the blood value is completely depleted, it means the breakthrough is over. Very nice design indeed. After figuring out the full rules of the adventure tower, Lu Chuan, who was eager to give it a try, also gave his high rating. He didn't hesitate much, casually chose a scenario of guarding the city gates, and then directly started this journey of breaking through the gates. First round opponent. It's just a green poison beetle of the first level of the forging realm. Lu Dust does not need to have any skill at all. Just stand at the city gate and wait for it to get close. 1 foot will easily crush it. Subsequent levels. It is also as simple as it gets for him. With his current physique, the body forging realm could be called invincible. However, any equal realm was a second kill for him, let alone these opponents whose realms were not even as high as his. So, Lu Chen's current speed of breaking through was quite fast. The first 50 levels. It doesn't even qualify him to be taken seriously. In the meantime, the students watching the battle in the rest area were all dumbfounded as well. These days, the freshmen's achievements in breaking through the barrier were basically all within 50 levels, and even the SS grade talented Qinfeng had only barely made it to the 49th level. On this score, it's already taken the breath away from countless fellow students. Whoever thought? Today, however, 2 supreme demons suddenly appeared. In just under 10 minutes, both have already broken the highest record left by freshmen. Su Qingyan was also at the 9th level of the body forging realm now. With her extreme ice power, not only was her control potential unique, her fighting ability, likewise, was extraordinary. That's why she breaks into the barrier so fast. It was only slightly inferior to Lu Chen. Lu Chuan. Why? Why are you everywhere? Chun Feng and Gu Yanran, who were silently watching the battle outside the arena, clenched their fists almost simultaneously. Chun Feng was doing so because he considered Lu Chun as an opponent. Therefore, after seeing his proud achievements being easily crushed by Lu Chun, his mindset was inevitably a bit unbalanced. What he had put his life on the line to achieve was merely the starting threshold for others. This strong feeling of powerlessness. Enough to make anyone feel desperate and broken. As for Gu Yanyan, that's pure jealousy. She was jealous of everything Su Qingyan had now, and the darkness and distortion within her heart also made her gradually show signs of blackening. Chapter 40. The outburst of Su Qingyan. 10-peak forging realm? It looks like the difficulty is starting to escalate. In the tower of exercise, Lu Dust looked at his new round of opponents, his brows still maintaining a calm and unruffled demeanor. This round, he was facing 10 flying mantises at the peak of the body forging realm. This foreign beast was very agile and specialized in sneaking up on opponents from the air and then killing them in one strike. Every time a beast tide broke out, this mantis clan was a nightmare for the lower third realm superhumans. They are most fond of sneaking up on low realm superhumans, moving swiftly and silently, leaving people defenseless. Unfortunately, Lu Chen still didn't put much stock in it. Such intensity was not enough to pose a threat to him. Swoosh! 10 flying mantises, each from a different direction, surrounded and killed Lu Chuan like the sky. Their sharp claws were incomparably sharp and could easily break through the defenses of the unusual supers. One slip up and you're hit. Ju. Lu Dust swung his military spikes. His hands rose and fell. The sharp blades ripped through the air, easily taking care of the 10 flying mantises one by one. His attacks flowed without the slightest bit of stagnation, and he could be said to have staged a textbook level of combat skill. It was 10 years of grinding his way through the War Department. It is only slowly practiced in life and death combat to kill the enemy. Levels 60, 70, 80. With the passage of time, the students watching the battle were finally completely boiling over. Crap! Where did this freshman come from? So awesome. He's going to heaven? It looks like it's going to be on the overall list. Not necessarily. It's said that only those who have broken through the 80th level are worthy of being called true human pride. Although these two are perverts, they've only just stepped onto the threshold of heaven's pride. It's slowing down a lot. It looks like it's going to the limit. To be able to break in here is already perverted. Not everyone can be compared to Goddess Xiaolan. The students were talking and commenting. Even Xiaolan, who was in the corner, kept her gaze on the big screen and carefully observed Lu Chen's fighting skills. When students break through, the one who performs the best is projected in real time on a large screen for all students to observe and learn from. And right now, what was playing on the big screen happened to be the battle footage of Lu Chen. The movements are crisp and clean, without the slightest pause. This guy, where on earth did he learn these killing techniques? The more Xiaolan looked, the more surprised he became. As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway while outsiders look at the scene. She was born into an ancient martial arts family and practiced from a young age, which developed her exquisite fighting skills. But on Lu Chuan, there was no trace of ancient martial arts at all. Instead, It was more like the fighting style of the group of lunatics from the military department. Crap. It's level 85. This guy is clearly only at the peak of the body forging realm. He doesn't even have dark power. Yet he was able to take on 5 nascent soul realm 3rd grade fey beasts and didn't lose in the slightest. This chi and blood is afraid that it won't directly explode, right? Who is this guy? How come I've never heard of him? On the overall list, guys, have you finally started using martial arts? Looks like he's not going to last much longer either. Xiaolan always paid attention to Lu Duan's battle and silently gave a finalization in her heart. Is Luck Chun really unable to hold out? The answer, of course, is no. The purpose of the Adventure Tower's creation was to cultivate the students' combat skills, so it was only for the lower 3 realms. There are 120 levels in total. For the first 99 levels, there were no opponents from the Sea Rescue realm. With Lu Chuan's heaven-defying chi and blood values, it really doesn't seem to be much of a challenge to battle an unusual nascent soul realm beast, as it is to develop combat skills. That's why the Calendar Tower has not allowed students who have broken through the Sea Pioneer realm to continue their calendars since the beginning of time. This led to the last 20 levels, and hardly anyone could pass all of them. Even if it's Summerland, it was only at the peak of the nascent soul realm that he had barely managed to clear the 108th level. The highest record on the overall list of the 4 prestigious schools is 108 passes, which is already a brilliant record that has never been seen before. After all, a student of the nascent soul realm wanted to defeat one or several Sea Pioneer realm experts. An unthinkable thing in itself. The effects of the enchantment brought about by the power of the elements were extremely terrifying. This, referring to the blade that Chen Yuan had wielded against Lu Chun, one would be able to get an idea. All sorts of elemental attacks, and I'll just mindlessly slam them right into your face. You, a nascent soul realm, even if the physical body is no longer strong, it will still be smashed alive by others. Level 90. Livestock. This guy is definitely livestock. There's one thing to be said for this kind of heaven-defying fighting style of his. Even if he dares to teach it, dude really doesn't dare to learn it. Completely without the slightest excess movement, every encounter. It seems to be dancing on a steel pipe, and inattention will have to hiccup. How big a heart does it have to be to top it? Ein yet. Level 95. The battle continues. However, at this moment, Lu Chuan had already begun to feel a tremendous amount of pressure. No matter what, he was only at the peak of the forging realm now. He's been able to hold up until now, purely by relying on the combat experience accumulated in his previous life, as well as his own unbelievable blood value. He was barely able to do so. His current opponent was already at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, with 7,000 to 8,000 chi blood, and possessing that undefendable dark energy. Even he was very reluctant to fight. But if you get touched a little, I'm afraid you'll have to go straight out. As per his prediction, the little table should not be able to fight at this point. Facts. Su Qingyan was indeed running out of gas. She was able to hold on until now purely because she was holding her breath. She didn't want to lose to Xiaolan. Just about to hit the limit. In the Tower of Exercise, Su Qingyan was panting and dripping with fragrant sweat. The opponents are getting stronger. Even if she was a world-rare mutated ice elemental, she had really overplayed her hand so far in the fight. She didn't have the same fighting skills as Lu Chuan. The superb control that the ice elemental had taken advantage of was not something she could currently utilize. If Lu Chuan relied on his past life experience, then she's purely on talent. Compare. In fact, she's the one who's the real fighting genius. Still, it's not enough. I'm not a burden to brother Lu Chun, the figure of the beloved. Kept crossing over in Su Qingyan's mind. This made her, who originally wanted to give up, firm up once again, and all over her body. She actually exuded a shocking chill. The moment, she has officially completed the ultimate ascension. Buzz! The ice elements that were wandering in the air began to gather madly towards Su Qingyan's body. Her skin, under the baptism of countless frosts, became even more white and alluring. The white jade's sacred body, officially awakened. I'm sure I can.
Su Qingyan completely exploded.
Under the enhancement of the white jade body, the surface of her skin was covered with a transparent layer of thin ice. This thin ice appeared to be fragile and breakable at the touch of a button, but in reality, it had comprehensively enhanced her attributes. Eventually, under her life-threatening style of play, froze and the opposite side of the peak of the nascent realm of foreign beasts, spelled the same death. She shines brightly enough. If it wasn't for Lu Chuan, she would have become the object of admiration for countless students today. It's just a shame. Land dust overshadowed what should have been her highlight reel. Facing an increasingly stronger enemy, Lu Chun was also compelled to use the power of black lightning. Chapter 41. Reverse chopping and pioneering the sea. Black thunder arcs suddenly surfaced and swam around Lu Dust's body non-stop, emitting a mysterious and bizarre aura. His strength, once again, skyrocketed by a large margin. It is not that the chi and blood have been strengthened. Rather, at this moment, he used his innate divine ability that was 100 times more powerful than dark power annihilation. The effect of dark power was actually equivalent to breaking armor. The reason why the nascent soul realm was able to crush the forging body realm was precisely because the superhuman beings of the nascent soul realm were able to kill their enemies with their imperial energy. To know, no matter how powerful the chi and blood of the forging realm was, it was still just latent within the human body. But the nascent soul realm was different. A superhuman of the nascent soul realm was able to condense the chi and blood around his body and strike it directly out of his body, thus forming a powerful dark force. The stronger the chi and blood, the stronger the killing power of the dark force. This was the strength of the nascent soul realm. However, Lu Chuan's divine ability, Annihilation, happened to possess a similar effect. The only difference, it was that the armor-breaking effect of dark power was limited, and the divine ability of Annihilation filled this flaw perfectly. Lu Chuan preferred to call it breaking all laws. Annihilating everything, the Dharmas recede. With such a heaven-defying divine ability added, any opponent at the nascent soul realm would be a fiddle in front of him. Other people's dark energy was ineffective against him, but he could easily break through other people's defenses, so ask him how he was going to lose. Gripes! What the hell was that? Black lightning? Have not seen the knowledge, that is the natural aptitude we have just awakened. This guy has already sublimated. I just want to ask, is there still heavenly justice? There is still the king's law. Oh, to be admitted into WU. I thought I was already talented enough. Compared to him, what the kind of genius am I? The audience was once again shocked. However, Lu Chuan still knew nothing about it. After sacrificing his natural aptitude, he was once again unstoppable, and his opponents at the nascent soul realm were no longer able to stop him at all. Level 97. Level 98. Level 99. When Lu Chen hit the 100th level, he was finally greeted by an opponent of the first level of the Sea Pioneer realm. Those who can break through to 100 levels at the Forging realm, looking at the entire human race, I'm afraid I can't find the second one. Xiaolan, who was watching the battle, was also a bit shocked. When she was at the peak of the Forging realm, she had barely managed to hit the 97th level, only slightly better than Su Qingyan. Of course, this did not mean that Su Qingyan was necessarily weaker than her. After all, the SSS rank talent she had awakened was the Eclipse Judgment, with an extremely terrifying killing ability. Not only could he compress the gold element in his body to the extreme and attach it to any object, but he also came with a ruling effect that could easily destroy other people's defenses. That's why she chose to major in the way of the sword. Only this. It was only then that she was able to maximize her gifts. She was a well-deserved sword Dao wizard, and in her life, she was also destined to become the sharpest sword in the entire human race. This is her destiny. As for Su Qingyan, although her killing ability wasn't as good as Xiaolan's, once she broke through the Sea Pioneer realm, it was yet to be seen which was stronger or weaker. The powerful freezing and slowing effect of the ice element was destined to make Su Qingyan a top ice mage. All she had to do was hide in the back and release her skills. And Summerland, on the other hand, it's more like an assassin who kills without being seen. In the Tower of Exercise, Lu Chen looked at the opponent in front of him, and for a moment, his teeth ached a little. I'll go. Is it really such a coincidence? The reason for his exclamation was actually quite simple. This was because the one standing in front of him was none other than the golden-haired lion fire beast that had chased Xiaolan all the way back then. Interesting. What's this guy's face though? Xiaolan naturally saw Lu Chen's opponent for this round through the big screen. She didn't expect it either. It's amazing how the world can be so coincidental. Does it say, is that what you call destiny? Roar. A roar interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts. He didn't have time to think about it much, because that golden-haired lion fire beast had already pounced blatantly towards him and spat out a blazing flame from its mouth. Lu Chuan decisively retreated a few steps back and didn't choose to fight head-on. The flames spat out by this lion fire beast were extremely difficult to deal with, not something that the current him could easily defuse. Although it was true that Annihilation Shedding was able to break all laws, while casting Annihilation Shedding, it would also consume a lot of spiritual energy. He had just broken through several levels in a row, and his mental energy had long since been depleted. Rough math. The current him would still be able to utilize his innate divine ability once or twice at most. It was not up to him to be discreet. It looks like he's really reached his limit this time. Looking at the constantly dodging Lu Chun in the big screen, Xiaolan didn't feel sorry for him. Instead, her gaze was full of appreciation. Has been able to hold up until now. Lu Duan had already proved himself to everyone. Even Xiaolan had long since succumbed to it. After this battle, one didn't know how many heavenly prides would have their Tao broken because of Lu Chen's heaven-defying battle results. He has absolutely no need to continue. Go for it, brother Lu Chuan. Just when everyone was holding their breath for fear of disturbing Lu Chen's battle picture, a sudden cry suddenly broke the silence of the scene. The crowd subconsciously looked up. Only a small figure could be seen, staring at the big screen and swinging its fists as if no one else was there. Sage, what are you shouting so loud for? Xiaolan somewhat breathlessly swept Su Qingyan a glance. It's not like he could have heard it. I'd love to, why? Su Qingyan didn't have any good feelings towards Xiaolan, and immediately disliked her without any hesitation. Okay. Falling in love really does make you stupid. Xiaolan slightly skimmed her lips and held the Conglan sword in both hands and looked away, unable to resist a small cricket. Su Qingyan didn't hear her vague sputtering and naturally didn't care about her anymore, just staring at the big screen with a serious face. At this moment, Lu Chuan had long been in a bit of a mess by the lion fire beast's mouthful of flames from time to time. But he still hasn't given up. He came here to verify his limits. Although this lion fire beast was difficult to deal with his years of combat experience, he was barely able to maneuver around it. The reason why it has dragged on for so long. But it's just looking for a hit. Roar. As the battle grew longer and longer, the lion fire beast gradually showed its fatigue. It was about to run out of stamina. And Lu Chuan, who had seized the opportunity, also made a prompt decision, and indeed turned defense into offense, and took the initiative to meet up towards that lion fire beast. Whew! The lion fire beast repeated its old trick and spewed out flames again. This time, however, Lu Chuan, did not dodge, and all over his body, that mysterious and bizarre lightning arc emerged once again. His stamina was actually about to run out, so this encounter was his last chance. The third style of the swept shadow shot swept shadow. Lu Chuan's body passed through the flames and appeared unharmed below the lion fire beast. He swung his three-pronged military spikes, and his movements were so fast that the spectators only vaguely saw the remnants of a split second, and the lion fire beast's heart was already pierced through by Lu Chuan. This was the final stance of the swept shadow shot. 10 years of hard work had not been in vain. If he was holding a gun in his hand, he could even pick out 3 gunflower stumps in a split second. But it doesn't matter now. He had already done the ultimate, using his cultivation at the peak of the body-forging realm to reverse behead a sea pioneer realm foreign beast. This battle record is enough to make anyone proud of themselves. Chapter 42. Royal Thunder Heaven-Breaking Halberd. The leaderboards are refreshed, and I don't know who shouted. Next, everyone subconsciously looked at the overall ranking on the big screen.
Número 1. Xialan.
Achievement 108 passes. College, Wuhan University. Realm, Peak Nascent Soul Realm.
Combat score, SSS.
Número 2. Lin Yi.
College, Kyoto University. Achievement 107 passes. Realm, Peak Nascent Soul Realm. Combat score, SSS. Number 3, Shangguan NIU. Achievement 106 passes. College, MU. Realm, Peak Nascent Soul Realm.
Combat score, SSS.
Number 4, Su Joshan. Achievement 106 passes. College, Matsudae. Realm, Peak Nascent Soul Realm. Combat score, SSS.
Número 10. Lu Duan.
Achievement 100 levels. College, Wuhan University. Realm, Peak Body Forging Realm. Battle score, SSS+. Hiss, the top 10 of the overall list, actually really mixed in a body forging realm freak? It's also a miracle to witness. This is the first SSS+ battle rating ever for the human race. SSS+, meaning this guy's combat talent? Has it exploded? No, is that all you guys are concerned about? Doesn't anyone care about what kind of reward this guy will get? This is the first SSS+. The students were talking and discussing, their eyes full of marvel and envy, perhaps to verify their suspicions. Next, a huge palm suddenly fell from the sky. Then, without any further ado, he grabbed Su Qingyan and Lu Chun, who had just come out, to the top floor of the calendar tower. Crap! After 3 years, the old man guarding the tower has finally struck again? The two of them, is this a double qualification for picking an SSS grade spirit martial art? I remember they were a couple, right? Hiss, just focusing on Lu Chuan. I've overlooked the fact that his girlfriend's grades are also pretty unbelievable. 97 off? Holy crap, what kind of goddamned couple is this? Just give me a straight-up lockdown, okay? Too good to get high. I recommend getting married in place. TCH, how come there are UCPs everywhere? No wonder even Goddess Yanran took the initiative to look for him. This guy is really strong. I declare, from now on, Baby Lu Chun is my only male god. Pouring Dust CP support group is officially established. Is there anyone who wants to join? Hurry up and find me to sign up.
Me.
I want in. Even though Lu Chun and Su Qingyan had already been taken away, the atmosphere at the scene had not cooled down in the slightest. Instead, it got more and more lively. Lu Chun and Su Qingyan became famous in one battle, and in one fell swoop, they became the idols that many freshmen looked up to. Even the support group is whole. Sure, the duo's fanbase is, for now, limited to freshmen as well. They were more like representatives launched by the freshmen, and that proud battle record made almost all of the freshmen feel honored. The good ones always shine. Xiaolan felt this familiar atmosphere at the scene, and some memories surfaced in her eyes. Once upon a time, that's how she was courted and then, without realizing it, became a public figure. The top floor of the adventure tower. Lu Chun looked at the 5 SSS grade spirit weapons suspended in front of him, and his face was slightly disappointed. Boy, you don't seem too pleased? The old man guarding the tower stood on the sidelines and was the first to notice the change in Lu Chen's expression. These are all SSS grade spirit weapons. How dare you pick and choose? The old man guarding the tower grunted softly, though he was wearing a mask and couldn't see his exact expression. However, Lu Chun still sensed his dissatisfaction. Old senior, these weapons are naturally excellent. They just don't suit me very well. Lu Chun showed a bitter smile on his face. These 5 kinds of weapons, respectively sword, staff, whip, hammer, and lance, none of them were what he wanted. Instead, it was Su Qingyan who had gotten the frost staff, her famous weapon from her previous life, and held it in her arms lovingly. What about this? The corners of the tower guarding old man's mouth rose slightly, and with a direct wave of one hand, he took out a black heavy halberd from the super energy space. This heavy halberd was carved with dense and mysterious patterns, and as soon as it appeared, it brought Lu Chun a fierce and domineering aura. This is good. This is good. I'll take that. Lu Chuan couldn't take his eyes off of it. That blazing gaze was as if he had seen some stunning beauty, and he couldn't help but lean over. Wait! The old man guarding the tower hurriedly blocked in front of Lu Chun. What's wrong, old-timer? Lu Chuan stopped in his tracks with a wary expression. You said you'd pick at random. You don't want to go back on your word, do you? Don't give me this. The old man guarding the tower flung his long sleeves in a good-natured manner. This is my own weapon, it's fine if you want it, but you have to worship me as a teacher. Eft. With a smooth sliding shovel, Lu Chuan knelt in front of the old man without hesitation. Disciple pays homage to master. Does that? Want me to kowtow another one for your old man? Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it safely. The old man guarding the tower's body trembled and froze in silence for a long time. This kid. But it's ing shameless. Doesn't even bring a hesitation. Do you even know what it means to be a master and disciple? It was that Lu Chun didn't know what he was thinking at the moment, otherwise the high and low would have to retort twice. Hesitation? I but hesitate for a second. That's all disrespectful to the SSS ranked Raimu. An SSS grade spirit weapon was already quite rare. An SSS grade spirit weapon that suited one's needs. That was even more impossible to find by hitting the lantern. Now it's just a matter of getting him to worship a master. Is that even an option? Starting today, you will come to me every day and I will pass on a martial art to you. Whenever you learn it, this imperial thunder-breaking halberd, it will be yours. The old man guarding the tower silently gathered his emotions and made his request to Lu Duan. No way, a disciple of your own choosing. Although he was a bit thick-skinned, he had waited in this tower for so many years, and Lu Chun was the only one who had met the inheritance requirements of his domineering stance. No, why is there a test? Lu Duan man was numb. The meat in his mouth is something he can look at but not eat. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to whet his appetite? You kid don't get a bargain and still sell out. The entire human race, I don't know how many ancient martial arts families, crying and begging for the old man to accept their descendants as disciples. It's a blessing for you that the old man has taken a liking to you. The old man guarding the tower stood with his arms folded and said proudly, So, master, you're fierce? Then am I hugging a big leg? A respected senior like you would definitely prepare a meet and greet gift for your disciple. Right? Seeing that the old man guarding the tower didn't say anything, Lu Qin instantly became a bit gloomy again. No way, no way? Doesn't master even have a meet and greet gift? It's okay, master. I know you must have too many things to do, so you're busy and forget, like you are so respected. Take it. Get out. The old man guarding the tower threw out a super energy bracelet, raised his hand and gently waved it, and sent Lu Chun and Su Qingyan back to the foot of the training tower. This disciple's skin is just too thick. He was afraid that, if he kept talking, his blood pressure would be a little too much for him. Chapter 43. 9 Styles of Heaven-Breaking Xiang Longqing. Looks like you've been blessed this time. Lu Chuan and Su Qingyan had just landed on the ground when Xiaolan, who was holding her sword in her arms, greeted them with a flourish. A lingering lethargy always hung on her stunningly beautiful face. It was as if all the things in the world could not affect her state of mind. Why haven't you left yet? As soon as Lu Chuan saw Xiaolan, his brain burst. He was really a bit unable to resist Xiaolan's revenge. Am I so unpopular in your eyes? Xiaolan's gaze dimmed. There was some doubt as to whether her behavior of approaching Lu Chun was right or wrong. Forget it. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I've decided to give this to you as a way of repaying you for saving my life. Xiaolan sighed darkly, but still took out an anciently wrapped book from the super space. That was the true purpose of her search for Lu Chun. She didn't want to owe anyone a favor. The Xia clan's SSS-ranked ancient martial technique? Lu Chuan took the books and casually flipped through them, and a look of unbelievable surprise appeared on his face. If I remember correctly, ancient martial arts families like yours value their family's legacy more than their own lives. If you give this to me, aren't you afraid that your family will be disgruntled? Finding you accountable? Ancient martial techniques, Lu Chuan naturally knew something about them. The reason why the ancient martial arts families of China have flourished is that this ancient martial arts technique is their greatest reliance. In his last life, Lu Chuan had run around for 10 years and had only gotten 2S ranked martial arts, so it was obvious how rare this thing really was. Don't worry. Those old codgers at home couldn't care less about me. Xiaolan smiled calmly and didn't want to say anything more. She's always been a loner. She really didn't know what to do to communicate with her friends, which was why she deliberately teased Lu Chun. In her opinion, it's a way for friends to get along. It's the same thing with giving away martial arts skills. She wanted to make herself a few of the few friends she had, and it just so happened that she owed her life to Lu Duan. That's why she decided to pull it out. Her family had a long heritage of this ancient martial art, so she thought that it would be enough to repay Lu Chuan for saving her life. Take it back. Lu Dust closed the books and retreated straight back. You don't owe me anything, and I saved you because you didn't hurt me. It was a unique situation, and it was all about staying alive. If you really wanted to harm me, I certainly wouldn't be able to get away with it, so we're actually in the same boat. There is no need for a Madonna under the end times. In Lu Dust's opinion, Xiaolan pitched him that was to stay alive. What can't a man do when he's dying? But Xiaolan ultimately didn't choose to make a move. Just this. It would be worth it for Lu Chuan to come to the rescue. Okay. Xiaolan was silent for a long time, but he still put the ancient book away. However, her heart at the moment was incredibly complicated. She was not stupid, so she could naturally feel the faint sense of detachment that Lu Chun had towards her. It deflated her. She really didn't have anything bad in mind, and she put forth her utmost sincerity. Speaking of which, my little cohort and I haven't been to the school cafeteria yet. Does Xiaolan Senpai want to join us? Hey? Xiaolan looked up slightly, a little surprised. What's wrong? Can't friends have dinner together? Well, will do. For saving my life, I'll just take you guys there. Xiaolan nodded calmly and turned towards the cafeteria. But deep down she was. Instead, there was a little miniature person dancing around. Ho 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 ho, we've made friends. It's not as hard as I thought it would be, is it? I'll take care of it. Brother Lu Chuan, you have to be careful of her. This schoolmate is very bad. Even if you make friends, you're not allowed to have other ideas. Su Qingyan hugged Lu Duan's arm and puffed out her cheeks as she reminded him. Good, good, good. I know, little vinegar bag. Looking at Su Qingyan's cute and adorable appearance, Lu Chuan was really a little bit in tears and laughter. The little table has gone bad too. Have learned to cricket people behind their backs. Come to the cafeteria. A few people casually ordered some food and chatted. Senior Xiaolan. That old man guarding the tower. How much do you know about him? You mean Xiang Longcheng? Xiaolan raised her eyes and asked suspiciously, what happened to him? That old senior took Brother Lu Chun as his disciple. He must have wanted Brother Lu Chun to carry on his mantle. Su Qingyan kept on chucking the meat on her plate to Lu Chuan with a smile of pride on her face. Wherever Brother Lu Dust goes, he is still so good too. You, what did you say? Xiaolan put down her chopsticks, her face all surprised. Xiang Longcheng took you as his disciple? Really? Indeed. Why, is he famous? Lu Dust was a bit puzzled. In his previous life, he had never heard of the Xiang Longcheng character. Your potential, is it really that good? Xiaolan gazed at Lu Duan, his eyes full of indescribable envy. Xiang Longcheng is the only descendant of the Xiang clan. It is said that he stepped into the Dao fusion realm at the age of 40, and is a deservedly proud son of the heavens of the older generation. It's a pity that his cultivation went awry, leading to a failure in melting the Dao, and leaving him with an indelible dark wound as a result. Earlier in the year, he had a recurrence of an old illness, so he has been living in seclusion at the Wudong University behind closed doors, searching for a successor. The Xiang family has an extremely domineering SSS-grade martial skill called the 9 Styles of Heaven Breaking, and over the years, many ancient martial arts families have wanted to obtain this inheritance. It's a pity that he didn't look at any of them, and that includes me. I didn't think that he would take the initiative to accept you as his disciple. This is a chance that belongs uniquely to you, and with him passing on your martial skills, there really is no need for you to learn our family's day-by-day sword scripture. So that's it. Lu Chen's face was dazed. He had also heard a thing or two about Xiang Longcheng's great name. It's just that in his last life he would have left too early, so there were no rumors about him afterwards. In Lu Dust's impression, the halberd technique of the ancient martial Xiang family is a top martial art that has been passed down for thousands of years and is never taught to the public. After the aura is revived, the Xiang family had been glorious for a long time. At that time, the Xiang family had been one of the topmost families of the human race. Unfortunately, when the wood is good, the wind will destroy it. It was because the Xiang family acted too overbearingly that they had incurred the calamity of extermination for them. It was rumored that the extraterrestrial alien race had paid a great price to uproot this family that had been passed down for thousands of years. And Xiang Longcheng is the only survivor of this killing spree. By the book. With Xiang Longcheng's status and position, there was no problem in marrying a few beautiful women to start a family for the Xiang family. But he managed to remain unmarried all his life, and was clearly a man with a story to tell as well. But it was also thanks to the fact that Xiang Longcheng had no descendants, so he had picked up a great bargain. Otherwise, Lu Chuan really didn't necessarily have the opportunity to cultivate ancient martial arts. After all, martial skills of this level were basically the treasure of a clan. And who would take the most precious thing in their house and rush to give it away? Looks like it's still there. Lu Chen glanced at Xiaolan without moving. One can only say, as expected of a former idol, there are good things she really gives. This boldness alone is far beyond the reach of any man. Think about it. Lu Chuan's heart softened quite a bit as a result. It was indeed quite a delightful thing to make friends with Charla in this life. Chapter 44. Trenchant Meeting Gifts. Add a super friend. You can contact me for anything at school later. After dinner, Xiaolan lifted the superpower bracelet on her wrist, wanting to leave Lu Chen's contact information. Okay, then we'll go back first too. Lu Dust nodded painfully and passed Xiaolan's friend request face to face. It was still a great day. Lu Chuan couldn't wait, wanting to go back and see the meeting gift that Xiang Longcheng, the cheap master, had given himself. That sentinel thunder-breaking halberd, he was bound to get it. In his last life, he had weak chi and blood and was far more effective with a gun than with a halberd. But this life is different. He had gained the power of the void, and his physique was strong and unrivaled. Using the heavy halberd instead was the only way to bring out his greatest advantage. After all, with the added bonus of dual talents, he can definitely use a heavy halberd like a lance, fast and furious. Clearly the real purist. Qingyan, why are you angry again? After returning to the villa, Su Qingyan, who was still fine, suddenly let go of Lu Chuan's arm and sat on the sofa without moving with a puff of air. All over, it seemed to send a signal. I'm angry. Come and coax me. M is just adding a friend. Lu Dust was helpless. He knew that his young cohort loved him very much and had a soft nature. So even if he was jealous, he couldn't afford to really make a fuss with him. But it's time to coax, to fall in love. In itself, it's a two-way run. He couldn't rely on Su Qingyan's favor and completely disregard her feelings. In that case, what's the difference between him and Gu Yanran? Okay. Seeing that his beloved was still ignoring him, Lu Chuan had to go around behind Su Qingyan and said intimately in her ear, "Baby, I was wrong. I'll definitely keep my distance from her." Lu Chen's baby caused Su Qingyan to instantly blush, and her anger dissipated by a large margin on the spot. But she didn't want to surrender too quickly. Only stubbornly don't head away. Voice all become a little faintly audible up. Who is your baby? Whoever agrees is a minion. Lu Chan obediently rolled over and pounced Su Qingyan on top of the sofa from behind. If you get angry again, I'll be impolite. Oh, are you? You trying to bully me again? Su Qingyan stretched out her hands and tightly blocked Lu Chen's cheeks that were getting closer and closer. She wanted to be angry for a little while longer. Otherwise, what if Brother Luck Chun doesn't take it seriously? Still want to resist? Lu Chuan decisively used his tickling skill, causing Su Qingyan to giggle instantly. Whoa, Brother Lu Dust is so annoying. I am not even done being mad. Su Qingyan was so anxious and annoyed that she even ghosted a bite on Lu Chen's shoulder. Hiss! Lu Chuan immediately stopped moving. He never imagined that his little tablemate, who had always been well-behaved, would actually bite him. Looks like it really pissed her off too. Woo-hoo! Su Qingyan bit and gnawed, and when she saw that Lu Chun did not resist in the slightest, but instead looked at herself stupidly, her tears instantly became strained. Hate you! Su Qingyan slammed Lu Chun with her fist a few times in a not-so-gentle manner, and then she was wrapping her arms around his shoulders and sobbing softly. That's not angry now, is it? Lu Chun gently patted Su Qingyan's back, and his tone became incomparably careful and gentle. Oh, Brother Lu Dust, do you hurt? Su Qingyan gently stroked the neat row of teeth marks on Lu Duan's shoulder, distressed and chagrined. The tears couldn't be stopped as they began to fall. They say that a woman is made of water in front of her lover, and this is really true. A woman who's in love with you, then every move you make involves her heart. She'll be happy for you, sad for you, and ramble on about the smallest things. If you don't cherish her, she will wither fast. That's women. Always more emotional than rational. Of course, even without a lover, there must be someone in the world who loves you too. Like Mom. Tanya, I love you. Lu Chun tightly wrapped his arms around the person in his arms. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. It seemed that he had never formally said these words to Su Qingyan. After all, the weight of these words is just too heavy. Being in the end times, he was truly unsure if he could give Su Qingyan a bright future. Woo-hoo! Brother Lu Chun, I love you too. Love you very much. I couldn't stay away from you for a long time. The moment, Su Qingyan also put down all her reserve and took the initiative to kiss Lu Chen's lips. Her eyes were mesmerized and her face was like a peach blossom. It's as if it's trying to get all the love out. All of it. Her blown-out face was haloed with a faint pink color, and her trembling torso revealed her inner turmoil. Long. It was only then that she gasped and collapsed into Lu Chuan's arms, then buried her head deep into his chest, refusing to move a bit more. It was the boldest she'd ever been, and no longer have the courage to continue to stare at Lu Dust. And of course, Lu Chun would not poke at her shyness, still gently protecting her in his arms. He was counting on his little tablemate to be so bold in the future. So where would he open his mouth to flirt with her? About a quarter of an hour or so passed. The mentally and spiritually exhausted Su Qingyan Fang fell into a deep sleep. She had overplayed her 12 points in the adventure tower today, and she had long been exhausted. To this, Lu Chun felt doubly compassionate and could only carefully pick her up by the waist and send her back to her room to rest. Let's see what my cheap master has prepared for me as a meeting gift. Returning to his bedroom, Lu Chuan then took out the superpower bracelet that Xiang Longqing had given him. This bracelet wasn't bound to its owner, so Lu Chuan didn't need to recognize his identity and could directly open the superspace. Holy! This is a spiritual energy flying boat. Seeing Xiang Longqing's willing gift to his meeting, Lu Chun couldn't help but burst out. This gift was considered a pit that Lu Chuan had taken the initiative to give, so he didn't really expect much. However, he never dreamed that Xiang Longqing would be so generous. Straight away, he was given a spirit energy flying boat. This thing, like a private jet in the technological age, is not for the faint of heart. Zhou Haifeng before driving the super chariot, compared with it, is purely a toy. One can only say, worthy of being a big brother of the Dao fusion realm, one could be considered to have embraced a true thigh this time. In his previous life, even if he dumped his family's money, he would never be able to afford a spirit energy flying boat. What's more, this flying boat that Xiang Longqing had sent him was also an extremely rare SS class, named Dream by Dream. Its value is simply incalculable. This kind of strategic material was mostly held in the hands of the prestigious families, and had a price just like the ancient martial arts techniques. The kind that money can't buy. Master, his old man is really something too. I'm just saying it. How come it's really such a big gift? What a good master with a flat $1 billion. Lu Chuan quickly put away the ultra bracelet. This stuff, it's just too useful for him in the early stages. Not only is it easy to get out of the house, he can also pilot a flying boat to escape when in danger. As long as he didn't encounter that kind of upper third realm powerhouse that could fly through the air, he wouldn't have to worry about his life at all anymore. It is so that this generous gift cannot be said to be heavy. Lu Chun was also grateful to Xiang Longqing from the bottom of his heart. Throughout the human race, it is estimated that only Xiang Longqing, a survivor who inherited an entire lineage, can be so generous. Chapter 45. Xiang Family's Forbidden Land? Devil's Training? There was no talk all night. When Lu Chun came to the training tower again, it was already the next morning. There are not many students in or out at this time. Inside the empty adventure tower, only Xiang Longqing sat alone on a high floor, smelling of alcohol. Are you drunk in the morning? Lu Chuan, who had arrived at the top floor, flickered his eyes and slightly raised a trace of sympathy for this cheap master of his. The pride of the human race, who was supposed to have a prominent family lineage, was wiped out in one night with a full family, and he himself was left with irreparable dark wounds. Such a tragic life. No one else would be able to accept it. It's really sad and pathetic. Maybe that's the sadness under the end times? The past roams with flowing water, counting on a dream of floating life. Xiang Longqing staggered to his feet. A pair of drunken eyes landed on Lu Chuan, and he hiccuped in an ungentlemanly manner. Almost fine, you're not the wine sword immortal. You can't get revenge even if you drink more wine. Lu Chuan sat opposite Xiang Longqing with a big grin, and under the end times there were many broken families. In his last life, he had similarly failed to guard his family. 10 years of floundering is like a dream, and in the end, I'm all alone. Good disciple, follow me. Xiang Longqing did not respond to Lu Chun. With a single move of his hand, he was carrying Lu dust in the air, crossing 10,000 miles of mountains and seas. Came before a gated old clan site. The rolling, dilapidated buildings reveal the former splendor of the place. My Xiang family's population of over 18,000 people all died at the hands of the foreigners. Today I'm passing on your mastery of this clan and sending you a chance for creation. I only hope that you will fight bravely to kill the enemy in the future and go forward without fail, so as not to degrade the name of my ancient martial Xiang family. Good. I'll make a note of that. Lu Dust nodded his head squarely, not saying anything more at a time like this. The Xiang family is descended from the hegemony king and has a long heritage, and in the pre-aura recovery period, they have even made great achievements for the human race. Such a lineage was worthy of his respect. For these next 3 months, you'll stay in my Xiang clan's forbidden land and cultivate well. Xiang Longqing stretched out his 2 fingers and gently pointed at the center of Lu Chen's eyebrows, and in the next moment, all the moves of the 9 styles of breaking the heavenly palace were thus deeply embedded inside his mind. This is the most direct form of enlightenment. Xiang Longcheng had imparted all of his lifelong cultivation insights to Lu Chun, saving him at least a few decades of bitter cultivation. Of course, with such an overbearing inheritance method, the price that needed to be paid in it was also difficult for ordinary people to bear. Only Xiang Longcheng's face was visible. It paled at a rate visible to the naked eye. The entire person's body was emanating a lingering aura of death. He would have lasted a few more years. But now, I'm afraid he doesn't have many days left to live. The grace of the benefactor's preaching. The kid will definitely remember it. Lu Chun made a solemn bow, sort of a complete endorsement of this unrequited master. Good disciple. The Xiang clan's forbidden land is rather special, and I've also prepared a surprise for you inside. 3 months is enough time, I think, to get you off your ass. This is something that you can just take. Xiang Longcheng took out the royal thunder-breaking halberd and threw it to Lu Chun without any reluctance. Looking at the meaningful smile on his face, deep down, Lu Chun vaguely felt something bad. But before he could think much, he was thrown directly into the forbidden land by Xiang Longcheng. Hiss. Is this a gravity magnetic field? It doesn't feel like it's easy to move around anymore. So is this how the Xiang family trains? It doesn't look like a big deal. Lu Chun was as steady as an old dog, calmly checking out the situation around him. Who's got a forbidden land with a breeding beast? Crap. Sea rescue realm? So many. Old Biden. You're taking a personal vendetta. UTM wear little shoes. In the forbidden land. Soon came the voice of Lu Dust's exasperated, "Humph. The things of my Xianglong city are not so easy to take." Xiang Longcheng leaned on top of one of the eaves without any image and took a beautiful sip of wine, completely unconcerned about Lu Chen's monstrous voice of protest. Ludum was in a sorry state. The current him was as if he had returned to those days when he had fought in the extraterrestrial battlefield. There were alien beasts all around. He had to duck around like a loach. On the contrary, there was also a special gravity magnetic field in this place, which made him feel like he was carrying a 1,000-pound burden, and his movements became extremely slow. Good on. While he himself was affected, those foreign beasts were likewise affected by gravity, so he was able to barely escape. Otherwise, in such a short period of time, Xiang Longcheng should have already dug a good grave for himself. This forbidden land was huge, occupying an entire mountain range, but Lu Chuan still had the feeling that there was nowhere to escape. He felt that Xiang Longcheng was purely and simply a pervert. What kind of good guy trains like that? Directly thrown into the pile of foreign beasts for you, and they were all foreign beasts that were 2 realms higher than him at the sea rescue realm. Is there any justice in this? What's the difference between that and murder? In fact, the main reason why Xiang Longcheng had arranged this was because Lu Chen's performance in the training tower was too outstanding. The body-forging realm reverse beheads the sea-piercing realm. In order to force out the limits of Lu Chen's potential, he could only replace all those nascent soul realm exotic beasts that he had previously bred with those at the sea pioneer realm. One can only say, Lu Can is screwing himself. The escape continues. It's been a full day. Lu Dust barely paused for a moment. It wasn't true that he was able to cut down the sea pioneer realm against all odds, but that was only barely possible in a one-on-one situation. Now that he was faced with dozens or hundreds of sea rescue realm foreign beasts surrounding him, it would be a miracle for him to survive peacefully. 6 hours. That's 6 whole hours. No one knows exactly how he made it through those 6 hours. He really couldn't top it at this moment. All that could be done was to collapse to the ground and take a huge gulp of fresh air. His clothes were in shreds and he was covered in dried bloodstains. On his left shoulder, he was even grabbed by a riotous earth-shaking bear, which grabbed a wound that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. Old Biden. Count on you. Lu Dust lifted his right hand breathlessly and painstakingly compared a middle finger towards the outside. He knew that Xiang Longcheng was definitely watching him. After all, as brutal as the training was, he couldn't really let himself die. Well, it's kinda sloppy. Sure enough, just the moment Lu Chun fell to the ground, Xiang Longcheng had already stood beside him without a sound. He didn't even need to make a move, he just released his own pressure, and those alien beasts that had gone berserk were collectively lying on the ground, no longer able to move. What kind of training is this anyway? Lu Dust expressed his speechlessness. He'd been doing nothing but running away all day. Facing the siege of dozens or hundreds of sea rescue realm foreign beasts, even if he was more powerful, he would only be fleeing for his life. Where would he have the chance to utilize the 9 styles of heaven breaking that Xiang Longcheng had imparted to him? Kid, A martial art is a killing art. Only in a real life and death struggle can one gain insights and thus grow rapidly. Although you have received the enlightenment of your master, my sense of enlightenment is not yours after all. You can only completely integrate this martial art by honing your own fighting style. To be honest, you were pretty average today. I hope you won't let me down again tomorrow. Xiang Longcheng stood with his hands behind his back and said in a light tone. Master's lesson. Lu Dust bowed his head in shame and didn't retort, because he knew that what Xiang Longcheng said was true. One's own swept shadow gun technique, in the beginning, was only slowly ascending to the top after countless life and death refinements. Think about it. Lu Chen raised his eyes slightly. Isn't it just 100 sea rescue realm foreign beasts? Don't worry, master. I'm sure I'll be able to slaughter them all when I get used to it. Well, I hope you do what you say you're going to do. Xiang Longcheng raised his eyebrows, his face unperturbed. But if one were to look closely, one would notice that his large hands, hidden behind his back, seemed to be trembling slightly. Good boy. I'm throwing cold water on him, just hoping he doesn't get complacent. And what did he tell me? He's actually going to slaughter all of these beasts? Please. When the old man was in the Xiang family, he was considered one of the top geniuses. But for the first time in the face of hundreds of beasts of the siege, the old man just also insisted on less than an incense burner of time only. I only asked you to learn with an open mind and refine your martial arts in life and death. I didn't ask you to refine these foreign beasts as well. You're so screwed. I've lived most of my life to the dogs, haven't I? Chapter 46. Xiang Longcheng who gradually becomes numb. Facts. There is also a world of difference between a genius and a genius. Except for the first day, when Lu Duan was beaten to the point where he didn't even have room to fight back. Slowly, he's really starting to fight back. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 20, just half a month. Lu Chuan then gradually became comfortable under the siege of 100 sea pioneer realm foreign beasts. This caused Xiang Longcheng in the shadows to cry out pervert, and his mind was strongly impacted as a result. He couldn't figure it out. How could there be a freak like Lu Chuan in this world? In his opinion, Lu Dust is not human at all. Instead, it was an ancient beast in human skin. Ugh! It's still too difficult for the forging body realm to kill 100 sea rescue realm foreign beasts. In the Forbidden Land, the ragged Lu Dust held a dog's tail grass in his mouth and sighed softly as he hung back and leaned on a tree branch. It's been half a month. He had already collected dozens of third realm demon cores. However, in order to hammer out his martial skills, he never chose to break through, and instead kept his realm suppressed at the peak of the forging realm. Xiang Longcheng couldn't give him any advice either, because when he was as old as Lu Chuan, he simply couldn't be as perverted as Lu Chuan. Xiang Longcheng's only role now is to replenish the foreign beasts in the Forbidden Land to 100 per day. As for Lu Chuan, after continuous attempts and constant honing, he was now able to rely on the 9 styles of heaven breaking to barely kill around 20 foreign beasts. His moves were getting more and more vicious and his fighting style was getting more and more dominant. When you can't beat it anyway. There was also a great man of the Dao fusion realm like Xiang Longcheng to give him a backing. Anyway, he's not going to die either. Since we can't die, we'll build it to death. He was not going to let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Here we go again. Can't someone get a break? Sensing those foreign beasts, they once again surrounded them from all sides. Lu Chuan somewhat lazily jumped off the branch, his body like a cheetah blatantly rushing out. He looked cold and joyless. The sentinel thunder-breaking halberd in his hand emitted a fierce and violent aura, the first stance of the heaven-breaking halberd technique holding the dragon stance. Looking at the oncoming green gang ghost face spider, Lu Chuan did not dodge, the halberd in his hand with the head facing down, and then violently picked. It was the green gang ghost face spider directly picked into the mid-air. The second style of the heaven-breaking halberd technique, prime heaven style. The moment he picked off the green gang ghost face spider, Lu Chuan stomped his feet. His fierce aura rushed into the sky, and his halberd rose up from the ground as if it was a pillar in the sky. This strike moved like thunder, and was as fast as lightning, piercing through the heart of the green dipper ghost face spider in a crisp manner. There's no holding back. Lu Chuan dug out the demon core and turned around. Previously, in the training tower, he had used almost all of his means when he just decapitated a sea rescue realm foreign beast. But now, he had easily killed a green gang ghost face spider of the first level of the sea rescue realm in just a single glance. The strength of the battle was only breathtaking. if it's the current him against Chen Yuan. Pretend I made him fly. Speaking of which, the 4 schools martial arts seems to be fast approaching. When he finished the 3-month devil training. By then this heaven-breaking halberd in his hand will definitely stab that Chen Yuan to death. He hasn't officially broken through yet. The demon cores accumulated in his hands were also completely enough for him to break through to the peak of Void Warrior General. Wait for the realm to rise. Within the lower 3 realms, he was confident that no one would be his opponent. Time spent practicing always passes rather quickly. This wobble is close to the end of the year. The 4 most prestigious schools had already begun to open up matters related to the 4 schools martial arts meeting. And the land dust in the Forbidden Land. It also officially completes the achievement of 100 kills in a single day. The 9 styles of heaven breaking had already been completely mastered by him, and he had directly cultivated it to the point of great perfection. Although the credit for Xiang Longqing's enlightenment was not lacking in this, his dedication over the past 3 months was equally vital. As Xiang Longqing said, his insights, his style are ultimately his. If Lu Chun wanted to completely master this martial art, he had to figure out the most suitable fighting style for himself. Nowadays, he does. In his last life, he was bitterly weak in flesh and blood, so he could only keep practicing his marksmanship skills. But the truth was that this style didn't really suit him very well. Until he learned the 9 styles of heaven breaking and was imprisoned by Xiang Longqing into the Forbidden Land to fight to the death with the foreign beasts on a daily basis. It took him a moment to fully wake up. He or she is more suited to the wide open path. Be fast. Be ruthless. It's a force to be reckoned with. This was his favorite way of fighting Lu Chun. Good boy. Congratulations on your official release. In the Forbidden Land. Xiang Longqing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eyes as he looked at the corpses all over the ground. This kid is a ing pervert. If someone had told him before that a rookie of the Forging Body Realm was able to decimate 100 Sea Pioneer Realm foreign beasts in a single day, even if these foreign beasts were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Sea Rescue Realm, he would definitely think that person was crazy. But now, he thinks it's the world gone mad. You're a body forging realm, you kill Pai Hai like a dog. Is this really appropriate? Follow this logical progression. When you break through the Sea Rescue Realm, won't it become like killing broken emptiness like a dog? Then when you break through the void-breaking realm again, won't it become a case of killing me like a dog? Cam. Xiang Longqing was somewhat skeptical of life. Although in the past few months, he had long since become completely numb to this pervert Lu Chuan. But when he thought of this guy's unrivaled potential, he still couldn't help but feel some toothache. Why, isn't it thanks to Master's careful cultivation? Why don't I accompany your old man for a drink? Ludum was in a good mood. It was also really grateful to Xiang Longqing from the bottom of his heart. Without him, this piece of martial arts, for perhaps a long time in the future, would be his fatal shortcoming. The heirs of those ancient martial arts families would have an advantage in this regard. After all, although martial arts were not as powerful as divine powers, they were the foundation of a superhuman. Most divine abilities needed to be paired with a martial art in order to maximize their power. Between the two, it's a mutually reinforcing relationship. How powerful can you be in battle when you have a powerful aptitude but don't know how to utilize it? Drinking is not necessary. You have learned your lesson, and it is time for your teacher to leave. Xiang Longqing smiled blandly, and within his gaze, he vaguely revealed a bit of despondency. It's a pity that I won't be able to see the day you really grow up. Why? Master, I see that this mask of yours is not bad. You won't be able to use it anyway. Why don't you leave it to me? Lu Chuan was silent for a long time before he heartlessly laughed on Xiang Longqing's shoulder. Get out. Tell me yourself. How much have you screwed me over in the last 3 months? The old man is now left with a mask, and you won't even let it go? Is this how you become a disciple? AI. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I don't want to see what you look like, master. Lu Chuan hurriedly knocked Xiang Longqing's shoulder and pounded his back. This old man was 70 years old. Filial piety was also deserved. Forget it. Give it to you. Xiang Longqing hesitated for a moment, but still took off his mask. An old man indeed. A head of white hair, a wrinkled face, and a hideous scar on his face like a centipede. Why, master, with your face, you don't look like a worldly man, do you? Lu Chun shook his head with feigned disappointment and said, Master was never a worldly master in the first place. Just a waste of space who couldn't avenge himself. Xiang Longqing stood up and waved his hand sagely. All right, Master is going. The master has investigated you. So deep within this forbidden land, there is still one last great gift for you from your master, and I have lifted the prohibition. When you grow up, you must remember that you have to kill more foreign race scum for me as a teacher. The words fell. Xiang Longqing's figure then disappeared without a trace. The final gift? Lu Chuan gently stroked the ghostly mask as he gazed suspiciously into the deepest part of the forbidden land. A few moments later, his breath caught suddenly. That's it. Before there was a spell formation prohibition, Lu Chun only thought that it was the special magnetic field of this place and didn't think much about it. But with the ban lifted, a sense of familiarity came over me. This place. There was that distinctive aura that black lightning brought to him. Chapter 47. Lu Duan's closed door, little tablemate being stalked? With stirring emotions, Lu Chuan slowly arrived at the deepest part of the forbidden land. The first thing that caught his eye was a yellow field with no grass. Perhaps it was the gift of the thunderbolt species. He had a feeling that what he was looking for was hidden underneath this square of yellow earth. And so, Lu Dust directly raised his foot and stepped on it. Crap! Groove. The moment he stepped on the yellow soil, Lu Chuan felt a huge pulling force that made his entire body sink down uncontrollably. And after the topsoil on the surface collapsed and fell, Lu Chuan saw the true face of this place. A side of golden thunderbolts that screams sink. What a strong pull! Is it actually a granular yellow lightning arc? No, these lightning arcs are formless and viscous, like some kind of liquid. No wonder a gravitational magnetic field was formed. Lu Chun, who had been sinking downward, didn't panic too much. Instead, he tried to refine a drop of yellow thunder arcs. Hiss! This feels right. There is definitely an innate thunder seed hidden here. Refinement. It must be refined. The familiar feeling of pain instantly energized Lu Chun. He had deeply experienced the terror of annihilation, so naturally he didn't dare to be too careless. Lest you fail to refine the lightning and instead be refined by it, let's knock the realm up first. One thought to this. Lu Chuan made a snap decision and directly pulled out 2/3 realm demon cores and swallowed them into his stomach like eating sugar peas. Hey! What brings you here, Qingyan? Huh? You're still wearing black silk, hey? Nice. The floating Lu Chuan only felt his head was in a daze, and he seemed to be hallucinating in front of his eyes. Every time he devoured a demon core, it was as if he had eaten a poisonous mushroom, a feeling that really made him a bit horny. No wonder the Hmong neighbors next door, rain or shine, go up to the mountains to pick mushrooms in season and then line up to register at the hospital. It's a really addictive feeling. The practice continues. Lu Chuan had already reached the 9th turn of the warrior. Now a high on demon cores. Cultivation naturally broke through the realm of void warrior general like a waterfall. The long-lost hunger gripped him again, but, although the current Lu Chuan was full of hallucinations, he retained the last shred of sanity. Something like a hallucination is obviously not right. The subconscious told him. It's important not to indulge in the hallucination until it wears off, or something is sure to go terribly wrong. Actually, Lu Dust's guess was indeed correct as well. Void creatures, most of them are cruel and murderous, and will do almost anything to become stronger. And the reason they are, it was because the pleasure brought about by devouring, as well as that desire to keep getting stronger, had completely corrupted their minds. This extreme pleasure and desire, let them to any other things, cannot mention the slightest interest, eyes only left to devour and evolution, just as Lu Chuan was in closed-door cultivation without any distractions. Su Qingyan, who stayed at school, also encountered something that made her bad. Schoolmate Qingyan, it's just a meal. Let's make friends first. Do you think it's okay? Outside the adventure tower, a tall, richly dressed youth followed behind Su Qingyan like a dog's skin plaster. There was undisguised adoration on his face. This time, apart from sulking at home and cultivating, Su Qingyan was running to the training tower to enhance her practical combat experience. It wouldn't have been much at first, until Wudong University organized the 4 schools' martial arts, one after another ushered in a group of foreign students. Her peaceful life was completely broken by these foreign students. Perhaps it was because Su Qingyan looked too stunning. The result was that many foreign students, intentionally or unintentionally, would run to find her to talk to her, which made Su Qingyan not overjoyed. The demonic college student named Zhou Li in front of her was the one that annoyed her the most. She had clearly told him she had a boyfriend, and he still stalked her for days. The more he ignored him, the more he came on. Classmate, first of all, I don't know you well, so please address me as Su. Secondly, I don't want to have dinner with you either, much less make friends with you. Am I being clear enough? Su Qingyan stopped her steps and coldly swept a glance at that Zhou. She doesn't really like to invite trouble. But now it seems that I'm afraid this trouble can't be avoided. Hey, Qingyan schoolmate, don't be so high and mighty. You don't like me right now just because you don't know me well enough. I am the young master of the ancient martial Zhou clan, one of the top human prides in the 9th safety zone. If you socialize with me, you definitely won't be wronged. Zhou Li smiled calmly and spoke confidently. Is that so? Su Qingyan was impassive, revealing a hint of coldness in her gaze. Then I would like to ask you, the number 1 human pride, for some good advice. The words fell. Su Qingyan then offered her frost staff without hesitation. She could no longer endure it. Even if her current cultivation level was still unable to fight a senior like Zhou Li head-on, she didn't care anymore. Tisk, when schoolmate Qingyan is angry, she still looks so good too. Since you want to ask me for advice, there must be some kind of prize, right? Zhou Li did not put Su Qingyan's attitude in his eyes in the slightest. He was a dignified Sea Rescue Realm 8th Heavenly Cultivation. Even in the Devil University, that was one of the most popular figures. Against a freshman like Su Qingyan, it wasn't just a matter of how you wanted to take it. How about this? If I lose, I promise not to pester you again. But if you lose, how about you go out for a couple drinks with me tonight? Zhou Li's demeanor was arrogant and his tone was undoubted. When he first saw Su Qingyan, he was already enamored by her. He had only seen one heavenly beauty like this in his life. But unfortunately, that woman was not very nice to mess with. And Su Qingyan was just a freshman. He had the means to make her submit. As for whether or not she was a so-called SSS rank talent, did it matter? He is an heir to the ancient martial Zhou family. It was the son of a family that stood at the top of the human pyramid. As long as it's a woman that he, Zhou Li, has his eye on, there's nothing he can't handle, except for that crazy. As for that boyfriend of hers, if you know what's good for you, forget it. If you don't know what you're doing, it's not unusual for a few heavenly pride to die in the safe zone. After all, safe zones aren't all that safe. After so many years, didn't the human race often have special events where foreign beasts infiltrated and assassinated geniuses? Zhou Li, haven't seen you for so long. You're still as nasty and disgusting. You really disgrace our ancient martial family. Just as Su Qingyan was about to make her move, a lazy voice, however, suddenly sounded behind her. Xialan. Zhou Li's gaze sank, a faintly imperceptible look of scorn surfacing between his brows together. What do you have to do with what I do? Nah, she's my friend's girlfriend, which means she's my friend, and you're dead set on pestering my friend, so it makes sense for me to beat you up, right? Xialan gently rubbed the long sword in his arms, and his aura around him gradually became harsh. Chapter 48. In Thunder becomes water, invisible gilt sand. Today she is still wearing that same red coat. The head of green silk, however, was dyed into pink wavy curls, adding a bit more of a charming and touching maturity to her, compared to Su Qingyan's innate sense of heavenly fairies. Xialan is more like a big sister who knows what's going on. Every move exudes the imperial style of a mature woman. Xialan. Zhou Li's complexion became extremely embarrassed, as he didn't want to fight with Xialan as a last resort. After all, this woman is really a bit of a crazy critic when it comes to fighting. But he didn't want to admit defeat just like that, so for a moment, he actually had the feeling of riding a tiger. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If you have to compete with me, the anger of my Zhou family, your Xia family may not necessarily be able to withstand it. He and Xialan are both heirs to the family. And the overall strength of the Zhou and Xia families were basically equal. The two were naturally not afraid of anyone. Verbose. Just an incompetent strawman who bullies men and women all day long based on his family's prominent status. If you don't want to go to the hospital for a few days and delay the next 4-school tournament, then feel free to stay here and try. Xialan swept a disdainful glance at that Zhou Li, and with her slender jade hand, she was already gently holding the hilt of the Zhonglan sword. The attitude is obvious enough. If Zhou Li persisted in pestering her, she, Xialan, would really step in. Very well, Xialan. This young master will remember you. We'll see. Zhou Li weighed his options and decided to back off for now. Xialan's fighting strength was extremely strong, and she was the favorite to win the title in this 4 schools martial arts. He really didn't have any certainty of defeating Xiaolan. In case she was injured and it affected the results of the 4 schools martial arts, it would be a bit of a loss. After all, the 4 schools martial arts was the most important event of the human race, and the interests involved in it were more than just those ranking rewards. In a sense, it's also about the distribution of resources amongst the lineage. In today's world, infighting is strictly prohibited at the top, so some of the disputes over the interests of the prestigious families will have to be carried out in a different way. Looking at Zhou Li's back as he left angrily, Xiaolan retrieved his long sword, his eyes flickering. I don't know what I'm thinking. Thanks. Su Qingyan on the side also put away her staff and expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Xiaolan. If Xiaolan hadn't stood up for her today, things might have gotten quite troublesome. Even if she didn't want to admit it anymore, it was indeed difficult for her to beat that Zhou Li even now. Yo? The high cool schoolgirl who likes to be jealous actually gave me a thank you? This is somewhat rare. Xiaolan raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but snicker. Su Qingyan was silent. Next, she turned her head and headed out towards the outside of the calendar tower. I still don't hate you much when you don't talk. Eh? No. Sister, I at least helped you, ugh. Is this your attitude to say thank you? Xiaolan was disgruntled and followed. I already thanked you. The attitude is not sincere enough, your thank. Hey, why don't you say something? TCH, you're so boring, we women don't have a face all day. That little boyfriend of yours surely doesn't like this. If you don't believe me, why don't you wear a black silk for him when he gets back? Guaranteed to charm him out of his way. What did you just say? Su Qingyan stopped her steps and suddenly turned her head to look at Xiaolan. What did I say? Xiaolan also paused, a touch of doubt surfacing on her face. Wearing black silk, will brother Lu Chun like it? Su Qingyan slightly tilted her head, her eyes clear. You didn't lie to me? Bah! This kind of thing, we do not have to be so serious, right? Xiaolan was a bit vain. After all, she didn't even have a boyfriend, and what she said was all the theories she had summarized from her short superpower videos. She hadn't even practiced it herself. And how do you know if it's true? But, looking at Su Qingyan's serious expression, she still hardened her heart, patted her chest and said, Don't worry about wearing it. Sister, I'm a professional. District Lu Dust. The pack will take it down. The time wobbles came to 3 days later. At this time, Lu Chun had officially raised his realm to the 9th turn of the war general. Name Lu Duan. Talent. Power of the Void SSS. Thunder Seed Black Lightning S. Evolution 0%. Realm. Void Warrior General 9 turns. 9th Sky of Body Forging Realm Perfection. Chi and Blood. 8100. Spirit. 1800. Natural Aptitude. Annihilation Introductory. Martial Arts. 9 Styles of Heaven Breaking SSS. Perfection. Shadow Swiping Gun Technique. S Grade Grand Finish. Thunder Control Technique. S Grade Grand Finish. That's good. The Chi and Blood had broken through the 8,000 mark. According to the calculations of the League of Superpowers, the peak level of the nascent soul realm was only 10,000 Chi Blood. 10,000 Chi and Blood. Enough to make anyone extremely sublimated. And now him, just relying on the power of the void alone, was very close to that standard. 8,000 Chi Blood. I don't believe I can't refine you. Lu Chuan turned off the panel and absorbed those yellow thunder arcs around him with great vigor. Slowly, the entire golden thunder pool was absorbed cleanly by him. And Lu Chuan, who had finished clearing the lightning arc, also saw a golden drop of special thunder liquid in the deepest part of the thunder pool. Unlike black lightning, this drop of golden-colored thunder liquid did not choose to escape at first. Instead, he froze in place and seemed to be sizing him up. Shoo! A few moments later, the golden-colored thunder liquid actively levitated in front of Lu Chuan, giving him a feeling that he wanted to get closer, but was a bit hesitant to do so. Shoo! Next, Lu Chuan finally realized what the problem was. Because the black thunder seed at his dantian actually ran out by itself, and it was also very spiritual, poking out a thunder arc towards the golden thunder liquid, like a tiny hand. Zip! The golden-colored thunder liquid instantly swelled up in a large circle, and as if startled, it quickly took 2 steps back. Chirp! The black lightning also froze in place. Next moment, as if it was angry, it drilled back into Lu Chen's body with a whoosh. What the hell? You're just thunder and lightning. What are you doing playing a love mime for me? Lu dust blackened his face for a while. He was by and large insane. I actually experienced from the thunder and lightning, the kind of wonderful atmosphere sense of children making friends for the first time. Shoo! After the black lightning ran back, the golden thunder liquid seemed to be in a bit of a hurry again. It started circling around Lu dust continuously. The lightning arcs on it were different from any other lightning. Its lightning arc, the kind of golden yellow viscous liquid, seemed to be able to be kneaded into any form. It's like in 5 thunders from some anime. The only difference, it is the in 5 thunder is the weird black color, and it is the dazzling gold color. Spinning around for a while, the black lightning seemed to be touched by it. Suddenly, a thunder arc poked out, pulling that golden thunder liquid into Lu Chen's body with a whoosh. Eh! Yahoo! Ouch! 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 The moment the thunder liquid entered the body, Lu Chuan then grimaced and jumped up. This thing looked harmless, but in reality, it was in no way lower than the pain that black lightning brought to Lu Chuan, and in just a few moments of work, Lu Chuan began to roll all over the ground. Innate thunder seeds are good for anything. It was the refining that was really a bit overwhelming. To know, Lu Duan is a man who can harden himself against the heavenly thunderbolt. It's all so manly. Faced with the destruction of the innate thunder seed, Lu dust will still be too painful to control. Visible this thing, how difficult to deal with. Chapter 49. The eve of the martial arts meeting. The year has come and gone. WU Playground. 3,200 human celestials gathered together. These people, all of them are teachers from the 4 most prestigious schools, handpicked from the elite of students. From freshman to senior year, each school, each grade level, sent a corresponding representative. It's safe to say, this group of students on the playground basically represented the future of the new human race. Students, the exact rules of this kaiju have been sent to you via the Super Campus group. Now start teaming up. 12 o'clock sharp, we're officially off. The lead teacher of WU was Zhou Haifeng, who had transported Lu Chun and Su Qingyan. He stood on a high platform giving orders, his face all smiles of intent. Hey, high-flying girl, do you want my sister to take you to eat a chicken? Grouping session. Xiaolan first approached Su Qingyan, who was on the freshman team. The rules for this kaiju were borrowed from a parachute game from the technological age. The students, will be sent to a place called the Grand Canyon of the Dragon Mound, and it was fully monitored by the lead teachers of the 4 most prestigious schools to unleash a wave of virtual beasts. The students need to reach the Dragon Mound Tower, which is right in the center, while dodging the wave of beasts. The circle of beasts will continue to shrink. Students who are caught up will be eliminated outright. And within the safety zone, a large number of alien beasts were also arranged to be responsible for surrounding and intercepting them. Race teams of 4. With a senior as captain and free choice of team members, but not students in the same grade, it kind of balances the team strength a little bit. No need, talkative sister. Su Qingyan lightly glanced at Xiaolan. Her eyes were clear and cold as she shook her head and said, I'll listen to Brother Lu Chun. Aku. I'll listen to all of Brother Lu Chun. Xiaolan's white eyes were almost rolled up to the sky. This schoolgirl looked like a heavenly fairy. How come she was a love brain? Humph. Su Qingyan blushed and turned her head to the other side without moving. Say, where's that little boyfriend of yours? It's not like you're at home looking over your shoulder while he's out dating a mistress and playing a doggy little drama with you. Is it? Humph. As long as you stay away from him, there shouldn't be any vixens around Brother Lu Chun. Su Qingyan slightly skimmed her mouth, her eyes full of disgust. You who? Okay. Sister will take that as a compliment. However, even if I am a fox, my sister is a fox with 1,000 years of experience, so you must keep an eye on that little boyfriend of yours. Xiaolan raised her willow eyebrows and instantly broke her defense. You go away. Su Qingyan didn't really want to bother with Xiaolan. This woman speaks without 100 scruples, completely unaware of what is a daughter's reserve. But, after the last few days together, Su Qingyan's impression of her had indeed changed quite a bit as well. She knew that the woman simply liked to mouth off. Actually, her experience in relationships was even more trivial than her own, and she chased after her every day to inquire about her intimate interactions with her brother Lu Chun. Even holding a small hand, she is staggeringly excited for half a day. I thought it was a king, who knew it was a bronze. For nothing she was scared for a while before. 1,000-year-old fox cultivated into her like this. I'm afraid it's all too embarrassing to go out in disguise. Xialan, it's you again. After the two of them had not talked for a while, an unruly figure slowly came in front of the two of them. This person was none other than the Zhou family's young master, Zhou Li. In the past few days, this woman, Xialan, didn't know what kind of madness she had been smoking, and had been inseparable from Su Qingyan, causing him to have no way to start. He really wanted Su Qingyan too much. Just her heavenly fairy-like face made him so excited that he couldn't sleep all night long. A few days down the road, the cashews have suffered considerable wear and tear. Unfortunately, those women were not even a millionth as good as Su Qingyan. He had come to find Su Qingyan to form a team. For this reason, he went out of his way to warn a large number of older students, not allowing them to team up with Su Qingyan. I never thought that this crazy batch of women, Xialan, would have gotten the jump on me again. Yo? Young Master Zhou. Running around hitting on other people's little girlfriends again? Why didn't I see it before? So you still have this fetish. Xialan did not put this Zhou Li in his eyes in the slightest, and his exit was a mockery of ramen. Xialan, you're determined to go against this young master, aren't you? Zhou Li's expression was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and asked, Look at you. I'm doing you a favor, fool. That little boyfriend of theirs. It's not as simple as you think. Don't fail to steal the family when the time comes, but instead lose the face of the Zhou family. Though I'm quite happy to eat the melon. However, when I think of such a beautiful elementary school girl who has to be harassed by a toad like you, my sister is a little bit unable to bear it. So it can't be helped. Sister has decided to be an escort for the time being. What? You have a problem with that? Xialan clasped her hands to her chest and asked back blandly. Great. Xialan, the grudge between me and you, I'll settle it with you when we go to the Dragon Mound Grand Canyon. But right now, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Zhou Li didn't want to take care of Xialan, but just turned his head to Su Qingyan and said in an undeniable tone, Schoolmate Qingyan, my patience is limited. Team up with me and I'll take you into the final Dragon Mound Tower. Don't toast me. Yo? Who's this? What's with the big face? Just as Su Qingyan was about to speak out in rebuttal, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind her. Brother Lu Chun. The frost on Su Qingyan's face instantly dissipated into nothingness, and then like a fragrant wind, she quickly pounced into the arms of the visitor. Let her go. Zhou Li's pupils shrunk, and his entire aura became somewhat violent. He had long regarded Su Qingyan as a forbidden domain. Now that he saw these two people hugging each other in public, a wave of nameless anger rushed to his heart. Today's Lu Duan, wearing a clean and simple sweater, with Su Qingyan's same baseball cap on his head, his tall stature, his sunny and handsome, set off in a clear way. The real deal is a great style for men. He looked at Zhou Li, whose complexion was gloomy into the water, and was silent for a while before turning his head to look at Xialan. Hey, this guy with a brain in his head. It can't be your friend, right? Don't be ridiculous. This stupid fool tried to steal your house while you were away, but my sister has been your escort for several days for free, so you'd better think about how you're going to repay me, right? Brother Lu Chuan. I ignored him. He's the one who's been stalking me. Su Qingyan was afraid that Lu Chuan would misunderstand something, so she quickly raised her head and explained. So, Lu Chun nodded indistinctly, and his expression instantly turned cold. In hell, dude's only been gone for 3 months, and this is when people start stealing homes? That's a hell of a way to go. Funny. What are you going to do if I don't let go? Lu Chun wrapped one hand around Su Qingyan's waist, and within his eyes, killing opportunities were everywhere. You're her boyfriend? Listen carefully. My name is Zhou Li, the young master of the Zhou family. Now, get lost. Don't ever appear in front of her, or I can guarantee that you'll regret coming to this world. Zhou Li held back his anger and said word by word. Boom! Lu Dust moved without warning. His speed was as fast as lightning, and before the unprepared Zhou Li could even react, he was kicked several meters away by Lu Chun with a top knee. What kind of brain-dead thing is this, playing the bossy president with me? You don't even look at yourself? Do you deserve it? Lu Dust collected his feet and stood. Disdainfully, he bristled. Chapter 50. Young master of the Zhou family is mad with anger. You seek death. Zhou Li quickly climbed to his feet. His face rolled as if he were on fire. He was surprised to be kicked off by a freshman. It made him high-minded. How can it be accepted? He then decisively urged his spiritual energy and violent flames began to coalesce and take shape in the palms of his hands. He was going to burn this boy, who didn't know what he was doing, right into ashes. He has a background anyway. Even if he did kill someone, the family would handle it properly for him. After all, in this day and age, strength is king. No one. You can provoke the authority of the ancient martial arts family. Even if it was the Overwatch Alliance, there was no way that they would offend an ancient martial family with a strong Dao Fusion Realm member sitting in their midst because of a dead heavenly pride. A fused Dao Realm powerhouse. The position in the human race was second only to the imperial race. What is the imperial race? The Emperor clan was the clan that had a great emperor sitting on the throne, and the great emperor's lofty position in the human race was already similar to that of an emperor in ancient times. They're not restricted by any laws, and they'll go straight to the other side if they're pissed off. And his Zhou family is at least a first-class general, if not an emperor. This was also the reason why Zhou Li dared to be so reckless. As long as the human race still needed the Zhou clan's great powerhouses to guard the borders, no one could touch him, even if it's over the top sometimes. At most, they will just make a show of appearances and give him some punishment that is not too light or too heavy, so as to give those pariahs a psychological comfort. What's up, what's up? Just as Zhou Li's murderous heart was rising, ready to trample Lu Duan directly under his feet, Zhou Haifeng, who was on the high platform, suddenly stopped in front of the two men. I do not know whether he is intentional or unintentional, just cold-face one-hand wave. Zhou Li body flame is instantly extinguished, and then once again fell a dog gnawing mud. How dare you touch me? Zhou Li climbed up once again and again, his entire face reddening, openly fighting and brawling, not taking the human race's ban into consideration. Even if you're the Zhou family's young master, I can teach you a lesson on behalf of your family's elders. Zhou Haifeng's expression remained unchanged, only saying in a cold tone. He clearly started it. Are you blind? Don't think I don't know that you're deliberately favoring your Wushu University students. Zhou Li was going to be furious. He was rampant in the Devil's University. Where had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? These two, both deserved to die. Oh! Zhou Haifeng was silent for a moment, before asking back with a straight face. Then why did he just hit you and not others? You explain? Peft. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing Zhou Haifeng casting a warning look, he then slightly tightened his grip. Zhou Haifeng did do it on purpose. After all, he was one of the few who knew the true bottom line of Lu Chen. The Chao family? If Lu Chuan was really just SSS rank talent, then it was indeed still a bit troublesome. After all, SSS grade talent prides were born so many times every year, and even if they had unrivaled potential, their true influence really wasn't very great until they had completely grown up. The pride of heaven can die young. Without a strong background, no matter how good the talent is, it is very normal to suffer some injustice. It's good to be disobedient. So much for indignation. The weak are the strongest, and this has been the case since the beginning of time. Unless you choose to defect to a power and seek their blessing. But so much for that. A vicious circle is created. Powerful forces are getting stronger and acting more ostentatiously. This one. The ancient martial arts families are the most rampant. They had the people they wanted, the resources they needed, and they also possessed supreme martial arts that made countless people's eyes redden. If those graduating prides don't go to them, who can they go to? To this. The people up there also had a huge headache, but there was nothing they could do about it. But Lu Duan is different. If it's Lu Dust, not to mention a mere Zhou family, even if the imperial clan wanted to touch Lu Chun, the ones from Wang Quanshan would more than likely flip out. The so-called emperor clan was nothing more than having a great emperor sitting in the middle. And ludicrous. Yet, it was the only one of the human race that had the potential to surpass the existence of a great emperor. He's worth it. It's simply immeasurable. How could the higher-ups let anything happen to such a chosen one? So Zhou Haifeng wasn't afraid at all. The world has suffered for a long time from the world's families. Lu Chuan's sudden appearance might become the best opportunity for those above to step in and fix certain lineages. This Zhou family's young master was obviously the first unlucky person to hit the gun. This situation. Wouldn't that be a fool's choice? I explain Nima. Zhou Li's chest was filled with anger that went straight to his head, and he burst out a foul mouth on the spot. Yet the next second, he was then slapped in the face by the somber-looking Zhou Haifeng. Insulting a teacher is an added offense. Zhou Haifeng coldly looked at Zhou Li. Don't think that just because there's a Zhou Yuan sitting in your house, you can be lawless. If this slap doesn't wake you up, you could have called Zhou Yuan over to try as well. See if he dares to stand up for you. Good. Very good. Zhou Li covered his red and swollen cheeks, his eyes filled with resentment. His gaze swept over Zhou Haifeng, Xiaolan, and Lu Chun one by one. In the end, without saying a word, he coldly returned to his position at the Magic University. What a coincidence that is. The leading teacher of the Magic University was none other than that Wang Dezhu, who had a brief encounter with Lu Chuan. If it was someone else who had a conflict with Zhou Li, he would definitely have to defend Zhou Li, or at least not let Zhou Haifeng humiliate him like this. No matter what, he was also a student of the Devil's University, and to lecture him like this, that was clearly slapping the Devil's University's face. But if this person is Lu Chuan, then there is nothing what Zhou family young master, killed is not my business, he still want to live a few more years it. Zhou Li, I know that you're not convinced in your heart, but as your lead teacher, I still have to remind you that you can mess with anyone. But you can't mess with that Lu Chun, he's not someone you can mess with. Wang Dezhu sighed and still cryptically cautioned Zhou Li. He was also well aware of Lu Chen's details, but the few of them who had gone to enroll the teachers had long since signed a confidentiality agreement with their superiors, and were not allowed to disclose any information about Lu Chun to the public. Even the family is being supervised. It could be seen how much importance those few people up there actually placed on Lu Chun. Zhou Li to provoke him, that is purely his own fine death, and even likely to pit his family. But so what? He knew that an arrogant and domineering second generation of the world like Zhou Li would not listen to his own opinion at all. What he should do has already been done. Zhou Haifeng's attitude has also been quite obvious. If he does not grow his own brain, then no one can save him. Meh. Mr. Wang, you as the lead teacher, yet you watched me being humiliated. When we get back to the school, I will report to the school committee truthfully. Sure enough. Zhou Li simply could not listen to Wang Dezhu's exhortation, but instead only thought that this Wang Dezhu is a soft child, to the other people's territory, will not dare to stand up for their own students. Whatever. Wang Dezhu shook his head slightly and said no more. Good words are not enough to persuade a damn ghost. It is a pity that Zhou Li, that all SSS grade talent, that Zhou family is really only look at the talent but do not look at the heart, and finally even raised such a strong outside the grass bag. Chapter 51. Longqiu Grand Canyon Third Shift. For this great play on the playground. Most of the surrounding human celestials were in a line of do-gooders. Zhou Li's reputation in the Magic University or very loud, just this reputation is not too good to listen to. Now see him suffer. Even those students from the Magic University almost had a cold-eyed attitude. Sage Zhou Li, this straw bag, is really a disgrace to our Magic University. A young Taoist priest with long hair and wearing a Taoist robe rubbed his eyebrows and expressed his opinion. What do you care what he does? With you here, our Magic University won't do too badly this time. The young Taoist priest was flanked. A woman with dual swords and a valiant appearance disdainfully said. That freshman, he seems to be quite close to Xiaolan, huh? Should we remind him for the boss? Kyu sighed. There was also a short-haired young man with a stout figure, as strong as an ox, who noticed Lu Chun. He had two bare arms, strong and powerful muscles that signaled his strong combat power. Of course. While others were scrutinizing Lu Chuan was also scrutinizing others. Look around. Crane-like existences like the little Taoist priest and the lanky youth, every school, it seemed, had several of them. But on second thought, it's normal. This playground today. But it's the gathering place of countless celestial pride. Each and every one of these people were one in a million heavenly prides. And next, they would go to the Dragon Mound Grand Canyon as rivals in an unprecedented chase battle. Elementary school brother. Call out to your sister and she'll take you on a killing spree. How's that? Xiaolan turned her head to look at Lu Duan. If it was the old her, she might have just found a few random people who were agreeable to team up with. But now, she could be said to be full of interest in Lu Chun, only wanting to dig out all the secrets in this little man. Are you grouping up? If not, I'll go find someone else with Qingyan. Lu Dust hugged his thighs very justifiably. If you don't know, you'll think it's Xiaolan trying to hug his thighs. Group. I'll turn on the group voice. Xiaolan instantly changed her face. But in her heart she hated her teeth. What kind of attitude does this guy have? Making it seem like teaming up with me is still wronging him. Forget it. Seeing as he saved my life, I'm not going to get on his bad side. There are only 3 of us combined, and we're still 1 short. After building the group voice, Xiaolan turned her head to look at Lu Duan again. Why don't you go ask and pull in another random person? Hi. Excuse me. Can I team up with you guys? Just as Xiaolan and Lu Chun were discussing, a white-clothed silhouette came uninvited instead. You're Shangguan Niu from Kyoto University? Aren't you a senior? Xiaolan looked at the pure and cute bun-faced girl in front of her and asked with some uncertainty. Shangguan and Yu is my own sister. My name is Shangguan Waning, freshman. My strength is the peak of the nascent soul realm. The bun-faced girl introduced herself sweetly. So, Xiaolan nodded indistinctly. No wonder she looked so familiar with this girl. But aren't you a student at Kyoto University? Not going to your own school? My sister said that if there's a chance, we can team up with Natalie's sister. My sister loves Natalie's sister. Even in her bedroom, there's a poster photo of Natalie's sister hanging. Shangguan whinnying softly explained. This made Xiaolan so happy that she turned her head and looked at Lu Chun as if she was provocative. See? This is my sister's charisma. Teaming up with me, that's a blessing you've had for 8 lifetimes. And you're still not happy about it? Come on, Shangguan schoolgirl, I'm inviting you. Ding. Xiaolan invites you face-to-face to join the Shengshi Mei Yan squad. Do you agree? No, what kind of weird team name is that? Where's your imperious persona? Lu Dust saw Xiaolan's team name on his ultra bracelet, and he really couldn't hold back from spitting out a comment. I'm the captain, I call the shots. Xiaolan didn't care about Lu Chen's feelings in the slightest, and immediately waved her hand and said with great vigor, I will definitely lead our Shengshi Mei Yan squad to take the first place in the martial arts. Is it too late for me to quit? Lu Chun couldn't help but feel a chill when he thought of this team name, which could potentially be broadcast live across the country. This is a laborious team not to be formed. What kind of words are you saying? Could it be that, in your mind, isn't Gao Lang's sister a blooming beauty? Me and Shangguan's schoolmate, with our face value, aren't we beautiful enough? The whole team, it's totally you that's bringing down our face level. Okay? A high-flying girl? Oh, that's my nickname for your little girlfriend. How's that? Pretty apt, huh? So this thing about you Hirofumi people liking to give people nicknames really isn't just empty talk, is it? Lu Chuan was completely speechless. What fat boy, dog boy, pretty boy cloud? It seems to come from there. Okay, class. Time's up. Those who haven't completed the formation will be reasonably assigned by the lead teacher. Now all be quiet and line up in an orderly fashion. We'll pass the flying boat and drop you randomly to the outskirts of the Dragon Mound Grand Canyon. Zhou Haifeng summoned a huge 100 feet long flying boat to hover in the air, and his voice resounded throughout the entire playground. Is this really turning this 4-school tournament into a parachute game? Lu Chun looked up at the flying boat in the air that covered the sky, and couldn't help but secretly slander it. Soon, more than 3,000 students were brought to the flying boat by the leading teachers. Lu Chuan stood in the center of the deck, quietly watching the flying boat under his feet spanning 10,000 miles, traversing rivers and mountains, and finally arriving atop a mysterious Grand Canyon that stretched for 3,000 miles, resembling a swimming dragon. And then after that, the students were then dropped into the middle of the Grand Canyon, one group at a time, by their respective lead teachers. Lu Chuan and his group were lucky and became the last group to be thrown down. Just landed. A few people then heard the sounds of a fight coming from a short distance ahead. So aggressive? You're going to start a fight when you meet. Su Qingyan, who was on the side, opened her mouth in surprise. There weren't just competitors in this canyon, there were actual fae lurking around, and being too high profile wasn't necessarily a good thing. As soon as you and Lu Dust entered the school, you enjoyed the top treatment and didn't lack any resources, so naturally you don't understand the specifics. In fact, there are many heavenly prides that have resources that are completely insufficient and can only accept the investments and pulls of the world's prestigious families. In exchange, of course, they have to work for those families. The interests involved in the 4-schools martial arts are very deep, and it's not as simple as you think. A lot of people will die every year, we can't control it, and we don't need to control it, just do our own thing. Xiaolan carefully explained to Su Qingyan while surveying the environment of the canyon. Indeed, as long as others don't come to mess with us, we don't need to pay attention to others, try to avoid people and foreign beasts, and just go directly to the most central dragon show tower. That's where the final showdown will take place. Lu Dust nodded deeply, directly setting the direction for the next action. Let's go around then. The Shangguan schoolmates and I, we're both from the lineage, and you've also offended that Jolie, so I'm afraid this trip won't go so smoothly. Afraid of what? Soldiers come and go, water comes and goes. If we can't, we'll leave you behind to break the back. Get lost you. After a brief deliberation, several people decided to avoid the scene of the fight ahead. Led by Summerland, a few figures kept weaving in and out of the jungle, making their way forward, slowly rushing towards the direction of Longqiu Tower. The following are not counted in the body of the text. P.S. Happy New Year's Day, brothers and sisters. I'm the last one to give you my blessing. I'd also like to thank my brothers for their love and hyping charms. The young author was really impressed. Not the whole false, hypnotic charm since all arranged. Small shallow directly is the explosion more. A hypnosis charm explodes one shift. I'm not famous, so I'm not afraid of this flag. Love you guys. Chapter 52. Rope Bridge Battle Destroying the World. The middle of the Grand Canyon of the Dragon Mound. There are 9 iron ropes that run through several hills, which are the necessary passage to the Longqiu Tower. This iron rope is also known as the dragon binding rope. The trapped dragon locks the mound. That's how the Grand Canyon of the Dragon Mound got its name. Looks pretty lively. When Lu Chuan's few people arrived here, at the other end of the iron rope, there were already a dozen or so trainees waiting there with a teasing face. Xialan, Lu Chun. The leader was none other than the frosty-faced Zhou Li. His grim gaze swept across the room and said, almost through clenched teeth, "This young master has been waiting for a long time. What's the big deal?" Lu Chen's gaze was slightly condensed, and a flash of imperceptible killing intent flashed across his eyes. 2 peak Pioneer Sea Realm, 3 early Pioneer Sea Realm, the others are all nascent Soul Realm cultivation. I can hold back Zhou Li and the other one with the highest cultivation. What do you say about the rest of the people? After Xialan roughly scrutinized the situation, she landed her inquiring gaze on Lu Chun. We're teammates, and in this situation, of course, we have to distribute it wisely. Lu Chuan raised his eyes, and those eyes with a slight killing intent crossed the iron rope abyss and looked straight at Zhou Li at the other end. 1 for Qingyan, 1 for Miss Shangguan, 12 for me. This distribution, is it reasonable? Lu Chuan stretched his muscles and his expression gradually became stern. Fair enough. Do it. Xialan drew his sword and nodded. Then without hesitation, he stepped onto the iron rope and killed straight towards Zhou Li. Lu Dust followed closely behind. His figure was like a discharged cannonball, and his speed was actually not weaker than Xialan's. Beneath the feet of the crowd was an abyss of 10,000 feet. The people present were all clear of the lower 3 realms, and once they fell, it would be the end of their bodies. However, Xialan and Lu Chun were not half afraid, and instead, they took the lead in attacking in the face of an enemy that was several times their size. Zhou Xiao, Xialan, this woman, can't be dealt with too well. When this is over, don't forget my benefits. Watching Xialan kill with his sword. On Zhou Li's side, the black-robed youth at the peak of the Sea Pioneer realm, somewhat disgruntled, skimmed his mouth and said, "Don't worry, you won't be missing out. If we both strike together, she can't win even if she's powerful. We just need to stall her." Zhou Li smiled confidently and turned his head to look at the dozen or so trainees behind him again. "Waste that Lu Duan. Leave him alive. I'll chop off his limbs and put him in an altar, so that he can watch me and his woman make merry night after night. Gigi, that woman is pretending to be noble. Wait until she's in bed. I'll see if she can still pretend." It's so exciting to think about. On Zhou Li's face, a sickly smile appeared. He was, by nature, a vindictive master. Having been publicly humiliated in the playground before, he had long hated Lu Chun and Zhou Haifeng in his heart, and along with that, he also had hatred for Su Qingyan. Since this woman had eyes to entangle herself with other men in front of him, then he'll play with his woman in front of that man. In time. And what should she look like? Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of a series of fights woke up Zhou Li, who was immersed in his fantasies, and he looked up only to realize that Lu Chun had already kicked away several trainees in a row with his bare hands and empty fists. His attacks were sharp and vicious. His hands showed no mercy, and with each strike, he kicked those trainees directly down into the abyss of 10,000 feet. This guy. It's obvious that they're trying to kill each other. Young Master Zhou, are you stupid? If you don't make a move, I won't accompany you anymore. The black-robed youth, who had been beaten back by Xialan, couldn't help but burst out. They're all fighting. How can this idiot still be there? He's a little skeptical about whether he made the right or wrong decision to stand up for him. Coming. Zhou Li immediately collected his mind and charged up with a gloomy face. He had just been shocked for a moment by Lu Chen's ruthlessness and decisiveness. In the end, he is the young master of the Zhou family. When it really came down to it, he was still quite good. A few balls of flame smashed down. Xiaolan, who originally had the upper hand, also had to maneuver with these two. 5 now. Lu Chan once again easily war-kicked a peak nascent soul realm student, calmly stood on top of that iron rope, and all over his body, he exuded a monstrous ferocious aura. At this point in his life, it looked like an ancient beast that chose to devour people. He had struggled for 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world, fighting to the death against those alien beasts in the Forbidden Land. His will to fight was not at all comparable to these students who had not yet come out of the greenhouse. That dry and sharp killing method directly scared the remaining trainees out of their wits. They're just here for the game. Although he took the benefits of Zhou and came over to do things for him, it is impossible to really play with his life. So after the remaining trainees looked at each other, they all chose to run away without hesitation. Just give 3,000 contribution points. What kind of life am I selling for him, Mr. Zhou? The wind is tight and pulling. Bunch of rice buckets. Zhou looked at his own enlisted fighters. Less than a quarter of an hour, is dead, fleeing escape. The heart of the anger suddenly cannot be suppressed, cannot help but curse out. Pity. He hadn't had time to think about it much. Lu Chen's indifferent and merciless eyes were the ones that directly locked him in place. Your turn. Next, Lu Chen stepped on the iron rope, as fast as running thunder. Just by hitting a whip leg, he was able to separate Zhou from Xiaolan's entanglement in a hard way. That full 8 kilograms of terrifying power, directly that Zhou smashed backwards several meters away, almost did not manage to stabilize his body. In the meantime, on Su Qingyan and Shangguan Weiniang's side, the battle had also officially ended. Su Qingyan unleashed her cold ice dark force and directly followed Lu Chen's example, knocking one of the trainees down into the abyss. Shangguan Weiniang, on the other hand, was quite a bit more restrained, only seriously injuring her opponent. She stopped pursuing him and let him follow the other trainees as they fled. Natsu Erasure Senpai. This guy. Just leave it to me personally. Lu Chen smiled faintly at Xiaolan, and when he turned his head to look at Zhou again, his face regained its indifference. Awesome. Xiaolan gave a heartfelt compliment. Even if it was her turn to make a move, it would be impossible for her to easily kill off a dozen cadets in such a short period of time. This elementary school kid. It's still getting really fascinating. Rather underestimated you. Zhou laughed coldly and opened his mouth, those spiteful eyes staring dead on Lu Chen. It was as if they were going to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Do you really think you can fight me after defeating a few stray fish? Good thing too. Let's show you that insurmountable gap between you and me. Zhou didn't panic in the slightest, only to see him revolving his spiritual energy. His entire body, at once, was wrapped up by a strange yellow flame, as much as it could be. This guy has questionable character though. However, since he was able to be trained by the Zhou family as a family heir, this natural talent in combat was naturally unquestionable. Get serious about him. The same top-tier heavenly pride that could fight Xiaolan head-on. Chapter 53, Zhou Li's Death. Be careful. Xiaolan forced back the black-robed youth with a sword, and a dazzling golden light like the sun violently erupted from within that proud body. This guy's talent, named Soul-Departing Sacred Flame, is capable of directly burning your spiritual energy. Don't be touched by that flame or... Hey! Before Xiaolan finished speaking, Lu Chen was already like an arrow off the string, killing straight towards that Zhou. This guy. Forget it. Hurry up and finish this guy off before you go help him. Xiaolan shook his head helplessly, his gaze once again returning to the black-robed youth. Seeing that both Lu Chen and Zhou had moved for real, she did not intend to continue to keep her hands off. Go to hell. Burning Sky Lion Roar Seal. Zhou roared, both hands explored in the air, and a lion's head shadow condensed from yellow flames, immediately opened its bloody mouth and brazenly bit up towards Lu Chen. What a pain in the ass. Lu Chuan didn't take it hard, and with a dexterous leap of his body, he quickly jumped on top of another iron cable, narrowly dodging this powerful blow. Pioneer Realm is that this is more tricky, separated by a long distance, began to throw skills crazy so you simply cannot get close to. Burning Sky Lion Roar Seal. I'm hiding. Burning Sky Lion Roar Seal. I'll hide again. Burning Sky Lion Roar Seal. Lu Chen was bombarded by the roiling fire prints thrown out by Zhou. Dodging in all directions, And eventually, annoyed, he directly sacrificed the Annihilation Avatar, unexpectedly passing through the Fire Prince, and kicked Zhou Li out, heavily smashing into the green stone cliff behind him. Shut up! With a single call of his hand, Lu Chuan's Royal Thunder Heaven-breaking halberd, which was stored in the super energy space, was immediately gripped tightly in his hand. Zoom in on the zoom. What the do you keep yelling about? You think you're so cool? Not forgetting to play hard to get in a fight. I'm so sick of it. I admit that Lu Duan can't beat you. So the next one to debut will be the second form of someone from Lu. Land obliterating hegemony body dust. Lu Chun shouldered the heaven-breaking halberd, and all over his body, he was wrapped in black lightning arcs, and his aura surged by a large margin. Good. Good looking. Su Qingyan directly transformed into Steamy G's little fangirl, and the way she looked at Lu Dust, it was as if her eyes were starting to draw silk. That. Next to her, Shangguan Weiniing wanted to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Please, it's a fight to the death. What kind of mindset is it that makes you a nymphomaniac at a time like this? Are you saying that you're not worried at all about your boyfriend being beaten to death? And Su Qingyan thought, Lu Dust's brother are beginning to pretend up. Surely there will not be any danger. I have to hurry to show a wave, so that brother Lu Dust pretend wave big. Ahem. Zhou Li crawled up in a sorry state, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood from his mouth. His gaze towards Lu Chun had taken on a touch of suspicion and uncertainty, and he still couldn't figure out how Lu Chun was able to ignore the attack of the soul-departing sacred flame. Could it be a natural talent? But just what kind of talent aptitude could possess such a heaven-defying effect? So this is what you're relying on? Zhou Li's gaze was as gloomy as water, and that head of long hair was burning into a bizarre yellow flame. It's not like you're the only one with this avatar thing. The words fell. Zhou Li then gave up his advantage of attacking from afar and actively chose to fight Lu Chun in close combat. The scene. Even looking at Lu Dust couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems like he didn't kick that Zhou Li once or twice with that 8,000 kilograms whip leg, right? This guy. How can you be so headstrong? You want to fight me in close combat? Good, good, good. Hopefully he'll remember that in his next life. The first stance of the heaven-breaking halberd technique, holding the dragon stance. Lu Chun did not move in place and set up his stance until Zhou Li's figure killed close to him. And only then did he pick his halberd as fast as lightning, directly picking that Zhou Li up in the air. But this Zhou Li wasn't a complete straw man. When Lu Chun was about to launch the second style of one pillar of the sky, he even violently smashed a ball of flames towards Lu Chun, and then utilized the counter thrust to force himself back a few steps in the air. Kanye saved his own ass. Reacting so fast? Okay, the reaction could not have been faster, but it ended there. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, gave a quick rating in his mind. He then stepped on the iron rope and turned his body violently, making a beautiful horseback shot. The third style of the heaven-breaking halberd technique, returning goose style. Peft! The heavy halberd easily pierced through Zhou Li's belly, but Lu Chuan still went on unabated, carrying Zhou Li's body all the way forward, and finally ruthlessly pinned him to the verdant end of the iron rope. No! This can't be. Zhou Li was spitting blood from his mouth, his complexion was ashen, and his face was covered with an unbelievable expression. My soul-departing sacred flame, my second divine ability is to strengthen my mental power, and my reaction test is SSS grade. How could I not be able to dodge your attack? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Zhou Li was completely unable to accept the fact that he had been easily crushed by Lu Chuan, and his entire person began to become a little crazy. To this, Lu Qin just smiled gently and did not explain. The 9 styles of heaven breaking was a genuine SSS martial skill, incorporating decades of Xiang Longqing's painstaking cultivation, as well as Lu Chuan's own groping fighting style. One style after another, one ring after another. Step by step, you can't defend yourself. Once such a martial skill was cultivated to its fullest extent, how could it be dodged by a Zhou Li who had never even been in battle? Even his most proud of the soul departure sacred flame in front of Lu Chun is a pose. Even if he is the 8th heaven of the sea rescue realm, facing such a freak like Lu Chun, he cannot exert 50% of his strength. Isn't it normal to lose? A one-on-one situation. Lu Chun, who had already reached the 9th turn of the battle general, had long been unafraid of any opponent at the Sea Pioneer realm. He's competing this time, but he's running to be first in the Kaiwu. Okay, I'm busy, you can make your dying words. Lu Dust looked towards Zhou Li, who was nailed in a stone crack, and reminded him with an expressionless face. Are you going to kill me? Zhou Li instantly came to his senses. Involuntarily, a flash of unconcealable panic emerged in his eyes. I'm the young master of the Zhou family. If you dare to kill me, the Zhou family will definitely make you raise your clan to accompany you. Zhou Li's breathing suddenly became rapid. He was the Zhou family's young master, a descendant of a famous family. He didn't believe that Lu Chun really dared to kill him. Tisk. I for one hate threats. I made a vow to guard someone in my life. You shouldn't mess with her. Lu Duan. Don't kill him yet. Xiaolan, who had managed to kill off the black-robed youth, was just about to step forward to stop him when Lu Chun had already swung his halberd without hesitation. A head shot up into the sky. Xiaolan also stood somewhat disoriented. If you kill him, the Zhou family, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop with you. A few moments later, Xiaolan Fong shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Natsurama Senpai, you need to start sharpening your sword. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he faintly swept a glance at the magnificent woman in front of him. You are the future red-clothed sword immortal, but it's a pity that your sword isn't sharp enough. What did you say? Xiaolan was slightly stunned. She was truly surprised that these two light words from Lu Chun had actually caused her state of mind to fluctuate tremendously. Yeah. Her sword, it doesn't really seem sharp enough anymore. One of the paths of the sword, it should go forward. Never take a step back, even if you are shattered to pieces. But she actually gave birth to the idea of backing down because of Zhou Li's background. It's really a bit of a misnomer. Taught little brother. Xiaolan raised her head slightly and smiled. A heavenly pride like her didn't need Lu Chuan to say too much at all. A simple reminder was enough to get her back on the path. Chapter 54. Arrival at the Dragon Mound Tower, third shift. Go! Lu Chun looked at the headless body on the ground and expressionlessly put away the heaven-breaking halberd. Xiaolan wasn't sure about his background, so she was right to be worried, if it's just SSS-level talent. Killing Zhou Li would indeed bring him some unnecessary trouble. After all, on the surface of the human race, infighting was still strictly forbidden. No background, and who will stand up for him? The 4 prestigious schools, after all, are just cradles for training students, and they are the ones who have to follow the rules. Otherwise, it's all messed up. If WU had to bail him out, surely MU would have to stand up for its own students, right? Otherwise, who's going to come to school with you in the future? Coupled with the pressure from the Zhou family, it was clear that the Wuhan University administration could not carry this kind of pressure. However, since Lu Chun had chosen to expose his talent, it was naturally impossible for him to cower like he did in his previous life. The top brass will inevitably step in to bail him out. This was the reason why Lu Chun had no scruples whatsoever. He's worth it. It wasn't something that could be compared to a mere young master of the Zhou family. Previous life. It was because of some assholes in the human race that caused half of the human race to fall into chaos after the descent of the mountain and sea. If it wasn't for Xiaolan's critical order, the human race would not have lasted until the void came. Now do it all over again. Lu Chuan didn't have any intention of showing any mercy. These assholes should have been cleaned up a long time ago, without Zhou Li in the way. Naturally, there was no one that would take the initiative to mess with Lu Chun and his team. In the end, it's the future sword immortal. Summerlin's fame still works. So the few people had traveled this way almost unhindered. That is, they encountered a few waves of foreign beasts in the middle of the journey. But with the strength of Lu Chuan and Xiaolan, these foreign beasts, obviously, can't pose any threat to them either. When the few people arrived at the foot of the Dragon Mound Tower, a number of teams had already gathered here, but they were all stopped outside the tower. Lu Chuan recalled the rules of the campus group and instantly understood. This Longqiu Tower is divided into 10 levels. Pushing from the top, the team that occupies the first tier is number 1 in this tournament. Look around. Nowadays, each of these tower levels has been taken down. And each of these teams, each of them had extraordinary strength. No wonder all these teams outside, all of them stayed outside the tower to watch the show. If they don't fight, we don't fight. Xiaolan casually found a seat and sat down. Holding the Conglan sword lazily said, I'll want to pick the peach at the end. Lao Ma is not that stupid. No! You're a future human sword immortal. Shouldn't your persona be to draw your sword and charge up to the first level? Then point your sword in all directions and shout, 3 million of the human race's heavenly prides need to lower their brows even when they see me? Lu Dust stood by and spat madly. You've said you're the future sword immortal. Aren't we still close now? When this grandiose words are put out, my sister will surely have to be rounded up to hold her head in a minute. I can kind of see that you just want to hold up my sister. You're disturbed. Charlene inclined her head slightly, justifying herself. Exempt? You're still quite sober. Lu Dust was dumbfounded. It doesn't look like a melon either. The old lady was never melon in the first place. Most of the time, I'm actually witty as hell. Watching the two of them bicker there, Su Qingyan was suddenly a bit unhappy. She felt a little redundant, and so she calmly stepped forward and seriously looked at Lu Dust and said, "Brother Lu Dust, I am also witty as hell." Eft. The Shangguan whinnying behind him couldn't hold back and laughed out on the spot. Seeing the gazes of the three, they all turned to themselves at first. She was instantly enlightened. Turns out the real redundancy was her. That? You guys continue. Shangguan whinnying hurriedly covered her mouth, fully playing her role as a melon eater to the letter, seeing as she's so sensible. Lu Chun also had no choice but to withdraw his knife man's eyes, dotingly rubbing Su Qingyan's hair and saying, "Of course. My family Qingyan is the smartest. My family Qingyan is the smartest." Xiaolan furiously rolled her eyes and directly turned her head away, coming to a halt. "Ignore her. She's just lacking love and souring us on purpose." Lu Chun took Su Qingyan into his arms and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. "Hey, old lady lacks love? You fart. The men chasing after me are lined up from WU to Kyoto, and my old lady will lack love? What a laugh. Look, broken defense." Lu Dust continued to make up for it. The old lady didn't break defense. The old lady is telling the truth. TCH still covering up? How pathetic. Ah, go to hell. The furious Xiaolan drew her longsword and was about to fight Lu Chun to the death. Unfortunately, before she had the chance to act, an uninvited guest suddenly arrived in front of the several people. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm your fiancé Lin Yi's brother, Shen Anqing. I don't know who these people are." The visitor opened the door and gave his name. Lu Chuan subconsciously glanced at him, somewhat surprised that such a guy with a body as strong as an ox would actually have such an elegant name. "Shen Anqing." Xiaolan frowned slightly, then suddenly realized, come to think of it, that stupid kid who's been following Lin Yi's ass since he was a kid? "Yes, sister-in-law." Shen Anqing nodded with a smile and a respectful attitude, not caring at all about Xiaolan's somewhat offensive tone. "I'm not your sister-in-law." Xiaolan's complexion gradually became cold. "The family's so-called marriage also has nothing to do with me, and those few old farts, they can't control me yet." "Exempt? Bad." Lu Duan, who was on the side, couldn't help but interject. "Xiaolan, you have to think clearly. This situation is put in a novel. There is a 90% chance that your fiancé is, in fact, the legendary son of Heaven's destiny. If you dare to ruin the marriage, aren't you afraid that people will give you a hand for 30 years? It was supposed to be a joke. But Xiaolan was rare and silent. A few moments later, she raised her eyes squarely, looking extremely serious. "You have a point. So should I just cut off the roots? I've heard that it's the kind of thing that no man can stand. So what if he gets back at me later? Getting back at me is even. I'm just afraid that he has a system that will lead to my old lady regretting it and coming to a husband-chasing crematorium or something. It's really a bit scary to think about. Land dust." Thinking of all the ways Gu Yanyan had behaved after she was reborn, Lu Chuan suddenly didn't want to talk. Why do I get the feeling she's nudging me? But then again, what's going on with your own rebirth? Is it really fiction brought to life? No, it's not right. It was impossible for the power of the void to appear on one's body for no reason. So one's rebirth is most likely related to the void. Xiaolan's unintentional tirade seemed to have completely awakened Lu Chun. The aura is revived and the mountains and seas descend. All sorts of unbelievable things happen one after another. Theoretically, it seemed quite normal for a world-destroying level demon like the Void Beast to have the ability to go back in time and space. Looks like we'll have to keep an eye on this area in the future. According to this development, it might even be possible for him to, in the future, find out the truth about his rebirth. Chapter 55. All come to the door? Sister-in-law. Parents' orders, matchmaker's orders. You have a marriage contract. it's better for you not to get too close to other members of the opposite sex. Brother Lin Yi has been on guard at the border for 3 years, and will be back soon. Shun Anqing calmly scrutinized Lu Duan for a while, with a slight coldness in his gaze. What a pain in the ass. Xiaolan pinched his brow with a bit of a headache. You have Lin Yi's contact information, right? Please tell him for me that the marriage between the two families was set by the older generation and my consent was not sought beforehand. I'm not going to marry him, and I'm terribly sorry if I've been a nuisance to him because of the engagement. If he's a man, then come and conquer me in a dignified manner, instead of taking a scrap of paper and demanding this and that. Do you hear me? Even if I, Xiaolan, were to marry someone, it would be to marry the man I love, and for that I would willingly, without the need for a marriage contract, give everything I have for the one I love. Otherwise I would rather die than obey, and there is no one or thing that can restrain me. No matter what you think of me, Summerland, this is my code of life, so if you've heard me clearly, now you can go. You staying here and pointing fingers at me will only make me sick of you and your boss. Well said. Ludum snapped and applauded, deeply impressed. With these words, there was always a bit of the red-clothed sword immortal's flamboyant shadow. Good. I'll relay Miss Xia's words to Brother Lin Yi as is. But, speaking of which, Shen Anqing suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Duan. This kid who's always jumping in front of me needs to be taught a lesson, more or less. Hey? Looking at Shen Anqing's expression that suddenly became hideous, Lu Chuan, who was cozily eating melon, directly froze. It's not. What did I do? Why is it always me who gets hurt? Is it so dangerous to eat melon on the first line? Boom! Shen Anqing was extremely confident, raising his hand and swinging a powerful heavy punch towards Lu Chen, and Lu Chen had no intention of spoiling him. In the face of this sudden punch, he chose to fight head-on, again relying only on the power of his qi and blood, and blasted against that Shen Anqing. Thud! The two fell back 3 steps in unison. It's a bit interesting. Shen Anqing frowned slightly, his eyes looking at Lu Chuan with some suspicion. How can your body be so powerful? No wonder he was shocked. It was true that since he was a child, his physique was the strongest one among his peers. Even his superpower talent was the SSS-ranked thick earth power, which could drastically increase his qi and defense. But now, instead, he fought a freshman who was 3 levels younger than him and whose realm was even lower than his. This could not help but cause him to instantly raise a dash of intense interest in Lu Chen. I'll meet you at the top. Shen Anqing tugged at the corner of his mouth, and a bearish wariness also emerged in his eyes. He's a fighting maniac. Favorite way to fight in a fist fight. Lu Chen's appearance gave him a vague feeling of encountering a formidable enemy. Tisk. It's really a red face. Looking at Shen Anqing's departing back, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh a little. He thought, the fact that he was always being inexplicably targeted was surely not a matter of his character, but the quality of the girls around him, which was just too high, going everywhere. It all seems to invite trouble for him. Didn't some people just say that I lack love? Now they're changing their faces pretty fast. Xiaolan blankly glanced at Lu Chen without any good humor. Shen Anqing's appearance made her mood a little irritable as well. Blame it on the old codgers in the family. Do what you can to get yourself in trouble. Yo? Still talking about me? Someone's old flame. Isn't that right? Xiaolan, who was still a bit annoyed, was also in a beautiful mood instantly after seeing another batch of uninvited guests suddenly appear. It's true. Smiles don't go away, they just shift. This time, it was obviously Lu Duan's turn to suffer. Those who came were indeed old acquaintances. A Gu Yanyan who seemed to be high and mighty, a Chan Yuan who had slashed Lu Dust, and a Chun Feng who had been brutally beaten up twice by Lu Dust. Well, it all came together. Lu Dust, we want to challenge your team. Gu Yanyan, who was still innocent, looked at Lu Chuan with a condescending face and directly opened the door to express her intentions. There are plenty of people who want to challenge me. You're afraid you'll still have to queue up. Thinking of Shen Anqing, who had just been sent away, Lu Chen's face was not really good. This one. Why are they all after him? Ha! Lu Chuan, you're not afraid, are you? In Gu Yanran's eyes, there was a flash of pleasure. She had been publicly humiliated by Lu Chen several times, and her entire person had already tended to blacken. Now her, just want to see Lu Dust repenting. That was why she had encouraged Chen Feng to challenge Lu Dust. Of course, it was just that if she was with Chen Feng, she definitely didn't have the guts. But it can't be helped that they have two solid thighs on this team. Chen Yuan had successfully broken through to the peak of the sea rescue realm long before the meeting. He was an extremely proud man, bent on replacing Xiaolan's reputation as the #1 person in Wushu University. The other thigh was a cold family descendant that the Chun family had pulled together, also at the 8th level of the sea rescue realm. It was said that this man's mother had been seriously ill and had begged around in vain, and in the end it was the Chun family that paid for his medical expenses. And this humble son, who was also a person who knew how to repay kindness, from then on, willingly acted as Chen Yuan's little brother. As for Qin Feng, although he had already been beaten out of his psyche by Lu Chen, Gu Yanran and his own brother had already reached an agreement, and he naturally had no way to refuse. Overall, they are a team that does have a shot at the top 10. Xiaolan, it's time for me and you to start a fated battle. Chen Yuan was holding a tang sword, and his gaze was on Xiaolan's body from the beginning to the end. As for Lu Chen, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. So it's for you. Lu Chen frowned and retreated behind Xiaolan. Will you man up? Xiaolan was instantly furious. Obviously the only man on the team, he pushed her ahead of everything. The genus is a bit over the top. The people have spoken. Don't you two have a fated duel? Don't worry, you consume him head-on for a wave. I'll go around and sneak in directly. A back-and-forth attack, guaranteed to make him fly. Lu Chen summoned his heaven-breaking halberd and looked at Xiaolan Dao with a serious face. Bleh, can't you carry someone on your back? There's no way a tactic that loud is going to work, is there?
M.
Xiaolan drew his long sword, slightly frantic. Oh, looks exposed. Since this is the case, then why don't you just give him to me, so that I can avenge the original knife? Lu Dust stepped forward with a relaxed expression. Brother Lu Chuan, I'll sneak in secretly later and smash his dog's head with the frost staff. Su Qingyan also spoke with a serious face. This person who had bullied Lu Chen's brother, she had long wanted to take revenge. Only Shangguan Weining was the only one who was so embarrassed at the back that she was about to pick out a 3-room apartment with her toes. Say, this guy's so middle-aged, do you two have to be so cooperative with him? But then, inexplicably, what was wrong with being a little envious of the vibe between them? It doesn't fit in at all. Chapter 56. Lacking a little brother, will you be the one to do it? In fact, only those who had experienced war could truly understand why Lu Chen would always behave in a somewhat childish manner. After so many lives and deaths, who cares about such nonsense as face and persona? The simplest things, the most childish behaviors, are the best things in their hearts. You'll find out. The fiercer the king of soldiers in the battlefield. Instead, only the more will hold a positive and optimistic mindset. Will they dance childishly before a battle? Will they bicker with their teammates during a battle? Or will they make some middle-aged pretentious declarations and tell a few cold jokes? That's the real king of soldiers. No matter what situation they face, they know how to be bittersweet and lighten up towards that ed-up life than a yeah. And all of Lu Chen's childish behavior that was not understood was actually the aftermath of 10 years of military service. For example, on the day Xiang Longqing left, he didn't show the slightest bit of hard feelings. Instead, he had to take away his mask. He wasn't without ripples. He just knew how to restrain them. Grief solves nothing. Maybe wait until the future. Shangguan Weining stepped into the extraterrestrial battlefield. After realizing that the strength she was so proud of, and her distinguished background, were all just a joke under the end of the world, she would be able to understand Lu Chen, right? On it! Lu Chuan's aura exploded, and a large amount of black lightning arcs, surrounding his body, began to travel around. It was like a dark god of thunder. He hadn't broken through the sea rescue realm yet, and the lightning arc couldn't leave his body. Otherwise that selling would only be more handsome, only to see him raise his hand to deliver a swift and thunderous straight thrust, forcing Chen Yuan back 2 steps. At the same time, he decisively made use of the dragon-clutching stance, and picked at Chen Yuan's belly with a halberd. Chen Yuan drew his sword to block. Between the collision of the weapons, a burst of dazzling sparks suddenly erupted. Heaven-breaking halberd technique 4th stance moon by moon stance. One strike was unsuccessful. Lu Chuan quickly changed his stance, and the heavy halberd in his hand smashed down one after another. The attack was wide open, like a shooting star by the moon, hitting Chen Yuan to fall back again and again. Humph! Chen Yuan, who couldn't hold back somewhat, had his face sunken and decisively slashed out several wind blades, trying to force Lu Chen to pull away from him. However, Lu Chun did not have the slightest intention of dodging, but instead took advantage of the gap between his strikes and picked him up in mid-air with a halberd. Ho 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 ho! Lu Dust was excited. He just did. Got to get this guy flying. The second style of the heaven-breaking halberd technique, prime heaven style. Chang! Facing Lu Chuan's burst of chrysanthemum strikes that were not at all about martial virtues, Chan Yuan swung his tang blade at the first opportunity, narrowly swinging away from the strike. The third style of the heaven-breaking halberd technique, returning goose style. Lu Chuan repeated his trick and used the chain-killing move that had defeated Zhou Li earlier. However, Chan Yuan's reaction speed was actually a few points faster than that Zhou Li. At the moment when Lu Chuan's heavy halberd was about to explode his head, he once again managed to dodge it. Just the half-moon tooth on the tip of that halberd still cut through his face, leaving a narrow, bloody mouth. You seek death. Chan Yuan was completely enraged. He, like Zhou Li, had not expected his wind blade to have any effect on Lu Chun at all. That was why he had been beaten up a bit by Lu Chuan's set of consecutive moves. Now he came back to his senses. Immediately, he unleashed his natural aptitude, and 9 dragon scrolls in succession smashed towards Lu Dust as if they were spreading out across the sky. These 9 small dragon scrolls surrounded Lu Chuan from all directions, as if they wanted to return 9 to 1 and roll Lu Chuan directly into the sky. Chan Yuan was confident. Even if it was another enemy in the same realm, facing the strike from him, they would definitely not dare to choose to receive it hard. Yet the next second, Lu Chuan, who was covered in black lightning arcs, then rushed in front of him once again. Cam. How again? I forgot he was immune. Chan Yuan gritted his teeth, completely unable to comprehend how Lu Chen's natural aptitude could be so perverse. Immune to all elemental attacks. What's the point of fighting then? The biggest advantage of the sea realm is directly gone, favoring this guy's physique, and strong somewhat against the sky. Too late to think too much. Chan Yuan could only tangle with Lu Chuan once again. The powerful and continuous smashing attack shocked his tiger's mouth to rupture, and blood slowly stained the hilt of his tightly gripped sword. Damn it! Ever since he was a child, Chan Yuan had never fought such a suffocating fight, a strength that could not be utilized much at all, and could only continuously spar with Lu Chuan's physique. On the contrary, he was a sea pioneer realm, and his physical body was completely crushed by Lu Chuan. Couple of rounds. He was unable to follow through, and was then smashed out by Lu Chuan's halberd. You lose. Chan Yuan, who was spitting blood from his mouth, still wanted to get up and continue fighting, but the heaven-breaking halberd in Lu Chuan's hand was already pointing directly at the center of his brow. I lost. Chan Yuan propped the ground with his sword and muttered. From the beginning to the end, he had never placed Lu Chun in his eyes, but the reality was that he, a peak sea pioneer realm, had been crushingly defeated by Lu Chun, who was at the nascent soul realm. There wasn't much fight back the whole time. Even his most proudly gifted aptitude could no longer hurt Lu Chuan one iota. How long has it been? 3 months? You win. I gave you a knife in the first place. Now you can give it back to me. Although Chan Yuan was arrogant, he had a lot more backbone than Chen Feng, and was able to face his defeat openly, which made Lu Chun not help but think highly of him. Forget it. Lu Chun retrieved his halberd and suddenly remembered Shen Anxing from earlier. So he tried to look at Chan Yuan. Missing a little brother? Will you be one? You want me to be your little brother? Chan Yuan's face suddenly became red. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. This guy was definitely trying to humiliate him on purpose. If it was a life and death battle, you'd be dead by now. Is it a shame to be a junior? Lu Chun skimmed his lips and was calm. Borrowing your words, if you are not convinced, you can challenge me at any time. If I lose, it's okay for me to be your little brother. You! Chan Yuan's face changed for a while, hesitant to convince his heart. He hesitated. There's drama. Lu Chen's eyes lit up, and he immediately struck the iron while it was hot. If you can't beat them, then join them. Don't you understand such a simple truth? I'm still eager to embrace the big leg. Following a stronger person doesn't seem to be something unseemly. Does it? Good. After weighing the situation for a while, Chan Yuan nodded with difficulty. I can be your little brother, but I won't always be your little brother. Never. Next time, I'll beat you. Chan Yuan let out some harsh words and barely got himself back. Okay. Then it's a deal. Lu Chun waved his hand in disbelief. In the future, Whoever is the best will be the boss. But for now, hey, why don't you say boss first? Chun Yuan was silent for a while. After a long time, it was only then that he turned red and held a few words from between his teeth and said, "Old boss." "Hey, understood ow." Lu Dust smiled prettily. In the past, he was used to being alone and had never thought of developing his own forces. It wasn't until Zhou Li appeared and used his power to suppress others, including Shan Anqing's various displays of standing up for Lin Yi, which made him discover a new blind spot. In this life, he's going to push all the way across. With so many heavenly prides in the human race, it would be better to get them all together once and force them to be their little brother. In time, he waved his hand. Behind the crows, a large group of SSS Tianzhao minions is not directly cool. Not to mention, he also planned to take the initiative to attack the extraterrestrial battlefield. Just how much can you accomplish by creating a hunting squad? Instead, the pattern opens up. Directly create a hunting organization that is more powerful than the Hunters League, Make it bigger and stronger and make it better again. Think of it this way. Lu Dust instantly got a little hot. Chapter 57. The gradually perverted Lu Chun. Chun Yuan is giving in. However, Chun Feng and Gu Yanran were dumbfounded. It's not. We've only just fought, and the thighs just turned against us. So are we still fighting? Nah, we're kind of not fighting anymore. Your brother was seriously injured by me. It's justifiable for you to stand up for him. We'll be partners from now on. Lu Chuan extended his hand towards Chun Yuan. Don't think your position as boss is secure unless you can hold me down for the rest of your life. Chan Yuan grunted twice, but still reached out for Lu Chun to pull him up. What he doesn't know is this. Today's decision had caused him countless regrets later on. Wake up in the middle of the night. Both TM want to slap themselves. Arnold, come here. As he watched the others stop, their gazes all falling on himself and Lu Chuan, Chun Yuan felt deeply ashamed. Recognize a freshman as the boss, his reputation kind of completely lost. Chun Yuan's slim little brother, who was very knowledgeable, put away his long sword and came close to the two in large strides. This my brother, Su Nua. Chun Yuan slightly looked away and weakly spoke. Anna, call the boss. Boss! Su Nua immediately stood up straight and gave a 90-degree bow towards Lu Chun. This voice. It directly attracted the gaze of a large group of heavenly pride. Yuing Tiger. Chun Yuan lifted up and kicked, only to realize that his face was on fire, and he somewhat regretted it. He wanted to run away so badly. Brother, why are you looking at me? Seeing Chan Yuan's gaze on himself, Chun Feng's person went numb. There's no way I'll recognize him as my boss. In Chun Feng's mind, Lu Dust could have always been his imaginary love rival, so how could he possibly give in to Lu Dust? Well, you really don't deserve it. Chan Yuan nodded his head slightly, disgusted with him for being a stupid do. The same freshman. The difference between the two of you is simply the difference between a firefly and the sun and the moon. And this woman. You've at least awakened your SS grade talent, immersing yourself in your children's love all day long. How are mom and dad going to rest assured of handing over the Chen family to you in the future? What? You talk about me. So do you know what he used to be like? Chen Feng was very unconvinced. He used to lick more than me. This last sentence, Chen Feng did not dare to say. He was afraid that Gu Yanran would suddenly lose her temper with him again. Moreover, he was truly afraid of Lu Chun. Now that even his stupid Onizen had been beaten into submission, how would he dare to go against Lu Chun again? Just want to get away from him. It's best not to see it for the rest of your life. Land dust. Gu Yanran stood in place somewhat bewildered. She had just wanted to have a sound battle with Su Qingyan, but she simply ignored him and turned her head towards Chen Feng instead. Even the bun-faced girl didn't give her a second thought. Didn't even lift his hand the whole time. Tucked in his coat pocket, he dodged all her attacks. The moment, she felt like a clown. Chen Feng, who was held in the highest esteem by her, would unconsciously tremble at the sight of Lu Dust, and even his brother, who was easily defeated by Lu Dust. She's so sorry. Really regret it. Ludum has always been so dazzling. Why, in the first place, couldn't she have agreed to Lu Chen's pursuit earlier? If he hadn't been hanging on to him in the first place. The one standing beside Lu Chun now should be himself, right? She Su Qingyan. And where would this opportunity come from? Huma, what's wrong with you? Hearing Chun Feng's concerned tone, Gu Yanran only felt a pang of annoyance in her heart and subconsciously dodged his large hand that reached out. Nothing. Chen Feng. I've said it many times. Don't touch me or I'll never ignore you again. Gu Yanyan didn't know out of what state of mind she was in when she once again uttered these words in front of Lu Chuan. Her gaze, which always fell on Lu Chun, wanted to see a trace of a familiar smile from his face. She's always known how to whet a man's appetite. She can make a scene. But it's all about keeping her distance from the opposite sex so that she can keep the men around her dead to rights. But Lu Chuan completely ignored her. Those little tricks of hers also have no effect on Lu Chun. If Lu Chun knew what she was thinking right now, he would definitely be overwhelmed with emotion as well. In a previous life, that's how she's been hanging on to Ludum for 10 whole years. Didn't take that step for 10 years. However, Lu Chuan, at that time, did not feel that there was any problem. After all, she had not acted intimately with other men either. Now think. That's ing stupid. If a woman loves you, she can't wait to be glued to you every day. Su Qingyan? Seeing Lu Chuan's gaze suddenly look towards herself, Su Qingyan was a little uncertain. However, she still subconsciously took a step forward and gently held onto Lu Chuan's arm. What's wrong, brother Lu Chuan? It's okay. Lu Chuan dotingly rubbed Su Qingyan's head and once again expressed his sympathy for Chen Feng in his heart. There are women that are the cure for you, and there are women who are poisons that can destroy you completely. Ah, men can be strange. Xiaolan watched from the sidelines as the crowd, which was originally at war with swords, suddenly harmonized, and finally couldn't help but spit out a sentence. She couldn't understand at all how two men who were fighting to the death one second could come to an understanding the next. But things really aren't that complicated. It is in a woman's nature to be strong, and the logic is often simpler for men to follow the strongest. I am not as good as you, and you still give me respect and recognition, so naturally there is no problem in letting me hang out with you. You can hold me down for the rest of my life, so you'll be a good big brother for the rest of my life. But if you can't hold me down, I'm sorry. The king and his vassals would rather have their own kind. Unless you've done me enough favors, then I'm likely to give you face and even continue my allegiance. That's the man. Simple. Pure. Okay. Let's not rush the matter of breaking into the tower. Allow me to collect another little brother. Lu Chuan lifted his eyes and his gaze passed through the crowd, directly locking onto a certain little Taoist who was hiding in the corner. Earlier in the Wushu University playground, Lu Chuan had noticed this heretic. Perhaps it was a magnetic reaction between heretics. Lu Chuan always felt that this little Taoist was not too simple. It's that guy again. The young Taoist seemed to sense it and suddenly raised his head, meeting Lu Chen's gaze. This person gives me an unusual feeling. Why didn't I hear anything at all in my last life? Did he die young? Lu Chen thought as he walked towards the young Taoist. What's he doing walking over here all of a sudden? Allow me to count my fingers for a moment. Crap. This sun thief is trying to trap me. The young Taoist priest's eyes flickered and he said that it was not good, and he turned around and wanted to wipe his feet. However, Lu Dust's movements were faster than his. He had only just turned around when Lu Chuan's big hand already rested on top of his shoulder. Dude, what are you hiding for? Lu Dust opened his mouth in doubt. However, the voice fell on the ears of the young Taoist priest, but it seemed a bit gloomy. What do you want? The young Taoist turned back to the young man and inquired somewhat helplessly. I see that you have clear bones. I want to fight with you. And if you lose, you'll be my little brother. How about that? Heh, interesting. The young Taoist suddenly laughed. What about if I win? If you win, I'll go back and practice again. Then I'll fight you again, and if you lose, you'll still have to be my little brother. The young Taoist was filled with black lines. What if I refuse? Oh, that's easy too. Just beat it until you won't say no. You're stepping on a sick horse. The young Taoist instantly jumped to his feet and cursed. In his life, he had never seen such a brazen person. Instead, Lu Dust had once again discovered the blind spot. No wonder that Zhou Li's rampant and unreasonable feeling turned out to be so cool. It's over. The Dragon Slayer seems to be turning into an evil dragon. But he's just trying to collect more minions. It shouldn't be so bad that he's making a scene, right? Well, it should be, right? The following are not counted in the body of the text. P.S. For Falling South Star, Big Brother's hypnosis charm to add more. And thanks to the brothers for the gifts. It's almost on the monthly list of gifts for me. I've never been so honored in my life. Still, oh Big Brother Pineapple is a bit square. 2 more shifts. Well, weak question. Can I stop playing? I feel like things are a little off. Chapter 58. So perverted? Then I like it too much. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for a moment. Lu Dust single-handedly wrapped around the youthful little Taoist monk's thin shoulders that a black casual sweater, with Su Qingyan the same type of baseball cap, will be his gangly temperament, set off to the fullest. When you get more in touch with me, you'll realize that I'm actually the person who likes to convince people with virtue the most. Lu Chuan spread out his palm, and a few strands of black lightning arcs gradually formed a character in the center of his hand. Get lost. The young Taoist slapped away Lu Chuan's big hand with a disgusted face. He had already finished his appraisal. The man is definitely a little out of his mind. What about no negotiation? When he saw the young Taoist monk turn around and leave, Lu Dust couldn't hold himself back. His great plan had not yet begun to be realized, and was it not possible that it should collapse in the middle of the road? As a child of the divine order, where's his hidden kingly style? Okay, negotiate, right? The young Taoist was a bit annoyed, and immediately pointed to the top of the tower. If you can take that place and hold it until the end, I'll agree to bet on a fight with you. If I lose, I'll be your little brother. So, Lu Chen's gaze froze and he suddenly smiled. This little Taoist, he's quite resourceful, trying to use the opportunity to use me as a gun, but he ended up hiding behind a peach and digging a hole for me to jump into? It's worthy of being the little brother that someone from Lu has his eye on. I'm sure you've got a good mind. That is, the little Taoist does not know Lu Chuan's current thoughts. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the brain has to go down, right? God has a ing strategy. What kind of ingredient is this person to give birth to such a clear-cut brain circuit? Clarify. Underneath Lu Chuan's feet, he fiercely exerted his 8,000 pounds of qi and blood, directly allowing him to stomp out a large pit in the ground, and his entire person used this to leap up. He held the heaven-breaking halberd, his body covered in lightning arcs, and by using the eaves that extended out from the Dragon Mound Tower, he ascended to the uppermost part of the top of the tower in 3 steps. Crap! Did a big black rat just fly past? Really big black rat. And the ing electrified kind. No dude, this Longqiu Tower, I'm afraid it's 30 meters high, right? He jumped up in 3 steps. What kind of reverse weather blood value is this? Gee whiz, he doesn't even take the stairs when there are any. Does that make him look handsome? That's really quite handsome, isn't it? If I can jump up there too. Who the hell takes the stairs? Lu dusted this hand. It managed to attract the attention of a crowd of celestial pride, and they all raised their heads to look above the top of the tower. Hey, that came pretty fast. Shen Anqing, who had just occupied the first level, casually threw his opponent, who was covered in blood and had fallen into unconsciousness, aside and looked at Lu Chun with a cold smile. They are really strong as a team. Previously occupied the first floor of the team, but all were hit to serious injuries unconscious. Simply did not Shen Anqing this team, causing any actual damage. That was pretty hard hitting. Lu Chuan's gaze swept one by one from the few trainees who were lying on the ground, drenched in blood. There is no ripple inside. Real battlefields abounded with bloodier scenes than this, and he had long since grown accustomed to them and was not surprised. Just you. Shen Anqing squeezed his sandbag-sized fists, and a sickly, murderous smile gradually spread across his face. He never denied that he was a fighting maniac. Once the battle, it would be total madness. It's enough to deal with you. Lu Dust is too lazy to pretend with his business interplay. Everyone is the king of force. The process of the province has to be saved. And so, Lu Chen directly opened his second form. Only to see him raise his hand was a powerful oblique chop, wanting to chop Shen Anqing directly into 2 pieces with his shoulder. Bang! Shen Anqing fiercely grabbed Lu Chen's heavy halberd, and even though his right hand was smashed into a bloody mess as a result, he surprisingly did not show any sign of pain. Instead, he laughed more and more morbidly. How uninspiring to use a weapon. Dare to compare fists with me. Frog fun. So sick? Lu Chuan froze and immediately took the heaven-breaking halberd back into the superspace. Such sick words. He could really love it. Yeah. Meet you. Lu Chun raised his fist and killed it blatantly. Boom! The fists of the 2 men, once again, collided together, and then flew backwards again at the same time. This feels. Oh wow, oh. Beat you to death. Beat you to death. Shun Anqing stabilized his body and went completely insane. Nima, this is really sick. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed, and then without fear, he once again blasted against the oncoming Shun Anqing. It's just a perversion. Luckily, he's not exactly sane either. Ho 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 ho. Bang bang bang. The two fought with their fists and fists, back and forth. It wasn't true that Shun Anqing had encountered a freak like Lu Duan for the first time. But how could Lu Duan not? Since Rebirth, he had never once utilized his physical strength to the fullest. Bang! The two of them fought for dozens of rounds in a row before Lu Chuan finally found the opportunity to kick Shun Anqing to the ground. He had 10 years of combat experience after all, and with not much of a difference in physique, Shun Anqing had clearly suffered the dark disadvantage of inexperience. There's no need to hide. Bring out your strength, all of it. Lu Chun looked down on Shun Anqing from above and faintly reminded him. Neither of them had ever utilized their spiritual energy. And naturally, Lu Chuan knew very well that this was far from his limit. Interesting. Ha 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 ha. Shun Anqing laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot. What a perfect opponent. Next, you have to catch it. Buzz. The words fell. On Shun Anqing's body, a deep, earth-colored glow immediately emerged, wrapping his entire body. Oh, is this turning into a little yellow man? Well, let's try what ingredients he has first. Lu Chun did not panic and killed again. Bang! That 8,000 kilograms of whip legs smashed on Shun Anqing's body. He unexpectedly did not move a muscle, but instead, Lu Chuan rose a feeling of kicking on top of a steel plate. A fiery pain came from his ankle. So it's a superpower talent that strengthens your body and defense? It is indeed somewhat rare. Lu Chen realized in his heart and drew back. I've already activated my spiritual energy, so there's no need for you to hold back. Use whatever weapon you have, whatever means you have, go ahead and use it. And I, for one, will defeat you with just this pair of fists. Shun Anqing raised his blood-red eyes, and his face was filled with a proud and maniacal smile. Anson Shen, what are you doing bullying him? I'll fight you. Xiaolan, who had rushed over, saw this scene and became enraged on the spot, drawing her long sword and about to compete with him. No need. Lu Chun slightly waved his hand, stopping Xiaolan's action, while turning his head to look at Shun Anqing. A mere turtle shell, against you. Not only do I not need a weapon, I can even dispense with my spiritual energy. The moment, Lu Chen finally stopped hiding. Bringing his true qi and blood values, he completely exploded. Chapter 59. What a good fight. Don't forget. He was already at 8,001 qi blood when he broke through the 9th turn of the War General, and when he refined the Golden Thunder liquid later on, but he had strengthened his body once again. So his real blood value, it's actually 10,800 already. The human body's limit of qi and blood is 10,000 points. This is the pinnacle standard given by the League of Superpowers. Throughout the ages, no one has ever broken the spell. Even with 9,999 points, I've never seen anyone break 10,000 points, beyond 10,000 points. It also means breaking the limits of the human body. Became a true heretic, and ludicrous, but it was done with ease. The benefits brought to him by breaking through the human body's limits were not an additional 800 points of insignificant qi and blood values. Rather, quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. If one were to peel back his flesh and blood right now, one would find that the bones within his body had all turned a golden color, even in the blood, all interspersed with a faint golden glow. And the benefit that this golden radiance brought him was his self-healing ability, which became even stronger. Unusual injuries. He'll be back to his old self in a matter of moments. In a sense, the effect brought to him by this golden glow could be much more powerful than Shun Anqing, who had transformed into a little yellow man. No matter how strong Shun Anqing's defense was, he would still be injured after breaking his barrier. But Lu Duan was different. Ordinary injuries were simply not enough for him to fear. He already had a vague feeling that now, as long as he wasn't hurt to the core or missing an arm or leg or something, he could basically heal on his own. Even himself. One wonders if this is considered the power of the void, bringing him some sort of natural aptitude. But to be sure, this was definitely the effect brought to him by the power of the void. The power of the void. It was the equivalent of another civilization's supernatural talent, and if the Thunder Seed could awaken a natural aptitude, there was no reason why the power of the void couldn't. So from the beginning, He would have an increased appetite and would heal his injuries on his own, obviously all due to the power of the void. To know, the power of the void is likewise a solid SSS grade talent. It's not only no worse than anyone's superpower talent, it's even a bit more rare than Su Qingyan's extreme ice power, although Lu Chuan wasn't quite sure about the void's cultivation system. But he only needed to think of certain changes in his body as a natural aptitude brought to him by the power of the void. He had a vague suspicion. Void creatures majored in physical fitness and were all very difficult to kill, so perhaps that was the reason? Or rather, there's no one possibility. Void creatures, mainly by evolution, so their natural aptitude is, in fact, just one, and it also relies on evolution. From a powerful healing effect, slowly evolving into an undead and immortal, or even a blood drop rebirth kind of thing. Think of this possibility. Lu Dust suddenly became a little expectant. It's immortal. It's the ing ceiling of metaphysical fiction. But these changes, just wait and watch slowly later. The most important thing right now is to address the matter at hand. Next on the scene is Lu Ultimate Annihilation Overlord Body Dust. Luda moved. His body was entwined with black lightning arcs, and all around his body, a flowing blood-red air current had unexpectedly formed. This was the change after the qi and blood had broken through the limit, and Lu Chun had been holding it back, just waiting for a certain moment to manifest himself in front of people. Well, it's on now, isn't it? The nascent soul realm possessed dark energy, or qi, but that qi was invisible. And the dark energy could only be struck into the enemy's body through physical contact. But Lu Dust was bullish. Other people are just dark energy, he TM directly formed airflow. Moreover, the armor-breaking effect of this blood-colored air current was far more terrifying than dark power. It seems to be pervasive. With every punch Lu Chun swung, Shun Anqing's burly body couldn't help but tremble a little. Those air currents, surprisingly, were able to break through his thick earth barrier, and could even drill into him from anywhere, causing damage to his organs and bowels, leaving him defenseless. The point is, how can this be defended? Unless there was no physical contact with Lu Chuan. PFFT. Finally, after throwing 5 or 6 punches in a row against Lu Chun, Shun Anqing staggered back and couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. He has suffered serious internal injuries. And surprisingly, Lu Chuan hadn't utilized his spiritual energy from the beginning to the end. The black lightning arcs on Lu Chuan's body had already plainly told him that Lu Chuan had a natural aptitude. But he just doesn't use it. Hey, it is to use the power of your proudest qi and blood to crush you completely. That stream of air. Shun Anqing unclenched his fists in dismay. Hey! Cough! So that's the extreme physique of the nascent soul realm. He coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood once again, and was considered to have completely recognized the gap between himself and Lu Chun. Nah, what a great fight! Lu Chuan didn't deny it. He just stood with his arms folded and said with a calm face, "Goddamn sound. You're not even serious, are you?" Shun Anqing couldn't help but clench his fists once again. Obviously, he could easily kill him in seconds, but he deliberately accompanied himself in a big drama? What a shady guy. High and cold girl. Xiaolan suddenly opened her mouth and looked at Su Qingyan, who had a face of adoration. Huh? What's wrong? Su Qingyan returned to her senses and turned her head in confusion. Such a perverted boyfriend. I want one too. Where on earth did you find one? Xiaolan was envious of Su Qingyan at this moment. Was there really such a powerful man in the world? Love it. What to do? Well, wait. Are you thinking about brother Lu Chun again? Su Qingyan had wanted to say that she didn't know, that she was just confused, and brother Lu Chun broke into her life, and then lit up her whole world. But the words came. She reacted suddenly. Immediately, his expression sank, and his gaze was extremely vigilant as he looked towards Xiaolan. Okay, if I were you, I'd be looking tighter than you. Xiaolan did not care about Su Qingyan's sudden change of face, but instead also expressed understanding with a serious face. That's just it. Sister Qingyan, your boyfriend is simply handsome. You must keep a close eye on him. I couldn't help but be impressed for a split second just now. Even the Shangguan whinnying behind him, who liked to act as a transparent person, at this moment also thought deeply and reminded. Su Qingyan's complexion became even colder. She watched as Xiaolan kept on praying to God there, saying something like, pleading to let God be merciful and give her a boyfriend like that too. He also looked at Shangguan whinnying, who was hiding at the back, that little movement of sneaking glances at Lu Duan from time to time. Finally, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, revealing a look of sadness. What to do? How there are unsuspecting vixens all around. Su Qingyan was really doubly helpless. She's trying very, very hard. But the gap between her and her brother Lu Dust, or more and more far away, her pressure is really big. It's so tempting to lock up brother Lu Duan. Can we not let him go out anymore? Want to cry so bad. It's all bad guys. All trying to steal it from me. TT. I'm really going crazy. Chapter 60. The real opponent comes out. Hey, what are you guys talking about? The battle is over. Lu Chun naturally noticed Xiaolan and Su Qingyan's whispering. Nothing. Su Qingyan glared at Xiaolan in a warning manner as she wrapped her arms around Lu Chun. Sage, what the hell? District Stinky Man, sister doesn't care. Xiaolan said sourly, twisting her head and not bothering to look at Su Qingyan's thief-proof gaze. Hey? Lu Chun looked at Xiaolan with some dissatisfaction. This woman was really sick, wasn't she? Inexplicably start cursing. I see you're quite idle. If someone comes to challenge you next, it's all yours, Captain Xia. Yo, you still know I'm the captain, huh? Who told you to act without authorization and cause me as much trouble as you can? Xiaolan was instantly on pins and needles. Her gaze, however, still subconsciously looked towards the foot of the Dragon Mound Tower, the teams that were still watching. It's easy to fight, but it's hard to defend. The title of number 1 in this club's martial arts is not that easy to take. Huh. Actually really solved Shen Anqing this big guy? That guy's strength is really very good. Watching Shen Anqing's group, disheveled, walk down from the top of the tower, the young Taoist couldn't help but mutter, Chongfeng, it's rare to see you so interested in someone. That guy who defeated Shen Anqing, is he strong? On the side of the young Taoist priest, the Yingqi woman with double swords hanging from her waist opened her mouth in surprise. A hunch, I guess. The young Taoist priest cupped his chin and said with less certainty, Xian Yi, do you want to recognize a boss? Ugh. Anyway, since we're traveling in the red, this kind of thing, it doesn't seem to be strange, right? I hear you. Well, actually, I just did a fortune teller. Oh? Your trigrams have always been accurate. Is it possible that you've figured something out? The woman with the 2 swords raised a slight hint of interest. Not really. The young Taoist shook his head slightly. His expression was puzzled. I can't figure out his fortune, but I figured myself out. Today I, Li Chongfeng, have an auspicious star and will meet a nobleman. So let's just go and worship a mountain? Not sure, we'll see. Lu Chuan had thought that next, he would be challenged by many teams. However, several people waited for half a day at the top of the tower, but they didn't even wait for a team to come up. Interesting. Even that battle maniac, Shen Anqing, was he beaten to the point of skepticism? Forget it. Let's be steady. Xiaolan's team, it's better not to challenge them. It's really not good to take the first place. That Xiaolan hasn't been able to make a move. Even if we can defeat her, we most likely won't be able to hold it. It's better to wait and see. The ranking is most important. That fellow who defeated Chen Feng and Shen Anqing, where exactly did he come from? He has such great strength. Why have I never heard of him before? Hey, I know about this one, the strongest freshman of our Wushu University. I heard that even senior sister Xiaolan was bowled over by him. It's not right, is it? I remember goddess Xiaolan, it seems like she has a marriage contract. And that person, but Gun Jielin Yi, open, even dare to rob someone's fiancé. This is not going to be immortal, I'm afraid. No wonder Shen Anqing was beaten so badly. Isn't he Lin Yi's most loyal little brother? Things are really getting interesting. The celestial pride under the tower were exchanging words and discussing. But no matter how much they cricked at Lu Chun behind his back, they all realized very clearly that Lu Chun was very strong. Very strong. Such a dark horse, coupled with Xiaolan preying on his back, directly made them lose the desire to go forward and challenge him. Let's not talk about whether or not we can win the fight. Even if the fight was won, it would most likely be a lose-lose situation. Summerland is powerful. They still heard about it early on. Sage, do these guys just give up? As Li Chongfeng listened to the whispers of the people around him, he patted his head somewhat helplessly. It looks like I'll just have to do it myself. You want to try that, Lu Chun? The Twin Blades woman's eyes lit up and she was a bit foolish. Then give me Xiaolan. I've been wanting to fight her for a long time. Xian Yi. But I think you may not be her opponent. Li Changfeng kindly reminded. We'll know if we fight. The woman with the dual swords didn't care. Her battle spirit was high. Let's go. Sich girls, don't always be so hot-blooded. Li Changfeng sighed helplessly. Still, he moved his feet, stepping with a kind of lightness that made it easy to jump to the top of the tower. Oh, looks like I had the right feeling. This little Taoist, my future strongest little brother, should be the final hidden boss in this 4 schools martial arts. Seeing Li Changfeng ascend to the top of the tower, Lu Dust stood up and calmly introduced himself towards a few of his teammates. I say, can't you guys think of anything else in your head? The corner of Li Changfeng's eye twitched slightly. It was really hard to understand. Is accepting me as a junior brother a very important thing to you? You don't understand. Lu Chun took out his heaven-breaking halberd and said with a serious face, It's an intuition. Li Changfeng froze slightly and suddenly smiled with relief. Then let me see if you're qualified or not to be my boss. The words fell. Li Changfeng then slightly reached out and took out a long sword. At the same time, he set up a classic Taiji starting stance and said in a flat tone, Wudong Mountain, Li Changfeng. Please enlighten me. From Wudong Mountain? Lu Chuan, you're not from an ancient martial arts family. I'm afraid you're not his opponent. So why don't you let me do it? Xiaolan immediately stepped forward and drew the Zhonglan sword Dao with a grave expression. Sister Xiaolan, your opponent is me. The Yingqi woman on Li Changfeng's side pulled out the twin swords on her waist with a smile on her face. Wudong Mountain, Xiao Xianyi. Enlighten me. Damn it. I can't believe. Can't you do anything to help? Su Qingyan couldn't help but clench her pink fists as she looked at the 4 people with swords drawn. It should have been me who fought alongside brother Lu Chun. The battle was imminent. Lu Dust took the lead and stepped forward. The heaven-breaking halberd in his hand was wide open and swift as thunder, each strike weighing 10,000 pounds. However, Li Changfeng was unperturbed. His footsteps were light, and his seemingly slow blocks always swung the halberd in Lu Chen's hand with precision and effortlessness. This makes Lu Dust very much a kind of the fist hit the cotton feeling. Is that what you're saying? Lu Dust quickly came to his senses. Ancient clans like Wudong Mountain were forces that were stronger than ancient martial arts families. Even more so, they were in a supreme position, mastering powerful martial arts that had been passed down since ancient times. After the aura is revived, many martial arts had produced incredible changes, which led to certain hidden sects, which directly transcended the world and became super powerful forces at the top of the human pyramid. They don't even submit much to the mobilization of the League of Superpowers, always sticking to their own acreage. Take the Buddhists, for example. Wudong Mountain, on the other hand, is one of the most rigid of the hidden sects. Of course, this is also the philosophy of Taoist practice. In times of prosperity, he avoids the mountain to cultivate his body, and in times of chaos, he goes down to the mountain to get rid of demons and defend the way. Previous life. The Taoist priests of Wudong Mountain almost died out, and most of them died on the frontier. Such a rigid and fierce clan. Lu Chun was still quite impressed in his heart. The following are not counted in the body of the text. P.S. A new one for pineapple is a bit square. Still owe Big Brother 1 more shift. Also owe give white ink. Big Brother 3 shifts. 1 more shift owed to user 545-83701. Big Brother. Is that like paying off 1 shift and owing 5 more? Not playing. I'm really not playing. The humble little author just wants a few bucks for a gift and a boost of yardwork motivation. Who knew you guys were really daring to paint? Not playing. You'll be playing with this in 2 days. I don't want a gift. I don't want it. Brothers, just order some free ones for the love of power. The missing shifts will be made up. From now on, just add more according to the gift total. Is it okay to add an extra chapter for every great sort of treasure the gift total reaches? Tens of thousands of brothers can participate. If this can still be played out, then I'll admit it. I'm not playing anymore. Never play again. TT. Chapter 61, The Bottom Card. A short exchange of words. It directly made Lu Chuan realize that Li Changfeng was not a good person, and that he definitely had more than that in his cards. And so, the speed of Lu Dust's moves was even faster. He executed the moon by moon style, and a halberd danced with a whirring sound that was impervious to the wind. On the other hand, Li Changfeng was stepping on the bagua steps with a dexterous figure waving left and right. While blocking away Lu Chuan's attacks 1 by 1, he was also able to counterattack at the right time. His counterattacks were always unexpected and at tricky angles, forcing Lu Chuan to have scruples across the board and had to be on his toes so as not to get caught inadvertently. One can only say, worthy of being a senior disciple of Wudong Mountain since Rebirth. This was still the first grappling expert who, when competing head-on with Lu Dust's martial arts skills, did not lose out in the slightest. This martial art of mine, named Everlasting Wuji Sutra, was created by several masters who took the best of what they had to offer, blended all the Wudong's best techniques, and spent their entire lives to create it. Li Changfeng swung his sword away from the heaven-breaking halberd, his footsteps fluttering, seemingly drunk. The momentum also began to climb. This sword. The name is Lookout. Clank. Lu Chuan's figure retreated violently and decisively utilized the fifth style of the heaven-breaking halberd technique, the granite dragon style. This was the only defensive move in the 9 styles of heaven breaking, skillfully returning to defense while at the same time renewing the attack with strength. Li Changfeng's stunning sword was narrowly held by Lu Chuan with the tip of his half-moon halberd, while stirring the halberd to surrender his weapon. Vertical ladder. Li Changfeng went forward in a smooth manner and kicked 2 feet continuously on top of Lu Chen's chest in a beautiful backflip. The move. Not only did he manage to defuse the crisis, but he also kicked Lu Chuan back a few steps and wrapped up his attack again. What a pain in the ass. Lu Chun sighed in his heart, but his hand movements were not slow at all. Heaven-breaking halberd technique 6th stance dragon scouting stance. Lu Chuan's offense changed from positive to odd, and began to sword to the side. His halberd probed out continuously, and the angle of each strike was extremely tricky, forcing Li Changfeng to stop and dodge at the limit in succession, as if he was going to be defeated in the next second. 7th stance of the heaven-breaking halberd technique winding dragon stance. Lu Dust took advantage of the situation and attacked fiercely, halberd wrapped around his waist, or sweeping, or picking and stabbing, waving the halberd with one hand, as fast as running thunder. The move. Another 18 picks on the list hand. To be able to force Lu Chun to such a point, he was no longer holding back. Such an opponent. It's worth his full effort. Clank, clank, clank. Li Changfeng retreated back and forth, swinging his sword like rain. Wuji sword duel Fu Guang. Li Changfeng, who was unable to retreat, finally operated his spiritual energy, and his long sword violently burst out a burst of golden light, as if a blazing sun was in the sky, wanting to universalize all beings. There was a flash of golden light. Lu Chuan fell back so violently that the shirt at his chest was cut open with a long slit. The gold and black glow slowly dissipated through the seams of his torn clothes. Luckily, the last minute. He also utilized the Annihilation Avatar, which prevented him from receiving any substantial damage. I said. Lu Chen's eyes stared, his eyes wanting to spit fire. This dress is very expensive. What about 300 contribution value? Lose money. Ch. Li Changfeng put away his sword and stood, smiled sagely and said, "Why do you think we Taoist priests all call ourselves poor Taoist? Isn't it just that there's no money? You don't have any money and you're still so righteous?" Lu Chuan jumped and cursed, waving his halberd again to kill. If just now it was just a competition of martial arts skills, then now it was a real competition of strength. Martial arts sparring. The two should be on equal footing. Ludum had already seen it. Although he had narrowly won in the end, forcing Li Changfeng to be the first to utilize his spiritual energy, the martial skill that Li Changfeng had learned was clearly a spiritual decree that was tailor-made to match his natural aptitude. His martial arts moves were not weaker than the 9 styles of heaven breaking in the slightest, and were even quite a bit stronger. After all, it was the heir to a hidden sect. Although the Xiang family also has a long heritage, in the end, it is just chewing on old money, so how can it compare to a clan's heritage? Of course, this didn't really have too much of an impact on Lu Chun, because he's truly awesome. It was never a martial art. I recognized that. Lu Ultimate Annihilation Buster Body Dust is no match for you, so next on the scene is Lu someone's third form. Lu Ultimate Guilt Sand Annihilation Overlord Body Dust. The words fell. Around Lu Chuan's feet, a large amount of golden thunder liquid flowed violently, connecting his feet and quickly covering Li Changfeng's feet as well. What the hell is this? Li Changfeng secretly said that it was not good, and tried to lift his feet, only to realize that this thunder liquid, just like a maggot attached to the bone, has long been sticking him to death, forcing him to move and become extremely slow. Hey! Lu Dust did not explain. His eyes, all of them, had glowed with a dazzling golden color. Next moment, he stepped on the golden thunder pool and charged out violently. Ch. Li Changfeng pulled the corners of his mouth and could only raise his sword to block again. Yet being in the golden thunder pool, it was as if his feet were chained to a 1,000-pound iron ball. His best stance, at this moment completely reduced to a pose. Clank, clank, clank. After barely parrying a few moves, Li Changfeng crossed his sword in front of his chest, and the moment Lu Chen's halberd pointed at his chest, he cried out in a very honorable manner, "Boss! Huh? You're so quick to concede? I'm still thinking about giving this kid a taste of exploding clothes too. Pay up." Lu Chun raised his halberd and pointed it at the tip of Li Changfeng's nose, the threatening tone quite obvious. Excessive ow. Li Changfeng blushed. There are many ways to humiliate someone. Why did you choose the most humiliating way to humiliate me? I don't have any ing money. Looking at Li Changfeng's ironic face that was almost ready to go crazy, Lu Chuan hesitated. This kid, is he really that poor? No way, no way. There won't really be anyone. You can't even get $300, can you? The mockery within Lu Dust was as if it had traveled through time and space, hitting an unknown soul straight. Forget it. Lu Chuan withdrew his halberd and looked at Li Changfeng with a sympathetic face. Wudong Mountain is at least such a big clan. Does it go out without preparing living expenses for its disciples? Li Changfeng was silent. He thought of the unreliable masters at home who chanted all day about cultivating their bodies and having to serve themselves tea, and he admitted that he had broken his defenses somewhat. How much do you get paid for being your little brother? Ugh! Lu Duan froze. It's like he lifted a rock and smashed his own foot. You don't want to whore yourself out, do you? Li Changfeng looked at Lu Chun in shock, his expression as if he was looking at some black-hearted capitalist. How? How is that possible? Lu Dust stood with his hands folded. Only at last did he hold out a finger somewhat sheepishly. Here, I'll give you this number. Is that okay? Oh! Li Changfeng's eyes instantly lit up. He turned his head to look at the other battlefield, where Xiao Xuani was still fighting with Xiaolan. But on Xiao Xuani's body, there were already several more wounds, while Xiaolan remained unharmed, just as he had expected at first. Xiaolan's overall strength was indeed a step stronger than Xiao Xianyi. Chapter 62. The End of the Martial Arts. Xianyi, stop fighting. When Li Changfeng shouted, Xiao Xuani instantly stopped his movements and retreated to his side, saying with some disbelief, "What the hell? I'll be able to defeat her in no time. Come on, stop fighting, he said he'd give us money." Ugh? Money? Xiao Xuani was slightly stunned, instantly revealing an expression of the same type of wealth fanaticism as Li Changfeng. How much? That number. Li Changfeng stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Xiao Xuani and said, 1,000. Xiao Xuani asked with some disbelief. Nah, my fortune-telling was really right? I, Li Changfeng, will meet a nobleman today. Boing, boss. Xiao Xianyi put away his dual swords and decisively gave a heavy hug towards Lu Chun. Lu Chun was also a bit incredulous. He actually wanted to give 10,000 to it. After all, they are all geniuses, but Wuda gave him 100,000 contribution value every month. These two? How can you be so outrageous? Aren't you guys students of the Magic University? Doesn't the Magic University give you contribution values? Lu Dust inquired tentatively. We're from Wudong Mountain. We can only be considered as foreign aid exchange students, mainly coming over to participate in the 4 schools martial arts for Magic University. Xiao Xuani had great respect for Lu Chun, the boss who could pay her salary, and answered all questions. That's right, we get what we want. The exchange students from the Magic University go to Wudong to enter the mountain to practice for 6 months, so that the masters can make some money from the tickets. But they didn't want to return the favor, so they sent Xianyi and I down the mountain to work for the Demon Lord. Li Changfeng nodded slightly. So, your master, then, is really… a word ha. Lu Chuan thought of Xiang Longcheng, who had left his last mask all to himself, and once again, in his heart, he expressed his deep sympathy for both Li Changfeng and Xiao Xuani. No wonder the defense was so broken just now. This kid is a real pain in the ass. Since this is the case, from now on, just follow me well, wages and so on, that's all good. Lu Chun instantly came to his senses. 300 deductions from this month's salary. Lu Chun tidied up his scratched shirt and walked towards Su Qingyan with large strides. Ugh! Just got to work, how did you get docked? Xiao Xianyi became anxious and immediately grabbed Li Chongfeng's ear and questioned in a low voice. How did I know he was so stingy? Humph. So black-hearted. Let's quit. Li Chongfeng was very unconvinced. Quit? Do you have money you quit? Hey! It hurts. I'm a true master of Wudong Mountain. It's easy to find a job that pays 10,000 a month, right? If it weren't for the fact that the second master forbade us to go out and make money, saying that money is something outside of the body, and that it would disorganize one's mind. That white jade hairpin you looked at last time in Magic City Antique Street, I bought it long ago. Li Chongfeng let Xiao Xuanyi grabbed himself and said with deep helplessness. Well, then we'll just earn it slowly. Don't you turn around and say you missed it. Xiao Xuanyi's gaze softened as he suddenly let go of Li Chongfeng and slightly tilted his head to the side. Gen 2. Li Chongfeng's eyes flickered slightly. My heart seems to be in turmoil again. In fact, I don't care at all about what the master said about the red dust robbery because from the beginning to the end, you're the one who's robbing me. As the saying goes, poor Taoist priests, rich monks. Many Taoist priests are very capable but remain poor. They maintain only the most basic needs of life by fortune-telling and even begging. Fear of money is like a tiger, but at the same time they are rich because they always manage to keep a heart of gold and spend their lives pursuing their own path. Not to that level. It's really hard to understand them. The meeting is finally over. There were originally 3,200 trainees, but those who actually came to the foot of the Dragon Mound Tower were less than 100. After a few lead teachers took inventory. This time, in total, more than 300 trainees lost their lives, with a mortality rate of 1 in 10, setting a new record for deaths in previous years. The reason for this situation was that it actually meant that the internal strife within the human race had become increasingly serious. The reason why Lu Chuan and the others were able to take first place with ease, besides being strong enough in their own right. There's also the main reason that they're not involved in competing interests between certain forces. Otherwise, they would never have gone this well. The reason why not many people came for the first place is probably done for the top. Those layers below. It ended up being an extremely tough fight. Of course, the twists and turns of this were not something that Lu Duan put much stock in. His purpose was clear. It was to take the first place in the meeting martial arts and then obtain more cultivation resources. Even if it's a wheelbarrow fight. He wasn't too intimidated, the big deal was just more work. Before he had refined the Golden Thunder liquid, he was already able to push across the Sea Pioneer realm. After refining the Golden Thunder liquid, he had every reason to believe that with all his firepower, he was an absolutely invincible existence in the Sea Rescue realm. His second natural aptitude, Guilt Sand, was a ranged control divine skill that allowed him, at the nascent Soul realm, to achieve the effect of an elemental outburst at the Sea Pioneer realm. Although he could only connect to his main body and the range was very limited, the 5 meters of coverage was already enough for him to completely erase the gap between himself and the Sea Pioneer realm. Name Lu Duan. Talent. Power of the Void SSS. Thunder Seed Annihilation Guilt Sand SS. Evolution 0%. Realm. Void Warrior General 9 turns. 9th Heaven of the Nascent Soul Realm Perfection. Chi and Blood. 10,800. Spirit. 6,800. Natural Avatar. Annihilation Introductory. Guilt Sand Introductory. Martial Arts. 9 Styles of Heaven Breaking SSS, Perfection. Shadow Swiping Gun Technique, S-Grade Grand Finish. Thunder Control Technique, S-Grade Grand Finish. The 2 extreme ascensions had already given Lu Chun the most solid foundation. Next, it's when the Qi and Blood turn into a sea and open up the Spirit Reserve. The Dantian Spirit Reserve is the only way for superhumans to communicate with the elements of heaven and earth. With the Spirit Collection, supers can truly control the elements of heaven and earth, and thus rely on their awakened attributes to kill their enemies. And after breaking through the Sea Pioneer realm, the things that the superhumans had to learn slowly became more and more. For example, the Spirit Tips. Whether it was Zhou Li's Burning Sky Lion's Roar Seal, Chen Yuan's Dragon Scroll, or Li Chongfeng's Fu Guang, they were all spiritual skills that could only be practiced at the Sea Pioneer realm. Martial skills, spirit techniques, and natural aptitude. These 3 work in tandem with each other to maximize the strength of a superhuman. If the martial skill was the body, then the divine ability was the backbone, and the spirit skill was the link between the two. Li Changfeng didn't use his divine ability before, but simply relied on his martial skills to make a move called Looking at Shu, which Lu Chuan easily blocked, while he later operated his divine ability, combining spirit techniques and martial skills to make a move of Fuguang. It forced Lu Chun, too, to operate his annihilation divine ability to avoid the damage. It's the gap between the two. The reason why Lu Chuan had to take the first place in the martial arts was because he wanted to use this ranking to go to the resource pool of the martial university and pick a spiritual skill that he liked. The kaiju rewards are going to be handed out anyway. He believes the senior management of WU should not reject this still reasonable request. Chapter 63. A brief warmth plus. Wrapping up is boring. The rankings and rewards of the meeting martial arts would also have to wait for the 4 famous schools to be completely tallied before the leading teachers personally distributed them to the cadets. Lu Chuan and Su Qingyan, too, returned to the long-lost mountain-ringed villa complex. Li Changfeng took the initiative to extend an invitation to Lu Dust, and when he returned to hand over the matters related to the Demon University, he would take him around Wudong Mountain. Saying something about his several masters, they must be very interested in Lu Duan. To this, Lu Dust readily agreed. He himself didn't have much of a background, and he was naturally eager to have a good relationship with a hidden sect like Wudong Mountain. Brother Lu Dust. After returning to her own nest, Su Qingyan also completely put down all her disguises, and the first time she jumped into Lu Chen's arms, enjoying this rare quiet and warmth. Lu Dust also cheerful to hold her, in the outside fight to death, a moment non-stop, really not what he wanted. What he wants most. It's about living a peaceful life with your sweetheart, sunrise and sunset. Better have a little money. This is enough. After quietly hugging for a while, Su Qingyan finally filled up the charge. She somewhat reluctantly broke away from Lu Chuan's embrace, her eyes filled with tenderness. Brother Lu Chuan, what do you want to eat? I'll go make it for you now. Want to eat you? Lu Dust blurted out. But seeing Su Qingyan's instantly blushing pretty face, he flicked her smooth forehead with some amusement. Just kidding with you. Feel free to order a bowl of noodles. We just got back. We need to get some rest. Good. Su Qingyan smiled sweetly, then turned around and walked into the kitchen. Let me help you. Lu Dust quickly followed. Not a moment too soon. Su Qingyan's somewhat helpless voice then rang out from the kitchen. Brother Lu Chan, why don't you just go out? I don't. Lu Chuan hugged Su Qingyan from behind, somewhat greedily inhaling and sniffing the flavor of her hair. Hey. Little bit later to cuddle. Okay? Then you kiss me. Hey. Looking at Lu Chen's somewhat childish behavior, Su Qingyan let out a helpless sigh. How could she understand what was going on inside the mind of a man who, in 2 lifetimes and at a combined age of 28, had never even held a woman's hand at this very moment, in front of the beloved? Men are teenagers until they die. But, although Su Qingyan couldn't understand why Lu Chan suddenly became so clingy, she still stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed Lu Chan on the side of his face. All right, go wait for me outside. I'll do your dishes. Lu Dust smiled in satisfaction, stopping at the right moment. Soon, 2 bowls of steaming soup noodles were served on the table. A young couple in love really doesn't want to be separated for a moment. Even to eat a noodle, they have to snuggle together. Yo? Looks like I came at a bad time. The half-covered door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and Xiaolan, dressed in red, saw the picture of Lu Chan and Su Qingyan making love there, and the corner of her eye involuntarily twitched. You did come at a bad time. Lu Chen hastily pulled his hand out of Su Qingyan's arms and looked at Xiaolan with a dark face. Don't you even know how to knock? You left it on yourself. Xiaolan returned with a straight face. Forget it. Say, what brings you over here all of a sudden? Lu Chen blankly glanced at her without any good humor, not bothering to fight with her. Zhou Haifeng asked me, the captain, to inform you that your proposal was passed on the school side, allowing you to go to the resource pool tomorrow and pick it out yourself. Xiaolan didn't treat herself as an outsider, and walked into the living room on her own, sitting across from Lu Chan. If it passes, it passes. Lu Dust looked at Xiaolan, who was looking around. It's not like we don't have super friends. Just send a message. Is it necessary to make a personal trip? Nah, this one's for you. Xiaolan didn't talk nonsense. Directly from the super energy space, she took out a small box with exquisite packaging. This is the extreme grade C rescuing pill, 2 of them. I asked the one from the Dan Pavilion to ask for them. This item can increase the capacity of the Qi and blood transformation C for the two of you, although it can only increase it by 10%, it is very precious and can enhance your potential. Tell me about you. Just come. What gifts are you bringing? Lu Chuan raised his hand and put the small box into the superspace. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Qingyan. Give our senior sister a bowl of noodles. Yo, think I'm a guest now? Xiaolan didn't eat Lu Chuan's words at all and opened her mouth with a familiar mockery. Ha! Lu Chuan's old face flushed as he decisively changed the topic. But then again, do you have such a big face? This thing, it's no worse than a third-order spiritual skill. Ah, that's for sure. Xiaolan's gaze flickered as she nodded slightly and said, I'm at least holding the title of #1 person in Wushu University. Okay. Sister will leave you two little ones alone to wrangle. I'm exhausted, go home and sleep. After delivering the stuff, Xiaolan got up and left without a care in the world, waving her back to Lu Duan and said, Brother Lu Chen. Seeing Xiaolan out of the villa, and also thoughtfully closing the door behind her, Su Qingyan suddenly raised her head and looked at the somewhat silent Lu Chun. Do you like her? What is this nonsense? Lu Chuan raised his hand and then knocked Su Qingyan's little head. I'm just guessing that she might have exchanged her reward from the martial arts meeting for this sea rescuing pill. Like this. Then since Brother Lu Chun doesn't like her, we shouldn't have taken it. Su Qingyan was also somewhat silent. Even if we are friends to this extent, we have to accept this favor. He's genuinely thinking about us and doesn't owe us anything, so don't get jealous. Lu Dust smiled absent-mindedly. Not to mention that it may not be of much use to me, but it is indeed crucial to you. You haven't had the ultimate sublimation yet. I will return her. Su Qingyan pursed her lips and suddenly spoke. If Brother Lu Chun likes her, then also that's okay. Speaking of which, her eyes were already slightly reddened, obviously experiencing great pain and suffering inside. It's because I'm not worthy of Brother Lu Chun. I'm so useless. Seeing Su Qingyan suddenly crying helplessly, Lu Chun only felt his heart like a knife, and immediately swept her into his arms. Fool! Isn't it clear enough how I've behaved? I've always kept her at a friend's distance. That's how I've treated you. I'm not greedy, having you is enough. Lu Chuan's gentle whispers finally made the young girl's emotions break down, and she hugged Lu Chuan tightly, not wanting to let go. Okay. Lu Chuan was really surprised that he actually had a day when he was forcibly kissed by Su Qingyan. The young girl's initiative and madness quickly overwhelmed his sanity, leaving him with nothing but passive responses. That feeling. It's pretty amazing. Long. Su Qingyan finally didn't move. She still had teardrops in the corners of her eyes, quietly curled up in Lu Chuan's arms. She refused to let go of Lu Chuan, and Lu Chuan let her hold on, until the person in his arms fell into a deep sleep. It was only then that Lu Chuan tried to pull out his arm, but it was clear that he failed. Even the sleeping Su Qingyan, her small hand still had a death grip on him and wouldn't let go. It made him helpless again. Funny again. How could he, in any way, like another woman and thus hurt his little cohort? The bag is impossible. P.S. For more chapters to go. You guys are really tough. The conditions all mention the great sword, and the day is almost dry for me to add another shift. Chapter 64. Opening the spirit deposit, invincible stance. After carrying Su Qingyan back to the bedroom, Lu Chun came to the 4-spirit lightning drawing formation on the balcony of the top floor, intending to formally impact the Sea Pioneer realm. Normal practice. It's not much use to him anymore. Even if he was struck by heavenly thunder for a year and a half, he was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to break through a great realm. So now he had gradually given up cultivation. But again, the speed at which he was promoted was, in theory, far from normal. As long as there were enough demon cores and innate thunder seeds, he would be able to return to his peak in minutes. Unfortunately, the innate thunder seed was far too rare, which caused Lu Chen's promotion to be extremely lacking in stability. Looks, after this closed-door breakthrough, he would also have to leave WU and go out to find his own chance. There were still quite a few demon cores remaining in the superspace from those seized in the Xiang clan's Forbidden Land. Lu Dust didn't mince words either. Directly treating them as candy beans, one bite at a time, they all swallowed into their bellies. The familiar feeling of being stoned strikes again. As a large amount of demon cores were devoured by him, his realm, too, began to climb upward. Overnight, It reached the peak of the battle zone, and after breaking through the Void Warrior sect, his worries, too, finally began to evolve into reality. That enormous chi and blood power did not open up a spirit stash for him. Instead, it gradually condensed into an illusory chi and blood armor. This blood-red armor armed Lu Chen's entire body to the teeth, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. This is the Void War armor. Lu Dust's mind was enlightened, and he immediately swung out a fist and heavily smashed it on top of the wall next to him. Click! The wall instantly exploded into countless cracks and then collapsed. Is so fierce. Lu Chun looked at the ruins in front of him a little dazed, his eyes full of unbelief. The power of that punch. I'm afraid it hasn't reached 100,000 pounds? This chi and blood armor, the boost it brought him was actually so terrifying. If he had chosen to break through the Sea Pioneer realm during the Four Schools martial arts, then I'm afraid that all the heavenly prides combined wouldn't be enough for him to fight with one hand, right? 100,000 pounds of punching power. Which heavenly pride can withstand one of his punches? It's also perverted. Is there really a need to cultivate any spirit techniques? Lu Dust suddenly felt. Spirit secrets and all that, it seems like that's all there is to it? No wonder he had always heard before that a growing Void clan could easily destroy a planet with that terrifying physical strength alone. Today, it seems, the older generation is really not bragging. Follow this trend. Lu Chen felt that as long as he didn't GA, he was afraid that sooner or later, he would be able to pick the stars with his hands. This is the stuff. You call it an SSS talent? It's not possible to evolve in the future, is it? Then the time will come for him. It's like having 2 talents beyond SSS level. I'm so scared. I feel that I, Mr. Lu, have an invincible posture. I sit up in my deathbed, and I realize that the Great One is myself. Forget it, whatever. Let's open the spirit stash first. Lu Chun dispersed his chi and blood armor and began to draw lightning into his body. Even if his body had gradually tended to mutate, his soul was always of the human race. The superpower talent must never be wasted. Think about it. Lu Chun immediately took the sea-preventing pill that Xiaolan had given him. With the heavenly thunder entering the body, Lu Chen's cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul realm, which had already reached the tipping point, also broke through the sea rescue realm at this very moment, as if the water had come to the surface. His spiritual energy turned into dots of starlight and began to gather towards his dantian. Consciousness sinks. Lu Chuan could already see the black and gold thunderbolts at his dantian, and they suddenly began to fuse and disintegrate. Hey, what's with the fight? Hiss, ouch, ouch, ouch. Stop. Stop it. You guys need to stop fighting. Yahoo! The 2 thunderbolts were not convinced by anyone and began to choke each other in Lu Chuan's dantian, which made Lu Chuan suffer. The pain that was several times stronger than when refining the innate thunder seed directly swept through his entire body. Even if he is the man who can carry the heavenly thunder hard, at this moment, he also rolled his white eyes and fell asleep, and I don't know how long it took. When Lu Chuan woke up again, he was already lying in the middle of his bedroom, and Su Qingyan, who was dressed in a home leisure suit, was lying on the head of his bed sleeping. Tilting the face, Lu Chuan opened his mouth, only to feel that his mouth was dry and his body was weak. Brother Lu Chun, Su Qingyan, who was woken up, looked up with a sudden joy. She held Lu Chen's cheeks with some reproach and some heartache. Why did you suddenly faint? Is the intensity of the heavenly thunder too high? Why don't I have Director Zhou change that formation tomorrow? Su Qingyan knew that Lu Chuan had a special talent and could only raise his cultivation level by drawing lightning into his body. So she only thought that Lu Chuan could not stand that kind of pain and suddenly fainted. This caused her heart to ache, and she secretly blamed Lu Chun for not caring for her body at all. I'm fine. It's just that the cultivation went a bit awry. Lu Chun opened his mouth to comfort him, and then his consciousness sank down to check the changes in his dantian. Kung Fu. His spirit stash, which had been opened up successfully, and it's stronger than ever. If anything, in his last life, he had only opened up a small pond. Then in this life, he had opened up an entire ocean. The qualities of spirit treasures are differentiated by color, and are divided into the 4 major grades of heaven, earth, xian, and yellow. The yellow spirit collection, called the yellow collection, has a spirit sea like a clear spring with limited potential. Most of those with less than S rank talent are only able to open this level. The green-colored spirit collection, called the Xianzong, the spirit sea is like a small stream that works tirelessly. This kind could generally only be possessed by S-ranked gifted people, and a small number of lucky A-ranked gifted people had the probability of opening up. The Purple Spirit Collection, on the other hand, was called the Earth Collection, and the Sea of Spirit was like a river that ran on and on. At this level, almost only those with SS or higher talents could successfully open up. As for the Golden Spirit Deposit, it would have to be a true Heaven's Pride to have a certain probability of opening it up. The Golden Spirit Reserve, also known as the Heaven Reserve, was as strong as the ocean, and was endless. Even if it was an SSS-ranked gifted person, the probability of being able to open up a heavenly hide was less than 50%. That's why Lu Chun accepted Xiaolan's Sea Expelling Dan. That thing for Su Qingyan is really quite important. What Lu Chuan had opened up should be the heavenly hidden. The lightning in his body was very full and unending, which would allow him to have longer-lasting endurance in future sparring matches, and the spirit skills that he released would be more powerful. The reason why I'm not so sure, it was because what he had opened up was an unprecedented dark golden spirit stash. Maybe it's the power of the void, or perhaps it was the black lightning, which had created a marvelous fusion with the yellow thunder liquid. In a nutshell, his spirit stash had obviously mutated and become unique, including his talents and divine abilities, which seemed to have produced no small changes. Lu Chuan was complete, and it was no illusion that he could feel how powerful he was now. If he were to let the current him and Li Changfeng fight again, the two of them would definitely be 1-9 open. Him for a second. Li Changfeng had to be hated on the spot. Chapter 65. Thunder Prison Shadow Killing Formation. Name Lu Duan. Talent. Body of the Void SSS. Thunder Breed Annihilation Guilt Sand SS. Evolution 1.6%. Realm. Void Warrior Sect. 9 turns. First Heaven of the Western Paradise Realm. Physical Fitness 108 card. Nihility 68 Hz. Natural Avatar. Annihilation Introductory. Guilt Sand Introductory. Spiritual Knowledge. Thunder Prison Shadow Killing Formation 7th Order Extreme Great Achievement. Martial Arts. 9 Styles of Heaven Breaking SSS. Perfection. Shadow Swiping Gun Technique. S-Grade Grand Finish. Thunder Control Technique. S-Grade Grand Finish. It was just as Lu Dust expected. The units of measure for the Void Engine have been updated. Even the spirit techniques he practiced in his previous life were scanned directly. Now him. One punch was 100,000 pounds of punching power, which could already easily destroy a small city in the technological age. Even a strong person of the void-breaking realm would not be able to rely on the power of qi and blood to achieve such a level. After all, the main cultivation of the supernaturals had always been spiritual power, qi and blood and whatnot, and once they had opened up the spirit sea, they didn't care much about it. Mainly, there isn't that promotion either. Sure, that doesn't make them weak. Lu Dust's physique was powerful, but people played as mages. Experts like the void-breaking realm could call the wind and rain with a wave of their hands, and destroying a small city was equally easy. One can only say, from this moment on, Lu Dust has gone towards a completely different path from normal human beings. Only, don't worry about it. I'm really fine. Retrieving his thoughts, Lu Chuan flashed a comforting smile towards Su Qingyan. To prove to myself that I am indeed good. Lu Chun simply propped himself up with one hand and tried to sit up from the bed. Results. Boom. The bed collapsed. He swore. One's really just normal powering up, but one accidentally summons chakra armor. Stay back. You stay away from me. Seeing that Su Qingyan was about to come over to help him in the first place, Lu Chun hurriedly stopped her behavior. This power is not yet in full control. He was really afraid that he would injure Su Qingyan with his careless movements. Lu Dust had a bit of a toothache. His clear and strange brain circuits suddenly thought that according to the development of this trend, in the future and the small tablemate intimate will not be excited to control the power. Crap. Lu Duan instantly flaxed and froze. So he shook his head decisively, no longer daring to think about those messy things. It's too broad to be afraid. Don't even think about it. It seems that in future breakthroughs you have to stay away from your little tablemates. About 3 minutes later, Lu Chun finally mastered the power of the qi and blood armor completely. So he happily looked at Su Qingyan. Qingyan, it's ready? Come over for a hug. Brother Lu Chun, I. Su Qingyan panicked and took 2 or 3 steps backward, looking at the large pits that had been stepped out by Lu Dust and filled the room. She admits she hesitated. Brother Lu Chun, It's okay for you to tear down the house, you. Don't tear me down. Su Qingyan stepped back again, her entire body leaning against the wall. I'm so scared. Want to cry so bad. In the shiver. I'm really okay. The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth twitched slightly. He just wasn't familiar enough with the qi and blood armor yet. That's why he couldn't help but summon it out from time to time. But the situation. It really only takes a little familiarization. Brother Lu Chuan, what in the world is wrong with your body? Su Qingyan obediently came in front of Lu Chuan, her small hand gently resting against his chest. She didn't know what had happened to Lu Duan. But no matter what, it was impossible for her to really avoid Lu Chuan. Ugh! What to tell you about this? Lu Chuan could completely feel Su Qingyan's worry and immediately swept her into his arms, somewhat unable to open his mouth. He didn't want to hide it from Su Qingyan. But he can't explain either the void or the rebirth thing. It's just too much of a pipe dream. It's okay, brother Lu Duan. Su Qingyan raised her little head and smiled in a very understanding manner and said, no matter what you become, I'll always be there for you. She is very smart, so she already had some vague guesses about certain changes in Lu Chuan. Brother Lu Duan is not quite the same as normal, but that's okay. I don't care. No matter what he becomes, he will always be my brother Lu Chuan, and I will always stand by his side, even if I have to fight against the whole world. That doesn't matter. Aha! Hearing Su Qingyan's statement, Lu Chuan's heart was touched. A girl whose eyes are full of you is just too comforting. Speaking of which, how long have I been out? Lu Chuan affectionately stroked Su Qingyan's hair, and a touch of determination gradually emerged in his eyes. Even if you don't want to give it up again. He also had to go away for a while. More than an hour, brother Lu Chuan, are you hungry? I'll go make you breakfast. It's already sunrise, what's the point of having breakfast? Let's go. Let's go to the resource bank to pick out spirit skills first, and then go straight outside for a meal. Going out to eat? Su Qingyan lowered her eyes a little. Does brother Lu Chuan not like my cooking anymore? Thinking about what? Lu Chuan gently flicked Su Qingyan's forehead. Let's relax today and take you shopping. He didn't know how to open his mouth to say goodbye to Su Qingyan, but he knew that he had to go and search for the innate thunder seed. It's the only way he can get promoted fast. Shopping. Su Qingyan pondered for a moment, and immediately spread a smile and said, good. Just in time to go and buy some new clothes for brother Lu Chuan. Go! The two of them put on the same couple's hat and mask, and they walked out of the villa hand in hand. As for the room that was destroyed by Lu Chuan, he had already sent a message to Zhou Haifeng to come and help with it, who made him the exclusive counselor of the two. Come to the resource library. Lu Chuan and Su Qingyan went straight up to the third floor. On the first and second floors, there were spirit skills for ordinary students to pick from, which Lu Chuan naturally couldn't look at. He could pick anyone he wanted anyway, so naturally he was going to pick the most powerful one for himself. Walking into the area where the spirit skills were placed, Lu Chuan directly looked at the thunder attribute categorized shelf. 3,000 thunders, 8th grade spiritual skill. Price, 3 million contribution value. Thunder prison cage, 7th grade spiritual skill. Price, 1 million contribution value. 10,000 thunders, 6th grade spiritual skill. Price, 500,000 contribution value. The wide array of powerful spirit skills was about to shake Lu dust. The thunder prison shadow killing formation from his previous life was also very strong, as well as being one of the spirit techniques most suited to black lightning. This spirit skill could leave behind a thunder shadow during a battle, and then choose to self-destruct at the right time. Combined with the annihilation divine ability, the killing power was almost explosive. This thunder prison shadow killing formation could leave a maximum of 9 thunder shadows in the battlefield. And Lu Chuan could also use those thunder shadows to instantly accomplish shifting. This one ability alone had allowed Lu Chuan to escape from life and death crises at the limit countless times. However, this spirit skill also had its flaws. The first flaw was that one could not break away from the thunder prison formation or the thunder shadow would dissipate. The stronger the realm, the greater the range of the thunder prison formation would be. And maintaining the formation and the thunder shadow is very consuming of Nianli. There is no way to sustain the battle. It was considered a high explosive spirit skill. The second flaw is that Rakeage is immobile, so enemies who are careful to avoid the range of Rakeage self-destruct will have a hard time hitting the desired effect. This required Lu Chuan to rely on shifting and consume a lot of effort to lay out the siege. In a previous life, often he would fail in his layouts due to a lack of chanting power. But this life, His Nianli was very abundant, and this spirit skill would definitely be able to maximize its power in his hands as well. Next, there was still a need to pick a spiritual skill that was more suitable for the Gilded Sand avatar to be able to do so. Preferably both, but also each other. So much for that. That's a lot of bull. Chapter 66. Thunderclap Earth Heart Lotus Plus. Looking for a long time, Lu Chen had finally picked out 2 favorable spirit skills. Hand of the Thunder Serpent, 7th grade spiritual skill. Price: 1 million contribution value. Thunder Escape Earth Heart Lotus, 7th grade spiritual skill. Price: 1 million contribution value. Both spirit skills were powerful. The Hand of Thunder Snake was a direct strike of thunder shaped like a long snake that directly entangled the opponent. It also pulls enemies to you. The Thunder Escape Earth Heart Lotus, on the other hand, centered on himself and drew the thunder in his body to his feet, forming a lotus flower. As the lotus blossoms, a large number of thunder vines will extend from the ground, controlling all surrounding enemies. One group attack. The 2 spirit skills, both of which fit very well with the divine ability of Lusha, were both desired by Lu Chen. Because the Golden Thunder liquid, what it was best at was control. It comes with a gravitational magnetic field that can drastically slow down the enemy's movement. It was also only when paired with such a spiritual skill that it could be utilized to its maximum power. Forget it, you can't chew on greed. Lu Chen knew very well in his heart that whether it was a martial art or a spirit skill, cultivating one to perfection was far better than if you cultivated a whole bunch of spirit skills but were only at a half-assed level. Each divine ability paired with a spirit skill was actually the best way to pair them. So Lu Chuan weighed his options and ultimately chose the Thunderclap Earth Heart Lotus. The Hand of the Thunderbolt is strong and better suited for mounting. After all, it was able to pull enemies to its side, in conjunction with Lu Chen's heaven-defying physique. Once close, that's proper crushing. However, it was unable to bring the gravity effect of the Golden Thunder liquid fully into play. The Thundercloud Earth Lotus is a different story. Lotus blossoms, countless vines of thunder spreading out, affecting the speed of the enemy at the same time, but also entangled, and then with the Thunder Prison Shadow killing formation. That's a hell of a sight to behold. It's your choice. With a decision in his mind, Lu Chuan immediately stopped dwelling on it and decisively took the jade slip of the Thunderclap Earth Heart Lotus and ran away. He was afraid to stay any longer. One just can't help but get lost in the lure of countless powerful spirit techniques. In a previous life, how can we afford that? Walk to the stairway. Su Qingyan had already picked out her spirit skills and was quietly waiting there for Lu Dust. Well, have you chosen a satisfactory one yet? Lu Chen smiled and went forward, naturally holding Su Qingyan's small hand. Pick it. It's enough for me to cultivate to the Dao fusion realm. Su Qingyan seemed to be very satisfied, and that playful smile made Lu Chen feel as if this part of the world in front of him had lost its luster for a moment. It's beautiful. Lu Chuan couldn't help but pinch Su Qingyan's tender cheeks. You'll have to smile more in the future as well. Good. Su Qingyan held onto Lu Chen's arm and once again smiled sweetly and said, Go. Go shopping. The two went to a mall on the east side of campus. Su Qingyan was full of vigor and started to pick out clothes for Lu Chen. Of course she didn't condescend to herself, and most of the ones she chose were couples' clothes. Lu Dust also let her domination. Changing room have gone more than 10 times. One can only say, women shopping is really scary. If a woman who is not short of money is shopping, it's obviously even scarier. Su Qingyan was now considered a little rich, and she was usually very frugal with herself still. But once it involved Lu Chen, it was as if she hated to spend all of her small treasury. Don't buy it. The clothes you've bought add up to enough for me to wear for years. Why don't we find a place to sit? Lu Dust expressed his surrender with a bitter face. Luckily, there was a super space, or else the two of them would not have been able to move all those things with their 4 hands combined. Brother Lu Chen, I want to go eat hot pot. Su Qingyan also realized that she had bought a little too much, and immediately took hold of Lu Chuan somewhat coyly, and that stunningly beautiful pretty face was flushed, making people want to bite it immediately. Okay. I haven't had one in what seems like forever. Lu Chen immediately nodded his head in agreement. Both were born in the southwest, and there's really not much resistance to something like hot pot. Finish the fondue. Lu Chuan went to buy 2 more cups of milk tea and came with Su Qingyan to the large lawn next to the mountain-ringed villa complex. This place. But it's a mecca for couples on a date. When the two arrived with milk tea, they realized that they were surrounded by couples everywhere. Some people snuggle up to each other, others embrace and kiss. Gee, college life, it's just great. Lu Dust sighed. Both he and Su Qingyan were not too fond of bustling, and after glancing at each other, they both smiled knowingly. Shall we go straight back then? Good. No, come all the way here. Let's take a picture before we go too. Su Qingyan lifted up her ultra bracelet and took a sweet group photo with Lu Chun. It's been a long day. Both had a particularly happy and fulfilling time. Tingyan, I have to leave again. Back at the villa. Still a little apprehensive, Lu Chun expressed himself to Su Qingyan. Well, I've actually guessed it. The expected sadness did not appear. Su Qingyan just hugged Lu Duan and said with a shallow smile, Brother Lu Chen's mind is full of cultivation, and all of a sudden he says he wants to go shopping. Even a fool can guess what's on your mind. I didn't want to split up. Really? Shoo! Su Qingyan stretched out a slender jade finger and pressed it against Lu Chen's lips. Brother Lu Chun, let me have a good hug. Good. The two snuggled quietly on top of the couch. After a long time, only then did Su Qingyan slowly raise her head. Brother Lu Chuan, how long will we go this time? I don't know, it could be soon or it could be a long time because I don't have a goal yet. Lu Duan didn't want to lie. He did wonder how long it would take him to return from this absence. I will always wait for Brother Lu Duan. As if Su Qingyan had suddenly made some sort of determination, she directly pounced Lu Chun on top of the sofa. The two began to kiss obliviously. Su Qingyan was very enthusiastic and proactive, and even slowly reached out and unlocked one of the buttons between Lu Chen's clothes, tilting the face. Lu Chun instantly regained his clarity and hurriedly stopped Su Qingyan's bold move. Brother Lu Dust, I will give it to you now. I am afraid that you will never come back. Su Qingyan's eyes were misty, and although she was already doing her best to hide her emotions, Lu Chuan still felt the panic and uneasiness within her. She had always known that what Lu Chun was about to do must be extremely dangerous. That's why he didn't want to bring himself along. But why doesn't Brother Luck Chun understand? She's actually not afraid of anything. I'm afraid that I won't have him around anymore. I'm sure I'll go crazy if that happens. Silly. Let's do this. What counts? Be a good boy and wait for me to come back. Lu Chuan rubbed Su Qingyan's hair. I won't leave until tomorrow morning, so I'll hold you in my arms all tonight. Okay? Well. Su Qingyan, who had calmed down, had her entire body curled up in Lu Chen's arms. She also knew that Lu Chuan was unwilling to take her in such a situation, so she whispered somewhat less kindly, What just happened? You quickly forget about it. Oh. No laughing at me. Ha ha. You're still laughing. Su Qingyan was so shy that she could only slap Lu Chen's chest a few times with her small hands and refused to pay attention to him anymore. This night, the two slept in each other's arms, but were utterly sleepless. P.S. 3 more to go. Chapter 67. Discovering the End. Yanmen Pass, Thunder Mountain. 3 days had passed since Lu Chuan had left Wushu University. It's been 3 days. Lu Chuan was all around Thundering Mountain, hunting foreign beasts while searching for traces of the innate thunder seed. Unfortunately, although he foreign beasts killed a lot, but even the shadow of the innate thunder seed have not yet found. Looks. We'll just have to look deeper. Lu Duan, who was wearing a snowsuit, sat somewhat tiredly under a pier of large rocks, his eyebrows full of sorrowful silk. Originally, he had already promised Li Changfeng that he would go around Wudong Mountain with him later, but he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had heard some gossip that said that this thundering mountain thundered all year round, yet he couldn't see any thunder and lightning. All thunder and no rain. With such a strange phenomenon, Lu Chun naturally suspected that it was related to the innate thunder seed. And meditative. He has always had a strange sensation these days that there seems to be a voice in his head that is constantly reminding him that he has to come here, and as soon as possible. The feeling came somewhat inexplicably. It actually made his heart, all of them, vaguely rise together with uneasiness. This situation, it's never happened to him before, so he thought about it and came here first to see what was going on. Pity. He circled the entire periphery and found no trace of the lightning. Go deeper. The foreign beasts inside were not so good to deal with. However, Lu Chuan weighed his options and still didn't want to give up just like that. The matter of searching for the innate thunder seed was supposed to be purely based on luck. Since we're all here, naturally, I'm going to turn this place upside down before I can stop. Think it and do it. Lu Chuan, who had simply rested, didn't delay too much time, and feeling that he had rested almost enough, he decisively got up and walked towards the deepest part. Lu Duan's stealthy kung fu was very good. Or rather, a battlefield veteran who could survive 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world, this could only be considered as one of the most basic skills. For an average warrior, won't be the oldest 6. Most have become food for the beasts. The deeper you go, the thicker the snow gets, and the silence all around you is a reflection of the poem. Birds fly away in the sky and mountains, and people disappear along all paths. Not quite right. Lu Chuan stopped abruptly. The 10-year veteran's keen sense of danger made him instantly wary, even snowy mountains. It was also impossible for there to be no foreign beasts living here, not to mention that the depths of this snowy mountain was originally the most suitable place for certain ice foreign beasts to flourish. There is definitely something wrong with this place. Lu Chuan, who had reacted, instantly became more cautious, and he pulled out a bottle of breath holding scatter to completely mask his own odor before slowly feeling his way towards the deeper depths. Fruity. After walking about 10 miles further, Lu Dust finally realized where the reason was. All of the beasts in this deepest part of the world had actually gathered in a valley. See what they look like. Seems to be in a meeting? Lu Chuan prostrated himself on the ground and leaned forward some more once again. Since he had bumped into it, he was naturally eager to figure out what the purpose of these foreign beasts gathering here was. These extraterrestrial foreign races each had their own language, which Lu Chuan naturally couldn't understand. But he has a super bracelet that comes with a translation function. The Alliance of Superpowers had even set up a special department for beast language deciphering, spending a lot of energy and time to master the language of the alien races. This purpose, naturally, it was for the supers to be able to better survive in the battlefield. It's not a waste of time. Understanding their language. Only then can we really go to understand their habits. And at the same time, it is also convenient for human scouts secretly probing their actions. Lu Dust at this moment. But that's where it comes in handy. Adjusting the voice translation to text conversion, Lu Chuan finally figured out what they were actually saying. That group of students, they have been caught in the trap set by the Snowfox clan, and after the Snow Owl clan scouting, they are fleeing this way to Thundering Mountain. If they want to return to the human race's territory, this Thundering Mountain is the place they must pass through. According to Lord Fox God's instructions, we need to unleash the beast tide in a quarter of an hour, sealing off this group of students' path of retreat and completely strangling them in Thundering Mountain. Students. Looking at the text translated from the superpower bracelet, Lu Chuan's heart shook. Yanmen Pass is near Pine University. As for Song University, since ancient times, it had the custom of going to the extraterritorial battlefield to practice. This batch of students in their mouths was most likely from Song University. Speaking up, Song Da's performance in this tournament could be described as mediocre, and Lu Chuan didn't even see a decent Heavenly Pride. Does it say? Their Heavenly Pride, who didn't participate in the competition at all, but was sent to the extraterrestrial battlefield for training? But what's this loose big picture? The ranking of the Kaiwu, however, will, to a large extent, affect the subsequent enrollment of the 4 most prestigious schools. That's all you can give up. That's quite an attitude for their principal. Is it true that you don't want anything else, and you just want to cultivate excellent talents for the human race? No, there is definitely something wrong with this. Even if the president of Pine University was bent on the sake of the human race, he was not so far gone as to put the interests of the school at risk. There's definitely a reason for this. And then think of the conspiracy of these alien beasts joining forces to lay out a plot to strangle the University of Pine students. Crap, there's a mole. Lu Chuan felt that his analysis was about 8 or 9 times as good as it could be. Unfortunately, at the moment there is only a quarter of an hour left. Even if he wants to call the border guards for support, I'm afraid it's too far away to put out the fire. The good thing is, I have a backhanded. Lu Dust smiled calmly. He dared to go out on his own, so he naturally had something to rely on. So screwed. Matsuda was afraid that he would owe himself a big favor. Think of your own undercard. Lu Chun did not make a sound, but only secretly sent a message to Zhou Haifeng. He didn't have the contact information of the Yanmen Border Defense Force, so he could only leave it to Zhou Haifeng. If he acted fast enough, he might even be able to catch these foreigners off guard. Hurry! After Thunder Mountain, it's our Yanmen Pass. Everyone hold on. Senior Su Joshan, Teacher Ma has been pestered by the Moon Fox clan's holy maiden, and now her life and death are unknown. No one can come to support us, so put me down quickly. At this rate, none of us will be able to escape. I'm willing to stay behind to break the back. Cut the crap. To go together. I, Su Qingyan, will never abandon any of my companions. A group of students, covered in blood, fled towards the direction of Thunder Mountain in a crow's nest. Led student. It was a country-faced young man wearing a strong suit and a red scarf. He had a big bladder and fierce eyes. All over. All brimming with a manly, old northern manliness. Rumble. The ground suddenly began to shake. Su Qingyan, carrying a student with a broken right leg, violently stopped his advance. Surviving students. There was also a flurry of heads raised in horror. Chapter 68, Going to the Rescue. It's a beast wave. They still have ambushes. Senior Su Qingyan, put down the injured students and take the others to hurry and run for their lives. Don't hesitate. Yes, Senior. Holding on until now. You've done your best. We don't blame you. Damn it. Put me down. I'll fight these son of a foreigner bastards. There's one to say. Perhaps it was due to the fact that they often went out to practice. The students of Pine University obviously all carried a ruthlessness in their bodies. This is a fighting quality that students from the other 3 prestigious schools have not yet mastered. Of course, it's not that they aren't as good as Pine University students. Rather, they just haven't really been tested by blood and fire yet. Wait a while. They also stepped into the extraterrestrial battlefield. Slowly it becomes clear that there is no negotiation or surrender in the face of a foreigner. Once touched, that's immortal. Dancing butterfly, you take the schoolmates who can still run and go first, and I, along with them, will stay behind to break the back. Su Qingyan was only slightly silent, and his eyes became firm once again. Off. If you won't go, then I won't go either, and I'm not in the habit of being a deserter. The slender, beautiful woman with a high ponytail on Su Qingyan's side returned with a sneer. This is not the time for you to be playing games. Who's cool with you? Su Qingyan, you really think you're a hero, don't you? Tisk. Northern ladies, they sure are cranky. Just when the two were at a standstill, Lu Duan, who was dressed in snowy clothes, appeared in a watery manner like that. What's with all the sentimentality? Still doesn't seem to have experienced enough. Lu Dust shook his head slightly and couldn't help but mutter a few words as he walked towards the crowd. There are more people waiting to die. They shouldn't be so hot-blooded. Beat that. Then beat it to death. Can't fight it. When it's time to run, then there can't be any half-hesitation. Even if the teammates are all dead, it's still necessary to save the living force. Death is a simple thing. Survive. Continue to embark on an endless killing spree in order to grow into a truly competent veteran. Race battle. There is no emotion to be had. The warrior who stands firm until death is great indeed, but the warrior who endures humiliation and is not bound by form. Again, a true elite. It's fundamentally different from being a coward. Cowards think about just staying alive, have no desire to fight per se, and most of the time are just a liability. Instead, the elite want to make enough kills to fight their way through any battlefield. And it won't be a stick in the mud. Between the two, one simply cannot generalize. A practice like Su Qingyan's was a very youthful behavior in Lu Dust's eyes. Meaningless death. You can only make a good name for yourself. In the end. But it's just a matter of not being able to put a face to it. In fact, such behavior would only be a waste of time and add to the casualties. That's a stick in the mud. If it had been Lu Dust who had handled it, he would have ordered the abandonment of all the injured the moment the beast tide was unleashed. He would never care what people thought of him, cold-blooded or not. So much for cruelty. More live than anything else. Survive. It's only then that we can revitalize and avenge the deaths. It was only those who could carry a curse that could grow into a leader, which was why in his last life, he had been able to become a 5-star Major General of the 9th Coalition Army. Of course, undeniable. Su Qingyan is also a good general prospect. He can give up his life to break the back. It is already enough to prove his heart. Such a person, the group of perverts in the military department, but they love to pull over and drill hard. Land dust in the beginning. That's how it came to be. First, I'll make you prove your heart, and then, through war, I'll force you to break your own principles with your own hands. Any way you choose it, you'll regret it. You'll have to bear all the bitter fruits. It's the way to become a general. That's why most of those officers in the military department are perverts and fight harder than one another. Drill soldiers too. Who are you? Su Qingyan looked towards Lu Dust, his gaze vaguely wary. At a time like this, a passerby suddenly appeared. It was obvious that no matter how he looked at it, it was not normal. Me? My name is Lu Chuan. You recognize me as your big brother. I'll help you save these students. All of them. How about it? Lu Chun showed his teeth and smiled, secretly playing his own little game. This guy is ancient. That's the embryo of a fierce general who charges into battle. If we don't lure him into our own ship of thieves, won't this trip be in vain? If you can really save them all, I, Su Joshan, will recognize you as my father. Su Joshan's gaze condensed as he said word for word. Ahem. That doesn't have to be so pompous. Lu Chen coughed lightly. So this guy is so real? Looks like a bit of a tiger. Okay. It's too late to explain. All aboard. I'll send you back to Yanmen Pass. Lu Dust waved one ha. Indeed. A 10-feet-long flying boat was floating above the heads of the crowd. Fly! A flying boat. Crap. We're saved. No, what kind of family is this dude? He looks like he just came of age. Doesn't he? He's got an ING boat. Don't BB. Get in the boat. The crowd of students were overjoyed and jumped on top of the deck of the flying boat. You! Su Joshan was also shocked by Lu Chen's hand and was speechless for a long time. If he remembered correctly, this stuff. It seems like only the strongest of the upper three realms are worthy of it, right? You're just a mere sea-penetrating realm, but you can carry such an escape artifact with you? Does that really make sense? What are you waiting for? Let's go. Lu Chun raised his eyes to the countless foreign beasts that were already swarming from the end of the sky and calmly patted Su Joshan's shoulder. And so, this was originally targeted at Matsumoto University students and was planned to be a seamless kill. Just like that, it was easily dissolved by Lu Dust, who appeared halfway across the room, stranded a long way off. Lu Dust can hear the deafening roar of the beasts below the flying boat. Can you please go save my teacher? His name is Ma Delong, and he's been trapped by the Snow Fox clan's design. Su Joshan, who was on the deck, suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Chun. If we wait for the border guards to come to support us, I'm afraid that teacher he won't be able to hold out until then. Mr. Ma has done me a great service. If you can help me save him out, from now on my life, Su Joshan, is yours. Martha Long. Lu Dust looked up in surprise. Wasn't this person the enrollment teacher of Song University at that time? Back then, he had left a considerable impression on Lu Chun when he had a tongue twister. Moreover, Lu Dust looked at that brash northern man, and it was indeed quite pleasing to his eyes. At first, if not considering Su Qingyan grandmother's physical condition, the probability is that he will go with that Ma Dalong. Okay. Little brother has given his word. It's only natural for a big brother to help you even things out. Well, this big brother of mine still works pretty well, doesn't it? Lu Chun was also aware that if he went over now, he might encounter some unforeseen dangers. But he thinks about a lot of things, too. With so many students trapped by the beasts, the border guards must already be taking action. He might as well take the risk of stalling for a bit, leaving these foreigners with some hope of strangling them. So much for that. While he was saving people, Zhou Haifeng and the side of the border guards might create some surprises for him as well. It's a risk that's worth taking. P.S. Thank you brothers for the reward in the past 2 days. One more shift is owed. I'm afraid I won't be able to add more today though. Got a cold and my head is spinning. It's getting cold. So keep warm, brothers. I'll continue to pop in when I've had a couple days of minor recuperation. I owe you 4 shifts. Chapter 69. The Fox-Eared Woman. Think about it. Lu Chuan no longer hesitated, and immediately piloted the flying boat and directly did a floating pirouette, flying over the heads of countless foreign beasts. Look around. This beast tide had gathered at least tens of thousands of foreign beasts, although most of them were in the lower third realm. However, there was no lack of some middle third realm foreign beasts among them, hidden among the beasts and giving orders. Lu Chuan slowly thought about it. In a previous life, it seemed that it was because of this beast tide that caused the Pine University students to suffer heavy casualties. And as a result, the head of the Northern Border Defense Army became furious and officially launched an all-out war against the foreigners. The battle was fought for 3 whole years. Unfortunately, the Northern Border Guards did not have a good battle. The difference in strength was too great. Despite countless border guards laying down their lives and fighting the enemy, they gradually went into decline. In the end, it was the growing Xiaolan who took orders in the face of danger, forcibly melting the Dao, and with his Dao melting realm cultivation, he forcefully fought the 3 rule realm beast deities, and only then did he barely manage to stabilize the situation. And from that moment on, The mighty name of the red-clothed sword immortal gradually became famous all over the world. Lu Dust hadn't even been able to recall this at first, and to be frank, it was good enough to have a vague impression of what happened 10 years ago. It's not like he's witnessed any of this. Mostly just hearsay. Today, it seems. It was quite a trip. That underworld's marvelous induction, in turn, allowed him to change the historical tragedy by mistake. It's just a shame. That sensation came and went quickly. Lu Dust so far, it is not clear what exactly is calling him. But sure, that kind of sensation, it was by no means empty. There was bound to be something hidden here that was related to him, under the guidance of Su Joshan. Lu Chuan soon saw Ma Dalong with a shriveled breath and blood-stained robes on top of a snow-covered mountain. At this moment, he had already had all his retreats blocked by the 6 void-breaking realm foreign beasts. In the meantime, Lu Chuan was also keenly aware of a white silhouette on top of a mountain peak on the other side, silently focusing on everything that was happening on the battlefield. The woman was born with a pair of woeful face, a single thin white neon dress, draped over the blown skin. Through the haze, if hidden, it outlined her figure to a T. If it wasn't for the iconic pair of fox ears and the 3 fluffy white tails behind her, I'm afraid that anyone who saw such a beautiful woman would have their heart pounding. Of course, for some beasts, fox-eared lady or something, that's really cool. Is this the little guy who messed up my plans? The fox-eared woman at the peak of the peak looked over to Lu Chuan's side with a gloomy expression, her gaze quickly locking onto Lu Chuan, who was maneuvering the flying boat, and a touch of icy killing intent surfaced in her eyes. Shoo! Next moment, the lone-eared woman moved. A pressure belonging to the peak of the realm came directly towards Lu Dust. Realm. This was a big foreigner who was just one step away from stepping into the upper third realm. An upper third realm powerhouse was the equivalent of a nuclear weapon in the technological age, the root of a race's strength, power, status, beyond the imagination of the average person. Luckily, it's only the realm. Lu Dust looked a little shocked. At the same time, he was secretly glad that his guess was right. The Fae had gone to such lengths to lay out their plans, and it was clear that there were not enough high-end combatants. If there was a Dharma body realm powerhouse here, then Ma Dalong and their corpses should have all gotten cold. The absence of an upper third realm powerhouse meant that there was still room for maneuvering, at least that lone-eared woman who was not yet able to fly in the air. One thought to this. Lu Chuan decisively maneuvered the flying boat and swept towards Ma Dalong's side at great speed. As long as he could take Ma Dalong away, he would fly directly to the sky. In time, even if this Fox Mei Zi was in the realm, she couldn't do anything to herself. The only thing to be on guard against is just those exotic beasts that are born to fly. But it was impossible for ordinary birds of prey to catch up with the flying boat. So Lu Chuan still wasn't too worried in his heart. Stop him! The fox-eared woman gave the order at once. At the same time, with a jump, he directly leapt down from that mountain peak and quickly sped over this way. She wasn't exactly in a hurry. After all, there were a full 6 void-breaking realm foreign beasts surrounding Ma Dalong. Stopping a group of students was naturally easy. What brings you here? Move! Seeing this scene, Ma Dalong was in a great hurry inwardly, and immediately burst out the last of his spiritual energy, wanting to fight to the death to stop the several foreign beasts in front of him. He was likewise at the peak of the void-breaking realm, or else he wouldn't have been able to hold out for such a long time. It's just a bit of a shame. That Snow Fox chief was very cautious, fearing that he had some kind of undercard, so he never went down himself. Actually, Ma Dalong did still have a forbidden technique, but the side effects were so horrible that he hadn't used it, just waiting for that Snow Fox chief to come down personally. Even if we can't kill her in the end, it should give her a hard time too. Unfortunately now, it looks like he had to use these stupid boys. A void-breaking realm Fey beast, would it be possible for the current them to deal with it? Obviously all escaped. I can't believe I had to run back to get killed. Ma Dalong's heart was moved and angry, and a strong guilt surfaced in his eyes. If anything happened to the students because of himself, then he would be a sinner of the human race. Anyway, it's also important to get them out safely. Ma Dalong secretly gritted his teeth and was about to cast a forbidden technique to die with these void-breaking realm foreign beasts he was facing. Mr. Ma, trust me. As soon as Lu Chuan saw that Ma Dalong raised the large sword in his hand and a black aura emerged from his entire body, how could he not be clear about what he wanted to do? In a previous life, he had witnessed Su Qingyan perform a forbidden technique. It's you, boy. Ma Dalong's impression of Lu Chun was extremely deep, and when he saw that he had also appeared here, he only felt a chill on the soles of his feet. He can die. These students too can die. Even if they all die out, that's fine, but Lu Chun must never die. If he dies, no. It was as if Ma Dalong had suddenly become enlightened. He also stopped casting any forbidden techniques, and at the first opportunity, he abandoned his opponent and ran wildly in the direction of the flying boat. You're so stupid. Lu Chun was such an important chosen one. Would the above let him have an accident? This is clearly impossible. Above that dome of heaven. It was not surprising that there were pairs of eyes of rule realm powerhouses that were always keeping an eye on Lu Duan's actions. He's actually worried about this kid dying here? To kill Lu Dust. Those foreign races, at the very least, had to take a few rule realm powerhouses in exchange, right? The mighty were slow to strike. Mostly, they were just helping Lu Chun to cover for him, worrying that Lu Chun would be targeted by those extraterrestrial powers. To say he's unattended. Even beating Ma Dalong to death wouldn't believe it. Actually, Ma Dalong hadn't really guessed wrong. Since last time, after Lu Chuan played a handful of disappearances on the second day of school, startling the ones from Wang Quanshan, the higher echelons of the human race, indeed, took some necessary measures in secret. Just to avoid publicity and being targeted by the alien race, even Lu Chen himself has been kept in the dark so far. Of course, Lu Chuan wasn't a fool and had some guesses about this. It's just that he's not entirely sure yet. Actually, he dared to take a risk at a time like this, and it was not without reason in that regard. Higher levels of the human race. Will he really be completely free range? This Lu Dust in his heart is actually not quite believe. But one thing is certain. That is, as a last resort, the human race's great powers shouldn't be able to strike easily, so as not to expose themselves, completely, to the sight of the alien race. Chapter 70. Cold boat crossing flying snow, 3 entries into Thundering Mountain. So this time, it's still up to him to strike out on his own. Elder brother Su. Lu Qin calmly turned his head and looked at the anxious Su Zhoushan on his side. What's wrong? Su Zhoushan looked up in confusion, not quite understanding what Lu Chun was suddenly calling out to him at a time like this. This next move. You'll see. Su Zhoushan immediately had a black line on his head and directly turned his head to the other side. Got it. This kid is trying to play hard to get. Hey, why doesn't this guy follow the rules? Cam. It's so hard for my old man to gather the atmosphere. Can't you ask why? Ahem. Seeing Su Zhoushan ignoring himself, Lu Chun could only cough lightly and said without blushing, "Not going to lie to you. Dude, this move, it's really cool." The words fell. A blood-red armor shadow was instantly enveloping Lu Chun fully. In the meantime, his body, too, violently erupted with a bizarre black lightning arc. It makes him look like a thunder god from hell. That sells alone. Handsome indeed. Looking at the northern woman next to Su Zhoushan, she froze for a moment.
Thunder Prison Shadow Qingyan Formation.
Lu Chuan muttered and spoke. His body was like lightning as he cut through the air, brushing shoulders with that Ma Dalong, and then slammed his fist into that rhinoceros-horned green-lin beast behind him. This green-lin beast was shaped like a rhinoceros and looked like a heavy truck, exuding a violent aura all over. But this bottom-up hook from Lu Kun. But it is hard to that Qinglin beast. A punch hook sends him flying backwards. Time seemed to slow down in this moment. The students on the flying boat, all of them had their eyes wide open, their mouths open to the point where they could stuff an ostrich egg in. Fly! Fly up? He makes a hook, taking a void-breaking realm beast that looked 2 points bigger than a heavy truck and sending it flying? Crap! Crap!
Bull.
A cheer erupted from the reacting male students, even Su Zhoushan. All of them involuntarily shrunk their pupils. Nima, what kind of demon is this? As for the female students, they also covered their small mouths and their eyes were that colorful. Brat, are you crazy? Ma Dalong, who had managed to jump onto the deck with great difficulty, had his mouth almost crooked with anger. You're so screwed. I'm up here, but aren't you surrounded too? What the difference does it make? Unfortunately, no matter how anxious he was, it was already too late to rescue him. One can only watch. Watching Lu Duan being grabbed by the snow fox chief who flew in. You're the one who broke me? Looking at the fox-eared woman whose 5 fingers formed a claw and easily clasped her neck, Lu Chun suddenly gave a teasing smile. Then right under her nose, a hand suddenly reached out and gently flicked her fluffy fox ears. Oh, The fox-eared woman visibly froze. Various emotions such as shock, shame, and anger surfaced successively on his face. You seek death. The fox-eared woman's right hand snapped, and the Lu dust in her hand was crushed and exploded by her. Crap, that was close. Looking at a short distance away, the beautiful woman who was blasted by the exploding black thunder shadow, causing her lone ear to stand up for a moment. Back on the deck, Lu Dust felt a pang of fear. Shift. He had just executed the Thunder Prison shadow-killing formation precisely, leaving a thunder shadow on the deck. That's why he dared to go ahead and save the day with impunity. As long as he was within the range of the Thunder Prison shadow-killing formation, Lu Chuan could swap with the Thunder Shadow at any time. He just did. It was the moment the fox-eared woman made her move that she switched places with the Black Thunder Shadow on the deck. It was a life-saving technique that had helped him worship his way out of certain death countless times. It's just a shame. Right now, he's not strong enough. Can only barely summon a Thunder Shadow and can't sustain it for too long either. Bye-bye you. Lu Chuan on the deck mockingly waved his hand towards the fox-eared woman. And then he was maneuvering the flying boat and rushed up to the sky without hesitation. You can't run without it. He was truly afraid that the rampaging fox-eared woman would just jump up and slap him into a pulp, have the entire Snowy Owl clan mobilize. No matter what, we must take that human boy and leave him behind. The fox-eared woman sank her face, looking at the flying boat that gradually disappeared from sight, and gave the order in a cold voice. You better not get caught by me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't live or die. The fox-eared woman secretly made a vow in her mind. Sure, with the hatred between the human race and the extraterrestrial fae, this was no love-come-to-life drama. Whether it's for Lu Dust or this fox-eared woman, he just acted like that. It's just abject humiliation. You kid. I was right about you. Ma Delong, who was sitting on top of the deck without any impression after the robbery, grinned at Lu Chuan. At the same time, he felt doubly sorry in his heart. What a super demon. Why didn't you choose Pine University in the first place? Mr. Ma, this is not the time for us to catch up. Don't believe me? Look behind you? Lu Dust smiled back. However, his gaze always fell on the end of the sky, the countless snowy owls that were killing towards this place from all directions, overwhelmingly. These alien scum, they're really a bit difficult to deal with, but if I'm not mistaken, this flying boat of yours, it's an SS-class Dream by Dream. Once the fire is at full power, even if it's a strong person at the Dao fusion realm, I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort to catch up with you. It looks like Wudai really values you, even being able to give this to you directly. Ma Delong wasn't too worried. Instead, he even made a flirtatious remark. Who says we're running? Lu Chun slightly bristled and calmly spoke. Since they want to leave us behind so badly, let's do as they wish. Let's run straight towards the snowy mountains. If they want to surround us, then let them do so. You want to counterattack? Ma Dalong's mind turned quickly and instantly guessed what Lu Dust was thinking. Will the border guards make it in time? Although he guessed what Lu Chuan was trying to do, Ma Dalong still didn't feel too comfortable with so many students going forward to risk their lives. These people. But they are all the future hopes of the human race. Afraid of what? Give up the child and you can't catch the wolf. Let's go 3 for 3 today. They can set up and brutalize our students. Why can't we find a way to mess with them? Lu Chuan's eyes were gloomy. Treating the foreigners. He had always been a radical who drove them to extinction. Okay, then kill back. Ma Delong thought about it anyway. With Lu Duan around, even if there was danger, the big brothers should be able to arrive in time, right? He couldn't believe that Lu Chun didn't have a protector. As it is, then what's there to be afraid of? Just do it and be done with it. And so it was. Facing the pursuit of countless snowy owls, Lu Chuan once again maneuvered the flying boat and decisively swooped down towards the ground. The cold boat crossed the flying snow and entered the thundering mountain 3 times. Whatever the outcome, after this battle, Lu Chun should have left an extremely deep impression on the Northern Realm's foreign tribes, right? Chapter 71. Huaxia Yongchang. Heavy snow closes the mountains. On the top of the White Mountain, Lu Dust's flying boat slowly landed here. Lu Kid, you came back too casually. That Snow Fox chief, in turn, calmed down and didn't dare to easily launch an attack towards us. Ma Dallin rubbed his hands together. Hot air was bubbling out of his mouth as he spoke. Isn't that just right? Lu Dust laughed and said, This is called being smart. If she kills us directly, we'll still have to run around for our lives. And now that she's so concerned that she's surrounding but not attacking, she's giving us a chance to catch our breath instead. You'd fit right in as a commander. Ma Delong grinned, revealing those big neat white teeth. Since she guessed that you're stalling for time, those foreign beasts, they should recede soon, right? No, it won't. The fact that she didn't retreat the first time shows that our bait was sufficient. In the end, it was thousands of gifted students, almost killing them all. It's normal to be unwilling. Lu Dust's demeanor was poised, and his words were solid. Trance. Ma Dalong actually saw a hint of the composure and calculations of a superior person in Lu Chun. This kid just came of age, didn't he? Other students, who would have already been disoriented, were still able to calmly analyze the situation on the battlefield. That alone. He's got a heart of gold that's far beyond what anyone could ever hope to achieve. The potential is unrivaled and the heart is superb. TSK. Once this kid grows up, based on his share of either you die or I live the ruthlessness, those foreigners, I am afraid that also have to suffer. He really doesn't take his life seriously. But where there is the slightest slip-up. Today, all of them may have to die here. So now, here's the question. Is Luck Chun afraid of death or not? If it was in a previous life, he felt that he would die if he died. After all, that Gu Yanran could never let him feel any warmth. But this life, thinking of his little cohort still at home, silently waiting for him to return. He's still a bit reluctant to part with. It's just a shame. War is cruel, no one is a fool, you want to count others, then you have to come up with enough chips. Plus. He was aware that Ma De long possessed forbidden techniques. Even if his guess was wrong, behind himself, there were no great powerhouses sent by the higher echelons of the human race to protect his path. As a last resort, it's actually workable. Hey, in short, he would not really put himself in a situation of certain death. Teacher, they're surrounding us. Su Joshan, who was in charge of sentry duty not far away, suddenly turned his head towards the crowd and reminded them. Still doesn't seem willing to give up. Ma Dalong raised his eyebrows and subconsciously looked at Lu Chun. You saved all of our lives, so you tell me, what do we do next? What else? Lu Chuan looked at this thundering mountain in front of him, which was blocked by foreign beasts in both the sky and the ground, and calmly took out the royal thunder-breaking halberd. After dragging it out until now, we have no way back. But one thing is for sure, the border guards are bound to come. So don't worry about no one to collect our corpses for us. Martha Long, Su Joshan, cadets? Good on. Lu Chen's previous waves of maneuvers had long since made the students grateful. So even though they were now forced into a desperate situation, no one really opened their mouths to complain about anything. One by one, all of them silently gripped the weapons in their hands. If things can't be done, let me stay behind to break the back when the time comes. You kid can't have an accident. Ma Delong was calm, and anyway, without Lu Chuan, he should have died a long time ago. Now there's a chance to kill a few more. And what is there not to be satisfied with? Gentlemen, the thick chi and blood armor quickly covered Lu Duan fully. He raised his sky-breaking halberd. Pointing down to the foot of the mountain, the army of foreign beasts that covered the sky and kept charging towards the top of the mountain. The human race will prosper forever. China will live forever. The enemy has arrived. Follow me to kill the enemy. The words fell. Lu Dust immediately took the lead. Just by raising his hand and striking a sweeping blow, he instantly smashed away several Sea Pioneer Realm foreign beasts that had rushed at the front. The battle armor possessed him with a physical strength of 100,000 pounds. Even a void-breaking realm powerhouse would not be able to gain any advantage in close combat with Lu Chun. As for the next 3 realms, that's definitely rubbing and touching. It was the bottom line that Lu Dust dared to take the risk. The human race will prosper forever. China will live forever. Kill! Su Joshan also took out a cold and glittering stranger's sword and followed Lu Chen's footsteps, roaring angrily as he killed the beasts. Kill! 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 The other 3,000 scholars, also hot blood on the head, shouted in unison, have raised their weapons, brazenly with the alien beast's army to start a fierce fight. In the middle of the battlefield, it's easiest to inspire a person's bloodlust. So even if the number of foreigners was far above them, these students, none of them took a step back. Ha ha ha! If we have these sons and daughters in Songda, why should we worry about the prosperity of China? Why don't we worry that the human race will not prosper? Ma Dailong let out a loud laugh. His face is full of gratification. He raised his hand to release countless ice spikes, just like harvesting straw. In a moment, it is the harvesting of hundreds of foreign beasts of life. So he's also a mutant ice attribute? Look out! Lu Chun was only lost in thought for a moment when a sharp warning sounded behind him. He looked up. The rhinoceros-horned green forest beast that he had smashed away with a punch earlier had actually touched his heels at some point. Humph! Pretty vindictive, huh? Lu Chuan laughed out coldly and decisively used the Thunder Prison Shadow killing formation, leaving a black thunder shadow in its place. The first stance of the heaven-breaking halberd technique holding the dragon stance. Under the support of the chi and blood armor, the true power of the 9 styles of heaven-breaking had also begun to gradually reveal itself. After all, this martial art of the Xiong family. But it comes from the legacy of the King of the West. The more forceful one was, the more terrifying the effect would be when performing this martial art. Bang! The 100,000 pounds of picking strike directly picked that rhinoceros-horned green forest beast, once again into the air. Lu Chen's eyes flashed cold as he raised his foot and stomped on the earth. Click! The ground that was stepped on by him instantly exploded into countless cracks, and a large amount of snow rushed up to the sky, directly submerging the figures of Lu Chuan and the green forest beast. The second style of the heaven-breaking halberd technique, prime heaven style. Zip, zip, zip. On top of the black as ink halberd, there were a large number of black thunder arcs that quickly surged to the tip of the halberd. The huge body of the rhinoceros-horned green forest beast was pierced through by the heaven-breaking halberd wrapped in black lightning arcs almost instantly. Drink! Lu Chun swung his heavy halberd violently, and just like that, the green Lin beast above his head, which was dozens of times bigger than his size, was picked hard on the tip of the halberd. Here comes a nice over-the-shoulder drop. This hand. It's as if a grown man lifted a heavy truck over his head with his bare hands and threw it straight out. It's full of extreme, violent aesthetics. Rumble. The green Lin beast's body, heavily smashed down in the middle of the army of foreign beasts, smashing the ground out of a huge deep pit. Those foreign beasts with low realms were even directly smashed on the spot. Demons, right? Su Joshan, who was closely following Lu Chun, was secretly shocked. He was also one of the top few heavenly prides and naturally had his own arrogance. Previously, it was only in order to save Ma Delong that he had voluntarily shown his submission to Lu Dust, intending to use this life of his to repay this favor. But deep down he was not particularly convincing, actually. Several times in a row nowadays, after seeing Lu Chuan's perverted and extremely terrifying combat power with his own eyes, he was completely convinced. Can't compare. This treadmill doesn't even compare. Whoever dares to compare themselves with this guy is afraid that they will have to have their Tao heart shattered in a minute. Chapter 72. The arrival of reinforcements and a great victory. The battle continues. As time passed, the students of Pine University, one after another, had begun to suffer casualties. No way. The number of foreign beasts was just too much. You can't see the end of it at a glance. They are human beings, not machines, and they can hold out until now without collapsing, all because of a belief in support. Born in China, they are willing to go through fire. But to say that the scene was the most miserable, it had to be Ma Dalong who was at the top. On him, it was already covered with deep, visible wounds. But he was still alone, deadlocking that Snow Fox chief at the other end of the battlefield. If they let her break through their defense, Lu Chuan and their side, I'm afraid that they would have to be routed in a matter of moments. Cam! Zhou Haifeng, that old Biden, wouldn't even be able to do this little thing, right? Lu Dust was about to run out of gas as well. It was difficult for Ma Delong to drag the Domain Realm's Snow Fox chief by himself, but Lu Chuan was actually not much better than him. 5 void-breaking realm foreign beasts launched attacks at him in succession. His chi and blood armor was perverse, but it couldn't hold up to the rounds of foreign beasts that were 2 realms higher than him. If it wasn't for the excellent defense of the chi and blood armor, and his own self-healing ability was also very powerful, Lu Chuan was afraid that his injuries would be even more serious than Ma Delong. But this is never going to work. With this number of men alone, they won't be able to hold out for long. Rumble. Just as the situation was precarious, the roaring sound of a supercharged chariot finally came from the end of the sky. The students looked up and all of them were refreshed and had smiles of joy after the robbery. Their reinforcements arrived. Kill, kill, kill. Heavily armed and in full formation, the northern border guards came streaking in from all directions. From a distance, like a torrent of black steel. They quickly launched a counter-encirclement against the alien army. Seeing the situation, the fox-eared woman could only abandon the battle and decisively gave the order to break out. She had expected this outcome. The reason why they delayed withdrawing was that they wanted to desperately pay some price, but they also wanted to completely bury this group of human students here. It's just a shame that she's still missing the boat. 6 void-breaking realm Fey beasts froze and were slow to take down a brat of the first level of the Sea Pioneer realm. Even got a counterkill. Where could she argue with that? One can only bite the bullet and admit it. Sure. As the fox-eared woman, grabbing a snowy owl, withdrew towards the sky above, her spiteful gaze still traveled through the crowd and landed straight on Lu Chan, this human kid. She had memorized it thoroughly. In the future, but whenever there was an opportunity, she would make this guy who had ruined her plans pay the most painful price. That's a pretty fast run. Lu dusted toward the lone-eared woman above the firmament and calmly compared a middle finger. This lone Earl Nyang's fighting ability was actually not strong, a hallowed domain realm, yet even a peak void-breaking realm Madalong was slow to take down. How could Lu Chun be afraid of her? Look at the stance. She's an intellectual leader at best. If he just wanted to hide behind his back and make underhanded moves, Lu Chuan wasn't particularly afraid. The human race is weak. Whether it was high-end battle power or low-end numbers, it was far inferior to the extraterrestrial alien race. Why hasn't it been taken down in 10 years? But it is not by the old ancestors handed down the few books of military tactics and strategies, which barely maintained the situation it's really going to be a dirty trick. It's not certain who's playing who. As the high-end battle forces of the foreign race, one after another, withdrew from the battlefield, the beast tide that the foreign race army had organized with great fanfare was officially declared to have collapsed. Under the joint siege of the superpower chariots and the northern border guards, the entire Thunder Mountain was reduced to a slaughterhouse. Pity. For the Fae, the last thing they lacked was low-grade Fae beasts. Failed to leave that lone-ear woman. For Lu Dust, the results of this battle, in fact, is that, though the results were not satisfactory, but he had at least changed the tragedy of history and saved thousands of human celestials. Think of it this way. It's kind of a big win. Brat. About half an hour later, Zhou Haifeng, who was covered in murderous aura and had blood stains all over his face, then carried a long sword and arrived in front of Lu Chuan in a windy manner. Can't you be honest? How come everywhere you go, you have to give me a new trick? Zhou Haifeng implicitly glanced at Ma Dalong, put away his long sword and continued to reprimand. Though, you saved 3,126 students of Matsadai this time. The Battle of the 3 Crossings of Thunder Mountain also really hit home the level of our teaching at WOU. But when it comes to this kind of thing in the future, you can't risk your life so easily. You are a student, certain people are teachers. Where is there a teacher who needs a student to lay down his life to save him? Spread the word and make people laugh. Hard. Ma Dalong, who was silent on the side, had those fists completely hardened. Half a day later, only then did he raise his head and open his mouth in an unpleasant series of classic monkey telegraphic tones. You X'd up Zhou Haifeng. Look at you, you look like that, and you're pretending that you're X'd up? I'm going to X your X's. Looking at the broken defense, Ma Dalong rolled up his sleeves and was about to play with Zhou Haifeng. Su Zhoushan on the side could only hurriedly pull him to the side. Even Lu Chuan, somewhat speechless, blankly glanced at Zhou Haifeng. These teachers from the admissions office were considered archenemies. Caught in the act. It's just putting people over the fire, right? I don't think you've told my family, Qingyan, about what happened here, have you? Lu Chun suddenly thought of something and immediately cast a scrutinizing look towards Zhou Haifeng.
No.
That's a point of separation. I still have it. Zhou Haifeng shook his head. After this period of time, he had basically figured out Lu Chen's character as well. This kid is not afraid of the sky, not afraid of the earth, so I guess only Su Qingyan can hold him for a bit. The young couple is so in love. He was also afraid that Su Qingyan would act impulsively regardless when she knew that Lu Chun was in danger, causing him to end up unable to finish the job. Think about it. Being a college counselor for these two is actually quite helpless at times. This battle, the entire Thundering Mountain was emptied of a large portion of foreign beasts by the border guards. Just cleaning up the battlefield. It just took almost 2 hours to clean. Director Zhou, Mr. Ma, since the matter has come to an end, you guys should go back first. I have some unfinished business here, so I won't be traveling with you. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Dust also found a suitable moment to cuddle and bid farewell towards Zhou Haifeng and Ma Dalong. Just now, that wonderful sensation came back, and he had sensed the general direction, which made him no longer have the heart to linger on. Brat, are you crazy? Zhou Haifeng frowned slightly and said, the battle has only just ended here. If you stay, you will easily encounter danger.
No.
This time, the fey beasts of Thundering Mountain are greatly injured, and for a short period of time, it will only be more convenient for me to act covertly. Not talking to you. Nosy. Making like a butler. Lu Dust waved his hand. He quickly disappeared into the vast snow. Ugh. This kid is good at everything, but he doesn't listen to greetings. I'm really envious of you, Mr. Ma. I see this disciple of yours, but he's very respectful to you. Zhou Haifeng shook his head and sighed lightly. But this look, this tone of voice, fell in Ma Dalong's eyes, but it was particularly harsh. Though knowing what he said this time, odds are it was from the bottom of his lungs. But somehow, he still wants to kick his ass. Chapter 73. Little Lolita, Mr. Ma. Speaking of which, there must be some reason why you guys took so many students out for training this time and didn't even participate in the 4 schools meeting martial arts, right? After sending off Lu Duan, Zhou Haifeng also talked about business. Ugh. Let's blame our school's senior management for this one. A lapse in judgment. Actually, we were planning to go back and compete before the 4 schools martial arts started. But just as we were about to leave, it was when we realized that there was a blue stream of light that suddenly fell from above the firmament and smashed into the vicinity of Thundering Mountain. In order to explore this secret, the principal weighed his options before deciding to forego this session of the kaiju. Anyway, we, Song University and Wu University, have been at the bottom of the list all these years, and you, Wu University, have produced a Xiaolon, so what does it matter if we participate in this term or not? It would be better to let the students explore it, in case it's a chance it would be good for us. Martyron mused slightly. Instead, he no longer hid it, and gave a truthful account of what had happened. Unfortunately, I've taken my students, explored for so long, and still found nothing, so perhaps the stream of light was just some sort of supernatural reaction. So it is. Zhou Haifeng nodded slightly, his expression inexplicable. I'm afraid it's not just for this reason that you don't send out a true heavenly pride to participate in the tournament. Is it? Ha ha. I guess I can't hide it from you after all. As you suspected, the nature of the kaiju is now completely tainted. This time, the principal is probably also trying to take this opportunity to express his dissatisfaction to the top. Ma Dalong said with a snort. Still, congratulations to you, Wushu University, for successfully taking first place in this session of the Kaiwu. Ah! The two smiled at each other and said no more. There are some things that can't be changed by little people like them. So both of them, with a tacit understanding, ended the latter topic and along with the border guards, returned to the Yanmen Pass. As for the departing Lu Dust, at this point in his life, already on foot, he had hiked over several snow-covered mountains and arrived in the icy Great Rift Valley behind the Thundering Mountains. He was sure of it. That marvelous sensation that occasionally appeared came from this place. Pitiful. It's such a big place. It would take me a year to find it all. Lu Chuan walked on top of the white snow, silence behind him. Only his footprints along the way. This ice rift. It was more than 10 times more vast than the Dragon Mound Grand Canyon that Lu Chuan had seen before. If that induction doesn't come back, it was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack for him to find the thing that had summoned him. I don't think it's the innate thunder seed, is it? After all, previously, he had never had any special senses for the innate thunder seed. It's close at best. It's just a matter of being able to perceive that familiar environment. What the hell is it? Lu Dust was wandering aimlessly while speculating in his heart. The previous battle at Thundering Mountain resulted in many foreign beasts losing their lives as a result. So he's come all this way. There was no danger. There it is again. On the left. Good on. Perhaps it was because Lu Chuan was getting closer and closer that sensation, too, came more and more frequently. Lu Dust followed the guidance and traveled forward. Finally, at the bottom of an unobtrusive hill, it stopped there. This should be the right place. Lu Chuan carefully surveyed his surroundings and realized that this place didn't seem to be any different from the other snowy mountains. But he was sure he wasn't in the wrong place. Does that mean buried in the ground? After hesitating slightly for a moment, Lu Chuan decided to trust that sense and began to plow a hole in the same spot. If Ma Dalong was here, I'm afraid it would be hard to avoid sighing again. The thing about chance. Almost as good as picking up money. If it's yours, it's yours. It's not yours. Even if you've passed by him countless times, you won't notice. Lu Dust plowed the pit quickly. After summoning the Qi blood armor, his speed became even faster. A few punches slammed down. Right there on the snowy ground, a 10-meter deep giant crater was smashed out hard. As the snow on the ground was smashed flat by him, a cavern, hung with ice spikes, came into his eyes. Hiding here, Lu Chuan grinned, and immediately took a step towards the hole and carefully explored it. Have to say, nature's handiwork is truly spooky. This cavern was filled with sparkling ice crystals, which instantly gave Lu Chuan the illusion of falling into a dreamy ice castle.
No Thunder Arc.
Lu Dust was vaguely disappointed, because in this place, there was no sign of any lightning at all. But, since we're all here, he was definitely trying to figure out what the hell was going on with that induction. Go into the deepest part. Lu Chuan finally spotted a small black shadow behind a large ice crystal. This made Lu Chun instantly alert. Who's there? Lu Chun casually summoned the royal thunder-breaking halberd, and the Qi and blood armor also instantly covered his entire body. Yet the next second, he was still raging, but suddenly he froze in place stupidly, only to see behind the large ice crystal, slowly poking out half of a tiny head, like that cute emoji who was secretly observing. Yeah. After confirming the eyes, that small figure instantly revealed a resigned expression, and then stepped away from the small short legs, humming and puffing pounced to the feet of Lu Dust, directly embraced his thighs. What? Lu Chuan's gaze froze in place as he slowly began to doubt life. After the little thing ran out, Lu Chuan then already saw her appearance. A small blue-haired loli of about only 5 or 6 years old. Her large, watery eyes, also blue, were as clear and flawless as amber. Bun face, baby fat. At the moment, she was raising her head, her big innocent eyes, looking up at Lu Duan without blinking like that. Wow. Fluttering eyes JDP. Ludum admitted that he had fallen. This little guy, just like a delicate porcelain doll in general, so that people cannot help, will rise a protective desire. The point is, this little loli made him feel very kind, with a kind of wonderful feeling of one lineage. Could it be blood? If that's true, then the first thing you have to do is exclude yourself. After all, he's still a fledgling. Now that we have ruled ourselves out, the truth obviously leaves only one. Heh, good for you, thick-browed Lu Shui. I've always seen you as an honest person. Is it possible that you've really done something like this behind mom's back? Puppy cuddle. When the little loli saw that Lu Chuan hadn't made a move, her expression suddenly became even more aggravated, and she hurriedly tried her best to open her 2 little hands, wanting to get Lu Chuan's attention. Huh? Lu Dust instantly petrified. Heaven and earth. It's really none of his business.
Plus.
It's not normal for a strange little kid to appear out of nowhere under this freezing weather. Is it? As for whether or not this little thing was in danger, this was something Lu Chuan wasn't too worried about. He could clearly feel that this little loli didn't have any malice towards him. Instead, she was still full of intimacy and dependence. But no matter how one thinks about it, it's all a bit unscientific. Lu Dust gently picked up the little loli. CPU has completely dry burned. This little thing. Why would you be telepathic with yourself? And how did she survive in a place like this? There's too much doubt. Lu Chuan was naturally desperate, wanting to figure out the situation. He doesn't want to be a happy father. Chapter 74. Su Qingyan confused. Little tits, be honest. In the endless snow, Lu Duan moved slowly in the direction of Yanmen Pass with a black face. Side up, the little blue-haired loli, like a porcelain doll, was riding on his neck, scratching his hair with impunity. This little loli doesn't know what she's asking. Just know the milky voice to be hugged. Lu Dust, under all the helplessness, can only first take her away and wait for the future to slowly investigate. Lori is still pretty cute. With a soft and sticky voice and a meatbag face, Lu Duan simply gave her a nickname. How can we explain this back there? Ludum was distressed. He didn't even dare to imagine what Su Qingyan's reaction would be when she saw the little milk bag, that it was an abandoned baby he picked up from a cave on a freezing night. Please, that's an old-fashioned plot, and that's not how novels are written in the technological age anymore, is it? Who'd believe it? I told you to stop scratching your hair. Woohoo. Ugh. Catch it. Lu Duan resigned himself to his fate. The feeling that this little lowly brought him was very special, as if she had a great connection with his own destiny, as it were. The bottom line is this. He could completely sense the various emotions of Lori, happy, aggrieved, or bewildered, etc. It's a bit of a hell of a thing to be true. I wonder if this little guy is like himself? Forget it. Big deal. Go back and talk it over with your little cohort and consider it an adoption. Wudong University, a cluster of villas around the mountain. Lu Dust stood silently in the corner of the doorway like a child who had made a mistake. Su Qingyan, on the other hand, sat on the sofa with an expressionless face, her gaze falling on Lu Duan for a while, and then on the little lowly who was hugging Lu Duan's pants leg and refusing to let go. Brother Lu Chen, the last time you went out, you, inexplicably, attracted a Xialan. Okay, you're doing it to save lives, I won't say anything, but it turns out you're good. The second time you go out, you bring me a kid straight back? Ha! Brother Lu Chuan can really surprise me. I just don't know what Brother Lu Chen plans to bring back with him the next time he goes out. After a long silence, Su Qingyan finally managed to speak. Opening his mouth was a bludgeon, causing Lu Chuan's heart. He couldn't help but feel a little weak. But it's true that the little table is right, too. He couldn't explain to Su Qingyan that this little brat was a bit special, as if he had a strange bond with him. So he could only honestly admit his mistake. Qingyan, I promise there won't be a next time. If there's a next time, let me be struck by heavenly thunder. Ha! Brother Lu Chuan, you've changed. Now you've learned to even eat. Hey? Lu Chen was first stunned, then immediately reacted. Nice guy. It does seem like it would be kind of an alternative reward for him if it really is a heavenly beating. Looks like another blind spot has been found.
No Qingyan.
I didn't mean that, I just… Oops. Effed. Looking at Lu Dust's inability to defend himself, Su Qingyan suddenly spread a smile, then somewhat playfully winked at Lu Dust and said, Brother Lu Dust, did I act well? Doesn't it give you the feeling that you're going to go home and get caught with your wife's pigtails? Hey, you're not mad. Lu Dust was dumbfounded. What am I mad about? Su Qingyan walked to Lu Chen's side, looked at him tenderly and said, I believe what you said. No. Picking up kids on a snowy day or something. You believe that kind of stuff? Lu Dust was surprised and moved. I thought something like this heavenly thing. Brother Lu Chen. Su Qingyan stretched out her finger and gently pressed it against Lu Chen's thin lips. I will always believe in you. Unconditionally. Believe in you. Tilting the face. Lu Chuan admitted that he was aroused, and immediately swept Su Qingyan into his arms. That feeling of being trusted unconditionally. That's so nice. It's okay, Brother Lu Duan. Let's just pretend we've adopted a child. And besides, this little guy, he's really quite a crowd pleaser. Su Qingyan's words just fell. The little milk bag is milk fierce. A bite in her calf above. Hiss. Lu Chan and Su Qingyan Chi lowered their heads in surprise. And the next second, Lu Chan was black-faced, grabbed the back of the little milk bag's collar, and directly lifted her up. Who taught you to bite? Woo. Woo woo woo. As soon as Lu Chuan got angry, the little milk bag suddenly cried in aggravation again. Although she can't talk yet. But Lu Chuan probably knew why she suddenly bit Su Qingyan. Because according to the feeling transmitted to him by telepathy, this little thing should be competing for favor. You remember that. Qingyan and I are true love, you little thing. At best it's an accident. If you still dare to bite, I'll throw you out, do you understand? Woohoo! The little toddler cried harder. Telepathy told Lu Chuan, this little thing, at this moment, the emotion, as if the sky is falling. Lu Chun looked helplessly at Su Qingyan. He's really inexperienced with kids. I'm fine, children. Su Qingyan helplessly glanced at Lu Chun. What do you think you're scaring her for? Go on. Let your mommy hold it. Lu Chuan wanted to give the little milk bag to Su Qingyan, but unfortunately Su Qingyan's hand had only just touched her, and she seemed to blow up and frantically drilled into Lu Chuan's arms. Forget it. It's normal for kids to be afraid of life, so she should be fine once she gets used to it. Su Qingyan withdrew her hand and smiled understandingly at Lu Chan and said, looking at the little milk bag's two little hands, including the two little short legs, were hanging on the top of his arm. Lu Chun lifted his head lifelessly and couldn't help but twitch up to the sky. Sins! Well. Su Qingyan kissed Lu Chen's cheek as if she was comforting. I'll go cook. This little one looks to be 4 or 5 years old. She should be weaned. I'll boil some porridge for her. Well, tell me, we're not even married yet, but we're raising a child first. Lu Chun cast Su Qingyan an apologetic look. After all, this kind of thing was indeed a bit difficult for her. That's okay. Think of it as early experience. Su Qingyan said there was no harm in it. But soon, she then laughed a little. Brother Lu Chun, are you sure she really isn't your child? Looking at Lu Duan holding a big bowl, the little milk bag holding a small bowl, the two together 3 minutes to show off a big pot of skinny egg congee in the same style of eating. Su Qingyan was a little hesitant. This? Why don't I call my dad back and ask? Lu Dust was also confused. What in heaven's name could be so coincidental? Does it say? With a flash of light in his head, Lu Chuan finally realized something. This little thing couldn't have anything to do with the void, could it? The more Lu Chuan thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible, and his thoughts became clearer and clearer. If that's true, then everything before that seems to make sense. P.S. Oops, Mom, I'm out of my league. Thank you to Qing Shen Mo Yun. Not sure if it's a little brother or a little sister for sending out the pop-up flowers. Thanks to Which City's Zokang Little Brother for the reminder charm and inspiration capsule. Also thanks to the brothers who silently swiped the brush for love. I even saw some brothers swipe 3 at a time. Really, thank you so much. The author has never received such a large reward in his life. I was so happy I couldn't find my way out. The cold is better. The reason I haven't popped in the last few days is because I'm working on a new book and want to double up on it. Feels like the new book should be pretty good. Of course, the main focus is still on this book, which has long been conceived. Brothers, do not worry about reading just. I'll post the new book in a couple days and see if people like it first. Chapter 75. Establishment of an Organization. Villa Ring Hill. After Lu Chuan and Su Qingyan had lived 2 days of chicken and dog life with their children, the family also welcomed a few guests one after another. Xiaolan, Chen Yuan, as well as Li Changfeng and Xiao Xuani, Lu Chun had basically invited all the friends he had made during this period of time. Both of you? The kids are this old? Li Changfeng, who was the first to enter the door, raised his eyebrows and looked at the little blue-haired loli that hugged Lu Chuan's pants leg, causing him to walk with only a limp, and he couldn't help but fall into a deep thought. It's a long story. Lu Chun greeted the 2 men as they took their seats, and his gaze fell on the gift box that Li Changfeng was carrying in his hands. All of them are some specialties of Wudong Mountain. First time at the door, as a token of appreciation. Li Changfeng placed the gift box behind the coffee table and sat on the sofa to chat with Lu Dust. Xiao Xuani, on the other hand, was instantly attracted to the attention of the cute little milk bag and squatted on the ground for a good amount of teasing. Soon, the dusty Summerlander also entered. Behind her, there is also followed by a hands in the pocket, always look cool tugging dead people face Chen Yuan, and Chen Yuan before deliberately introduced to Lu Dust, the somewhat shy little follower Suno. Little Dusty, calling so many people over. Are you planning to set off your pole and take over the mountain? Xiaolan was not as polite as Li Changfeng. Self-consciously, he took a seat on the couch, and in passing, he crossed his legs comfortably. A few days ago, I already broke through the God condensation realm, and this time I came over just in time to challenge you. Chen Yuan didn't sit down. He just leaned his back on the position on the edge of the sofa and looked at Lu Chun with a warlike intent. The matter of cutting and sparring will be discussed afterward. Today, I invited you all over. Indeed, I want to work with you on a great matter. Lu Dust smiled gently. His main purpose for coming back this time was to put the hunting organization on the agenda. For the next long period of time, he would need to go outside to search for the innate thunder seed. Su Qingyan was gifted as a leader, so it would be better to find something for her to do, so that she wouldn't have to stay at home alone and be lonely. Oh, you're really planning to rebel, aren't you? Xiaolan instantly became interested. Just the few of us? In that case, I feel like I have no chance of winning. You're a ing rebel, aren't you? Lu Chun glanced at Xiaolan rather breathlessly. Why is your mind full of messy ideas? Thought there could be something exciting. Xiaolan slightly bristled, losing interest. This child, whose family is it? My family. Xiaolan, who was about to take a sip of tea, had only asked casually. But after hearing Lu Chen's affirmative answer, she still couldn't help but spray out, You, your family? Yours and Su Lin's? Right? Lu Chun also got up the idea of teasing Xiaolan, and deliberately said vaguely, What's wrong? What's wrong? Holy, you're an animal. She looks like she's 4 or 5 years old. Doesn't she? How old is a tall, cold girl? Does that mean you're 14 years old? Stop, stop, stop. Lu Chuan hurriedly stopped Xiaolan's explosive speech. Just kidding. Picked up in the snow. Old lady hammers you to death. Xiaolan raised her hand and was about to fight with Lu Chuan, but as a result, Su Qingyan, who was carrying dishes out of the kitchen, only glanced at her faintly, and she snapped her hand back. This elementary school girl is not to be messed with. She holds a grudge. It's better to tighten up. Brother Lu Chen, the food is served. Anyone else? Su Qingyan sat down next to Lu Duan with a light smile, all in the image of a good wife and mother. 2 more, I think. Lu Dust looked towards the door, not quite sure if Su Zhoushan, who was far away in Songda, would come. Huh. Am I late to the party? Well, in the next second, a burly figure, carrying a large bag of gifts, appeared at the entrance of the villa. Next to him, she also followed that northeastern woman who had a meeting with Lu Chuan. I think her name was Dancing Butterfly? Not late, just right. Lu Dust got up to welcome them and greeted the 2 of them as they sat down. Then it was from the refrigerator that he took out the 2 cases of spirit wine that he had gone to the resource depot yesterday and spent a large sum of money on. Let's talk about it while we eat. Lu Chen poured drinks for several people one after another. Unsurprisingly, these people at the table were the backbone of his future power. You mean you're planning to start an organization similar to the Hunters League? After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was a little tipsy from the alcohol. Xiaolan was the first to speak, chatting about the idea that Lu Chen had just presented to the crowd. Wouldn't it be a bit superfluous? The Hunters Alliance itself is one of the 4 major forces of the human race, so it doesn't seem to make sense for us to get another one, does it?
No.
Lu Chen shook his head slightly. Although I don't know how to explain it to you, the current human race is not so harmonious as we see on the surface. You'll be graduating soon, and you should all be sent out on your own in the future. Instead of fighting with the older generation for power, it would be better for us to create an emerging force of our own, at least to ensure that we don't have to get involved in the vortex of power. Isn't that good? Boss. No, boss. Although your offer sounds pretty good, we don't have any money. What's the point of enlisting people without money? Xiao Xianyi hit the nail on the head. We don't need that many people. Let's take the elite route. Any of our members either have outstanding talent, such as SS rank or above, or have some special ability. I got it. It's like in the Dragon King novels, that kind of war god temple full of fierce men, right? You want to be the Dragon King. The drunken Li Chongfeng came to a realization and looked at Lu Chuan with some contempt. And if I'm not wrong, you even want to be a shirker? Oh, and… Stop, stop, stop. Lu Chun stopped Li Chongfeng with some headache. That's probably what it means. Let's just take precautions. And besides, it makes sense for you kids to work for me when you're on my payroll, right? I see that you're quite good at math, so you'll be our wise counselor from now on. Qingyan, when I'm not around, just give him any hard labor to do. No need to be polite. Exploit him ruthlessly. Let him experience the evils of capitalists. Sage, I haven't said yes yet. I want to resign. Li Chongfeng drank a bit of wine, a bit on the head, and immediately expressed a strong protest. No need to resign. Use his money, do our business, and then unite against him. Chen Yuan hiccuped and patted Li Chongfeng's shoulder, tugging coolly. Oh, expand on that. Li Chongfeng came on the spot, and even Su Zhoushan came over, muttering something about counting him in. Lu Dust looked on, not minding. The heart recoiled. He knew that a few people were using the joke as a way to quickly close the gap and actually accept his offer. Xiaolan, who had also drunk quite a lot, was drunk and stated that she didn't want to be pressed head and shoulders above the high and cold sister. So if she was going to join, she had to be the deputy hall master and the female dragon king. Lu Dust readily agreed. And so it was. A future mighty superpower of the 8 wastelands was officially born in the mouths of a few young men with alcohol on their heads. Chapter 76. Hardcore baby wearing. A feast of wine and guests. After sending off a few friends, the slightly intoxicated Lu Dust also sat paralyzed on top of the sofa, thinking about the next plan. The forces have been set up. The crowd unanimously passed Su Qingyan's proposal to name this force Remnant, and rejected Xiaolan's request to name it Dragon King Hall. Next, Ludum could go out with confidence. He didn't know how long he was going to be gone, which is why he decided to lay it out ahead of time. In a previous life, After the descent of the mountain and sea, many forces were explicit and ambiguous, causing the human race to be in chaos for a long time. He didn't want such a thing to happen again, but with just him alone, he was afraid that it would be hard to change the general situation. As it is, then, as much as possible, the freshman force will slowly coalesce. In addition to targeting the Fae, he also had to build a sword of warning that would hang over the heads of certain obscure human executives. He doesn't like trouble. Not much interest in being a leader either. But something had to be done, and the human race had long been in need of a major cleansing. Wash away the internal rot in order to truly be the same enemy, otherwise do not even have to wait until the void invasion those mountain and sea alien race will be able to beat the human race to defeat. He could not possibly look at Xiaolan again, one person and one sword, to guard Shaman Pass, and finally died tragically by 10,000 swords through the heart. Live again. If he was still going to let this happen, then what was the point of him coming back? Brother Lu Chen, although I don't know why you suddenly want to create forces, but as long as it's what you want to do, I will fully support you. Su Qingyan, who had cleaned up the house, softly sat beside Lu Chen and leaned his head gently against his chest. Just go out without worrying. I'll take care of everything. Looking at Su Qingyan, who suddenly had more motivation, Lu Chen was also secretly glad for his decision. Waiting is lonely. He didn't want Su Qingyan to stay at home every day, waiting for him to come back in solitude. Developing power would, to a large extent, distract her. It's a 1-2 punch. However, this blind trust and support from Su Qingyan still touched Lu Chen. He didn't say anything, only shifted his gaze, slowly, to Su Qingyan. Today it seems to have been deliberately dressed up. The little white lace skirt with the ascetic white stockings, coupled with the cool and stunning face, was simply like an ascetic ceiling. On the side, she had been drinking a bit more. The flushed face, the soft eyes, and the faint haze of seeming intoxication were all provoking Lu Duan's heartstrings. Without realizing it, Lu Chen then looked a bit mesmerized. Gulp. Someone gulped unproductively. The dishonest hand, also unconsciously, fell on top of Su Qingyan's smooth and white thighs. Su Qingyan's delicate body trembled slightly, burying her head in Lu Chen's arms without saying a word, sort of a tacit approval of his behavior. And so, Lu Chen also became more reckless. Don't avoid me, little cohort. With his other hand, he lifted Su Qingyan's pretty face and leaned in for a kiss, his gaze blazing. His kissing skills, now, had improved significantly, easily prying open Su Qingyan's white teeth, greedily sucking on the tender and smooth tongue in his sweetheart's mouth. Su Qingyan, on the other hand, was half squinting her eyes, shy and green in response, her long eyelashes fluttering. Seductive and feminine, a sense of charming atmosphere gradually filled the entire hall. If not for a certain little loli, who suddenly plopped down on the edge of the sofa and stuck out half of her little head, showing the two of them a darkly observant innocent expression packet. No teaching the children. Su Qingyan slightly sobered up a few points, and immediately pushed Lu Chen away, picked up the little milk bag and ran up to the second floor. Sins. Only after a long time did the voice of Lu Dust's furious roar come from downstairs. Good on. Someone's cheek is deep enough. While Su Qingyan and the little loli were sitting on the bed wide-eyed because of the sleep fight, Lu Duan had already opened the door to his room and shamelessly came up. The big and small turned their heads at the same time, both looking at someone with a resigned face. Su Qingyan. See, this little thing just won't sleep. Why don't you come and coax me? Little milk bag. See, this bad sister insisted me to sleep. Why don't you come and coax me? Ahem. Excuse me. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Lu Chen turned around and wanted to run away. Yet the next second, a large palm and a small palm were the ones that pulled his left and right hands respectively. The meaning of both was clear. Who do you want first? Cough. It's all right, Qingyan. Leave it to me. This of course doesn't need to be an option. Lu Chuan lifted his hand and threw the little milk bag off the bed. Done. Sleep. After these 2 days together, he had long since discovered that the little milk bag's physique was extremely strong, and it was even better at demolishing homes. Don't talk about falling like this. Even if she was thrown straight down from the second floor, she would never have any problems, and might even smile and think that Lu Chen was playing with her. So Lu Dust's style of bringing up children is also gradually becoming somewhat hardcore. Fruity.
小奶包咿呀咿呀地爬上了床，似乎还想让陆晨再丢他一次。
You stop it. It's a little kid after all. Why do you keep bullying people like that? Su Qingyan's motherly love overflowed, sced a strange blank look at Lu Chuan, and re-carried the little milk bag into her arms. Pity. The little toddler struggled haphazardly and didn't appreciate it. Instead, Lu Chuan had abused her 1,000 times, and she treated him like her first love. This filled Su Qingyan with a sense of powerlessness, so he simply let go of her and turned around to smother his head and sleep. This little thing, just like brother Lu Chun, was an incomprehensible freak. On the subject of how to put a child to bed. If it was before, Lu Chuan might have been clueless, but now he was filled with confidence. With children, Lu Duan was still very good at it. Boom! Just by raising his hand, he summoned a large 4-square tripod and directly pressed it onto the little milk bag. It was a crib that he had specially prepared for his little milk bag when he had gone to the resource library to buy wine. Almost a couple £100. The results were surprisingly good. You see such a pressure, the little milk bag suddenly did not move, just excitedly waving the little hand, and occasionally will reveal the little tiger teeth to bite a bite. How happy Qingyan. Let's continue? After taking care of the little milk bag, Lu Chuan quickly burrowed inside the quilt and hugged Su Qingyan's hot and delicate body from behind. Stop it, the baby's still up. Su Qingyan's weak voice came out from under the covers. It's okay, she can't see. It's true that the little toddler can't see, but she can hear. It's 2 days down. She made a habit of it, too. Lu does every time after taking out the little milk bag's exclusive crib. She will put up her ears, secretly listening to the rustling movement in the quilt, as well as between the little couple. Those unspoken love words. Listen, listen, listen. She also slowly fell asleep as if she were listening to a bedtime story. Chapter 77. The Zhao family's doorstep. The next day, Lu Dust woke up early. Looking at his beloved who was curled up in his arms and sleeping peacefully, a strong reluctance flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly covered by a touch of determination. I'm sorry, Qingyan. What I did was not to guard the human race to be some kind of savior. In this life, I just want to guard you and be your one and only gaijin. Lu Chuan gently dropped a kiss on Su Qingyan's smooth forehead, and then resolutely picked up the little milk bag that was still murmuring, and gently walked out of the bedroom. He didn't notice. The moment he closed the door, Su Qingyan's long eyelashes seemed to flutter slightly, like a touching episode of a TV show. Su Qingyan had also watched some romantic dramas. She couldn't figure out before why the hero was pretending to be asleep every time the hero was talking about love and saying goodbye to leave. But now, she finally got it. It's not a coincidence. It's knowing that the man you love, the next day, is going to be far away. Who would actually sleep? President's office. Several old men with strong auras were staring at Headmaster Zhang Yuqian with unfavorable gazes. Principal Yung. Today, I, Zhou Changming, have taken the liberty of visiting, and only wish to seek justice for my son, Zhou Li. The leading middle-aged man, who bore an 8-point resemblance to that Zhou Li who had been slaughtered by Lu Chuan, had a ferocious face and beady eyes, in which there flickered an unconcealable murderous intent and fury. The matter has been investigated and the evidence is before you. Now the witnesses are all there. If you guys still want to take sides with that student named Lu Chuan, then my Zhou family, too, is not so easy to bully. Zhou Changming opened his mouth in a cold voice, his 2 irregular eyebrows vaguely shaking. The man was quite rare with broken eyebrows. Paired with his Sellsworthy face, it added a bit more of a ferocious aura. I say, Master Zhou, have you really investigated the matter clearly? That young master of your family, pestering someone's girlfriend for no reason is just fine. Afterwards, he even went so far as to enlist a group of fighters in the Dragon Mound Grand Canyon to try to brutalize my Wushu University students, and as a result of his own indomitability, he was killed in turn. I'm ashamed of you for such a shameful thing. You Zhou family still have the face to come to my Wu University to cause trouble? Zhang Yuqian laughed coldly and spoke. I think you've been living a good life for a long time, and you really think that no one can rule you in my Chinese race, right? Seeing Zhang Yuqian suddenly slamming the table, he did not give him the ancient martial Zhou family the slightest bit of face. Zhou Changming's complexion, too, grew more and more gloomy. Headmaster Zhang, even if my son is at fault, it's not a crime punishable by death. My Zhou family will temper it. Now he's dead. It's fine if you're hell-bent on handing over that student. You can't stop the person my Zhou family wants to capture. After knowing Zhang Youqian's tough attitude, Zhou Changming had no intention of continuing to negotiate with him. The heir is dead. If his Zhou family didn't do anything at all, more heirs would die in the future. There's no way Zhang Yuqian doesn't know, but he still wanted to protect that student. How could Zhou Changming not be angry? His Zhou family at least has a Rongdao realm powerhouse sitting in the town, defending the borders for the human race, and has made countless achievements, the privileges of the lineage, that is the forefathers to take their lives and wrestle out. The descendants of their lineage families just have to enjoy privileges, they just have to be superior. Otherwise, who would be willing to work for the human race? This is the major powers, see through the unspoken rules. Even at the top, it also acquiesced to this privilege of the lineage, and what qualifications did he, Zhang Yuqian, have to provoke this rule? Be my guest, Master Zhou. Zhang Yuqian wasn't the least bit flustered, and even calmly sipped his tea. In short, within the confines of Wu University, you can't take him away. Get out of WU and toss it around all you want. Hearing Zhang Yuqian's words, Zhou Changming's expression slightly slowed down, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong somewhere. If Zhang Yuqian just didn't want to take the blame and bail out that student within the confines of Wuhan University, he naturally wouldn't take the blame. However, Zhang Yuqian's back and forth attitude was obviously not very consistent, which made him quite puzzled inwardly. It's hard not to. He's sure my family can't get that student? What a joke. Just a moment's hesitation, Zhou Changming, who had long been overcome by anger, walked out of the principal's office with a cold face. My own son was killed. He, as a father, naturally wanted to take revenge. He couldn't wait to skin Lu Chuan. So how could he easily give up? Since Zhang Yuqian has made his cards clear. He also didn't intend to really cross paths with WU. The four great schools were intricately intertwined, and peaches and plums were all over the world. Even though they never participated in the internal struggles of the human race, they were not something that a mere Zhou family could bring down. All the families united, but there is still this possibility, forcing the hand will only make a fool of himself. So he decided to send someone to squat outside the campus to guard Lu Chuan. Unless this kid never left WU for the rest of his life, he would never be able to escape from his grasp. Lu Dust naturally had no knowledge of what was happening in the principal's office. At this point in his life, already following the two of them, Li Changfeng and Xiao Xuani, they arrived at the foot of Wudong Mountain. Brother Lu, you'll be on your own in a while. I have 7 masters and they already know about you, forcing me to recognize you as my boss. During the climb, Li Changfeng flashed an impish smile towards Lu Chun. He was unable to beat Lu Chun, but it doesn't matter. He's got a tough backstage. If the 7 masters show their hands later, they'll make this black-hearted guy suffer a lot in minutes. It's a relief to think about it. It seems that you still can't practice enough. Lu Chun patted Li Changfeng's shoulder and said with a calm smile, "How about we make a bet? No fight." Li Changfeng shook his head like a broken drum. I won't fall for the same trick twice. When he thought that he had been fooled into making a bet by Lu Chuan, and now, in a blur, he had become a member of the Remnant gang, he hated it a little. This guy is definitely his nemesis. Think about it. Let's bet on how your several masters treat me. How about it? Lu Chun refused to give up and followed the instructions. How? Li Changfeng thought of the character of several masters. His heart was slightly settled for a few points. This guy can understand his own masters as well as himself? What a joke. Still, after taking a loss once, he was wary of not saying anything to death. Let's just bet that when they see me in a while, not only will they not try to make things difficult for me, but instead they'll treat me as a guest of honor and give you their full support to hang out with me. What do you say? No way. A few other masters dare not say, my third master has the best face. Valuing Wudong's honor more than anything else, he'll definitely try whatever ingredients you have. After all, I'm at least a candidate to be the next head of Wudong Mountain. You think anyone is qualified to be my boss? However, although my third master's character is fiery, he's actually not a bad person. So if he goes overboard in a while, Brother Lu, just give me face, but don't take him to task. Li Changfeng slightly bristled. His identity was very sensitive, and the reason why he was reminding Lu Chen now was also because he was worried that the fiery-tempered third master would give Lu Chen a hard time, thus causing him to be dissatisfied. Of course, the reason why he still dared to bring someone here was also because he was certain that the several masters would at most test Lu Chen and would not interfere too much with the contact between the two. He was taught his trigrams by the second master. What one can read the trigrams, the second master can of course read them too, though at the moment, it was completely impossible to see why this black-hearted, black-lunged guy would be his destined nobleman. but he always believed. One's own trigrams are never wrong. P.S. Brothers, take the day off. Possibly one shift. I'll send it out first, going to work on a bit of personal business. I'll do another chapter later if it's in time. If not, I'll be sure to make it up tomorrow. Chapter 78. The Lower Lot. I'm going home. Walking into the Taoist temple, Li Changfeng opened his hands and a contented smile appeared in his eyes. It's still good to be in the mountains. Eldest senior brother. Master knows that we have guests visiting today and specifically asked me to meet you here. They are already waiting in the backyard. The one who greeted Lu Chuan and the others was a white, chubby, and clean-cut little Taoist priest who looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Hey, I don't think you've had a very good time in elder brother's absence. Chang'an? Li Changfeng wrapped his arm around the white fat little Taoist's shoulders and threw him a look full of flirtation. Don't say it, senior. Once you and senior sister Xiao leave, the heavy responsibility of taking care of the several masters' food, clothing, and living will all fall on my head. The white fat little Taoist had a bitter face and an expression that screamed aggrieved. I can see that. The purple-robed Taoist masters of Wudong Mountain were usually supposed to be very amiable. It's all right, Chang'an. Senior sister will give you a head start. In a moment I'll go from one to the other and pull out all their beards. Xiao Xianyi also patted the white fat little Taoist's shoulder, then turned his head and pointed at Lu Chuan. Nah. Let me introduce, he's Lu Chuan. I told you on the phone before. Didn't your senior brother lose a bet? So the two of us, we decided to go down the mountain and hang out with him. Huh? Is there a paycheck? That's definitely there. This number. Xiao Xuanyi mysteriously stretched out a finger. This? So much. The white fat little Taoist froze in place, not daring to believe. I have to pick water 1,000 times a day, split firewood 1,000 times a day, and recite the scriptures 1,000 times a day before the master is willing to give me 300 pocket money. Ah, senior sister, why don't you take me one? Seeing the longing expression on the face of the fat white little Taoist priest, Lu Dust on the side couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. TSK, this disciple of Wudong Mountain. The days are full. That has to be. But you're underage and our gang, oh no, our team is not accepting child labor for now. Looking at the two of them muttering aside, Li Changfeng stroked his forehead for a while. But in the end he turned his head towards Lu Chan and helplessly introduced, "This is my senior brother, Ji Chang'an. No worries, no problems. One long life. It's a good name." Lu Dust nodded with a light smile. Between a few people chatting, they had already crossed several ancient attics and arrived at a backyard full of flowers and plants. Very few Wudong disciples were seen here, only a few old Taoist priests with uniform costumes. A few were sitting in front of the gazebo playing chess and drinking tea. There are a few more, put together a table of mahjong. The oldest one is cursing, obviously lost a lot. Lu Chun turned his head to look at Li Changfeng, and that expression carried a very obvious doubt and inquiry. Are these your masters? In the words of the Grandmaster, the footpath is also the path, and the card method is also the method, but by the looks of it, it's obvious that there are a lot of problems with the way he touched the cards today. Lu Dust was speechless. Self-drawn clear one color. A dragon on the bar? Senior brother Qingyan. You lost again. Not coming, not coming. Can't you see the guests are already here? No, the guests to not, you first open the money, you step horse and wanna renege on the bill, is not it? You fart. When have I ever reneged on a debt? Just as a few old Taoists were arguing, Xiao Xianyi simply crossed his arms and swept over with a warning look, and a few people instantly caved in. A few moments later, all of them put on an immortal demeanor and looked at Lu Chuan with a smile on their faces. Little friend Lu, welcome as a guest of Wudong Mountain. Poor Taoist Li Qingyuan is the current sect master of this Wudong Mountain, and several of us are Chongfeng's masters. Greetings to Taoist Master Qingyuan. Lu Chuan politely arched his hand, and then he placed some of the gifts he had bought from the school's resource pool on the card table in front of him. A small gift, no honor. I would like to burn incense in the Taoist temple, and I would like to ask the Taoist master to clear up my confusion. Sure, no problem. Li Qingyuan held a duster and smiled amiably. Divining numbers only even, tending to good fortune and avoiding misfortune. This second senior brother of mine, Li Qinglu, is the most skillful. Why don't we let him do a fortune-telling for little friend Lu? How about it? Then thank you, Taoist Qinglu. Lu Chuan followed Li Qingyuan's guidance and arched his hand once again towards the slender, triangular-eyed old Taoist priest with a black mole on his face at his side and said, "I wonder what little friend Lu wants to count? In laws, future, or not in the heart?" Li Qinglu didn't push back and reached out to invite Lu Chuan to a side pavilion and sat down face to face and said, "Feel free to do the math, Taoist." In his last life, Lu Chuan didn't believe in such arcane things as destiny at all, but after being reborn, he had a little bit of reverence for these. "Good." Li Qinglu took out a few copper coins and recited under his breath. Then, with a serious face, he threw all the coins on top of the stone table. He looked at the trigrams and began to deduce them. Slowly, his forehead actually began to ooze cold sweat, and his face became paler and paler. "Lu Xiaoyu." Finally, Li Qinglu bitterly smiled and put away the copper coins, looking at Lu Duan with a strong shock in his gaze. "I've only seen the tip of the iceberg of your future. Even so, almost cost me this old life too." Li Qinglu raised those triangular eyes with palpitating heart, his gaze vaguely tinged with gravity. "Your future, wrapped in a chaos, cannot be speculated upon, cannot be glimpsed. Is the tip of the iceberg in my future? What's that like?" Lu Dust inquired with interest. "I see two paths appearing before you, one quantitatively countless and one leading to nothingness. None of it sounds too good." Lu Chen's gaze was slightly condensed. Is it the next best thing? He thought that he was blessed in this life, and how his luck couldn't be too bad. Little friend Lu doesn't have to be discouraged. As I have already said, your future cannot be speculated upon or glimpsed. How you grasp it is all up to you. Yes, little friend Lu, you mustn't be fooled by my senior brother. It's just a lower sign. If you're not satisfied, big deal. I'll ask him to recalculate for you again until he comes up with the upper sign. Li Qingyuan interjected at the right time, his face full of joy. Haha. Taoist Qingyuan reminded me that I was the one who was caught off guard. Lu Dust got up and clasped his fists, smiling blandly. Little friend Lu, in fact, before you came, senior brother Qinglu did a fortune-telling. However, he counts our Wudong, haha. You're an honored guest of our Wudong mountain. This kid, Changfeng, has completely inherited the mantle of us old guys. And since he has decided to assist you, we, Wudong, will be your backing in the future. If you want to do something, go ahead and do it. What surprised Li Changfeng was, the always fiery-tempered third master Li Qingming actually recognized Lu Chun more than himself. Not only did he not make things difficult in the slightest, but he sold him out without hesitation. So, did that guy get it right again? But what did he know? The reason why Lu Chuan would bet with him wasn't because of the trigrams at all, but he concluded that regarding his special identity, it was impossible for a top clan like Wudong Mountain to not receive a single whisper. This Wudong Mountain is by no means comparable to the Zhou family's kind of upstart family. These few mediocre-looking old men in front of him, each one of them could be a great power in the upper third realm. Higher levels of the human race definitely would not allow themselves to have any conflict with them and might have passed the gas long ago. That was the only reason he dared to bet that Wudong Mountain would treat him as a guest, even if only superficially, and inevitably that will be the result. Now it seems, his guess was indeed correct, and he even said that Wudong Mountain's attitude towards himself was far more favorable than he had imagined. This is to bet the treasure, completely on himself and Li Changfeng's rhythm. Chapter 79. Lu Duan's anger. I'm flattered by the favor, my boy. Lu Chun once again paid a polite obeisance. Looking at the meaning of Wudong Mountain, it was obvious that he was trying to stand up for himself, wanting to be completely bound to the same warship with himself before he had completely grown up. For this vigor alone, it's worth some serious thanks from him, too. Since they wanted to place heavy bets, Lu Chun wasn't going to be polite with them. Immediately, he told Li Qingyuan the real purpose of his trip to Wudong. Taoist Master Qingyuan, Wudong Mountain has a long heritage, so it must know some secret fortunes that regular people don't know. I wanted to ask, do you know of any places where special lightning exists? Special lightning? Li Qingyuan subconsciously looked at the old Taoist priest in the far corner. Senior brother Qingling, as I recall, it seems that there is a special kind of lightning in your Qingling cave, right? Yes. When I usually refine thunder talismans, I invoke the power of that lightning, and the power is about more than twice as strong as an ordinary thunder talisman. It's a pity that the lightning was too overbearing. Even if it was me, I wouldn't dare to get too close. Even if I were willing to give it to little friend Lu, he wouldn't be able to take it with him. Taoist Li Qingling, who looked the youngest and most handsome in appearance, said with a slight frown. It wasn't that he couldn't part with it. After all, the most that thing could be used for him was to refine a few thunder talismans. However, Lu Chuan, who heard this news, was unable to restrain himself and became a little excited inside. He never expected it. The clueless innate thunder seed, this Wudong mountain, surprisingly, hides one, and it looks. They were also generous enough to be willing to give it to themselves, so what's the difference between that and buying a lottery ticket and winning the jackpot? I can take it. Lu Chuan barely suppressed his excitement and looked at Li Qingling with a sincere face. This thing is very important to me. If Taoist Qingling is willing to part with it, I will definitely repay you for this favor in the future. He couldn't take something of equal value to the innate thunder seed right now, so he could only make a promise first and wait until the right time, then find a way to return this great gift. Since Wudong Mountain was willing to bet on its own head, Lu Chun naturally wouldn't try to take advantage of his ally. It's just a thunderbolt. Little friend Lu doesn't have to be so polite. If you are a friend of Chongfeng, then you are a friend of our Wudong Mountain, and sooner or later, the future will be yours young people. No matter what you and Chongfeng want to do, we, the few old guys, will give our full support. Honestly, even if Lu Chuan was well aware that these bigwigs from Wudong Mountain were only looking at his potential value to be so friendly to him. But they can make it this far. In his heart, Lu Chun was still filled with gratitude. Yes, then I won't be polite to Taoist Qingling. Haha. Alright, if little friend Lu is not in a hurry, why don't you play 2 games of chess with me first? What's the point of playing chess? Lu Xiaoyu, why don't you join Chongfeng and accompany us to play Mahjong? Poor Taoist has an excellent hand today. Shut up, fourth master. You even want to screw college students out of their money. I beg you to be a human being. I'm ashamed for you. Xiao Xianyi's voice rang out at the right time, and there was a burst of laughter. Without realizing it, Lu Chun also immersed himself in this cozy atmosphere. This kind of family-like and friend-like way of getting along could really relax one's heart. It's just a shame. Such a beautiful atmosphere did not last long before it was broken by a group of uninvited guests. A visit from the Zhou family? Come specifically to find little friend Lu? Hearing the report from the mountain guard disciple, Li Qingyuan turned his head to look at Lu Chun. See this scene. Lu Chun didn't hide anything and told the story of his grudge against Zhou Li. Good Zhou family. It's really too much of a bully. Little friend Lu, don't panic. The poor Taoist will accompany you to meet that laborious Zhou family head. Li Qingming, who had the hottest temper, immediately darkened his face and prepared to stand up for Lu Chun. Thanks a lot. Lu Chuan wanted to speak, but in the end, he didn't say much. A single innate thunder seed made Lu Chuan owe a great favor, and now it's good and dead. Crashing into the Zhou family's people coming over to seek revenge. This had really made Lu Chun feel helpless for a while. It's hard to repay a favor, but on second thought, it seemed like this favor had to be owed anyways, and even if it wasn't owed to Wudong Mountain, it would most likely be owed to the human race's top brass. Ever since he had decapitated Zhou Li in the martial arts, it was already doomed. Good boy. Finally I found you. At the mountain gate, Zhou Changming looked at Lu Duan's calm appearance, and his eyes were instantly covered with monstrous killing intent. However, he didn't dare to offend Wudong Mountain, so he could only temporarily suppress his anger and cupped his fists towards Li Qingming and said, West River Zhou family, Zhou Changming, I've met the Taoist master. I wonder what is the purpose of family Master Zhou's visit to Wudong Mountain? Li Qingming's expression was cold, and he didn't show any good face to this kind of corpse like human assholes. Indulging his son in his own misdeeds, who was originally an accomplice to the sinful act, and his lax discipline as a father was the biggest reason for Zhou Li's death. Even if there was no Lu Duan, there would still be Li Duan and Zhao Duan, both Taoist and Buddhist. It's all about a today's cause, tomorrow's effect. The cycle of karma and retribution. People are dead. What good would it do to try to get revenge now? I won't hide it from the Taoist master. This person killed my son. I came here. Naturally, I want to take him away. For Li Qingming's cold attitude, Zhou Changming, who was blinded by hatred, didn't care too much. All he wanted to do now was to take away Lu Duan. Then he will cut this kid into 1,000 pieces and break his body into pieces to ease his heart's hatred. Yes. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Family Master Zhou. Little friend Lu is the guest of my Wudong Mountain. If Family Master Zhou wants to make an enemy of him, then he is making an enemy of my Wudong Mountain. You can't take him away today. Hearing Li Qingming's words that were not the least bit merciless, Zhou Changming, who had reacted, slowly turned cold in his expression. He really couldn't figure it out. Obviously just a shabby student with no background. Why did the president of WU try to protect him? This Wudong Mountain even want to protect him? Even if this kid is an SSS rank talent, he's not so popular, is he? Offending a powerful lineage for a genius who has yet to grow up? Is this really treating his Zhou family as a soft persimmon? Or is it when his Zhou family's mighty man who can't lift his sword? Good. Zhou Changming did want to take revenge, but he was not stupid. In the territory of others Wudong Mountain, he forced his hand, but it was just a self-inflicted humiliation. But that's okay. He's got it covered. Kid, do you really think that I can't do anything about you just because you're attached to Wudong Mountain? Humph. Then you are too naive and underestimate my Zhou family's capabilities. Zhou Changming coldly looked at Lu Chun. Your parents are in the family home, aren't they? Do you think, with the energy of my Zhou family, I can take them away from the family home? Hearing Zhou Changming's threatening words, Lu Chen's face, at this moment, also became completely gloomy. Threatening yourself with a loved one? This had undoubtedly touched Lu Chen's greatest scale. His anger began to rise a little. Regardless of how much of a favor he would owe, Lu Chuan had no intention of letting this Zhou family go this time. It's okay, even though you, right now, can't do it yourself. He believes, as long as he maneuvered properly, this West River Zhou family would surely usher in an extinction. Chapter 80. The storm is coming. Master Zhou. Lu Chun raised his eyes slightly, and there was coldness in his eyes. Since you want to take me away so badly, you can. 3 days later, I, Lu Chun, will definitely pay a personal visit to your Zhou family. Seeing that Lu Chun was so calm, Zhou Changming's pupils also slightly contracted. This kid does not look like afraid. But a personal visit to the Chao family? Interesting. Since this kid was so sensible, it would save him a lot of effort. Although his Zhou family was a newly promoted family, both its connections and power were immense. The League of Supermen, the League of Hunters, including the War Department, lots of important positions. All of them are served by their Zhou family's heartthrobs. As long as this Lu Chuan went to the Zhou family, then how do you want to concoct him? That's still not a matter of your own words. As for whether or not the human race hierarchy would come to him for people, as long as this Lu Chun was completely wasted before the people from above came, what could the higher-ups of the human race do even if they were no longer satisfied? Touching the Chao family? Not to mention the special position of the lineage, moving his Zhou family was tantamount to offending all the lineages, thereby forcing everyone to unite and work together to defend the privileges and interests of the worldly circles. Even without that scruple, would the higher echelons of the human race still move against a centuries-old family with flags planted all over the major fields just because of a wasted genius? Unless it's crazy. Otherwise no one can move the Seiya. A lineage is a lineage, and the whole body moves when you pull the strings. Even if the other families did not boycott jointly, the Zhou family itself possessed a great deal of talent and resources. In such troubled times, it's the top brass that needs the help of the secularists more than the secularists need the top brass to pave the way for them. That's the reality. Very good. Then I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you don't come, I can't guarantee that your parents will be safe. Zhou Changming opened his mouth with a cold smile. He was afraid to make a move in Wudong Mountain, but likewise this Wudong Mountain did not dare to break the rules easily. Lu Dust certainly knew this. The reason why this Zhou Changming was so emboldened was simply because the Zhou family was not just the Zhou family. It is, in a sense. It also represents the authority of other lineages. This is what makes it really difficult. People are a circle, right or wrong. They will be the circle, the most loyal defenders. That's why Lu Dust needed time to maneuver. His greatest reliance was his unprecedented special talent. But that's all. Is not enough to bring down a lineage. He'll have to come up with more leverage to force the top brass to make a choice. Then please, Master Zhou, wait for the good news. Lu Chun faintly swept a glance at Zhou Changming, not bothering to break up with him, and directly turned around to return to the Taoist temple. Li Qingming followed behind Lu Chun in quiet silence, and his expression was also a bit obscure. Wudong Mountain was certainly not afraid of the Zhou family. But as Zhou Changming expected, they were not afraid of the Zhou family. But once they did it, the nature was completely different. A bad one. Perhaps it would then have an extremely far-reaching impact on the entire human race, all of them. That kind of thing. There was still a need to talk with a few other brothers and sisters to see if they could figure out a better solution before they could do so. If you ask me, it's not even that complicated. Big deal. let senior brother Qingming, as well as senior brother Qingling, personally accompany junior friend Lu. We'll only protect Lu Chen, and we won't care about anything else. For that reason, those families can't pick a reason. Can they? Right, if we really can't, let's simply announce to the public that Lu Xiaoyu has joined our Wudong. And he, the Zhou family, would really dare to make a move? In the backyard, a few Dao masters, all of them were discussing how they should deal with the feud between Lu Chen and the Zhou family. However, they were basically discussing around how to keep Lu Duan. But if it was just to save his life and live on, Lu Chen wouldn't need Wudong Mountain to stand up for him at all. He didn't even have to do anything, and when it really came to that, the higher echelons of the human race would inevitably step in to bail him out. But it wasn't what he wanted. He wants it. It's the entire Zhou family, uprooted. In his new life, he chose to actively expose his talent. Wasn't it so that he could better protect his loved ones? Su Qingyan is so. His parents, of course. In the face of this kind of thing, if he held back and cowered as he had in his previous life, then what was the point of his exposure? So this time, he wasn't going to take it lying down. He wanted to convey an attitude that would make the top echelons of the human race truly realize that if they wanted to utilize the value of their potential, then they had to pay accordingly. He's not a hot-headed youngster anymore. Wouldn't let myself and my loved ones get hurt because of a couple of, for the sake of the human race slogans. He has dedicated his life to the human race. This life, he only lives for those he cares about. Sure, wanting to bring down the Zhou family was not something he could do with just a word or two. Good on. He had already thought of a countermeasure. Taoist Master Qing Yuan, I would like to talk to you alone. Lu Chen raised his head slightly, and there was a deep depth in his gaze, making it completely impossible to guess what exactly he was thinking right now. Good thing too. Li Qingyuan smiled indifferently and seemed to have sensed that Lu Chen had some different ideas. Hello. Just as Lu Chuan and Li Qingyuan turned to leave, Li Chongfeng suddenly stepped forward and took Lu Chuan by the shoulders. It's true that some heads are hard to turn, but who made you my boss? If you really want to do it, then do it. Didn't Master say so? The future is ours. Li Chongfeng did not suppress his voice, or rather, he just deliberately made himself known in front of several masters. This kid. All day long, he looked careless, but at this moment, Lu Chuan suddenly felt. This guy does look kind of handsome when he gets serious. Wudong Mountain, Qingling Cave. 3 days passed by in a flash, and Lu Chuan, who was in closed-door cultivation, also opened his eyes at this moment. He stood up, and above his slender body, there was a hidden flash of green-colored lightning arcs. It's about time, Ludum muttered. Honestly, on this trip to the Zhou family, he wasn't absolutely sure if he could achieve the results he wanted. Everything will also depend on whether those few phone calls of their own will make a critical difference. If it was only Wudong Mountain this favor owed, could be somewhat unpayable. Even though Li Chongfeng has clearly stated his position. But how could Lu Chuan transfer all the pressure to him alone? This is a very irresponsible display. To say it was rash would be an understatement. Even if Li Chongfeng didn't say anything, Lu Chen, in the future, would not be able to face people openly anymore. Lu Chuan, who had a lot of thoughts, was quickly distracted by a tiny figure that came swooping in. It's been a couple days. The little milk bag was surprisingly well behaved. Perhaps she had also sensed the pressure from Lu Chen. It was just a Zhou family, certainly not enough to give Lu Chen such a headache. What really made Lu Chen feel tricky was the circle represented behind the Zhou family. Although it was decided long ago, in this life, no matter what, we must change this rotten status quo of the human race. But it really came down to this day. Lu Chen couldn't maintain absolute composure either. His current chips were still not quite enough after all, if you can. And he certainly wanted to wait. Unfortunately, while he was willing to wait, the Zhou family would not wait for him. It's all about planning for change. Chapter 81. Inviting the Zhou family to die. West River Chow House. Lu Chuan, expressionless, appeared in front of this large villa area. Boy, I didn't think you'd have the guts to come. Zhou Changming, who received the news, came to the entrance of the villa area at the first time. He looked at Lu Chen, who had appeared alone, and a flash of pleasure vaguely flashed in his eyes. Just as he expected. So what if it's Wudong Mountain? This table. He Wudong Mountain dare not set off the human race senior, the same as also dare not set off. Pity. His complacency didn't last long as 9 figures soon appeared at the end of that sky. Li Chongfeng and Xiao Xuani stood side by side, and behind the two of them, there were also their 7 masters. Wudong Mountain. Zhou Changming's complexion was slightly cold. This group of Nubizi, it seems that they are really crazy. Put the word out immediately. Zhou Changming wasn't stupid enough to go head-to-head with Wudong Mountain, and immediately transmitted his voice to the guards beside him. This bunch of bullnoses are here now. Then this time, could be more than just the grudge between the Zhou family and Lu Chun. Do you really think he has no one to back him up? Taoist Master Qingyuan has come to the door for no reason. I wonder what he's up to? Zhou Changming acted tough. The word is out. If he messed up this time, he was afraid that there would be a big change. He really didn't expect that a humble student in the district could actually provoke such a turmoil. Greetings to family Master Zhou. Li Qingyuan did not open his mouth. Instead, it was Li Changfeng who stepped forward and said with a slight salute towards Zhou Changming. What do you mean? Zhou Changming was self-conscious that his face was a bit not very good. A junior, what qualification was there to talk to him in this situation? As for today, I'm here to visit the Zhou family as the next head of Wudong Mountain. Li Changfeng didn't care about Zhou Changming's scrutiny either. He just smiled gently at him and said, "Oh, then I don't know what is the purpose of coming to my Zhou family. Taoistly? I don't know why." Inside Zhou Changming's heart, there was actually a hidden hint of a bad feeling. Everything that happened today, obviously a little beyond his expectations. Ah! Li Changfeng had a smile on his face that actually looked like it carried a touch of sincerity. Poor Taoist Li Changfeng. I've come here to ask the Zhou family to die. That's a light sentence. Instantly, Zhou Changming, as well as the group of Zhou family's children behind him, all turned pale. Please ask the Chao family to go to their deaths. This Wudong Mountain actually really set off the table. Guangfu Xia family. Please ask the Zhou family to die. The moment Li Changfeng made his statement, a flying boat, too, appeared on the scene in time. Deck. There is a red dress with a magnificent style. Northern Realm Su family. Please invite the Zhou family to die. Southwest Qin family. Please ask the Zhou family to die. Southwest Zhao family. Please ask the Zhou family to die. Next moment, a few more flying boats followed. Above the firmament, heads of people surged, and looking at this vast row, Zhou Changming's heart sank again and again. Things seemed to be getting a little out of his control. What makes a student able to invite so many forces? This future is too much of a pipe dream, isn't it? Master of the house. The situation is not so good. None of the lineages that used to be on good terms with us have replied so far. The guard who had been dispatched by Zhou Changming earlier hurriedly came to him and lowered his voice to remind him. How? How is that possible? Zhou Changming's face was pale. His eyes were full of unbelief, which was also mixed with undisguised anger. Don't they know what this really means? When have we ever bowed our heads in our lineage? Pity. His resentment, his anger was no longer getting any response. Family Master Zhou, it's time to send you on your way. Lu Chun looked at the forces that appeared one after another, and his heart gradually settled down. Everyone else was a chaperone, including the Wudong Mountains, and none of them could actually bear the consequences of the Zhou family's destruction. Only the Zhao family, that Zhao Yanran who had had a meeting with Lu Chun, was the one who could force the top brass to truly make a choice, because of what he represents. Not only the Zhao family, but also the Southwest Military Department. As soon as he comes, for the higher echelons of the human race, they would have to consider the question of whether Lu Chun would favor the human race or the Southwest in the future. If there was no indication at such a time, could Lu Dust still have any good feelings towards the League of Superpowers? It's something they have to think about. I'll tell you, he's my Xialan's savior, and after this time, I'll agree to your demands. Do it! Xialan still had that thunderous attitude. When he heard Lu Chuan speak, he raised his sword and killed the crowd at the first opportunity. The 3 old men behind her looked at each other. In the end, there was nothing to do but follow. If they were only dealing with a single Zhou family, naturally they wouldn't need so many people to come out. Just one Wudong Mountain. It would be enough to raise this Zhou family to the ground. Lu Dust was also well aware of this. He shakes people, just to make it clear to the top brass. Really do it. Naturally, it was still necessary to personally take on the battle yourself. At least this head must not be thrown to Xialan to open. Getting so handsome, trying to steal my thunder? As Lu Chun pulled Xialan, a touch of imperceptible emotion permeated the depths of his eyes. Stop it. Xialan blankly glanced at Lu Chun with some anger. Let me be capricious for a moment. and the price my old lady pays is a steep one. I won't make you pay anything. Lu Chen pulled Xiaolan behind him and turned his head to look at the grim-faced Zhou Changming. It seems that this name of your 100-year-old family isn't that good. Rather, I underestimated you. Zhou Changming took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became crazy. Obviously, he lost this round of gaming. Lost to an unheralded student. I'll give you a chance. Lu Chuan remained expressionless, looking at Zhou Changming as if he was looking at a dead man. You're a void-breaking realm powerhouse, while I'm just a peak C pioneer realm. I'll fight you. If you can kill me, the threat facing the Zhou family will naturally not be broken. How about that? Zhou Changming never expected it. Lu Chuan would actually choose to fight with himself in single combat when he had the upper hand, just as Lu Dust said. What these forces in front of him valued was nothing more than his Lu Chen's potential value. If Ludum dies, the dilemma that the Zhou family was facing at the moment could naturally be solved. I have to admit, you kid, you do make it a bit hard to see. Zhou Changming coldly looked at Lu Chen, completely unable to figure out what Lu Chen's reason for doing so was. Of course, Lu Chen wouldn't explain to him. Shake so many people and owe so many favors. Lu Chuan always had to give a satisfactory answer to these forces that were close to him. Otherwise, how can he live with himself in the future? His face, but not enough to bring down a Zhou family. However, he could prove with his actions that siding with him, Lu Chen, was definitely not a wrong choice. And that is the key to keep everyone united. 2 lives. Lu Dust naturally cannot even so coarse and obvious reasoning, cannot understand. Chapter 82, 3-color spiral pill. Cut the crap and strike. Lu Chen raised his hand and summoned the Imperial Thunder-breaking halberd. The chi and blood armor that was almost condensing into substance was like Iron Man transforming, gradually arming him fully. Dark golden lightning arcs, tumbling and surging on his chi and blood armor, set off his entire person. The moment, he was like the god of thunder and punishment in the flood myths, the god of thunder and lightning who was in charge of the world's thunder and lightning and claimed that nothing was indestructible. Judge all beings and destroy all things. The 4th style of the heaven-breaking halberd technique moon by moon. Facing Zhou Changming, who was 2 great realms higher than himself, Lu Chuan didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, and struck out with a set of murderous chain of fierce attacks. Burning Sky Lion Roar Seal. Zhou Changming stood in place with a calm demeanor and directly used the move that Zhou Li had once used on Lu Chen. But when he used the spirit skill, he was clearly much stronger than that half-assed Zhou Li. The strange yellow flame directly condensed into a mighty lion with burning fur, crushing straight towards Lu Chen. Shoo! In the face of this swift and incomparable strike, Lu Chuan directly utilized his divine ability, annihilation, and swiftly transformed into a black thunder shadow, flashing through the boiling flames. Rumble! The flame lion exploded violently behind Lu Dust, burning a large area of open space into charcoal. D. Lu Chen ignored Zhou Changming's brief surprise, and with a fierce downward slash of the heaven-breaking halberd in his hand, he slashed at Zhou Changming's head without hesitation. Meteor Firefall. Zhou Changming retreated 3 steps in a row. Raising his hand, he condensed hundreds of fire rains, like meteors falling, and smashed them into Lu Chen. His combat experience was clearly not something Zhou Li could match. Just a 1-round exchange. He had then become acutely aware that Lu Chen seemed to be immune to spell attacks for a short period of time. He then directly released his innate divine ability as well. Once or twice you can avoid it, but 10 times or 100 times, can you still avoid it? The truth was just as Zhou Changming had expected. Although this divine ability of annihilation was extremely practical, it likewise consumed a great deal of Nian energy. Now Lu Dust. In the end, it was only a cultivation level of the Sea Rescue realm. What's the difference between going to fight with Zhou Changming for consumption and chronic suicide? Therefore, without hesitation, Lu Chuan chose to avoid the front for the time being, while leaving a black thunder shadow in its place. The only possibility for him to defeat Zhou Changming was to find an opportunity to fight in close quarters. 100,000 pounds of physical strength was by no means something that a brittle mage could fight against. The human race majors in spirituality. Anyone with a blood value of 10,000 or more was a phoenix, and that was Lu Dust's biggest advantage at this stage. Of course, no matter how strong the strength of the physical body was, it was just below the Dharma body realm, and was able to occupy a certain advantage. Once you break through the Dharma body realm, The disadvantage of the human race's weak physique would basically be made up for by a powerful Dharma body. Even said, many domain realm powerhouses were able to obtain extremely terrifying bonuses in their respective domains. This was considered to be the most fortunate point for Lu Duan. If this Zhou Changming had broken through the realm, then the current him would not have any possibility of winning at all. Infernal Sea of Fire. Seeing Lu Chuan jumping around like a loach, Zhou Changming's heart was clear, and immediately, without any mercy, he cast his fifth avatar. Rolling flames, quickly diffused, like waves lapping at the shore, one wave higher than another. Within a radius of 100 meters, all of them directly turned into a sea of yellow fire, not leaving the slightest chance for Lu Chuan. He was trying to make this unknowing brat understand that a genius who hadn't grown up could never be compared to a truly strong person. Lu Duan. Seeing Lu Duan's figure, instantly submerged by the sea of fire, Xiaolan looked anxious and was about to raise her sword to save him, but the next second, she was then directly controlled by the old man behind her. No go! It was the boy's own choice. Although our Xia family is not afraid of the Zhou family, you must understand that family interests trump everything. We're a family too. If you hadn't agreed to think hard about a marriage with the Lin family, would we have allowed you to behave like this? My Xia family's favors are not something that anyone is qualified to owe, and if that kid can't come up with the chips, why should we offend an ally on a boat for him? Great uncle! If he dies, you'll never make me marry anyone again in this life. Xiaolan looked at the old man with a cold expression, stubbornness and unyieldingness in her eyes. Whatever. If the others aren't moving, we're not moving either. The depth of involvement and the impact of this matter is so great that it's not something we, a Xia family, can handle. At this very moment, all of the major forces that Lu Dust Shook came from, all of them looked grave, gazing at the battlefield in front of them. If Ludum dies here, then everything they did today would lose all meaning. Juniors such as Xiaolan, Chen Yuan, and Su Zhoushan might just be mindful of their friendship with each other and didn't bother to consider too many deeper issues. However, as elders, each of these people were human savants, and everyone understood that Lu Chen's purpose in choosing to go one-on-one with Zhou Changming at this point in time was to aggravate his own leverage. It's done for them. Again, it's done for those above. There is no reason for them to block it, and it is impossible for them to do so. Everything is spoken with facts, and that is the best proof. Rumble. In the midst of the silent sea of fire, a deafening thunderous sound came out violently. Next, a figure wrapped in three-colored thunder was borrowed to shift and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Changming. At this time, Lu Chun, the qi and blood armor had shattered, and his body was burned all over, but his gaze, still incomparably calm. He's all over the place. All of them were filled with an endless aura of iron blood and killing. Thunder arcs of 3 different colors, black, gold, and green, were forcefully condensed by Lu Chuan in the palm of his hand, forming a tri-colored spiral pill that emitted an extremely dangerous and oppressive aura. His palms had all been scorched by the lightning and looked bloody, but Lu Chuan remained expressionless. He didn't utilize his divine ability, annihilation, to circumvent the damage of the infernal fire sea, just to look for an opportunity to make his full strength strike. He can't afford it. After all, that Zhou Changming was really too much stronger than him. Besides, this guy wasn't a normal void-breaking realm. He was the head of the Zhou family, with many undercurrents, and had once been a renowned supreme heavenly pride. People like that was not going to leave much of a chance for Lu Chuan. That's why when the exchange of words first began, Lu Chuan decisively utilized the annihilation avatar, quickly approaching Zhou Changming and leaving a thunder shadow in its place. All of this, all in anticipation of this moment. He deliberately jumped up and down to distance himself from Zhou Changming, even at the expense of being engulfed by the sea of fire. His purpose, all just to let his guard down. And Zhou Changming obviously didn't expect that Lu Chuan, who looked desperate, just shifted with one hand and appeared directly 3 steps away from him. He's still trying to dodge, but only for that moment of disorientation. The 3-colored thunder spiral pill in Lu Chuan's hand had then knuckled down and smashed above his chest. Peft! Thunder enters the body. Time also seemed to be stood still in this moment. Rumble. Next moment, behind Zhou Changming's stiff body, an explosive sound that resounded through the heavens and earth came out violently. That villa area of the door, even by that blast of thunder, instantly exploded into countless flying ash, while leaving a Foot several meters wide, scorched black deep pit in the original place. Chapter 83, Destruction of the Zhao Family.
PFFT.
Zhou Changming was spitting black blood from his mouth, and his complexion was shriveled. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest, which was charred and blackened, with a large bloody hole that pierced right through his body. What's that? Zhou Changming's eyes began to lax. Still, a strong reluctance made him ask his doubts in his mortal moments. I actually don't know. Should I call it the tricolor spiral pill or the Buddha's wrathful thunder lotus? Of course, Lu Chuan wouldn't tell him that he was influenced by a novel and an anime, so he tried to create his own move. I didn't think it would work surprisingly well. The spiral pill he rubbed was much more dominant than the wind attribute spiral pill. Zhou Changming's body, which was completely like paper mache, couldn't resist a bit at all. It's just that this is a bit of a side effect. Not only did it drain him completely, the flesh and blood of his hands had also been worn down to the bone, and even the bones inside were already clearly visible. But the tricolor spiral pill is already so terrifying. When he comes up with an ultimate spiral pill in the future, won't he be able to just blow up a planet? Kid, you seek death. Above the vault of heaven, there was an angry voice that resounded throughout the room. Next moment, a huge palm wrapped in flames suddenly descended from the sky, crushing straight towards Lu Dust. Lu Chuan was fearless and just shook and compared his middle finger, and then he fell headfirst into the ground. That move just now. Likewise, he himself suffered extremely serious injuries. Kill. Avenge the family master. The world family must not be insulted. The Zhou family shall not be dishonored. When the other Zhou clan powerhouses saw that their own great powers had already struck, they immediately stopped watching the battle and joined the battlefield with their swords drawn. Dusty. Xiaolan's figure appeared in time and directly took the unconscious Lu Chun into her arms. Li Changfeng, Su Zhoushan, and the others also came to Lu Chun successively, one by one, completely ignoring the large hand in the sky above his head, as well as the Zhou family's children who were killing in this direction. Poor Taoist, come to meet you. Li Qingming leapt up and chopped the large hand into two pieces with a sword, and his figure quickly disappeared into the clouds. Do it. From now on, this brat is the future son-in-law of my Xia family. Elder Xia is wrong. When this kid called me, he said that he would consider joining my Zhao family. Not coincidentally, this army chief also has a daughter, 18 years old, to be married in the boudoir. Not worse than this Xiaolan girl in your home. Minister Zhao, although you're from the military department, marriage is always about what you want. Both of us will do it our own way. Ha! The thick skin of Elder Senior Xia, this military commander, is really breathtaking. If I remember correctly, just now certain people were talking about some kind of marriage union? Watching the strange sight of Zhao Zhenan and the Xia family elders fighting with the other Zhou family powerhouses while snatching someone to be their son-in-law. The people present, none of them are full of black lines. Li Changfeng even threw Xiaolan an ambiguous look. Sister Xiaolan, it looks like I'll have to call you sister-in-law instead. What are you babbling about? Xiaolan Shen's expression was a bit unnatural. A pair of flirtatious eyes also vaguely flashed with a touch of annoyance. These shameless old things. You really think I'm a commodity, don't you? Sister Xiaolan, I don't blame the elders of your family if you ask me. All of us, including your fiancé, can only be called geniuses at best. But our boss, that's a one-of-a-kind freak. Open Sea Realm Reverse Beheading Void-Breaking Realm. Tisk. With this amazing talent, where would you not be offered up? Makes sense. If I were a woman, I would definitely want to marry a supreme talent like Boss too. Su Zhoushan nodded deeply and said, Yeah. If we can't, let's marry Sister Xiaolan. Who wouldn't you marry? Oh, you guys, you'd better pray that those words you just said won't be known by the high and cold sister. Xiaolan hugged Lu Duan and opened her mouth with a cold smile. Ahem. It's not a good thing to talk about. Xiao Xianyi, who had been arching his fire, instantly stopped his voice. It'll be troublesome in case he's put on small shoes. Thinking of Su Qingyan's possessiveness towards Lu Chun, Xiao Xuanyi only felt a chill run down his back. I'll say, you guys are a really good group of subordinates. I think this guy, he should still be salvageable, right? Chun Yuan hugged his large sword and spoke coolly. Yes, save first. Fifth Master, do you still have the Dragon Tiger pill? between a few conversations. The entire Zhou family villa area had been reduced to rubble in the aftermath of the battle between several bigwigs. Li Chongfeng's fifth master, Li Qingyan, was personally guarding the side of the several people. He was good at the elixir course, and immediately fed Lu Chen a dragon tiger dan, a wudong specialty. And the other side of the battlefield, the Zhou family was in an almost lopsided situation, and in just half an hour, those who had died, and those who had fled had fled. None of the lineages that had befriended them in the past had appeared either. It was as if they had already acquiesced to the outcome. Of course, what Lu Chuan and the others destroyed today was just a Zhou family lair. The Zhou family's children were spread across the 9 security zones, and it wasn't that simple to uproot them. Everything also depends on the attitude from above. If the top didn't care, then what Lu Chun would face next would be endless retaliation. But since the bigwigs present chose to step in, it meant that they tacitly agreed to take over this trouble. Even said, they can't wait for the people above them to not care. Lu Chuan had already proved to the various forces just how terrifying his talent was. The top doesn't care. It was only then that they could have a greater certainty of pulling Lu Chun completely into their camp. Facing such a heavenly pride, the retaliation of the district's Zhou family, they are naturally very happy to take it. Pity. In addition to the fact that Wudong Mountain had long since received wind of the situation, its attitude towards Lu Duan had always been one of sincere cooperation. The calculations of the others are doomed to fail. On the day of the Zhou family's destruction, the sons and daughters of the Zhou family in all the major security zones were jerked to the bottom. As long as they have made mistakes, without exception, all of them were captured by the security guards of the League of Superpowers. No mistake. It was also transferred out of its original position for a variety of reasons. Everything. None of them are telling all the forces. The executives were trying to protect Lu Chun, and whoever took a shot at him would be the next Zhou family. Sure, that attitude is showing. But the major families, obviously, wouldn't just sit around and wait to be broken down one by the people above them. You moved the Chao family today, so will it be my turn tomorrow? It's all in the family. Who doesn't have a little dirt on them? This head is now open. Then the next step would inevitably be the top game between the League of Superpowers and the League of Worldly Families. And the object of this game was obviously Lu Chun, who had single-handedly created this situation. The World family will not take kindly to this. Even if it's in plain sight, they don't confront the top brass head-on. Secretly, they would also surely take all sorts of negative actions to force the higher-ups to give up on Lu Chun, thus bringing everything back to square one. So the destruction of the Zhou family is not the end. This smoke about the internal struggle of the human race has only just begun. Chapter 84. Changes in the Little Milk Bag. Buzz. The rear of the battlefield. A 4-square green cauldron was shaking violently. Lu Chuan knew that there would be a bad battle today, so he sealed the little milk bag inside the cauldron in advance, and handed it over to Ji Chang'an, the chubby little Taoist priest from Wudong Mountain, to look after it. No way. The little guy was just too clingy and unwilling to let strangers hold him. So Lu Chuan could only come up with this solution. But here and now, the top cover of that great cauldron, however, was suddenly lifted off by a force coming from within. Crap! Crap! You! Ji Chang'an, who was in charge of the guards at the side, instantly widened his eyes, pointing at the figure in front of him, hesitating to say anything, just because, peered before him. It wasn't the little toddler he knew at all, but a little girl of about 11 or 12. If it wasn't for the extreme similarity in face and the clothes on the little milk bag, they were also propped up and looked a little ragged. Ji Chang'an absolutely couldn't believe it. Half an hour ago, that little girl who looked like she was still only 4 or 5 years old had actually grown so much in one go. This is really a bit of a reversal of his views. Land dust. The little girl indifferently glanced at Ji Chang'an and didn't pay any attention to him, only pausing slightly for a moment before darting towards the unconscious Lu Chun. Lu dust. Little Milk Bun completely ignored the surrounding gazes that were full of strangeness, and just jumped in front of Lu Chuan and cried with a face of not knowing what to do. She. Xiao Shuani pointed at the little girl, his voice trembling a little. She's a little milk bag? Ooh, land dust hurts. Little Milk Bun grabbed Lu Chuan's bloodied palm, and tears kept slipping down like broken pearls. Lu Chuan, it doesn't hurt. What the hell is she talking about when it hurts 1 minute and not the next? It can't be because Dusty is hurt and that's why he's scared, right? The only two women on the scene were somewhat helpless at this point. The rest of the geezers. Naturally, they know even less about what it takes to coax a child. Little toddler, your daddy is fine. Just rest for a few days and you'll be fine. Come to your sister for a hug. Xiao Xianyi had teased the little milk bag before, and the two of them had gotten along quite harmoniously. Hey, you can hold her. Xiaolan was a little disconcerted. She had tried to hug the little milk bag before, only to be almost bitten the next second. Only Xiao Xianyi, from the beginning to the end, the little milk bag did not seem to show any hostility towards her. Hey, that means I'm charming. Innate baby coaxing holy body. Come over here, little milk bag. Xiao Xuanyi thought about it when he had hugged and played with the little milk bag before. She did seem to not be very repulsed. And so it was. Her heart was instantly in the right place. Yet the next second, she's just straight up awkward. Because the little toddler actually dodged her outstretched hand and looked at her with some displeasure. No, not daddy. Only to see her tilting her head and thinking for a while. Then she argued in a fanciful manner. It is Lu Chun. Brother. She's not very articulate yet. However, because of Lu Chuan's injury and the stimulation she received, she had now recovered a small portion of her memories. At least she had remembered. He himself appeared here solely to look for Lu Chun. In her heart, Su Qingyan was now her greatest nemesis, and this woman in red next to her didn't look like she was any good either. That was why she subconsciously rejected Su Qingyan and Xiaolan, and as for Xiao Xuanyi, she didn't feel any threat at all. And so he went along with Lu Chen's wishes. Be a good boy now. Okay. Brother Lu Chuan. Xiao Xuanyi smiled and chimed in. Originally, it wasn't Lu Chuan's biological child either, so it didn't matter how she called him. But how could she know what the Lu Chuan's brother that the little milk bag was talking about actually stood for? She had only just learned the language of the human race, and this title, she had completely learned it from Su Qingyan. Everyone, let's go back to Wudong Mountain first. After settling the Zhou family, Li Qingyuan also took the initiative to all the forces and sent out invitations. Because of Ludum, we are all involved now. Naturally, we need to find a place and talk it out. Lu Dust woke up. 2 days have passed. He had only just opened his eyes when he saw a small, powdered girl sprawled on the side of his bed. It made him freeze, but soon, his attention was then drawn to the familiar figure beside the little girl. Lu Duan, it's okay. The little girl, who seemed to feel something, raised her head violently, and a color of joy that could not be concealed emerged on her little face. Lu Chuan. With a flying leap, the little girl crashed into Lu Chen's arms, her 2 little hands clinging to his neck, as if she was afraid that he would disappear in the next second. Little tits. You? What's going on with you? Lu Chuan somewhat weakly propped himself up, barely leaning to sit on the bed, subconsciously rubbing the little girl's head. But it always fell on Su Qingyan, who had already been woken up. He had clearly instructed everyone to hide it from his little tablemates, but so far it seemed clear that the unreliable bunch had failed to hide. Seeing that Su Qingyan did not say a word, but only had tears in her beautiful eyes, quietly looking at herself, Ludum admitted that he was a bit flustered. Leaning face. I didn't mean to keep it from you. I just don't want you to get hurt in any way. You believe me, Qingyan? Lu Chun carefully began to explain, but before he could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Su Qingyan. Brother Lu Chun, I'm the last to know after all that's happened. Su Qingyan's expression was calm, so calm that no emotion could be seen. I know what Brother Lu Dust is thinking, but I'm really sad. Brother Lu Dust never consider my feelings. You let me down too much. Su Qingyan's eyes slowly reddened. Rolling tears quickly dampened her cool and noble, stunningly beautiful cheeks. Brother Lu Chun, why don't you face it with me? You say it's dangerous out there, fine, I'll listen to you. But you'd rather take the little milk bag with you than me. You won't tell me anything, what am I in your mind? Su Qingyan's continuous questioning instantly rendered Lu Chun speechless. His original intention was just that he did not want his beloved to follow him at his own risk. But now it seems. He seems to be wrong. Su Qingyan was her lover. She was more qualified than anyone else to ride out the storm with her, what he did before. But just the heart of the desire to protect in the sneak completely did not figure out, do this to Su Qingyan's harm, how big. I'm sorry, Tanya. From now on, no matter what comes our way, we will never be apart again. Lu Chun held Su Qingyan's jade hand and expressed his apologies with a serious face. Chapter 85. Lend me your little boyfriend for a few days. Brother Lu Dust. Su Qingyan's delicate body trembled, and she couldn't help but jump into Lu Chen's arms and cry bitterly. How could she really blame Lu Chen? She only blamed herself for not being strong enough to make brother Lu Chun let go of those scruples. Sure, she still had a grudge in her heart. It was not that she was unaware of what was going on. It was also completely possible to feel the undisguised difference in the way Lu Chun treated her. But it wasn't what she wanted. Lu Duan regarded her as incredibly important, and how could she not? She couldn't accept, no matter what, that the first thing Lu Chen thought of when he faced danger, when he encountered a difficult problem, was not her. Emotions of self-doubt and chagrin. It was spreading in her chest. This caused Su Qingyan to feel incomparable pain, and she couldn't help but bite on top of Lu Chen's shoulder. You asshole! Woo! Su Qingyan kept pounding Lu Duan's chest, the aggression in her heart as if she wanted to completely drown someone. Sorry. Lu Dust was chagrined and heartbroken. I should have known that overprotection would cause Su Qingyan's heart to suffer so much. What he said. And she won't be left alone in the house anymore. You scared me. Did you know? Did you know? Su Qingyan, who had an emotional breakdown, only wanted to vent out all her grievances and self-blame. That sound of helpless sobbing. For ludicrous. It would have been the cruelest chastisement in the world. This made his heart feel like a knife. What Su Qingyan needed was never his protection. Why didn't he figure it out? Perhaps it was in his previous life, when he witnessed the scene of Su Qingyan's tragic death. So this life, it was only subconsciously that he hid Su Qingyan, fearing that she would suffer another moment of harm. But the truth is, Su Qingyan had never been any kind of canary. The strength and hard work behind her was not half as much as Lu Chun. Now it was also already the peak of the sea rescue realm. Actually, think about it. From start to finish, Su Qingyan's realm, then, never lagged behind Lu Chun. Lu Chun relied on the innate thunderseed. But what Su Qingyan relied on was entirely her own efforts. Qingyan, I really know I'm wrong. We're not splitting up. Lu Chuan tightly embraced the beautiful person in his arms, unable to say anything but keep apologizing. To separate. Su Qingyan, who had vented, was finally gradually stabilizing her emotions. Brother Lu Chun, after this time, we must learn a lesson. What happened to the Cho family is because of me. It was me who caused trouble for Brother Lu Chun. But I couldn't do anything to help when Brother Lu Chun was in distress. I don't want this. Su Qingyan, eyes full of heartache, stroked her beloved's cheek. Let's follow the original plan and temporarily separate for a period of time. Trust me, Brother Lu Duan. I will develop the remaining ashes as quickly as possible. And I will never allow anyone to bully you again. Anyone who bullies you will die. Last words. Su Qingyan didn't say it. She wants to use practical actions to become the woman behind Lu Dust, rather than being unable to do anything but cry when she encounters problems. But I can't give it up. Lu Chuan sighed and vaguely guessed Su Qingyan's inner thoughts at the moment. This time even. But Brother Lu Dust must promise me that the next time I encounter danger again, I must be the first to know, or else I will never forgive you again. Good. In the face of such a considerate and understanding sweetheart, Lu Chuan really couldn't say a word of rejection. What more could a man ask for in a wife? It hurts, doesn't it? Su Qingyan wiped her tears, and her jade hand gently stroked up those wounds on Lu Chen's body that were wrapped up in gauze. Ouch! It hurts. Lu Chuan blinked and decisively revealed a small expression of resignation. In front of the beloved, what's the point of pretending to be strong? If not for the conditions, he would have wanted to shout it out loud and then openly accept his lover's caresses. The Zhou family deserves to die. Sure enough, Su Qingyan's eyes reddened again as she leaned over and pressed her face on top of Lu Chuan's chest, her eyes flashing with crazy killing intent. Try harder. Su Qingyan, try a little harder. There can't be a next time. Definitely can. Let anyone bully Brother Lu Chun again. After a short period of warmth, the little bit of conflict between the young couple also went straight up in smoke. Lu Chun was forced to put on his clothes under Su Qingyan's ministrations and walked out of the room with her. Name Lu Duan. Talent. Body of the Void SSS.
Thunder Seed Tricolor Divine Thunder SSS Evolution 0%.
Realm. Void Warrior Sect. 9 turns. 9 heavenly bodies of the Western Paradise realm. Physical, 216 card. Numinous power, 136 Hz. Natural avatar, Annihilation minor, Guilt Sand minor, Exorcism minor. Spiritual knowledge, Thunder Prison Shadow Killing Formation, 7th Order Extreme Grand Completion. Thunder Escape Earth Heart Lotus, 7th Order Extreme Introductory. Martial Arts, 9 Styles of Heaven Breaking SSS, Perfection. Shadow Swiping Gun Technique, S-Grade Grand Finish. Thunder Control Technique, S-Grade Grand Finish. After briefly scanning his physical condition, Lu Chuan finally put his heart down completely. His hand rubbing the spiral pill before was undoubtedly an extremely risky choice, and fortunately it didn't leave much of an aftermath. As for some physical trauma, under his powerful self-healing ability in just 2 days' time, he had already recovered to a great extent. Yo, you awake? Just as he stepped out of the backyard, Lu Chuan saw Xiaolan practicing her sword in the courtyard. Aha! This time, I have to thank Sister Erisher for her great help. Lu Dust was very sincere as he hugged his fist towards Xiaolan. There's one to say. Aside from the first time they met and there was a little bit of unpleasantness between the two of them, in the days that followed, Xiaolan was indeed too good for words. Don't say thank you yet. Gao Cold Sister, I have a slightly billion-bit excessive request. I don't know if it's right to speak or not. Xiaolan waved his hand, his gaze directly locking onto Su Qingyan next to him. Since it's so excessive, then don't talk about it. Su Qingyan scrutinized Xiaolan with a very wary glance. Then she was a little less assured, and sniffed Lu Duan's body. There's no damn perfume. Who the hell are you defending you? Summerland instantly broke her defenses. Did she seem so untrustworthy? But on second thought, she was getting a little weak herself. Luckily, when he had carried Lu Chen back, he had asked Li Chongfeng to help clean Lu Chen's wounds. Otherwise, this vigilant elementary school girl, I'm afraid to find the end again. Ugh. If you guys won't help in this matter, my old lady will be really miserable. Xiaolan sighed. A little hard to say. Go ahead. Seeing that Xiaolan's expression did not look like a fake, Su Qingyan was silent for a moment and still loosened her tongue. It's nothing really. It's just that those old guys at home, they had to make me make a choice. Either I'll marry the Lin family, or I'll abduct your little boyfriend home. If it were before, it would all be fine. But before, in order to help little Dusty hold up the scene, I had no choice but to let go. And those old guys are afraid that they won't stop, so lend me your family's little boyfriend for a few days. Don't worry. It's just pretending to be a boyfriend and fooling those old guys. And by the way, go get the Lin family out of their engagement again. How about after dealing with all this, I promise to be in one piece and give you back your little boyfriend? Hearing this request from Xiaolan, Su Qingyan's gaze condensed slightly. She didn't say anything, but that straight hook eyes is to see Xiaolan the whole person, are a little unnatural up. Chapter 86, Su Qingyan's acting skills. Never mind, I actually. Good. Xiaolan, who had thought there was little hope, was about to find a way to say something to end this topic. Didn't think so. Su Qingyan actually agreed in one breath. Ooh, you're too good enough for the high and cold girl. Summerland was happy as could be. As long as Lu Chuan was willing to accompany her in the drama, she had complete certainty that the matter of the union would be completely suppressed. Nothing, thanks to the Xia family's help this time. Now that senior sister Xiaolan has incurred trouble because of this, of course brother Lu Chuan should be responsible for this matter as well. Su Qingyan's eyes flickered, but on the surface it drips, making it impossible to guess her true intentions. With your words, senior sister is relieved. For the first time, Xiaolan felt that the current Su Qingyan looked like she had a few points of conviction. Well, I still have some personal matters that I would like to explain to brother Lu Chuan. Got it. I'm on my way. Xiaolan only thought that it was Su Qingyan who wanted to give Lu Chuan some eye candy or something, and immediately threw a gloating look at Lu Chuan. Then she turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Leaning face. Seeing Xiaolan walking away, Lu Chuan, who had long been a bit unable to hold his breath, then looked at Su Qingyan in doubt. When did Jealousy Bun become so generous? Humph. Brother Lu Chuan must be all happy in his heart right now, right? Su Qingyan chilled her little face and immediately looked away, not wanting Lu Chuan to see her current expression. Why do you think you're doing this? Lu Dust was somewhat helpless. Brother Lu Chuan, I accept her. Su Qingyan sighed softly and suddenly raised her eyes, her eyes looking at someone with a grudging look. What does this mean? What can I mean? Don't think I can't see that Xiaolan is kind of affectionate towards you? Do you really bear to let her marry someone else? See Su Qingyan that seems to see through everything in the eyes. Lu Chuan heart inexplicably feels some bottomless. He'd been deliberately distancing himself from Shireen, who was more than likely doing the same. The two do have a somewhat delicate relationship. Obviously both parties are very tacit in the way of friends get along, but there is always a lingering element of ambiguity. Actually, think about it. What kind of friend does it take to use his own life's work as a bargaining chip to help Lu Chen solve his problems? It's hard not to think about it more. I am not going to agree to that. Just a moment of silence. Lu Dust then suddenly became righteous, and the eyes were firm as if he was going to be a soldier in the military department. In my heart from the beginning to the end, there is only you, even if Xiaolan's school sister is really interested in me, it cannot be helped. Lu someone already has a name and a husband. Humph. Su Qingyan's eyes moved slightly, and she suddenly came to Lu Chen's ear and gently smiled. This time. Let's say you've passed the test, brother Lu Chen. Crap. So close. It was so pedal to the metal thrilling. Lu Chuan only felt a chill run down his backbone. He knew it. He knew how his young cohort could never accept Charla with how possessive she was of him. Surely it's just a test. Women are ING-born performers. Luckily, he came to his senses at the last minute. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to imagine the consequences. Since brother Lu Chuan is so firm, I can safely hand you over to her for a few days. Su Qingyan revealed a smile and rewardingly gave Lu Chen a big hug. Oh, let's go. Come along and meet the others. This time, thanks to their help, Lu Chen decisively ended these topics. There was still some hidden fear in his heart. The little table of a serious liar is just horrible. But why is there a little loss inside? Mostly just a man's vanity and desire to conquer. No need to pay attention. How could he, Lu, fall in love with Xiaolan? The bag is impossible. Huh. Little tits. What are you yanking me so hard for? Lu Dust turned his head to look at the little kid who was holding his right hand and never said a word. Well, Xiaolan can't be killed either. The little milk bag blinked her big innocent eyes and tilted her head, muttering softly. What's this little guy rambling on about? Lu Dust completely missed it, so naturally, he didn't take what little milk bag said seriously. She's grown so much. Why don't you just name her? It's never good to be called by a nickname all the time. Though the little tyke suddenly grew up and made everyone tsk. But in the immediate future, most superhumans long ago have seen all sorts of unbelievable things. Name. Good thing too. Should I say no? I'm pretty good at things like naming. Lu Chen instantly came to be confident. There is a poem that says, Spring breeze peach and plum blossom day, autumn rain sycamore leaves fall. How about calling her Lu Chunhua? After a short period of thinking, Lu Chen suddenly looked at Su Qingyan with an expectant face. Su Qingyan, doesn't it look satisfactory? That's okay. There is also a poem that says, the swing courtyard carries jade hands together, and the Pipa pavilion urges to untie the orchid boat. Lu Qiulan is always okay, right?
Su Qingyan, 同じ.
Chu. Just call it Lu Xiaoyu. Su Qingyan hammered away, decisively depriving Lu Chen of the power to name. Would work. Little Xiaoyuki, you have a name. Lu Chuan rubbed Lu Shiyu's head. He still recognizes the name Springflower. It sounds good to feed. Lu Dust bad. Little Shiyu, who had a name, didn't have much joy, but instead puffed up and hugged Lu Chen's arm tightly. Two large and one small trio. Soon after, he crossed the winding and quiet path and arrived in the middle of Wudong sect leader Li Qingyuan's backyard. Just walked into the backyard. Lu Chuan then saw Zhao Zhenan, who was playing chess in the pavilion, and his opponent was that great uncle of Xiaolan's. It's okay. Chen Yuan and Su Zhoushan. They have already gone back with the elders of their respective families, and before they left, they asked me to act on their behalf, inviting you to visit their home sometime. When Li Chongfeng, who was watching the battle, saw Lu Duan, he immediately greeted him and shook his head with a bitter smile. We've broken the sky this time. I've heard that many of the great powerhouses of the lineages are either sick or have announced to the public that they're going into seclusion. The most serious is the West. All the high-end battle forces have been withdrawn. The situation on the border is precarious. Our Wudong, right now, except for second master, several other masters, have gone to support the western border. This is still only their first action, the eastern war zone, most of which is also being guarded by people from the lineage. It's a bad situation. Li Chongfeng looks a little annoyed. The main reason why the families are so difficult to deal with is for this reason. Don't they guard the borders all year round so that their families can prosper? Now the top brass is moving against the worldly families. It is the rights and interests of all the lineages that are being violated, and they will of course take appropriate measures. The only thing to be thankful for now, it's that the conflict between the top brass and the lineage hasn't escalated yet, and everyone is still restrained. But in this case, there has to be an explanation. And that statement, naturally, it was how to dispose of him, Lu Chun. Chapter 87. Playing on the subject. Little brother Lu. Zhao Zhinan clutched the chess pieces in his hand, a subdued smile on his face. Come over and play a game with me. Good. But I'm a very good chess player. So Minister Zhao should give me a little bit of a break. Lu Chun responded, then patted Li Chongfeng's shoulder in relief. Some things done are destined to be bloodshed. I always believe that a long pain is better than a short one. The words fell. Lu Chun then got up and walked towards the gazebo. Xia Kongdong, the Xia family's grand elder, then took the initiative to make way for Lu Chuan, whose face at this moment was a little less than impressive. This latter is not speaking of martial virtues. Bullying me, a 300-plus-year-old comrade. Kid, you play too. Kill his sharpness. Elder Xia lifted me up. Lu Chun waved his hand with a bitter smile. You're not even a match for Minister Zhao, so how can I have that level to win against him? Ah. You hold black, you go first. Zhao Zhinan let out a loud laugh, while Lu Chuan didn't make himself polite and raised his hand to land a pawn. The two went back and forth. The game was soon at a fever pitch. Hey, it looks like you're a stinker too. Looking at the big dragon being slaughtered, and that's not even as good as me. Elder Xia is wrong. When our side is at a disadvantage, cowering will only get us deeper and deeper into the hole, so we must break when we break. The words are gone. Lu Chun then landed a piece on the other side of the board, completely abandoning the area that was about to be surrounded. Oh! Zhao Zhinan instantly became interested. Those present were all human beings. How could they not hear that Lu Chun was obviously trying to use the topic to give play to If you give up on this piece, you're likely to lose it all, and you can't afford to pay such a price. Zhao Zhinan said with intent. He was obviously talking about the lineages. Without the support of the lineages, the human race could indeed fall very quickly. A pawn is a pawn, and even if this move is good, if I treat it as a treasure and settle for it first for everything, it will only become a hidden danger for me to lose the whole game. I think it's important to have the courage to break the mold, and when this move stinks, it's time to cut. You're pretty radical. It's obviously still salvageable. Zhao Zhinan said with a non-committal smile. Haha, in this game of chess, the player is also a chess piece. As the saying goes, human chess is one. I'm just a representative of the black pieces. If I lose, the black pieces are also all gone. So each piece must play its proper role, and if it tries to run off the board because I didn't protect the piece, then how can I play this game? Even if you lose, I had to hold it down there too. Upon hearing these words from Lu Chun, the people present were all slightly silent for an instant. Good boy with guts. Zhao Zhinan's eyes showed his appreciation. Truth be told, I think so too. At the end of the day, we are all in this chessboard, and it's just a matter of hugging each other. No one owes anyone anything. But some people are just provided for so well that they actually forget who they are, and disobedient pawns like these should really be cleaned up sooner rather than later.
Minister Zhao.
Do you mean this for yourself? Or from above? Xia Kongdong was somewhat alarmed. The Xia family is also a family. The determination of the above, has it really come to this point? Ah! This is namely my meaning and also the meaning of the above, but Senior Xia can rest assured that the chess that stinks is the only one that needs to be cut off, and no one will dislike the one that doesn't forget its roots. I'm just afraid that it won't be easy to clean up. Xia Kongdong was silent for a moment before he sighed and shook his head. Bouts of pain are inevitable. Zhao Zhinan tugged at the corner of his mouth, and several people also tacitly did not continue. The Shire is also a human race. It is their job to guard the pack. At a time like this, when you are still hooking up and fighting for power, this ship sinks and no one will survive. To put it bluntly, the reason why those lineages are so emboldened is just that they are relying on the people above them not daring to lift the table. They only care about their own interests, But what the above needed to consider was the interests of the entire human race. If the top refuses to give in and takes out a fish out of water attitude, in the end, it will be the lineage that will be in bad luck. I'm the one who's obsessed. Li Chongfeng, who was on the side, opened his mouth with a bitter smile. He was a very intelligent person, but in the end, he was still a bit young. What he had in mind was the entire human race. That's why he felt a great deal of pressure when the worldly family messed up like that. But now think about it. Lu Dust's mode of thinking was the one that was most applicable at the current stage. Extraordinary times for extraordinary things. In times of turmoil, no one is going to spoil anyone all the time. You don't want to go to war if you don't want to go to war. How in heaven's name is that good? When a race is facing the crisis of extinction, even a 3-year-old child must take up arms. No one can hide. Lu Chuan was able to think like this solely because in his last life, he had already seen the real end times. The frontier hasn't fallen yet. So one by one, it's just a matter of taking a chance. By the time the extraterrestrial alien race attacked the safe zone, they would only be thinking about how to survive. Lu kid, I'm waiting for the day you grow up. I hope I won't be wrong about anyone. Xia Kongdong stroked his long beard and looked at Lu Duan with undisguised admiration in his eyes. This kid is a tough one. The future of the human race really needs such hardliners, otherwise it will never be of one mind. Elder Xia is overstated. Lu Chen slightly arched his hand, always maintaining the etiquette and humility that a junior should have. Sure girl. You're sure you've chosen right? Seeing Lu Chen's unassuming attitude, Xia Kongdong's heart became a few points more satisfied, and immediately turned his head to look at Xiaolan. Well, Uncle Big, as you can see, Dusty and I are in love. We will never be separated. Xiaolan, who was not far away, saw this scene and hurriedly ran up and hugged Lu Chen's arm, smiling like a flower. Ah, right. Elder Xia, in fact, actually Xiaolan's senior sister and I have long been privately engaged. I hope your old man will be able to fulfill it. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and hurriedly agreed with a smile. Ha. Fulfillment fulfills fulfillment. Xia Kongdong glanced at Zhao Jinan with a slight expression. On the Lin family's side, it's fine to be offended. Since you two are in love, when the time comes, Great Uncle Gong will personally accompany you on your journey. This matter is ultimately my Xia family's fault. The compensation that should be made, our Xia family will just recognize it. Ah. Don't be overjoyed, Elder Xia. If I remember correctly, when this kid first met me, he had a little girlfriend. But it's not like you're a kid. Nowadays, we advocate having many children and marrying a few more, so we can also spread our branches for my human race. Zhao Jinan was all smiles. But the talking is becoming more and more outrageous. With your natural talent, the child you give birth to will definitely not be any worse in the future. When little brother Lu finishes dealing with the Xia family, you must be sure to come to my Zhao family. My daughter is in no way inferior to anyone else. Of course. The main reason I asked you to come to the Zhao family was to take you somewhere. I heard that you refined the thunder and lightning of the Wudong Mountains, and not coincidentally, I know of one such place. Zhao Jinan said this. Lu Dust instantly couldn't sit still. It turned out that there was news of the innate thunder seed in one's old home. Thanks to him, he's still running all over the world. It seemed that he had to go on this trip to the southwest. Chapter 88. Jealous? Plant a strawberry.
Oh, sorry.
So Miss Su Qingyan is here. Look at my memory. I haven't seen you in a few months. Miss Su's change is so great that this military commander is somewhat unrecognizable. Seeing Zhao Jinan suddenly tapping his head as if he had only just recognized Su Qingyan, Lu Chuan had a burst of teeth. He's definitely eyeballing himself on purpose, trying to take advantage of a big backyard fire. Originally, when Xiaolan held his arm, Su Qingyan in the corner, his aura was a bit low. Coupled with the output of Xia Kongdong and Zhao Jinan's turns, Lu Chun has clearly felt that he is afraid that he is not far from death. Ha! Minister Zhao is really expensive. One thought to this. Lu Chun hastily pulled out his arm without moving and cast a pleading look towards Su Qingyan. That's okay. Listening to Minister Zhao, don't you also want to introduce your daughter to Brother Lu Chun? When she recognizes me as her sister, I'm sure Minister Zhao will remember me. Su Qingyan lightly smiled and opened her mouth. That generous and decent appearance, in turn, gave Zhao Jinan a blow to the head. This little girl. He actually threatened him. The army commander. It's true that none of them are easy to use. Ahem.
Okowo.
Now that the matter has been cleared up, this military commander will go back first. It's been a busy couple of days, and those old soldiers at home are afraid they're going to turn over a new leaf. The reason why Zhao Jinan stayed in Wudong was to wait for Lu Chuan to wake up, and now that his purpose had been accomplished, he simply stood up as well, intending to say goodbye and leave. Many thanks to Minister Zhao. When this is over, I will definitely pay a visit to the door. Lu Chun slightly clasped his fists and said gratefully. Although he was flirted with by others, Zhao Jinan was indeed genuinely helping him. He even specifically kept an eye out for news of the innate thunder seed for him, a favor that couldn't be considered too big. The human race is in turmoil. Lu Chun also had to think of every possible way to raise his strength up as soon as possible before he could do so. The green-colored lightning that had been refined in the Qingling cave had allowed Lu Chun to successfully awaken the third divine ability, exorcism. The characteristics of this divine ability were somewhat similar to that soul-departing sacred flame talent of Zhouli's, both targeting spiritual power. Only, the soul-departing sacred flame was to burn spiritual energy, while the execution of evil was to strike directly at the soul. Its biggest flaw is that it can't cause actual damage to the human body and can only briefly paralyze the enemy's soul. That's why Lu Chuan, when he was dueling with that Zhou Changming, he swerved and directly hand-rubbed the spiral pill. Of course, this trait does not have a physical attack, but the effect is still incredibly powerful, because it ignores all realms. Even if it was a superpower in the rule realm, once the evil exterminator entered the body, the soul would be paralyzed for a short period of time. And in a real life and death struggle, even a second's lapse of concentration could very well lead to a guttering. So this characterization, the control ability is still quite unbelievable, and when combined with other divine abilities, it can definitely bring about unexpected effects. Pity. The avatar of punishing evil was strong, but it could only be used in close combat. Once he faced a seasoned expert like Zhou Changming, it would be difficult to have room to play again. The only thing that made Lu Dust feel relieved is that his melee abilities are getting outrageous now. Even across two great realms, once one gets close to one's body, one will definitely be hung up and beaten. After sending Zhao Jinan away, Lu Chun and the others also bid farewell to Wudong Mountain and prepared to head to the Xia family. Looking at the sullen Su Qingyan, Lu Chun had to turn his head towards Xiaolan and say, "You go wait for me on the flying boat first. I still have some things to say to Qingyan." Meh. Okay. Xiaolan glanced at Su Qingyan and very sensibly took the Xia family elders to leave first. "Come on, I've got a point." Lu Chun reached out and wrapped his hand around Su Qingyan's slender waist, leaning down to kiss her smooth forehead. "I don't give a about you, lest I still bore someone." Su Qingyan slightly don't head. I don't know when, actually also learned Dayu-style speech. "Geez, don't be mad. Come on, let my husband kiss it." Knowing that Su Qingyan was jealous, Lu Chuan, who wasn't very good at comforting people, had to shamelessly hold Su Qingyan's face and decisively came to a stronghold. Well, Su Qingyan was snuggled in Lu Chuan's arms, and it was too late to avoid. So she decisively and suddenly bit Lu Chuan's lips when he was kissing her. Hiss! Blood instantly overflowed from Lu Chen's lips, but he wasn't annoyed, and after only a slight pause, he continued to obliviously demand a kiss. Well. The taste of blood coming from her mouth made Su Qingyan reach out and push Lu Chen away, obviously still angry, but she still couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The watery mist in those radiant eyes rolled over, looking exceptionally compassionate. "You just know how to bully me and make me sad. I don't want to care about you anymore. Just go. I'm wronged. Obviously you're the one who's bullying me." Lu Chun pursed the blood stains on his lips and immediately cried out. You don't say." Seeing Lu Chuan shout it so loudly, Su Qingyan slightly blushed, panicked and reached out to cover Lu Chuan's mouth. "There are so many people in the vicinity. Don't be shouted over by his voice." Hoo. Lu Chuan didn't care about that, and immediately hailed a few hot breaths towards her palm, and even took a small lick. "You!" Su Qingyan retracted her small hand with a whoosh, her face reddening to the depths of her neck. She wasn't as brazen as Lu Duan. Still angry, Lu Chun raised his head in triumph, always hugging Su Qingyan and refusing to let go. "You, let go of me. I'm not angry anymore, just go away." Su Qingyan looked around sheepishly, afraid of being looked at. No release. Lu Chen gave an inch, causing Su Qingyan to be a bit at a loss. "Stop it. People are still waiting for you." You don't believe me and I'm angry. Lu Dust seemed to have played up his little temper as well, refusing to let go of anything he said. I didn't. Su Qingyan felt so aggrieved. If she didn't believe in Lu Chan, where would she have agreed to such a thing? That won't work either. You bit me, you let me bite back, and I'll let go. Lu Chuan's eyes flickered, and in his mind, inexplicably, a bold idea surfaced. You. Su Qingyan could not do anything about Lu Chan, and could only slightly incline her head, with a resigned look of letting the king take her. And then, the next second, her whole body just froze in place in a daze, and steam seemed to rise from the top of her head, because brother Lu Dust he actually sucked in his neck. Good shame. Feeling the slightest tingling and pain coming from her neck, Su Qingyan's entire body fell softly into Lu Chen's arms. She tried to pull away and dodge, and yet he couldn't use half of his strength at all, because even if the two of them cuddled and slept together, Lu Chen had never done such a bold act to her. For a while. Only then did Lu Chuan release Su Qingyan. Looking at the very conspicuous little red spot between her white neck, Lu Chuan was very satisfied with his masterpiece. You, Batman. Su Qingyan covered her neck and hurriedly ran inside the Taoist temple with a red face. Boo-hoo. No more shame. TT. Chapter 89. The Lin Family's Challenge. Guangfu, the Lin family compound. More than a dozen people, young and old, were in a joyous mood, hosting a family feast. For no other reason. The unicorn son of their Lin family, Lin Yi, who had been on the frontier for 3 years, had returned. This time when you come back, don't leave yet, you're 27, it's time to start a family. When 2 days pass, let's go to the Xia family to propose marriage, you and that girl Xiaolan. It's time to fulfill the marriage contract. The woman at the table rambled on as she pinched food for the young man in white beside her. Mom, Anqing has told me that Xiaolan doesn't agree with our marriage, so I'm afraid it's a bit wrong to go to the door to propose marriage. The white-clothed youth spoke calmly. His face was resolute. His temperament was cold and proud, and his body was flowing from the inside out with a strong confidence that was unhurried. Anyone who saw his face would be left with a deep impression of proud and extraordinary. No, where is my son unworthy of her Xiaolan? How can a marriage between families be a child's play? It's a done deal. There is no room for refusal. Lin Maoshan, the head of the Lin family on the other side, spoke with a cold face. Whatever you guys want. Lin Yi ate his meal indifferently. Women are just a flavor of life for me. I only have martial arts in my heart. Since Senior Lin only has martial arts in his heart, then this matter, it's a good solution. A sudden voice interrupted the conversation of several people. The crowd looked for the sound. Xiaolan, dressed in red, had already stepped into the middle of the living room with great generosity. Behind her, he was also followed by Xia Kongdong of the Xia clan, as well as a young kid he had never seen before. Xiaolan girl is here, huh? Sit down. Don't listen to your brother Lin Yi. Our family has long recognized you as our daughter-in-law. Lin Yi's mother glared at Lin Yi and hurriedly greeted him with a smile.
No aún tie.
Xiaolan politely refused and opened the door to take out a paper marriage contract. I'm sorry, I can't do what you want. The matter of the union is really not my intention. The family never asked my opinion, and I didn't know until later. I already have my heart in the right place, and will not marry another. So please, Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, don't blame me. Xiaolan's tone was sincere. Although she had come to withdraw from the marriage, she didn't want to make too much of a mess lest she invite trouble. Oh! Lin Yi raised his head with interest. Seeing Xiaolan's increasingly beautiful and moving appearance, as well as that magnificent temperament, he narrowed his eyes slightly. So, Sister Xiaolan, is here to withdraw from the marriage? Yes. Lin Yi's frivolous eyes, as well as that flippant tone of voice, made Xiaolan's heart a little unhappy. But in the end, this matter is always the Xia family backtracking and somewhat justified, so she put up with it. Interesting. Lin Yi's gaze swept across the room and finally settled on Lu Chan. It's because of this kid? Yes, he is my boyfriend. Xiaolan nodded slightly and directly admitted it. See this scene. Lu Chuan also had no choice but to step forward and politely cupped his fists. Greetings to Family Master Lin, Senior Lin. Unbridled. Lin Manson, the head of the Lin family, slammed the table, his aura instantly chilling down. Elder Xia, in this matter, You better give me an explanation. Or else my Lin family. Not just a soft toy to be bullied and humiliated. Lin family master, don't be angry. You also know that it's not like before. The children are older and have their own ideas, and we, the old guys, can't control them. But in this matter, after all, it was my Xia family that was unjustified first, and we are willing to offer compensation. Xia Kongdong casually took out a variety of carefully prepared compensatory gifts from the super energy space, and then gently smiled and said, "The matter of the marriage is also intended to be just for the sake of your and my two families, to add insult to injury. If we were to cross swords because of this, it would be a bit of a loss, don't you think so, Lin family master?" Obviously, the Xia family was not afraid of the Lin family either. Just don't want to make too much of a scene. Sister Xiaolan, earlier you passed the word that if I, Lin Yi, were a man, I would conquer you in a dignified manner and not rely on a marriage contract. That's something I very much recognize. I would have been a little more interested in you, but I don't like second-hand stuff. So if you want to withdraw from the marriage, it's also my Lin family withdrawing from your Xia family's marriage, so you guys go back. Wait a couple days. There will be a letter of repudiation sent to your summer home since. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged as he spoke blandly. However, the faces of Xiaolan and Xia Kongdong were both somewhat gloomy. Even Lu Duan raised an eyebrow. Nice guy. It's abjectly humiliating. The people's summer family ran to discuss the matter in good words, and even took the initiative to give compensation that was full of sincerity. It's not ancient times, just save face, and make it so embarrassing on purpose. Who's disgusted? No, Lin Yi, right? Lu Chun raised his eyes showing sarcasm. Is your brain broken? The Qing dynasty died long ago. This marriage contract is no use at all. But it is just a pedantic joke for you, the worldly families. Who are you making this whole thing up for? You think you're Emperor Shao? Lu Qin didn't care if this Lin family was a lineage or not. He had already offended the lineage to death. The debt is not too great. It's not that bad. What's he afraid of? What? You want to step up? Lin Yi gave Lu Chun a disdainful look. With your cultivation of the Sea Pioneer realm? Xiaolan, it looks like you don't have a good eye for picking men. Lin Yi stood up, and his breath began to soar in knots. This is the Lin family. This kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth, since he dared to speak out of turn. Naturally, he should be punished. Is it the peak of the void-breaking realm? What a coincidence. In his last life, Lu Chun was at least a Dharma body realm big shot, so he could naturally deduce Lin Yi's current realm from the aura he displayed. That's quite a bit of insight. Lin Yi walked slowly towards Lu Chun. However, daring to provoke trouble in my Lin family, it shouldn't be too much to make you break two legs, right? See this scene. Xiaolan just sighed darkly. It's come to this after all. She hadn't wanted to invite trouble, but the Lin family was indeed a little out of sight. Lu Chun was willing to stand up for her, and her heart was actually quite free and even vaguely sweet. It's nice to have a boyfriend. It's just a rental though. If you move him for a moment, my Xia family will be with you, the Lin family without end. Since she had already flipped out, Xiaolan simply drew her longsword as well, taking out the demeanor that a family heir should have. Ear, come back. Lin Maoshan opened his mouth at the right time, drinking in Lin Yi's actions. With Xia Kongdong here, they couldn't keep anyone. And besides, in the past 2 days, they had received the news of the Zhou family's destruction. No surprises. This kid should be that Lu Duan. After all, it is the person that the above wants to protect, and the Lin family must not go to be this headbanger. At least not to move him explicitly, but if we can stimulate it, we can waste the boy through regular means. There seems to be nothing to say above. Think about it. Lin Maoshan slowly revealed a cold smile. Want to withdraw from the marriage can also be, but my home ear always suffered. The news spread out, but the loss of ear's face. This way, Xiaolan girl, let this boyfriend of yours go to the ring with my family ear and officially fight, win or lose. This marriage contract is null and void. How? If he wins, it's my family's ear who is less skillful, and if he loses, he'll be able to gag others. Is it okay to handle it this way? Lin Maoshan's dripping words directly made Xiaolan's face completely gloomy. Shameless old thing. Relying on the fact that her own son was born a few years before her and his cultivation level was higher than Lu Chuan's. It was clear that he was unsettled, so how could she agree to it? Unfortunately, before she could say anything, Lu Chuan had already agreed in a single breath. Yes, both. I'll see you in the ring. Chapter 90. the greatest colors on earth. 3 days later, Hidden Sage Villa. At that time, my Lin family will invite all the major families in Guangfu and organize a celebration banquet for my son. Lin Manson glanced at Lu Chuan without moving, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. The appointment between the two of you, let's set it there. Land dust. Xiaolan pulled Lu Duan's sleeve. This was clearly a Hongmen banquet, and she didn't want Lu Chan to risk his life. Could be. I'll be there on time. Lu Chen gently patted the back of Xiaolan's hand and agreed readily. With that, he was unrelenting, pulling Xiaolan away from the Lin family. Dusty. Then the marriage contract has been withdrawn. So why should you pay any more attention to the deliberate difficulties of the Lin family? It's all torn up anyway. The letter of repudiation or something. Just let him go. His Lin family does not dare to really do anything to me. On the flying boat, Xiaolan clasped her sword with both hands and stood straight at Lu Chen's side as she spoke with a puzzled expression. That's different. Lu Chen smiled blandly and said, You're the future red-clothed sword immortal. What is this letter of repudiation? It's just too disgusting. Even if you don't care, you'll inevitably get into trouble, and I don't want you to be tarred with such a stigma. Why? Xiaolan suddenly turned her head, and those clear and bright eyes looked straight at Lu Chen's side face. It was as if he was trying to see through him completely. When the boss does something, the little brother stays out of it. Lu Chuan was a bit vain and avoided Xiaolan's blazing gaze. He couldn't say why. Anyway, he just couldn't stand by and watch Xiaolan suffer this insult for nothing. She was that magnificent, for the sake of the human race. She had given everything she had. This sword fairy name. How can I be humiliated? Right? That's it. Lu Chen forced down the momentary panic in his heart and found himself a grand excuse. A gentleman discusses the signs regardless of the heart. No one is perfect in this world. Summerland is fine. Su Qingyan is also very good. Both of them are one in a million strange women. To say that they are not moved at all, that is all a lie. But love is restraint beyond instinct. Lu Chen wouldn't hurt Su Qingyan because of this, so he had to cut off certain thoughts he shouldn't have in time. In case I get my legs broken when the time comes, I won't be able to explain to Gao Lang Mei. Xiaolan's eyes dimmed slightly, but on the surface, she flirted as if nothing had happened. Ludum didn't know that. It's because he was slow to face his heart in the near future. But it was the one that almost got everyone hurt. But it's not his fault. Truly in love with someone, even if they met another excellent girl, they would actually make the same choice as Lu Dust.
Loved Su Qingyan miserably.
And how could it possibly upset her? You'll sleep in the guest bedroom. We are now boyfriend and girlfriend. And the elders of the family, they didn't arrange any other yard for you. It was already late in the evening when he returned to the Xia household. Xiaolan pointed to the bedroom next door, and involuntarily, a faint scarlet blush appeared on her face. This is her private yard. No man has ever spent the night here, let alone lived next door to his own boudoir. Good. Lu Dust responded and decisively hid inside, locking the door in the process. The two of them clearly didn't make any excessive moves or words, but both of them felt a lingering touch of ambiguity. This caused them to panic a bit with each other, never being able to figure out what was going on. But if it's over, I'm afraid it's obvious at a glance that this is typical of a lack of emotional history. When both people are interested in the other, it doesn't really take much communication at all. A look at each other. It will be possible to determine what the other one thinks. Even the most normal of get-togethers can become ambiguous. So to speak, between men and women, there is no such thing as pure friendship. Shallow fellowship is not called friendship, it's superficial politeness and restraint. To put it bluntly, it just didn't look right. A deep friendship is not called friendship. It's a stupidity hidden in the heart. The difference is just a matter of whether or not action is taken. The Sea King knows all about it. Except for loved ones. Any fellowship of the opposite sex. Theoretically, all are spares that can be taken down at some point, excluding any reason or excuse. This is true for both men and women, with no exceptions whatsoever. Land dust. In the bedroom, Xiaolan lay on her side, raising her hand to poke at the whitewashed wall in front of her. What's he doing now? Ugh. Exelon sighed and rolled over. When she thought of the words that Zhao Zhenan and her great-uncle had said, her mind was slow to calm down. When did you like him? Maybe it was a little heartfelt when he saved his life. She'd really been restrained. But liking someone is not something that can be put down easily with restraint. The more restrained, the more raging the outburst. She didn't know what she should do anymore. The closer she got to Lu Chen, the deeper she inevitably fell. But she also has her own pride. Lu Chen loved Su Qingyan, so she was willing to bury this feeling of hers. Be a friend. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Summerlin smiled to herself. That's the only way to lie to yourself. There was no talk all night. The next morning, Lu Chuan had just stepped out of the courtyard when he saw Xiaolan, who was practicing her sword. Looking at the sky that had just whitened, Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh a little. No wonder he could become a sword immortal. Just this hard work, it far exceeded himself. Of course he doesn't. Xiaolan actually stayed up all night.
Yo?
Up so early. Seeing Lu Chuan, Xiaolan also put away her long sword, and looking at her fragrant sweaty appearance, Lu Chuan was slightly lost in thought. There's one to say. Xiaolan is really beautiful. Her beauty is different from Su Qingyan. She is the kind of mature and charming imperial sister style. The temperament is lazy, but also vaguely with a forward-looking sharpness. The obviously girly long pink hair makes her look even more flirty and feminine. It was almost as if the charming bones were made in heaven. No wonder Su Qingyan said she was a vixen. I don't suppose it's because you know that my mom slept next door to you yesterday? So some people have insomnia from doing bad things, is it? Well, it's beautiful. If it hadn't grown a mouth. Yeah. Lu Chuan's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, landed on top of Xiaolan's rippling, big, ferocious weapon. Senior sister Xiaolan, do you know what a great color on earth is? Me like that. Charlene inwardly snickered a little. Tell me more. It is said in the book that a woman who lowers her head and doesn't see her feet is the most beautiful woman on earth. Eh? Xiaolan subconsciously lowered his head. A few moments later, a blush that quickly crept up her cheeks and gradually spread to the base of her ears. Effed. Stinking hooligans. I'll chop you to death. Xiaolan was infuriated and raised her sword to kill Lu Chen. The two chased each other around the yard. However, Xiaolan never expected that Lu Chuan would actually stop suddenly, which made the unanticipated her almost really slash her sword on Lu Chuan. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and moved the Zhonglan's sword to the side at the first opportunity. But the inertia of her strike still made her unsteady, and she slammed straight into Lu Chen's arms. Chapter 91. I'm not targeting anyone. Crap. Foul. Foul ah. Feeling the touch of softness coming from his chest, Lu Chuan's little heart couldn't help but thump. How do you even hit someone with a ball? You go away. As soon as Xiaolan pushed Lu Chen away, her face was already as red as the burning clouds in the sky. It's not my fault. You're the one who bumped into me. Lu Dust hurriedly skimmed off the responsibility. I'm going to tell the tall, cold girl. Xiaolan's eyes reddened as she said incoherently, and she hurriedly ran out of the courtyard. Eh? Crap. Don't with me. Lu Chen froze and immediately became a bit flustered. If this were to reach the ears of his little tablemates, Lu Dust wouldn't dare to imagine the miserable sight. Although it is said, the young co-star was really gentle with him, but she was also really hard to coax. Time flies. Soon enough, it was the day that Lu Chuan and Lin Yi had an appointment to fight. Ever since the last time there was a small incident in the courtyard, Xiaolan had been avoiding Lu Duan, consciously or unconsciously, for the past 2 days. Sure, Lu Dust wasn't idle either. In order to ensure that this appointment was foolproof, he had asked the Xia family to borrow hundreds of 4th Realm demon cores. That's not a small amount of money. Although Xiaolan graciously stated that he didn't need to pay him back, Lu Chen still kept this account in his heart. After all, he owed Xiaolan enough. Hidden Sage Village. This place used to be a famous tourist attraction in Guangfu many years ago. The mountains are good, the water is good, the carved buildings are good. Unfortunately, it has now become a private territory and has been transformed into a huge luxury manor, which is an important place for the Guangfu families to liaise and exchange ideas. Lu Chuan and the others arrived here. A number of guests had already gathered in the manor, and they were gathered in 2s and 3s, pushing and laughing. Lin Xian nephew is so young, and he's already an official major. It's really something to be congratulated. Yes, the Lin family has produced a Qilin child. My Lu family has always worked closely with the Lin family. Lin Xian nephew will have to move around more in the future. Lin family master. Old brother has a cooperation here. Let's talk about it in detail later. Good. Banquet. Lin Maoshan smiled broadly, calmly climbed with the four sides of the guests. A moment can be said to be the scenery. Pity. The appearance of the Xia family's group. But it made his smile, slightly frozen for a moment, and a touch of imperceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. It's been a couple days. He had long since passed the gas secretly with the major families that were friends with the Lin family. Today anyway, and also to disgrace the Xia family. It's best to do it right and waste that Lu Chen kid. So much for that. The dilemma facing the world family right now was naturally solved. There was no way that the higher-ups would, for the sake of a wasted heaven's pride, completely break with the worldly family. This is the consensus in everyone's mind. Sure, although he wasn't very worried that the higher-ups would take it out on the Lin family, the precautions that should be taken should still be taken. The Lin family couldn't go on this outing alone, which was why he had united many of the families. Everyone snapped together. What can the senior management do to them even if they are no longer satisfied? Killed them all? That's just as stupid as cutting off your own arm. There's no way the executives are going to do that. Elder Xia, haven't seen you for a long time. Why do you look quite old? It seems that after the Xia family master died for his country, the Xia family's days, it seems, are not too good. That's not correct, family master Lu. The Xia and Gua master died for his country, and the Xia family naturally rose to the top, and now that they don't treat our circle well, how could it be bad? Haha. That's a very good point, family master Wang. It's me who's been rash. Maybe it's through the gas. As soon as Xia Kongdong appeared, a few of the higher-ups of the lineage began to lash out in a conspiratorial manner. Hearing these people making fun of her deceased father, Xia Lan's complexion, too, gradually clouded over. However, before she had the chance to speak, Lu Chuan took a step forward of his own accord, picked up a cup of liquor, and calmly took a sip of it and said, "You old thing, you do have some self-knowledge. The same as the head of the family. Some people donate their bodies to the national tragedy and regard death as a home away from home, while others, however, will only hide in the back of the corpse and boast about it. Like a jumping clown, adding to the joke. I think a letso like that should be thrown in the trash. Lu family master, Wang family master, you guys say? I'm right." Lu Chen's undisguised sneer instantly caused the two family heads to turn pale. They didn't expect it either. How dare this kid be so bold as to have no regard for anyone's face, and to lift the table just as he enters. Unbridled. Asshole. Where are you from, yellow mouth? And who gave you the nerve to make trouble here?
No honor, no lawlessness.
Kid, you need to make it clear who the hell is Lushan here? Seeing that the surrounding people were all looking at themselves with unfavorable gazes, there was a situation where they were going to strike out and hurt someone at the drop of a hat. Lu Chun put down his wine glass and said with a calm smile, holding a hint of awe, "I'm not targeting anyone. I mean everyone here is Le Color." The words fell. The whole room was quiet for a split second. Next, the whole party became saber-rattling. Seek death. Scrap him. Grass. Break his hands and feet and throw him out to the dogs. Come. I'll see who dares to make a move. Facing the crowd of angry guests, Xia Kongdong glanced at Lu Duan somewhat helplessly, but still stepped out to stand in front of him. Everyone be quiet. Seeing that the situation was getting vaguely uncontrollable, Lin Manson immediately stood up and rounded off the situation. I've invited you all here today, apart from organizing a celebration banquet for my son. There's another reason why I want to ask all of you to bear witness to my Lin family. My family had already signed a marriage contract with the Xia family's daughter. But this Xia family's daughter, however, does not know shame and goes against the way of women. To make love to this brat while my son was guarding the frontier, to secretly have an affair, and even to return the marriage at the door, deliberately humiliating my Lin family. I can't swallow this breath, my Lin family. So today my son, Lin Yi, will have a life and death battle with this brat. Win or lose, the marriage contract is null and void. Yes, adulterers and adulteresses, verily damned. Shoot him. Shoot him. The entire crowd chanted in unison, cursing uncontrollably. Looking at Xia Lan's pale and shaky appearance, Lu Chun suddenly reached out and swept her into his arms, then said with a big grin, "Your lineage is really capable. What, your Lin family head's marriage certificate is bigger than the law? Do you understand free love? That precious son of yours is no good. My Xiaolan doesn't even bother to look at him, and he still dares to come up with a shy batch face. Shame on you. Is it disgusting? If you're not convinced, Then let's have a fight. Let me see what that Qilin child of yours is capable of. Lu Chuan's cold gaze swept across the room and finally settled on Lin Maoshan's father and son. A snog? He, Mr. Lu, has yet to convince anyone. Chapter 92. Unexpected results of the war. Good, good, good. Then get on the stage and fight. Lin Yi's gaze was like a knife, and he had already, in his heart, silently sentenced Lu Chuan to death, not to kill the kid's power. The Lin family, this time, was only afraid that it would be difficult to end. The two of them walked out of the hall at the same time and arrived on top of the life and death ring that had already been set up, in accordance with the rules of the human race. Once in the life and death ring, no matter what the backgrounds of the two parties are, they may not be held accountable for the follow-up. Although this rule, too, was only valid for ordinary people, both Lu Chuan and Lin Yi had hard backgrounds. This situation, it would be subtle. Here, even if I kill you, it will be reasonable and compliant. No one can say anything. Are you ready? The corners of Lin Yi's mouth flicked up, and a silver-white lance slowly surfaced in his hand. This is the gun Jielin Ia, a Rakshasa gun, in recent years, but killed the frontier foreign tribes, scared of the wind. Yeah, I don't know what the higher-ups really think. That Lu Chuan, what can he compare to Lin Yi? This kid, he's dead today. There was a lot of talking and mumbling on stage. No one looked favorably on Lu Chuan, and no one here had read Lu Chen's real profile. Growable talents. Once this kind of thing was spread, it was feared that all the extraterrestrial alien races would be completely thrown into a frenzy. Here's why. Even if Lu Chuan had blown up his talent, the higher-ups would have to forcefully change the reason for his profile. What a lot of crap. Lu Chuan summoned the heaven-breaking halberd with one hand and stabbed up towards that Lin Yi without hesitation. The big battle is imminent. Both of them were of the younger generation, the top heavenly pride that had risen to prominence, and the picture of the battle was naturally extremely ornamental. The lance and the heavy halberd collided continuously, emitting a steady stream of metallic friction sounds. Shadows crisscrossed and sparks flew in all directions. Break the vault. 10 or so rounds later, Lin Yi suddenly let out a low gulp as his right hand continuously exerted force, instantly picking out 3 spear flowers and stabbing straight at Lu Chen's throat vitals. And Lu Chuan didn't even use a martial arts skill, just a simple sweeping blow, which carried a rolling blood-red airflow, hard smashing Lin Yi's lance back. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are just a mantis. Lu Chuan smiled disdainfully as a black and red armor that emitted an endless ferocious aura quickly enveloped him. It's been a couple days. He had devoured hundreds of 4th Realm demon cores, and his cultivation had officially broken through the 9th turn of the Void Battle King. This is equivalent to the condensation realm. The Qi and blood armor, too, was no longer an illusion. It was a special armor that was completely, cohesively formed with one's own Qi and blood. Strength, speed, defense, and more. Both received a substantial boost. Preliminary estimates. His punching power should have broken through 1,000,000 pounds. That's 500 tons. It would be easy to destroy a building with this punch smash. If it was a wilderness battle, this Lin Yi might still have some trouble with his higher cultivation and long-distance combat. But in such a life and death ring, Lin Yi, who is at the peak of the void-breaking realm, is just a matter of a few punches to Lu Chuan. Peft. Fruity. When Lu Chuan summoned the Qi and blood armor, he just casually slashed and smashed Lin Yi to the point where he spat out blood and fell back to the edge of the ring. In the midst of such a close encounter, Lin Yi didn't even have time to utilize his natural aptitude before he was set hard into the ground by several consecutive smashes from Lu Chuan immediately following. If it wasn't for the fact that this ring was blessed by a formation, I'm afraid that it would have been dismantled by Lu Chuan. I thought how capable you were, but this? Sage? Unbearable. Lu Chen's halberd, gently pressed against Lin Yi's neck, condescendingly looked down at him and said, "Seconds. Unsuspecting seconds. Lu dust from start to finish. Not even too serious. Then look at Lin Yi at this moment. Where's half the arrogance you had before? Bones are smashed. 3 halberds. Just 3 halberds." He was then knocked to pieces by Lu Chuan's entire body. Facing Lu dust, he was as if he was an ordinary person who had hit a big luck head-on. He couldn't even react in time. It was hardened by Lu Chuan's brutal to completely unreasonable power, and it was hard smashed, and even the ground was smashed out of a huge D.P. pit. The two had clearly crossed a large realm, but the result was downright crushing. This made the always proud Lin Yi How can it be accepted? He looked ahead with his eyes lifeless, obviously suffering from a great psychological shock. He lost. It's a losing battle. The most crucial thing was that this kind of failure was not something that he could make up for with more effort. Lu Chen's power had made him deeply realize what true despair was. The guy in front of me, it was as if the male lead in the novel had materialized, pushing invincibility across the board and suppressing the generation. The battle is over. The room was silent. Until now. They haven't even reacted yet. Would have thought that this time, it would be a solo performance show for the unicorn child of the Lin family, and at the very least it would be an evenly matched battle. But they are anyway, nor can it be imagined. The end result was actually that Lin Yi was easily crushed. Lu Chen's light and casual attitude had almost clearly told everyone. The Lin family's unicorn child that they were so incredibly optimistic about wasn't even worthy of being a rival to him. Someone Lu.
Imperfect.
A few days ago he was fighting back and forth with Zhou Changming, and now he just killed him in seconds? Xiaolan, who was the first to return to her senses, couldn't help but lower her head and mutter in a low voice. She knew that Lu Duan was perverted. However, she had never imagined that Lu Chen's perversion had actually reached such a heinous level. Also until this moment, she just vaguely have realized why the human race senior, rather than break with the world family, also want to protect Lu Dust. Once this guy grows up, all the great emperors of the human race put together were afraid that they wouldn't be enough for him to fight alone, right? And for such a result, Lu Chen himself wasn't surprised and didn't even have any change in his expression. He was able to destroy Zhou Changming, who was also at the peak of the void-breaking realm when he was at the Sea Pioneer realm. Now stoned. Oh, stone demon core stoned to the peak of the void battle king. The chi and blood directly enhanced 10 times. Seconds to kill a Lin Yi. That couldn't be further from the truth. These people. Pure and simple fuss. Any last words? If not, I'll send you on your way. Lu Chun condescended to look down on Lin Yi. His tone was flat and joyless. He had never considered the pride of this generation of the human race as a rival, and his goal had always been to kill his way into the void. He wanted to personally kill that void beast, to make all the foreign races not dare to covet the blue star anymore. How dare the Harridan? Seeing that Lu Chun really had the intention to kill, Lin Maoshan finally couldn't sit still, and immediately shot out a palm regardless. The strength of a Dharma body realm powerhouse was also revealed at this moment. Humph! Think my Xia family has no one? Xia Kongdong had long been on guard, and when he saw this scene, he also quickly struck out a palm, directly defusing Lin Maoshan's attack, while protecting Lu Chun behind him. Terrifying pressure swept across the entire field. It seems like the next moment, a peak duel between upper third realm powers would break out here. Stop it all. Finally, it's when the two sides are deadlocked. A majestic voice, in time, traveled from above the firmament and into everyone's ears. Chapter 93, Lu Duan's Protector of the Dao. The crowd looked up. A plainly dressed woman in green had already stepped on the void and crossed over, landing in front of Lu Chun. Yu Wanqing. How did she get here? Looks like things are getting a little complicated. How is it that even half-step great emperors are coming down? What exactly is the identity of that kid? The moment the woman in green appeared, the surrounding guests, then, revealed a look of horror. Yu Wanqing, the first person under the 9 emperors of the human race. It was rumored that this person was a dragon and was one of the 3 heads of the League of Superpowers. No one expected that. A duel between 2 juniors has actually brought this lord here? Greetings to Venerable Yu. Your Excellency, Yu has come to visit. Forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. I don't know what Your Excellency Yu's instructions are for coming to my humble abode. As the host, Lin Maoshan's gaze flickered slightly for a moment. But he's superficial. Still a respectful obeisance. Whether it was strength or status, the Lin family was a worthless existence in front of Yu Wanqing. He certainly didn't dare to be half rude. What can I tell you? Yu Wanqing slightly raised her eyes, and a faint touch of mockery appeared above that beautiful and moving face. I'm the boy's protector, so you might as well tell me what I should be instructed in? SH. What? She's that kid's protector? No way. Absolutely not. Venerable Yu is the strongest venerable who has the most hope of being crowned an emperor in recent years. What makes that kid capable of making a future great emperor serve as his protector? It wasn't just the guests on the floor who were dumbfounded. Even Lu Chuan himself was somewhat dumbfounded as he looked at the green-clothed woman in front of him. He had speculated before. The higher echelons of the human race should be able to arrange a path protector for themselves. It's just that he never expected it. One's own protector was actually so awesome. The third head of the League of Supermen, giving himself as a protector? That set out. I'm afraid I don't even have the guts to believe it, right? Yu Wanqing's great name, Lu Chuan had heard of it quite a few times in his previous life. The water attributes absolute pride. The most powerful existence that had the most hope of being sealed as an emperor before Su Qingyan. Unfortunately, when she was breaking through the rule realm, she was sneak attacked by an undercover agent of the human race and ended up dying tragically in the 9th city. The bottom line is this. That undercover agent, until the time when Lu Chun and Su Qingyan both fell, no one dug him out. Your Eminence, you is joking. You are in a high position of power, being one of the future great emperors. How would you lower yourself to give a brat as a protector of the way? Lin Maoshan's forehead was oozing with fine sweat. He had thought that Lu Chuan should be highly valued by the higher-ups, but he really hadn't thought that the higher-ups had actually reached such an unimaginable level of importance for him. What is the protector? That's closer than a master. Moment of truth. A protector is one who would rather sacrifice himself or herself than guard the one he or she is guarding. Even if this kid's potential was no longer outstanding, it wasn't worth a future great emperor to lay down his life to protect him. Was it? Did you think that my father was idle? So you came over here specifically to play a joke on you? Yu Wanqing faintly swept Lin Maoshan a glance, not bothering to pay any more attention to this person, only turning around and walking towards Lu Chuan on the stage. You, boy, are too much of a tosser. Do you know how much trouble will follow after my father shows up today? Yu Wanqing slowly came to Lu Chuan and flicked his forehead again with a favor and a headache. Hey, she actually molested me? Hey, we don't know each other well. Lu Chuan hastily retreated, only to feel a wave of hair all over his body, and he was not comfortable anywhere. It's okay, it's getting cooked. Yu Wanqing indifferently glanced at Lin Yi, who was already somewhat delirious in that huge pit. Since it's been exposed, there's no need to hide it in the future. Those lineages that want to target you, if you have the time, go door to door yourself and get a statement. If you can't beat them, shake them. I will shelter you until the Dao fusion realm. Until then, you're just going to break the sky, and this father will protect you. Although Yu Wanqing's tone was flat, it revealed an arrogant aura of looking down on everything, though she did have the arrogance to do the same. Sage, talking is better than singing. You're so capable. Why didn't you show up in the Zhou family before? In regards to this sudden protector of the Dao, in Lu Chen's heart, he actually didn't trust it too much. In his opinion, the biggest possibility was that after his own reverse beheading of Zhou Changming, the human race hierarchy had completely recognized his potential, which was why he had sent a high-powered bigwig over to buy people's hearts. Really care about yourself that much? How could they not take any action when they were in the Zhou family before? Brat. The top has the difficulties of the top and not anyone's one word. Because of your thing, the top is now also divided into two factions, but well, I still look favorably on you. Plus, if I show up too early, how will I bring out all those lineages that want to target you? As if Yu Wanqing could see through Lu Chuan's thoughts, she immediately explained to him in a voice transmission. This kind of thing cannot be declared out, otherwise those families, and should rise some other kind of mind. Tell me about it. This Lin family, what are you going to do with them? Do you need me to take action and help you exterminate them? Pass the word over. Yu Wanqing turned her gaze, again onto Lin Maoshan, and that undisguised killing intent instantly gave Lin Maoshan a feeling like falling into an ice cave. He finally realized just how great the determination of the above to cleanse the lineage was. This situation, not to mention the district's Lin family, it was estimated that all the world families that were on the wrong side would have a hard time escaping. Venerable Yu, it's just that we were invited by Lin Maoshan and came over to attend the banquet. We didn't do anything. Yeah. My Wang family and the Lin family aren't too familiar. I just received an invitation to come here to talk about business dealings. The guests present were all family leaders, so how could they not see the situation? Above this one, obviously it's a real move. The so-called alliance of worldly families naturally became a joke in a matter of moments. People are laid out. Even if the borders are not wanted, we have to clean up all those unruly lineages. How would they dare to run into the muzzle of a gun at a time like this? Mingle. It is the wisest choice. Meh. Which people were the ones who just now, mouthed off, clamoring to kill me, Mr. Lu. You don't dare to do it, do you? Family Master Wang, Family Master Lu? I haven't finished talking yet. What are you two trying to hide from each other? Whatever the hell the idea is up there. Since the protector of the Tao had already appeared, Lu Chun naturally wanted to make good use of it. This was the pinnacle of the Tao fusion realm's thighs, and if the great emperor didn't come out, he, Lu Dust, could walk horizontally in the entire human race. He had taken the initiative to expose his talent, originally in order to gain the full support of the top echelons of the human race. Now, with Yu Wanqing's blessing, he would no longer have to cower. Chapter 94, Knockout. Sure, with his current capital, he could not wipe out all these lineages for the time being. It's really a fish out of water. Even Yu Wanqing might not be able to protect herself. But if you can't kill people, you can collect some interest first. After all, the development of the remaining ashes still need a lot of resources. With so many lineages here, it would be too much of a shame not to make a profit. Think about it. Lu Chun paced towards the two family lords who had mocked Xia Kongdong earlier. No, we didn't hide. The Lu family head and the Wang family head glanced at each other, knowing that Lu Chuan would most likely not give up, so they had to step forward with an apprehensive look on their faces. They weren't as powerful as the Lin family. Listening to Yu Wanqing's tone, she didn't intend to stay in the Lin family, and the two of them, where would they be put in the eyes of this master? So to speak. Did I mishear you? Lu Chun looked at the two with a smiling face and feigned deep thought. Oh, come to think of it, you two seemed to say before that you admired the hero Xia and Gua who died for his country. So you specially prepared a thick gift for the hero's orphan, Xiaolan, is that right? Ah. Yes. Yes, it's like this. My Lu family has been friends with the Xia family for generations, and I, Lu Xian myself, have always admired the generosity of the Xia family master in going to the right, so this is a small token of my appreciation. The same goes for my Wang family. A small, thin gift. I hope Brother Lin won't excuse himself. Both of them were human beings. How could they not know that Lu Chun was trying to take advantage of the fire? However, looking at the silent Yu Wanqing on the side, they were still very submissive and began to cooperate with Lu Chun in his act. They didn't put up a fight after all. At best, it's just lip service. As long as they concede fast enough, this kid shouldn't be able to take them on. Watching the two of them with a face of fleshly pain, they took out two treasures of great value from the superspace. Lu Qin just smiled coldly. 2. That's where you're wrong. You were, before, clearly talking about giving away your superpowered bracelets. And that's how perfunctory you guys turned out to be? You're ing farting. What good man would give away his super bracelet? That was put in there. But it's all one's own. Why don't you try delivering one first? You don't even act anymore, do you? This? The two of them looked at each other and really wanted to roll their eyes. But when they saw Yu Wanqing's teasing and playful eyes, they immediately recognized the reality. No blood today. They just can't leave. Good. Since Brother Lu wants it, I have this bracelet. You take it. Lu Xian resisted the urge to slap Lu Chuan to death, and with a smile on his face, he took off the superpower bracelet. What makes you say that, Family Master Lu? Lu Dust instantly jumped to his feet in righteousness. This is what you voluntarily gave to Xiaolan Senpai. What does it have to do with me? Gentlemen, what do you say? Seeing Lu Chuan's gaze, sweeping across the room one by one, the rest of the guests also changed their colors and cried out for bad luck. But today the situation is stronger than ever. Even if there were 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past in their hearts, on the surface they could only smile and agree. Yes. I heard it with my own ears. Speaking of which, I also have some treasures here that I would like to gift to Niece Xiaolan. So please don't excuse yourself, Niece Xia. Niece Xia, I also have a pair of fine dragon scale ivory tusks here, which are excellent materials for forging a 4th order spirit martial. Niece Xia, the soul-severing blade, is an S-class spirit martial. You must take it. Niece Summer. Guests in the audience contributed. It wasn't that they were really so self-consciously generous, but compared to the family heads of the Wang and Lu families, they felt that the loss of 1 or 2 treasures was nothing unacceptable. The right to break the bank, so to speak. The man just can't compare. Once the comparisons started, a part of the population even felt celebrated, and so it was. After the guests at the scene, all voluntarily gave away a large amount of expensive resources. This celebration, it's also officially over. In the end, Lu Dust did not do anything to the Lin family. That Lin sinews are broken, the heart of the Tao is broken, in the future cannot be revitalized are still an unknown quantity. Ignore it for now. This in the end. Still not strong enough on their own. He was able to request Yuan Qing to catch up with all of them for him, but in doing so, he would owe another favor. The favor above. It's not that well owed. In the future, when you need to sacrifice your own interests, will you return this favor or not? That's why Lu Dust has always been. It's all about an attitude of not getting close or staying away from the top side, living like a scumbag. Xia family, Songlan's small courtyard. This was Xialan's private courtyard, and Lu Chun and Xialan were sitting face to face in front of the gazebo, watching the tiny Lu Shiryu, spreading her legs and going wild in the courtyard. You later. Don't be okay to take that tripod of yours to cover people. You see, to suffocate this little girl. Xialan made tea while looking for a topic of conversation as if nothing had happened. Ha! I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for it. Lu Dust smiled non-committally. Next, the two heard a boom. Look for the sound. Lucia had already jumped on top of the wigwam. The two little short legs just so step. The whole wigwam was stepped into a ground of rubble. Ahem, children, just like to make a fuss. A wigwam is just a wigwam, and is not worth anything. Lu Xiaoyu. That's a 1,000-year-old mandala I planted with my own hands. Stand there for me. That one can't be picked either. After a bit of chicken scratching, Xialan personally covered the top of the bronze cauldron for the pitiful Lu Shiryu. Don't worry. I've added a couple quilts in there to keep her absolutely warm. Xialan resumed sitting across from Lu Chun. It was only that she looked lazy, one hand resting on her cheek, and her charming and moving eyes were looking at Lu Dust without blinking, without the slightest intention of moving away. That. I've got a name and a name. Lu Chun was made a little uncomfortable by the look, and could only lower his gaze and say something with meaning. Look at this bit of talent in you. Xialan's eyes flickered slightly, not moving as she looked away. The marriage contract is broken, you are finally free, and I think it is time for me to leave. The short silence made Lu Chun inexplicably a bit annoyed, so he could only forcefully suppress this emotion and asked for Xialan's resignation. Lu Chuan, are you that impatient? Wanting to get away from me? Lu Chen's behavior made Xialan a bit annoyed as well, so she subconsciously uttered such a sentence. But the words came out. She then had some regrets. Looking at Lu Chuan, who had fallen into silence, she seemed to smile to herself. Okay, you go. I'm sorry. Ludum stood up. Jung said with a solemn salute. As she watched Lu Duan turn toward the bronze cauldron, Xialan only felt a stabbing pain in her heart, causing her to choke a little. Why? Why does she have to stop at rituals? Why can't she even have a chance to make her feelings known? This world. Why should there be a Su Qingyan? She's really desperate. Chapter 95. Running to the southwest. Lu Dust. Xialan's tone trembled as she called out to the man who was preparing to open the top cover and take Lu Shiryu away. Seeing that Lu Chuan just stopped where he was and didn't turn around, she only felt her heart ache even more. You're obviously just like me. Why are you afraid to face it? You coward. Xialan couldn't help but curse out. She could feel it. Lu Chuan was definitely not so purely a friend to himself, otherwise how could he even have the courage to face himself? But that's exactly what happened. Her heart only agonized more. Coward? Lu Chen secretly laughed bitterly. How could he be so virtuous that such an excellent girl would let him meet two at the same time? Whatever the choice, both will hurt one of them. What can he do? For a magnificent and strange woman like Xialan, I'm afraid a normal man would be touched, right? But it's still the same thing. A gentleman discusses signs regardless of heart. If he really hid it from Su Qingyan and took up with Xialan, he didn't even dare to imagine how devastated his little cohort, who knew the truth, would be. She has a small world. Just grandma and land dust. Anyway, he can't even hurt her. But Charlene was clearly getting deeper and deeper into it as well, which made him terrified and hard to calm down. The question. He really can't do it. Lu Dust is not difficult. The little girl suddenly poked her head out of the tripod and stretched out her small hands to hug Lu Chen's waist. This world. I'm afraid that only little Xiaoyu could completely penetrate and understand Lu Chen's heart. Unfortunately, this little girl couldn't even speak clearly, so naturally she couldn't possibly help him with anything. Good. Lu Chen smiled gently and carried Lu Shiryu into his arms, then turned his head to look at Xialan. See you later, schoolteacher. He didn't dare to look directly into Xiaolan's desperate and helpless eyes. He just lowered his eyes and said somewhat detachedly, looking at Lu Dust's back as he turned to leave. Xiaolan's eyes also gradually reddened, and eventually the water misted up and she couldn't help but shed tears. She knows. After today, the relationship between the two, I'm afraid, will have to go back to square one. Lu Duan, where are we going? On the flying boat. Little Xiaoyu sat on top of the bronze cauldron in boredom, her 2 little feet constantly swaying. This tripod actually couldn't seal her at all. What really sealed her was the kind of telepathic communication that Lu Chuan had passed on to her. Whether she was happy, sad, or whether she was really angry or not, she knew it all. She knew Lu Duan better than anyone else. When Lu Chuan wanted her to stay in the cauldron, she would obediently stay in the cauldron. It's just this thing. It was a secret that belonged uniquely to her and Lu Chun, and even Su Qingyan couldn't compare to her in this regard. To my old house. Lu Chun maneuvered the flying boat and sped all the way towards the southwest military headquarters. Little brother Lu. When Lu Chun arrived at the Zhao family courtyard, Zhao Zhenan was already waiting for him personally at the gate.
Minister cho.
Lu Duan carried a few gifts in one hand and held Lu Shiryu in the other, smiling lightly as he greeted them. Haha. Go. A few days ago I happened to drop by a jar of Rare Daughter's Red from an old war buddy, and I've long been craving it. If you don't come, you won't get any more of this wine. Zhao Zhenan acted enthusiastically. The two of them walked through the corridor and arrived at the inner courtyard, where many delicious dishes had been prepared in the small antique attic. I originally said that I would introduce that girl, Lingxi, for you to get to know, but it turns out that she's just in the back of the mountain all day long, tinkering with her Thai pills, and she doesn't even come back for dinner. There's nothing I can do with her, Zhao Zhenan said with a smile as he poured wine for Lu Chun, talking about his daughter. Even the steel-like man's eyes revealed undisguised favor and tenderness. It's okay. I'm not a good drinker by nature, and I'm going to make a fool of myself if you two, father and daughter, go at it together. Haha. Come on, let's go. The atmosphere at the table was quite cordial. It was only after 3 rounds of drinking that Zhao Zhenan put down his wine glass and talked about business with Lu Chun. Your real file has basically been read by the top brass in the military like myself. Seriously, Lu kid. Why don't you come to our military department? As long as you do, my position will be yours sooner or later. Minister Zhao, it's not that I don't want to join the military and serve my country. It's just that I have other plans. Maybe it's the drinking. The slightly intoxicated Lu Chuan unabashedly stated his true thoughts. Of course, his purpose. There would have been nothing to hide. It just might seem a little arrogant to some people. The duty of the military department is to hold down the frontier, but I don't really like being passive in defending the enemy. I want to set up an elite organization to take the initiative and fight a guerrilla war against those foreign races. They come and go as they please. There's no reason why we should just keep hunkering down and guarding the acreage. What's so great about keeping it together? What I want is to open up the borders and expand the territory, and recover all the lost territories of the human race. Lu Chun raised his neck and fiercely drank the wine in the cup and said, a great man born in a chaotic world should bring a 3-foot sword to create an unparalleled achievement. Haha, good. Zhao Zhenan slammed the table and stood up with a swish. Brother Lu has good ambition. To be honest, I've also had enough for a long time. You want to fight? The Southwest Military Department, must help the field. Elder brother Zhao is painfully happy. Come on. One more. Without realizing it, the two of them got so drunk that they didn't pay any attention to the light footsteps coming from outside the door of their room. Brother Lu. Elder brother Zhao. Brother Lu. Elder brother Zhao. Do another one? Listening to the voices coming from the attic, the figure outside suddenly stopped in his tracks. Auntie Cho, how much did father and the others drink? A light and pleasant voice sounded quietly at the doorway, and just by listening to this voice, one's mind automatically conjured up a flawless and holy woman. Alas, the altar of wine is all gone, and his lordship is clamoring for me to keep delivering it. Don't send it. And they say they want me to come back to meet the guests, and they don't even sound like they've been drinking. Aunt Jo, please send these 2 pills in later. I'll return to the back mountain first. Yes, ma'am. That. What's wrong? Why, I've always heard the master chattering in the house these days, saying something about heavenly blessings for the Zhao family and so on, and that guest, I'm afraid, is not the future aunt that the master has his eye on, so why don't you go in and meet him? You, don't be ridiculous. I'm not marrying anyone. The woman's voice outside the door sounded a little panicked, with a hint of aggravation mixed in. Hesitate for a long time. It was then that the woman mustered up the courage to think about pushing open the door to the room and sneaking a peek. The result is the next second. Right in the middle of the room door, Zhao Zhinnan's somewhat knotted voice came again. Lu, old brother, I can tell you you do not look at me 5 big and thick, but my daughter, that is absolutely with her mother in the same mold. She… Whoosh! The woman could hear no more. Angry, directly retracted the jade hand, turned around and left the courtyard without a word. P.S. Don't spray me with emotional threads. There aren't many female protagonists, and it's not one of those sorts of horsey texts where the tiger's torso takes it all in. The emotional line would make sense. Don't put pressure on me. Chapter 96. Shedding Light. Lu Dust woke up. It was already the next morning. It was still the most indulgent he had drunk since he was reborn. Rubbed his somewhat swollen head. Lu Dust sat up straight and leaned against the bed, unable to resist muttering. That altar of daughter's red. Just how many degrees is it? Forget it. Anyway, by the end of last night's drinking, Zhao Zhinnan had already told himself the news of the innate thunderseed. The location was in Kaiyun City, deep in the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang, a place that Lu Chuan was all too familiar with. Originally, the southern border had always been one of the most stable war zones for the Blue Star people. Unfortunately, the mountain and the sea descended after. The 100,000 Great Mountains, then, became the habitat that the mountain and sea fae relied on for their survival. In the previous life, the 9th Coalition Army didn't know how many warriors were buried forever in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Lu Chuan had also followed the large troop, 7 out of the prison mountain, with those great demons of the mountains and the sea, and had engaged in the most grueling fights, that kind of earthly purgatory. Lu Dust was still fresh in his mind. It was just that in his previous life, he had never gotten any news about the innate thunderseed even though he had gone out of the prison mountain 7 times. This made him wonder a bit about the reliability of this news from Zhao Zhinnan. In a nutshell, now that I have news, no matter what, I have to go there in person. Ludum didn't dwell on it for too long. After simply packing up, he walked out of the attic, intending to find Zhao Zhinnan to say goodbye. Elder brother Lu is leaving? In the courtyard, Zhao Zhinnan, who had just finished practicing boxing, wiped his sweat with a towel while looking at Lu Chun. Today's Lu Dust, changed into a clean and simple white leisure suit, calm with a hint of gangliness. From the outside alone. He is also definitely the schoolgrass level of beauty, otherwise that Gu Yanran would not be willing to hang on to him after he awakened the D-level talent. Since Minister Zhao has read my file, he must also know how important the innate thunderseed is to me. I don't want to delay a moment now. Lu Dust responded with a light smile. There's no rush. Zhao Zhinnan casually threw the towel onto the stone table aside, the depths of his gaze revealing an inexplicable light. That girl Lingxi. She hides in the mountains all day long and rarely interacts with people. In the long run, I'm afraid that her character will have problems. So old brother has a favor to ask. This time, old brother Lu should simply take Lingxi with him and let that girl go out to see the world as well. Lu Dust had a bit of a headache. He thought this Minister Zhao was really enough. The Zhao family was powerful and large, and Zhao Lingxi herself was amazingly talented. That's it for the family. I'm afraid I don't know how many young talents are trying to climb this tree. He had to make a mess of things, and even after learning that he already had a girlfriend, he was still trying to push his own daughter towards him. What's not odd about that? Even if one's own talent was unique to the human race, compared to that, it was still the will of one's own daughter that was more important, wasn't it? It's not like he doesn't love his daughter. So why does he have to do such a thankless and stupid thing? I'll tell you what. You kid don't get cheap but still sell good. Lingxi, that girl. Situation is a little special. Zhao Zhinnan seemed to have seen through Lu Chen's small mind and slowly sat down in front of the stone table. In my life, I, Zhao Zhinnan, have been worthy of the world and the human race, but only sorry for my wife and children. The Fae are trying to kill me, and some restless guys are trying to take me down. The Zhao family seems to be in a good light, but behind the scenes, I don't know how many pairs of eyes are looking forward to my Zhao Zhinnan's downfall. On the contrary, my daughter, who is a foolish girl who is uninitiated. I have no choice, so I can only choose you. Elder brother Lu. Speaking of which, Zhao Zhinnan's gaze had taken on a touch of sincerity, To be honest with you, I've investigated you in detail. You come from a humble family with no background, and you are an unparalleled heavenly pride with unrivaled talent and a superb heart. I don't force myself when it comes to feelings, but I will still support you fully, and I only hope that if one day I die on the battlefield, you will remember this favor and shelter my daughter for the rest of her life. Speak your truest thoughts. Zhao Zhenan's mood, too, had obviously become a bit low. He was originally the Southwest Military Department. Only the hands of the big brother do not know how many people envy his power and status. But only he knows. These illusory things can't play any role at all. Once he dies, the Zhao family will soon be eaten up by all the major powers. Just so. Not that he cared much. The only thing he couldn't worry about was his daughter, Zhao Lingxi. Elder brother Lu, that girl, Lingxi, is likewise a world-rare SSS-class mutant talent. But her gift can only save lives, not kill them. Can you understand when I say that? If I die, I can't even imagine how she's going to survive in this chaotic world without the ability to defend herself. Hearing Zhao Zhenan reveal his heart, Lu Chun was also slightly silent. He was tempted to say, Minister Zhao, you are really thinking too much. That daughter of yours, she's not easy. After you die, the person killed into the foreign race alone and hardened and poisoned 3 great demons of the 8th realm. 2 lifetimes combined on their own. None of them have ever had such a brilliant record. Yes, weighing in. Lu Chun still solemnly clasped his fists. During the Zhou family's trip, if it wasn't for Minister Zhao's great help, I'm afraid that my current days wouldn't have been so good. What's more, Minister Zhao has dedicated his life to the human race, and a hero like you is something the boy would have admired. He who holds the paycheck for all. Thou shalt not cause them to freeze and die in the wind and snow. I promise you that no matter what the future holds, as long as I'm alive, I will never let anything happen to Miss Zhao. Lu Dust probably figured it out. Why did Zhao Zhenan choose himself? Aside from talent, most of all, it was mostly because there wasn't too much interest involved in his own body. He's not one of those posh kids. Need to go for some kind of inheritance or make some kind of sacrifice for the good of the family or something like that. He, Zhao Zhenan, was willing to come and be his backer when he had no backer. This is a risky investment in itself. And his purpose? Simply wanting their daughters to have something to fall back on in the future. Such a simple request. There was no reason for Lu Dust to not agree. Blessing her with peace is nothing in itself. It was just that regarding this aspect of feelings, Lu Chuan was somewhat powerless to do anything about it. He hasn't even dealt with Charlene yet. Well. With your words, old brother is relieved. Seeing Lu Dust agree to come down. On Zhao Zhenan's face, a touch of heartfelt joy also surfaced. He had investigated Lu Chun in every detail, so he still had great confidence in his character. Having once been a dog licker for 3 years, the infatuation persona can be said to resonate throughout Southwestern College. Not yet awakened. Just dare to face the Fae head-on for your tablemates. People like that. What's not to worry about? Elder brother Lu, Lingxi is in the small red building courtyard in the back of the mountain. You go over there first. I'll go fetch one thing first and come over later. Good. Since I agreed to Zhao Zhenan's request. Lu Chun also stopped dwelling on it and directly turned around and walked in the direction of the back mountain. Chapter 97, Zhao Lingxi. Approach the small, mountainous, red-built courtyard. Ludum's mood. It's also getting progressively more fabulous. It's a quiet place with beautiful scenery and birdsong. The medicinal fields on both sides were filled with beautifully colored herbs of all kinds. This caused Lu Chun to mutter once again. This place, said what red building small courtyard, in fact with a manor there is no difference, right? Life is good when you have money and power. Was marveling at the extravagance of the Zhao family. But the next second, Lu Chuan's gaze was then hard attracted by a stunningly beautiful silhouette wandering through the fields. That young girl was wearing a long light blue dress. Her steps were light, graceful and elegant, as if she were an elf walking in the forest. She didn't notice Lu Duan in the back. Just stretching out his delicate hand, he gently lifted up a herb that had been blown over by the wind. Her fingertips began to glow with a blue light, and the herbs that had originally injured their roots quickly recovered as before, and nodded lightly with the breeze, as if to thank her for her salvation. What a picture of beauty! Lu Chuan had to admit that with such a picture, it was only possible that even a TV series could not produce such beauty. Yikes! The young girl who had finished tinkering with the herbs raised her eyes to see Lu Chuan, and was startled, That delicate doll face first showed a flash of panic, then a faint blush. You. Who are you? How did it get here? Hello, Miss Zhao. My name is Lu Duan. Minister Zhao asked me to come over. Lu Chuan, who had returned to his senses, hastily withdrew his gaze and made a serious self-introduction. So it's you. Humph. Zhao Lingxi's gaze drifted off, but in the next second, she slapped up her little face and turned around to go back to the small courtyard in a huff. Hey, I don't think I've offended her. Have I? Not just a couple more glances? Lu Chun was a bit dumbfounded, but considering that he and Zhao Lingxi weren't familiar with each other in the first place, he simply stood outside the door and quietly waited for Zhao Zhennan to come over and break the deadlock. Crunch. Not for a while. The door to the room was opened by Zhao Lingxi again. She looked at Lu Duan and said with some reluctance, You? Why don't you come in? It's not. Why don't I come in? Heh. Why don't you look in the mirror, Miss Zhao, and see how you look before you listen to what you're actually saying? Lu Qin didn't intend to spoil her. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Zhennan had told him so much out of his heart, he wouldn't have wanted to come over. Zhao Lingxi pursed her lips and stepped out of the way like an aggrieved bag. I didn't say I wouldn't let you in. I just. Are you going in or not? It's not. Lu Duan was numb. What are you doing here singing with me? ING from start to finish, what did not do where do you have so much drama? Identification complete. The girl. A little bit of brain. However, Lu Qin didn't intend to bother with her and just walked into the courtyard on his own. Tea. Just take your seat. Zhao Lingxi reluctantly brewed another cup of hot tea for Lu Chun and placed it in front of him with a huff. Hey? Lu Chun was completely confused. He looked at the tea on the table and then at Zhao Lingxi, who was sitting across from him, puffing out her cheeks and not saying a word. He felt his CPU burn. It's not. I should say you're polite. Or are you just being rude? Half a day later. It was only then that Lu Chun took a deep breath and politely said, Miss Zhao doesn't have to be so polite. Well, she's a relative of yours? Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat frozen, Zhao Lingxi didn't know what to say, so she could only turn her gaze to Lu Shiyu, who was on Lu Chen's side. Oh, my daughter. Female. Daughters. Zhao Lingxi's soulful eyes suddenly enlarged, her face full of unbelief. Next moment, a few tears appeared in her eyes, as if the sky was falling. How? How can this be? Woo-hoo. I hate you. Hate daddy. The words fell. Zhao Lingxi then stood up and wiped her tears and ran to the door. Land dust? Hey?
Lingxia.
What's going on here? Zhao Zhennan, who had just walked into the room, was also a bit confused when he saw this scene. Daddy, why would you want me to marry him when he has such a big daughter? Look at Zhao Zhennan. Zhao Lingxi instantly became even more aggrieved and immediately questioned with red eyes. Daughter? Oops. Misunderstanding. This is Lu's adopted child. He's the same age as you. Where did he get such a big daughter? Besides, when did I ever say I had to let you marry him? Silly girl. Zhao Zhennan was a little embarrassed. After he came back, he had not seldom praised Lu Chun in front of Zhao Lingxi, and had also, consciously or unconsciously, revealed his own thoughts. He knows. His own daughter was actually particularly well-behaved and understanding, and since she was a child, she would hardly disobey any of his decisions. Look at her like this now. Mostly, they misunderstood what they were saying. But he's just plain. I want the two of them to get along naturally, but I don't have the idea of having to marry Zhao Lingxi to Lu Chun. Huh. This one. It was Zhao Lingxi's turn to be confused. Hugs, sorry. After a long time, Zhao Lingxi, who had resumed her seat, spoke towards Lu Chun with a scarlet face. She was just simple and not really stupid, so she quickly comprehended Zhao Zhenan's meaning. Thinking about her previous behavior, she really felt a bit ashamed. She was angry that Zhao Zhennan had unilaterally finalized her marriage without even discussing it with herself. But after realizing that the truth was not so, she felt like crying at her own stupidity. What have I done? TT. Ahem. So you just were? Lu Chuan suddenly realized. No wonder he threw off his face as soon as he met. This was treating himself as an imaginary future husband. You stop it. Zhao Lingxi covered her ears and hid her ears. Geez. I'm too old to understand what you youngsters think. But it's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up, you two, so get along. Seeing that his own daughter didn't hate Lu Chun, Zhao Zhinan smilingly took out a sapphire wrench. Elder brother Lu, old brother doesn't have much to give you. This trigger finger, which was passed down from my Zhao family's ancestors, I spent a lot of money to open up the superpower space inside. You keep it. Zhao Zhinan looked relaxed. It didn't tell Lu Chuan that this trigger finger was actually something that only the successive generations of the Zhao family's family heads could possess. How can this be? Lu Chuan hastily waved his hand to refuse. This is just too expensive. I can't accept it. Although Lu Chuan didn't know just how valuable this trigger finger was, he still felt a strong pressure when he saw Zhao Lingxi's unbelievable eyes. Take that. Zhao Zhinan, without any further ado, shoved the trigger finger into Lu Chen's hand. Just don't forget your promise. Okay. Seeing that Zhao Zhinan had said so, Lu Chen could only accept it helplessly, so as not to make him worry too much. Ling Shi, you hurry to pack up with your Lu Dus brother out of the trip, a good distraction, all day long stay at home. You are not afraid of suffocating out of the disease, this is not decent, ah? I don't want to go out. Zhao Lingxi muttered with her cheeks puffed out, but she finally sighed softly and didn't disobey Zhao Zhinan as she got up and went back to her room to clean up. Chapter 98. The real end is here. Colorful Cloud City. Over the sparsely populated prison mountain, what met Lu Chuan's eyes was the rolling 100,000 mountains. Humans stand here, being able to clearly feel your insignificance. This kind of place is dangerous at first glance, right? What kind of person goes out on a date and brings a girl here? Zhao Lingxi stood on the deck of the flying boat and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, looking wimpy as hell. Her cultivation level was already at the early stage of the void-breaking realm, which was even higher than Lu Chen's realm. But only she knows. Realms and all that. It didn't work for her at all. Her talent, which was the wood-attributed revival of all things, could not cause any damage to anyone or anything at all. Someone else hit her. If she dares to fight back, she can also quickly help people recover their strength. The main fight let the enemy enjoy. So she's been reluctant to go out. I wouldn't dare. Whoever messes with her, that's the right person to mess with. Who's dating you? Goons. Isn't that with me? Lu Chen also knew that Zhao Lingxi had a special talent, and after thinking about it, he still cast a relieved look at her. He had a sudden wicked thought. With an oddball talent like Zhao Lingxi, bullying must be especially fun. The angrier she gets, the stronger the healing you are given. Think of it this way. Lu Duan then couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Zhao Lingxi crossed her arms and puffed out her cheeks, revealing a cute, I'm fierce expression. I didn't even bring fear. Yes. Perhaps wanting to verify his thoughts, Lu Chuan raised his hand and gave her a solid headbutt. You. The sudden pain caused Zhao Lingxi to instantly break, and immediately covered her forehead in aggravation and rage. What are you doing? I was just thinking. If a beast tries to eat you and you can't outrun it, and then you rage a little bit in anger, well, as it is, haha. You go away. Zhao Lingxi instantly freaked out and could only stomp her foot heavily and run inside the flying boat without looking back. So annoying. This guy is really annoying. Oh, flying a few dozen more miles ahead. Lu Chuan decisively put away the flying boat and began to walk on foot with Zhao Lingxi and Lucia. This place is a fallout zone, after all. Too flashy. It's sure to lead to unnecessary trouble. This place is no fun at all. I want to go home. After going over a few hills, Zhao Lingxi directly sat down on a rock and refused to leave for whatever reason. Hang on. 2 more hills to go. Lu Chuan said perfunctorily as he examined the map that Zhao Zhinan had handed him. It's weird. The 2 went all the way. The fact that he hadn't encountered any decent foreign beasts at all made Lu Chen once again notice that something was wrong. Rather than sensing danger, he felt. This 100,000 mountains should have been infested with foreign beasts. So cold and clear, there must be some unknown changes. Facts. Ludum's senses were spot on. While he was exploring the 100,000 mountains, the entire human race, however, was greeted with a heavenly bad news. Western frontier. Overrun by the Fae. The foreign races outside the domain had gathered millions of troops and secretly launched a sneak attack, and the human race was already defenseless because of the civil unrest. There is a case of intentionality. Before the western border could organize any decent resistance, it was declared to have fallen overnight, and the alien army drove in, slaughtering the 8th security zone. Zhao Zhinan, who had received the news, took the 9th Coalition Army with him at the first opportunity, and sped towards the battlefield at fire speed. The 9th Security Zone, the closest war zone to the west, and once the 8th War Zone fell, the southwest would be next. A large number of students are enrolled. An urgent mission was also received at the same time. Their mission was to move the civilians, which, among them, included Su Qingyan and Xiaolan, among others. How? How did this happen? None of the students were as pale as they were when they arrived at the 8th War Zone. Mindfulness is not enough. It was more like vomiting on the spot. Look around. The streets were littered with broken limbs, shredded entrails and human hair everywhere. Countless buildings reduced to rubble, though they are in the last days. But it's always been well protected. Now that he had seen the real battlefield with his own eyes, that kind of spiritual impact was really not something that ordinary people could withstand. It's going to take them a while to get used to it. Of course, if it's Luck Chun who's here, he would never make any waves, having fought for 10 years in his previous life, with only 3 of the 9 safe zones remaining. That's the real end times. That feeling of powerlessness that no matter how desperately you fought, you couldn't change the human race towards the end was enough to make anyone become numb. What's all the frothing for? Spread out the search and do all you can to save them. Xiaolan, as the representative of the younger generation of Wu University, could only forcefully suppress the discomfort in his heart and coldly gave the order. Li Changfeng, pull yourself together. Your several masters are strong and powerful. It doesn't necessarily mean that something has happened. We can't change anything. We can only do what we should do. Su Qingyan looked at the distraught Li Changfeng and also frowned slightly and said, I'm fine. Li Changfeng waved his hand slightly, but that pale face still revealed his uneasiness at the moment. A few masters. It's the only family he has in the world. The western border, which was originally guarded by the great powerhouses of the lineage. After they withdrew, Li Changfeng's several masters took the initiative to take over the burden. But no one expected it. It's amazing how fast the Fae can be. Less than a week had just passed since the evacuation of the world family, and those foreigners had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Li Changfeng knew his several masters very well. They were not the kind of people who were greedy and afraid of death. Now the border has fallen. He simply did not dare to think about what would happen to a few masters. Just a thought. He felt his heart like a knife. Master will be fine. Changfeng, let us save the people first. They will definitely be fine. Xiao Shuani also forced a smile, but the trembling she couldn't hide in her tone still betrayed her heart at the moment. I'll go first. Chen Yuan still had a cold face, as if he couldn't stand the atmosphere, and walked towards the ruins with some annoyance. Survivors abound, but more people died. Those foreign races, as if locusts were crossing the border, only left the 8th War Zone. A mess. Help me. Help me. I broke my leg. I can't stand up anymore. Girl, save my son. He's buried under the rubble. He's only 3 years old. Please save him. The process of searching. Su Qingyan encountered many miserable refugees, some crippled and some dying. Their faces were full of despair. Su Qingyan sympathized with them, but she maintained her absolute sanity. The large troops are all on the front line. The only ones who can save them are us. Xiaolan, please order them down. Anyone who is overly injured, just give up the rescue. Save what can be saved first. Hearing Su Qingyan's almost cold-blooded command, Xiaolan gave her a deep look and ultimately did not say anything more. Chapter 99. Meeting the innate thunder seed again. She knows. Su Qingyan was right. There are tens of millions of civilians in the 8th War Zone, and all the students of WU combined are just less than 10,000 people. They were the first students who sped to the rescue. Saving lives was like putting out fires. The longer they delayed, the more people would die, and they had to be as efficient as possible. Su Nua, you're responsible for counting the lightly injured, and anyone who doesn't interfere with the operation. Pull them all in for rescue. The rest of the students, too, should not act alone and search for the injured in groups of 3, and when they encounter problems, they must promptly seek assistance from others. Su Qingyan methodically gave various instructions, and under her leadership, the tens of thousands of students did their own jobs and soon formed a decent rescue team. And the other side, Lu Chuan, who knew nothing about this, finally came to this place that Zhao Zhenan had told him about. Once you leave the precincts of the people, the Ultra Bracelet loses its signal. That was why Lu Chuan couldn't receive news from the human race for the time being. He looked at the pitted and scorched earth in front of him, and only then was he able to determine that Zhao Jinnan had indeed not lied to him. That familiarity can't be faked. In a previous life, I think he's been here before. But at that time, he didn't sense any aura of the innate thunder seed. It gave him a bad feeling. Bad? Can it be that there is someone like me who can also refine this innate thunder seed? Lu Chuan was immediately alerted. The world is a big place. If there really were other competitors, this was obviously not good news for Lu Chun. Forget it. My thunder seed, which has evolved to SSS rank, even if I cultivate it normally, it won't be worse than anyone else. Innate thunder seeds were already rare, and it wasn't easy to find one. So there was no need to be too obsessive. Lu Duan quickly stopped dwelling on it. His current superhuman talent was no worse than any SSS class heavenly pride, and his mental shortcomings had long since been made up. It's just the strength of the body. Let's just ignore his chanting. Sure, he definitely wouldn't be satisfied with just SSS grade talent, so he should still look for it. There is only constant evolution. It was only with his own power that he could rewrite the tragic end of his last life. White lightning. These innate thunder seeds. Why are they all colorful? Lu Dust crouched down and briefly checked the scorched earth on the ground before following the traces and continuing deeper. Such a beautiful woman is standing in front of you, and all you have in your eyes is that dirt. What's so beautiful about that dirt? Zhao Lingxi held Lu Shiyu and spoke negatively, filled with resentment. On the contrary, she didn't dare to provoke Lu Chun again, because that guy doesn't know what it means to be compassionate and flick her brains out when she moves. Just now, she just wanted to take a rest, and she was ravaged by Lu Chun again for good. One day he will beg for himself, and when he does, this girl will be a direct fountain of recovery. Milk him hard. If you don't hurry up, I won't come to your rescue if you're discovered by the Fae in a while. Lu Chuan, who was walking away, stopped his steps and turned his head to look at someone who was standing still, unwilling to move. I'm not afraid. Zhao Lingxi's mouth was unconvincing, but her body still trotted honestly. With such a wimpy and fun companion, Lu Chun felt that this journey was quite interesting. Soon, the two of them then followed the traces and arrived in a bare valley. The place has been struck by lightning. Even the cliffs on both sides were a scorched black color, which was also mixed with that innate thunder seed, leaving behind all sorts of white thunder arc marks. Shoo! Just as Lu Chuan was carefully searching, not far away was a sudden sound of thunder. Lu Chuan didn't even get a good look at what it was, and a brand new lightning arc mark appeared on the cliff there. What speed! Lu Chen's gaze was slightly condensed and filled with anticipation. In fact, of all the elements of heaven and earth, except for the mutated light element and the space element which has never appeared so far, the fastest is not some wind elemental. Instead, it was the thunder element, which was often overlooked for its speed because of its dominant attack. However, none of the innate thunder seeds that Lu Chuan had encountered could match the speed of this thunder seed. It had gotten so fast that Lu Chuan couldn't even catch its shadow. Rumble. Lu Chuan was still thinking about how to refine it. Next moment, to his ears, a deafening thunderous sound came once again. When he looked up afterward, only then did I realize that at my temples, there was already a faint smell of burnt. Good. Unsurprisingly, he was indeed molested by these innate thunder seeds again. Lu Dust. What the hell was that? Zhao Lingxi was also startled and subconsciously protected Lu Shiyu, trying to move closer to Lu Chen's side. Stay back. Lu Chen stopped her in a hurry. According to his past experience, the innate thunder species were very spiritual. As long as they didn't actively approach, these thunderbolts didn't actually like to actively hurt people. Rumble. The sound of thunder resounded again, shaking Lu Chuan's ears, but he could not catch any shadow of lightning at all. Finally, it was the black lightning that was more powerful, violently bursting out of his body and traveling above his body.
Boom ka.
The invisible lightning, which had intended to continue teasing Lu Chuan, was halfway through its charge when it suddenly spotted the black lightning, so it instantly came to a sharp stop. This one. Lu Chuan finally got a good look at it. A white ball of thunder that looked exactly like black lightning was silently suspended in midair. The only difference between the two. I'm afraid it's just a different color. Zip. It was obvious that the white ball of thunder was excited and flickered around the black ball of thunder. The flash made Lu Chuan's eyes a little blurry. This reminded Lu Chuan of the previous image of refining the golden thunder liquid, The difference being that the black lightning at that time was very domineering and pulled the golden thunder liquid into Lu Chuan's body. But this time, and it didn't move a muscle, as if it was angry? Liu Can's thoughts raced. Quickly brainstormed a movie between thunder and lightning, that singable love story. Golden thunder liquid is just licking the dog. White lightning, on the other hand, is black lightning's childhood friend from childhood. It's gentle. Always stay only for white lightning. How similar is this to yourself and your little cohort? Nope. As Luduan thought about it, he suddenly came back to his senses. Bad. I can't believe it's the damn love brain kicking in. Watching a thunder and lightning, he almost brainstormed a hunt for a romance drama talk show. Zip. Good on. His confession didn't last long. The two lightning bolts, one black and one white, flirted with each other for a while before suddenly merging together, and then drilled into Lu Chen's body without any warning. Crap. Lu Chuan fell to the ground on the spot, curling his body up in great pain, and that tearing pain made his body, all of it, start to tremble violently. Cold sweat ran down his forehead and he rolled his eyes in pain, and this time, he couldn't even speak. Chapter 100, In Danger, Breaking the Back. 8th Theater. More than 100,000 survivors have been successfully relocated thanks to the concerted efforts of the students. At this very moment, Xiaolan and Su Qingyan, who were responsible for organizing the manpower, were all exhausted. As the saying goes, saving lives is like putting out fires. All day long, none of them dared to slack off. Rescue is even more difficult at night, when the lack of light makes the transfer of civilians much less efficient. Don't look at it as just one night. Once those civilians who were injured could not be rescued by them in time. This night, I'm afraid I don't know how many people are going to die. The students from the other prestigious schools will be able to arrive first thing in the morning, and by then we're going to have a much easier time. Tonight, everyone hold on a little longer. Xiaolan turned on her super flashlight and searched while cheering on the students around her. Not quite. Su Qingyan, who was on the side, was frowning slightly, looking a bit distracted. What's wrong? Seeing the gazes of the surrounding students, all of them landed straight on themselves. Su Qingyan looked torn. I don't know if I should voice my concerns. There are indeed some questions. Li Changfeng, who had been worried about the safety of his masters, reacted at this moment. A look of gravity quickly crossed his face. If I'm the commander of the Fei, in the event that I've already breached the border and killed my way into the safe zone, I could never move all of my troops, all of them, to the front line if it were me. No good. Call it down. We must evacuate immediately. Li Changfeng's expression changed and he hastily reminded towards Xiaolan in a sharp voice. Withdraw. Seeing that Su Qingyan and Li Changfeng both realized what was going on, Xiaolan did not have time to think too much and gave the order very decisively. Pity. This was supposed to be a trap, so how could the Fei just let them go? Ah! There's a Fei. So many foreign beasts. We're surrounded. Run. In the darkness, there was a constant stream of miserable screams, and the worries of Li Changfeng and Su Qingyan had indeed evolved into reality. Before the Fei left, an ambush was set up here long ago. Their target was not those unarmed civilians at all, but they wanted to surround and kill the young generation of the human race. All of them pitched here. Where the hell did they come from? Didn't any of the big forces come over and get a lineup? It's the formations. They're hidden underground. Li Changfeng's face was pale, and his intense sense of guilt made him look a little shaky. I should have thought of that. I should have seen this coming. Listening to the sounds of screams from the students around him, Li Changfeng finally collapsed, as if he had lost all his strength, straight up and collapsed to the ground. I'm sorry for them. I obviously could have thought of that. Li Changfeng, it's not your fault. Xiaolan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. The Fei ambush will attack soon. Now is not the time to talk about this, Xiaolan. You take the remaining students and go first. I'll stay behind to break the back. Su Qingyan took out her frost staff and reminded with a cold expression.
No, I'm staying.
Li Changfeng suddenly climbed up. The life and death of my masters is unknown, but I know that they must not have retreated. I will stay, you go. Don't even argue. Xiaolan turned her head to look at Li Changfeng. You're a man with a good brain and you can tell fortunes. It would be too much of a loss for you to die here. Again, I'm the one leading the command this time. You should all listen to me. Listen up, let's voluntarily leave 300 people behind, and the rest of the students, Evacuate immediately now. Su Lin, you'll take over my command next. Hurry up and get the students out of here. I'll stay behind to break the back. Xiaolan made the decision without a second thought. Good. Su Qingyan looked deeply at Xiaolan and did not mean to compete with her. I'll stay too, you can't do it alone. Chun Yuan drew his long sword. It was a very spontaneous joke. The strength is not as good as the one surnamed Lu, and the brain is not as good as this one surnamed Li, so it looks like that's all it can do. Don't anyone take it from me. Boss, if you can't even do it, then wouldn't I be even more wasted? If you mess up like this, do I still have the nerve to run away? Su Nua also smiled and stood beside Chun Yuan. I'm staying. My mom said that if I ever go to war, I must never be a deserter. I'll stay and fight these foreign dog bastards. While you have some valid points, we call this a tactical diversion, bro. Someone has to be sacrificed, so count me in. 300 students who had volunteered soon came out of the scene, and although they were joking with each other and pretending to be relaxed, in each of their eyes, they already had a death wish. As the saying goes, one side of the river feeds the other. This theater of war in the southwest, if you were to use one word to describe it, it would be reckless. Life and death is not a matter of concern. Since ancient times, there are countless people who have been generous to the cause. Go! Xiao Shuani gritted his teeth, but still forcefully pulled up Li Changfeng and began to withdraw towards the back with a saddened gaze. There are times, takes courage to stay, but leaving actually takes courage. Hello, high and cold girl. Just as Su Qingyan turned to leave, Xiaolan suddenly opened her mouth and called out to her. Just as you hate me. Actually, I kinda hate you too. At this moment, Xiaolan was finally voicing her inner thoughts that she had been holding back for a long time. It's both Su and Summer. You came back alive. I'll give you a chance to play fair. Su Qingyan said expressionlessly. Yeah. Certain people won't regret it when the time comes.
Xia lang gu fei, non ko mi ta.
I never regret it. After Su Qingyan finished speaking, she turned around and left with the students. She dared not stay longer. She was actually extraordinarily tormented inside. It was just that apart from Lu Chun, she would no longer show her vulnerability in front of anyone. Is it a fair fight? What a silly girl. He thinks so highly of you. And how can you accept your offer? Damn heartless man. If I had known it would be so painful, who asked you to save me in the first place? I'll guard her for you one last time. From now on, I don't owe you anything. Kill. Retract your thoughts. Xiaolan looked at the black shadows of the foreign beasts that kept coming in the darkness, slowly raised the Zonglan sword and killed them blatantly, with her command. Chan Yuan, as well as the 300 students who had voluntarily stayed behind, also raised their weapons and followed closely in her footsteps. Blood flowers bloom in the darkness. Su Qingyan, who had already walked away, looked back and could only see that red dress, which was gradually swallowed by the darkness. The moment, her eyes finally reddened. Sister Chatterbox, if it weren't for Brother Lu Chuan, we would have become very close friends, right? Got skills. And you live. I'm at war with you, you vixen. Dying like this. Wouldn't Brother Lu Dust remember you for the rest of your life? Chapter 101. Uncertainty of Life and Death. Ha ha ha. Fey scum. All go to hell. Come on. Let's see which one of us eats which one. The students who broke their backs knew very well that they wouldn't survive, and wrestled naturally. One was crazier than the other. All sorts of powerful martial arts and spirit techniques were slammed into the beasts as if they didn't want to die. They didn't want to leave alive. And even if they ran out of their Nianli, each one of them had red eyes and used their own flesh and blood to delay the footsteps of the foreigner ambushers. There are fewer and fewer people around. Xiaolan was covered in chattering blood and panting, looking at the miserable conditions of the students around her before they died. A few days ago, she had already successfully broken through the void-breaking realm, and there was no telling how many fey beasts had died in her hands tonight. But her chanting power, too, had run out. Perhaps, death to her. It's kind of a relief, isn't it? Goodbye, Dusty. Xiaolan smiled bitterly and began to frantically gather qi and blood, intending to forcefully self-destruct. A clean death is a clean death. It's never good to let him see me in my misery. Alas! A close call. Above the firmament, a low sigh suddenly came from the sky, and Xia Lan's self-destruction was forcibly interrupted by it. But before she could see who it was, A strong sense of weakness caused her to fall directly into unconsciousness. The 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang. A flying boat, slowly speeding towards the border. Lu Chuan's white clothes were snowy as he stood quietly above the deck, the oncoming gusts of wind blowing the tips of his hair and the hem of his coat. At this point in time, it really fulfills the classic line of strangers are like jade, and the prince is unmatched in the world. Name Lu Duan. Talent. Body of the Void SSS. Remnant Chaos Divine Thunder SSS plus 0% evolution. Realm. Void Warrior King, 9 turns. 9 heavenly bodies of the condensed spirit realm. Physical fitness. 1016 cards. Power. 1208 Hz. Natural avatar. Annihilation Minor, Guilt Sand Minor, Extermination of Evil Minor, Instant Shadow Introductory. Spiritual Knowledge. Thunder Prison Shadow Killing Formation, 7th Order Extreme Grand Completion. Thunder Escape Earth Heart Lotus, 7th Order Extreme Minor Completion. Martial Arts. 9 Styles of Heaven Breaking SSS, Perfection. Shadow Swiping Gun Technique, S-Grade Grand Finish. Thunder Control Technique, S-Grade Grand Finish. This trip to the southwest. Lu Chuan's supernatural talent had finally broken through the SSS rank limit. Nowadays, the strength of his Nian Li had officially surpassed his physical body, and a miniature version of Lu Chuan entwined with 4 thunderbolts sat on his knees in the middle of the dark golden spirit collection. Every moment, it was automatically absorbing the elements of thunder that were hidden in the heavens and earth to quench its body. It's safe to say, the current Lu Chuan, even if he couldn't find any more innate thunder seeds, sealing the emperor would be a matter of time. He didn't even have to cultivate. With the divine soul in his body operating autonomously, it would allow him to progress at a rapid pace without having to worry about the efficiency of his cultivation. Concentration realm. It's the coalescing of the divine soul. This thing, in fact, was equivalent to a yuaning, and its only function at the moment was to accelerate cultivation. Divine soul qualities divided into 9 inches. Less than 3 inches of the divine soul is only a vague embryo, and 6 inches or less is the appearance of a baby. 7 inches and up. Only then can it be considered truly formed. And not only was Lu Chen's divine soul fully formed, the size was an unheard of 10 inches. The divine soul was the root of condensing a Dharma body, and the stronger the divine soul, the more powerful the Dharma body that would be condensed in the future. He had seen Su Qingyan's Dharma body in his previous life, which was 999 feet tall and covered in cold ice. As if it were an iceberg. With a staff in her hand, she is magnificent, and Su Qingyan cohesion is 9 inches of divine soul, which is already the limit of human level. As for what a 10-inch Dharma body would look like, even Lu Chun himself didn't know. His previous life's Dharma body, named Dark Thunder God, took the word God, though, but it was only a mere 600 feet. If it wasn't for the fact that the black lightning was indeed powerful, there wouldn't be any difference between him and an ordinary SS-grade heavenly pride. But in this life, it's different. He was an unprecedented dual SSS-grade talent, condensing a Dharma body that was destined to shake the entire human race. This kind of supreme foundation that astonished the world and sobbed the gods and spirits could not help but make him a little springy and secretly look forward to it. This life, he must change history and never let himself have any more regrets. Huh! What's with all the news? Just after returning to the human race's territory, a series of super-friendly beeps came out from Lu Chuan's superpower bracelet. He flipped through it casually. The more you look at it, the more you are shocked. Soon, his face then became grim as water. The entire person's body was emanating an angry and violent aura. What happened to you? You? Even Zhao Lingxi, who was on the side, sensed Lu Chen's icy aura and immediately inquired cautiously. Whoosh! Lu Dust didn't have any response. Just maneuvering the flying boat, he began to accelerate crazily, aiming straight for the 8th war zone. No! It won't. Nothing will ever happen to Xiaolan. Lu Chen's heart was incomparably anxious, and his mind was now filled with Xiaolan's beautiful figure. She's a future red-clad sword fairy. How could she be dead? Lu Chun didn't know what kind of mood he was in right now. All he knew was that his heart had unconsciously flooded with a pain. That feeling, it simply hurts like hell. After hearing Su Qingyan tell him in person. After the news that the crowd had been ambushed by the foreigners last night, Xiaolan had taken the initiative to stay behind to break the back, and now his life and death were unknown. He wouldn't be able to fool himself anymore. a little bit of the past. It began to keep surfacing in Lu Chuan's mind. Until now, it was only with hindsight that he reacted to the fact that he already owed Xiaolan too much. She would always show up when she needed her, yet always put on a relaxed and casual demeanor. Say something about having no regrets. But now, Lu Chun only felt ashamed. The regret of his last life was made up for. But what about this life? Will Summerland be his own regret? If it will, then there's practically no difference between the last life and this one. Is there? Lu Chuan felt like his mind was a muddle and could only force himself to stop imagining things. Under his manipulation, the flying boat that was running at extreme speed was like a bright meteor that directly swept through the boundless sky and plunged headlong into the lower part of the 8th war zone. Brother Lu Dust. Seeing Lu Duan arrive, Su Qingyan, who was originally expressionless and was dealing with the reinforcements from the military department, her eyes suddenly reddened. She looked as if she was going to break head first into the embrace of Lu Dust. Summerland was not found. I'm sorry, It seemed that only in front of Lu Chun did Su Qingyan look like a normal young girl, and at this moment, she was in tears, her face all overwhelmed. She didn't know how she was going to explain it to Lu Duan. All of this, though, it didn't have anything to do with her. The man who broke his back. How many survived? Lu Dust opened his mouth and spoke with difficulty. Less than 20 people, all seriously injured and unconscious. Su Nuo is also dead. Li Chongfeng walked over. He looked a bit haggard, but his entire person seemed unusually calm. This calm. It's like Chow Chow stabbing Dong and going to prison, after experiencing a great enlightenment, the kind of incomparable sober lightness. Su Nuo? Where's Chun Yuan? In Lu Chuan's mind, the silent little follower who always followed behind Chun Yuan came to mind. Survived. But the state he's in, ugh. Li Chongfeng sighed slightly. Su Nuo's death was undoubtedly an extremely huge blow to Chun Yuan. After all, these two are not brothers. But they are better than brothers. Summerland her. Li Chongfeng glanced at Lu Chun with a complicated expression and didn't know what he should say. He always felt the current Lu Chuan, although he looked ancient and unperturbed, underneath his calm exterior actually hid a terrifying beast that could rise up at any time and injure someone. Chapter 102. Taking over command. Look again more carefully. Lu Chuan let go of Su Qingyan and walked towards the ruins in front of him in silence. He looked at the blood stains that had dried on the ground, and the broken flesh that was everywhere. His eyes filled with sadness. He had seen this kind of scene many times before, but he rarely showed the kind of emotion he was showing now. He should have gotten used to it. He'd only just risen to power, and hadn't even had a chance to say goodbye to anyone, so why was this happening? Previous life. The extraterrestrial alien race had obviously started the war 3 years later, so why was it brought forward? He's tried so hard, but God wouldn't leave him alone, just wouldn't give him enough time. Those unattended limbs and broken arms were as if they were the heavens, issuing the greatest mockery to Lu Chuan. You thought it was a do-over, and you'll be able to change anything? No. Life is destined to be full of regrets. So much for the last life. In this life, the same is true. Think about that. Lu Chuan then felt a wave of suffocation, and his entire body staggered a little. Pull yourself together. Li Chongfeng, who couldn't stand it somewhat, violently stepped forward and pulled Lu Chuan, his eyes vaguely churning with anger. My master, the same whereabouts are unknown. I was like you before, but I realized I was wrong. Once you're swayed by your emotions, things will only get worse. And don't forget, you're our boss. There are no winners in war. You go see the people, go see Chun Yuan. Everyone has lost someone very important. You chose this treadmill. Asshole. Li Chongfeng slammed his fist into Lu Dust's face. His words were not wrong. The reason why the foreign races had started the war early was precisely because Lu Chuan had provoked civil unrest within the human race with his own strength. The Great Purge is destined to kill a lot of people. The enemy will die. Of course, one of our own will die. Don't look for it. Brother Lu Chun. We've searched many times and this is all that's left at the scene. Su Qingyan pulled out a small piece of broken red sleeve robe and gently handed it to Lu Chun. Not for a moment. It made Lu Chun feel that the bright red color was so blinding. Xiaolan Shi probably blew herself up. Hearing Su Qingyan's words, Lu Chun received the sleeve robe in silence and took a deep breath before tucking it into his bosom. His expression, gradually fused with his former self. Only endless killing intent remained in his eyes, as well as that determination to fight against the alien scum, without death or rest. Young Lord, this time, it's our military department's pot. The frontline's successive emergencies caused us to not be careful enough in our inspections, which is why we gave those foreigners a chance to take advantage of it. The one who came to rescue the students was the 9th Coalition Army, a major general under Zhao Yanran. He had a full beard and guilt in his eyes. He was one of the main people responsible for lining up the battlefield after repelling the Fey. Young Lord. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at him. Yes, young Lord. I'm a family general of the Zhao family, so I recognize the trigger finger on your hand. The bearded general gave a military salute towards Lu Dust, then turned his head to look at Zhao Lingxi. Missy is here as well? Didn't the chief tell you what this trigger finger does? What do you mean? Lu Qin frowned slightly. This is actually equivalent to the tiger talisman, right? Father did not tell me much. I only know that this trigger finger, indeed, can mobilize the Zhao family's subordinates and resources at will. Zhao Lingxi swallowed. Anyway, if there's anything you want to do, just set him up to do it. I'll go ahead and save the day. There are so many injured people here, we can't drag this out any longer. Zhao Lingxi seemed like she didn't want to say more, and directly turned around and walked towards the medical shed that had just been set up. Only in a place like this, it was her talent that she could make the most of, so she was desperate to do her part. Move over, everyone. I'm a doctor. Now please be quiet, and please arrange some more hands for me to distribute the pills in my hands. I'll show you how to use it. Zhao Lingxi at this moment was like a white angel descending to earth, instantly bringing hope to countless people. Her expression was serious and meticulous, completely like a different person. Looking at her busy appearance, everyone's heart, surprisingly, settled down a lot. It's not how attractive she is. Rather, in the midst of such an earthly purgatory, everyone saw something called hope. That's why doctors are really great, and how do the few guys who misbehave deserve to represent a population like theirs? Everyone has a destiny. Lu Dust retracted his sight, turning his head to the bespectacled general. She is an angel and we only demons. Pass the word down. Depart at once and run to the front. Aye, at your service, young lord. The bearded general clasped his fists violently and went off in a flurry to organize his men. To save the students in the middle of the ambush. Zhao Yanran had sent 5,000 elite warriors overnight. These people, all of them, were direct subordinates of the Zhao family, and their strength was generally at the peak of the Sea Pioneer realm. Lu Chun sent a message to Zhao Yanran and took over the command of this army from the bearded general. The two armies on the front line are facing each other. With these 5,000 men and horses, there was little point in him going over there, so he simply piloted his flying boat and led his troops directly towards the western alien race's lair. The Northwest Great Desert, from the beginning of the Aura revival, had always been a forbidden area of life for the Blue Star human race. There was a desperate lack of water here, and there was no way for a large force to fight a protracted battle against the Fae in the desert. So the 8th theater of war. It becomes the meat and potatoes of the world. The Northwest War Zone is mainly defensive, no need to go around fighting, occasionally sending troops to fight in the desert, even if it is to gild the family's future generations of children. The desert Fae have always been very honest as well. But no one expected it. The first ones to attack the human safe zone were actually these desert foreigners that weren't given much thought. Young lord, in the middle of the desert, there are many crises, even if their large forces have left for the time being. We've got this much manpower. I'm just afraid it's hard to make it work, too. The bearded general stood on top of the deck and reminded Lu Dust with a desire to speak. We soldiers, it's not a big deal to die in battle. But if anything happens to the young master, how should my subordinate explain to the chief? That's not for you to worry about. Lu Chun glanced at the general. His name was Yang Ji, Zhao Zhenan's beloved general. His strength was the peak of the void-breaking realm. If anything does happen, you're sure to die before me. And who do I have to answer to when people are dead? Yang Ji choked straight away. But forget it. He made such a good point that I was speechless. But we have no supplies. Even if we fight guerrilla, we won't last long, right? Yang Ji is still trying to persuade. You just take the order. Lu Qin waved his hand, not wanting to say much. Yes.
Yang Ji responded.
But inside, he was spitting mad. You dare to fight the Northwest with 5,000 men. If I gave you an army, you'd turn the world upside down. It's just a shame. It's just like what Lu Duane said. Soldiers. Obeying orders is their vocation. He could only offer his suggestions, and there was nothing he could do if Lu Chun didn't take them on board. Chapter 103. The Lone Ranger. The speed of the flying boat was fast. Later that night, Lu Chuan and the others then arrived at the Great Northwest Desert. The desert winds howl at night, and if you're not careful, you can get completely lost. However, Lu Dust remained cold and ignored these dangers. Wanting to make a strange achievement, there must be a strange action. Without risk, where is the reward? So without any hesitation, he directly led his team and stuck into the desert without any hesitation. Over the years, the human race has always been defense-oriented, and on this side of the Great Northwest Desert, it is even more rare for wars to occur. This led to the desert alien race's guards being extremely lax, and Lu Chuan's starry night run across the desert was finally a surprise, coming to an oasis. In the meantime, none of the Fae had noticed anything unusual. The foreigners killed my compatriots and destroyed my homeland. Today, we will kill our way into the royal court and pay the blood debt. 5 o'clock in the morning. Lu Dust was holding a war halberd and was dressed in black armor as he stood straight in front of that oasis. Monstrous killing intent surfaced in his eyes. With his current strength, there was absolutely no one who was his opponent without the upper three realms. However, the upper three realms' great powers, each of them was a strategic level weapon, and they were holding each other back, not something that Lu Chun needed to consider. The upper three realms' enemies have their own upper three realms to fight. This was the experience of Lu Dust's many years of conquest. In his last life, after he had broken through the upper third realm, he had always cooperated with the mid-range battlefield to start operations as well. The advantages were all fought out in the middle and lower end of the battlefield, and the great powers of the upper three realms were only responsible for wrapping things up. It's the same as nuclear weapons in the technological age. More of a deterrent effect. This was also the reason why he dared to take 5,000 men and horses and just kill directly into the desert royal court. Gentlemen, the human race will prosper forever, and Huaxia will prosper forever. All troops form up. Follow me to kill the enemy. Kill, kill, kill. 5,000 generals raised their weapons high and violently erupted into an earth-shattering shouting and killing sound. Lu Dust was in the lead. Be the first to break into that oasis. The unsuspecting alien defenders hastily fought back, and blood instantly dyed this part of the world red. This is the lair of the desert alien race, and like the human race, it is home to their wives and children. So even if they are all out, also in the middle of this oasis, an alien garrison of 50,000 elites was left behind. 5,000 against 50,000. Lu Duan did not occupy any advantage. Not to mention that the Fae were all soldiers, and even the cubs and females likewise possessed fighting abilities that should not be underestimated. However, Lu Dust did not waver in the slightest. Just leading those 5,000 elites to rampage. Wherever he went, no one was his one enemy. At this point in his life, it was like a scythe in the hand of the god of death, crazily harvesting the lives of one desert foreigner after another. There seems to be nothing but endless killing. It was what would make him forget about Summerland for a while, what would make him feel not so miserable. Unawareness. Ludum then killed through the oasis. He didn't know how many Fae he had killed, what kind of foreigner cubs, the old and the sick, anything that stood in front of him. He didn't have the slightest softness in his hands. This is the war of the dead. Only when one side is extinct will the chaos end. Count the casualties. The chi and blood-black armor on Lu Chuan's body had been dyed red with blood, adding a bit more of a ferocious aura. The remaining generals, their faces were also exhausted, but their eyes, however, looked exceptionally bright. Because Lu Duan was just too fierce. This young lord who had only just reached adulthood was simply like the reincarnation of the champion Marquis back then. A way to kill. There wouldn't be any foreign beasts that could last more than 2 rounds in his hands, and if it wasn't for the fact that Lu Chuan was like a sharp sword, easily tearing apart the foreigners' encirclement, they definitely wouldn't have been able to rush out. Who wouldn't want to follow such a general? It's all blood money when you die. Reporting back to the young lord, there were 636 killed in action and over 1,200 wounded. Yang Ji said with a respectful face. He is now, sort of completely convinced. Even if you die here, he can all laugh about it. 5,000 men and horses, hard to kill the alien lair. Just this kind of battle damage has been called a miracle. To know the number of foreigners they had killed along the way over here would definitely not be less than 100,000. Each person has killed at least a dozen beasts. Such achievements, if they can go back alive, their unit proper collective first-class merit cannot escape. Enough to brag about for the rest of their lives. 10 minutes recess. In 10 minutes, kill back with me. All the wounded stay. Lu Chuan, who had shaken off his pursuers, directly sat down with his knees crossed and began to rest his eyes. They went deep behind enemy lines. There can't be many opportunities to rest. Every second. It's all extremely valuable time right now. Not. Young lord. I'm not staying. I can still fight. Yes. Is the young lord going to abandon us? Team Yang. I just broke an arm. It's not like I'm dead. I'm not a liability. I want to kill the enemy. Team Yang Yu quickly persuade the young master. The wounded instantly sat up at the sound of it. One by one, they all made a scene. It would be worse to let them stay at this point than to kill them. Young lord. This. Yang Ji also looked at Lu Duan with some difficulty. He was a veteran, so he could naturally understand the thoughts of these wounded soldiers. You guys should think about going into battle with injuries. The chances of you surviving the next round of the charge are low. Lu Chun raised his eyes, his tone a little hesitant. These people, they were all elite warriors of the human race, and in his last life, he was one of the commanders of the 9th United Army. And how could they not be aware of their beliefs? What is death? I will kill enough today. Hey, I've slaughtered 18 fey beasts. I've never been so out of my league in my life. If I can go back alive, my family tree will have to be opened on a single page. If I give in at this time, what face will I have to face my ancestors in the 9 springs? Forget it. The wound on your chest is still bleeding. I advise you to take a rest and stop talking. If you die here in a while, you'll still go home and start a King family tree. A minor injury. Not enough to worry about. All quiet. Don't disturb the others' rest. Everyone fell silent at Yang Ji's words. It's called a break, but it's really just 10 minutes of letting off steam in place. Soon, in all directions, it was the sound of the footsteps of the alien army that came again. All troops in formation. Lu Chun opened his eyes and stood up again as he gripped his halberd tightly, his expression becoming stern once again. Kill! 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 More than 4,000 generals shouted in unison, erupting with an unprecedentedly high fighting spirit. As for Lu Dust, who was the commander, he was like a sword out of its sheath, leading the remaining generals to tear through the alien army once again. Now it was as if he had been transformed into a desert god of death, tirelessly killing the enemy from morning to night. Blood gradually stains this oasis. During that time there had also been a number of foreign generals who had brazenly challenged him to a duel. It's just a shame. This young human general was simply more of a ferocious beast than they, the ferocious beasts. No matter how hard they tried, no one could stop him from killing, seeing the casualties getting worse. They also had to recognize the reality, decisively to the clan's upper third realm powerhouses, sent a signal for help. Chapter 104. 7 in, 7 out. The main battlefield, Locking Shade Pass. Here, it was once claimed to be the most powerful pass in the world. Borderland locking in Gobi Heavy City. From ancient times to the present day, this pass has been guarding the peace of the human race. But no one expected it. It was clearly the first majestic pass of the human race, but in the end, it was the first place to be breached by the foreigners. Good on. Zhao Zhenan's arrival was quite timely, and the 9th Southwest Allied Army, too, did not fail to live up to everyone's hopes. This is the first pass in the world. They snatched it back after all. But here and now, the alien army, which could not be seen at a glance, was still eyeing the outside of the pass. Report. Family Master. Great joy, great joy. In the middle of the Guan city, a tall general hurriedly ran into a study. Can't you keep your head on straight? Where's the joy coming from when you've lost your home? Zhao Zhenan, who was flipping through the battlefield intelligence, kicked the general without any good reason. Family Master. I just received news that a troop that came out of nowhere starred over the Great Northwest Desert and directly hit the Tamas Desert North Royal Corda. The general didn't care. He just slammed his thighs, his face almost smiling. What are you talking about? I'm tapping out says. Get outta here. Zhao Zhenan got up with a loud voice and directly pushed the general aside, walking to the door before he turned his head with some hesitation. Confirming that the news is true? 1,000 times true, Family Master. Ha ha ha. His grandmother. The yin and yang are reversed. The offense and defense are changed. Zhao Zhinan smiled broadly and walked out of the study, only to see him leap up, directly summoning his Dharma body, the thousand-handed divine tree, and quickly disappearing into the firmament. Pass on my military orders. All of the upper third realm powerhouses are out. Nail those foreign race scum for me. The rest of the generals will form an army and stand by. As long as the foreigners dare to retreat, give me a hard fight. As the commander of the 9th Coalition Army, Zhao Zhinan's war consciousness was extremely sharp, and he had already guessed that that team was more than likely the one he had handed over to Lu Dust for practice. It just didn't occur to him either. That kid Lu Dust. To think that they would be so bold as to dare to hit the idea of a foreign royal court with a mere 5,000 men. The point is, such an outrageous thing to ask him to do. He had meant to just think. This 9th Union Army, sooner or later, would have to be handed over to Luchan, so why don't we just take this opportunity first and let that kid gain some experience in leading an army? Turns out you're ing practicing. Refine the Desert King's court directly for me? If the still couldn't gnaw a piece of meat from the foreigners, he, Zhao Zhinan, didn't even deserve to be this army commander. So he launched a frantic interception, only to see the sky above. The winds were treacherous, and vaguely, one could see that in the clouds, there was a Dharma body that was hundreds of feet high, fighting with each other. There is blood raining down on the earth. A foreshadowing of just how grueling the battle in the middle of that cloud was. Zhao Zhinan, if my royal court is destroyed, you, the Southwest War Zone, will never be able to stand alone. A great power roared out in anger, and his voice was like the rolling of heavenly thunder, as if it was going to shatter this heaven and earth. Heh, threaten me? Is the human race not a place where you can come and go as you please? Other side, countless branches grew wildly, as if it was a giant tree in the sky, guarding the multitudes underneath. Die for me! The battle intensified. The usually high and mighty ones actually refused to back down from anyone at this moment. Again, back to the other end of the battlefield. At this moment, Lu Dust had already launched his 7th charge against the oasis at his feet. After a day and a night of bitter fighting, the generals around him, just less than 1,000 people left. But he still hasn't evacuated. The 50,000 alien defenders had been completely slaughtered under his rounds of onslaughts. The rest of the old and the sick couldn't resist his butcher's knife. The whole oasis, all have been reduced to a hell on earth. Countless alien cubs were used as rations by Lu Chuan and the others, and perhaps in the eyes of the aliens, Lu Chuan was indeed an uncompromising demon. Just by seeing his figure from afar, many of the foreign beasts that were still underage couldn't help but tremble. He's gone killing mad. But the reinforcements from the foreigners were slow to arrive. Finally, after Lu Dust launched the 7th charge, the Desert North foreigners, who were still barely resisting, completely collapsed. The royal court that they had guarded to the death was also officially exposed to Lu Chuan's eyes. It was a huge valley with a natural barrier, and inside it lived none other than the wives, concubines, and descendants of many of the foreign race's great powerhouses. Kid, if you dare to touch my king's offspring, the day my king returns, I'll make sure your whole family is buried with you. Above the vault of heaven, there were claws emitting monstrous flames that slapped straight down towards Lu Chuan. But the next moment, that attack was then blocked as much as it could be. Lu Kid, just let go and kill. I promise that there will never be any upper third realm that can appear in front of you. Lu Dust raised his head slightly. That was Yu Wanqing's voice? His own protector. I didn't realize that she had been following him all along. By the way, every upper third realm powerhouse needed to guard a vital position. Even if he was a protector of the Tao, it was never possible for him to be like Yu Wanqing, who did nothing all day long and was only focused on guarding him, a junior who had yet to grow up. The spot she vacated. Someone has to be in charge, right? Could it be that the human race's upper third realm powerhouses had already exceeded the number of foreign powerhouses? Just think about it. Lu Chuan then threw away this unrealistic idea. If that was the case, in his last life, Xiaolan wouldn't have died so miserably. Xiaolan. As soon as he thought of that red-clothed silhouette, Lu Chuan's heart, once again, began to ache vaguely. She was so dazzling. Her destiny. It's not supposed to be like this. Kill. Forcing down the hatred in his heart, Lu Chuan's eyes, once again, became cold and piercing. Most of these royal offspring had outstanding talent, and if they were allowed to grow, there was no telling how many people in the future would become their rations. That's why Lu Duan didn't intend to let any of them go. Just as the Northern Fae, racking their brains to pit against the Pine University students. The cycle of cause and effect. Retribution. Once a war starts, there has to be one side that has to pay the most painful price. Tap, tap, tap. Just as Lu Chuan was about to go on a killing spree, the other side of the valley. But suddenly, there was an antlered, gorgeous foreign woman, alone, coming this way. This general. I am the royal consort of the Desert North royal family. Please be magnanimous and let these children go. I would like to serve you as my lord and serve you for the rest of my life. The deer-eared woman spat human words and fell to performing human etiquette. Hiss. Young lord, she's not bad looking. Yang Ji pulled the corners of his mouth and immediately scowled at Lu Chun. Why don't we just catch all these little foreigners back? To this, Lu Chen just glanced at him lightly. Not a single ripple could be seen between his brows. What should be the punishment for disturbing the military? No, 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 young master. I know I'm wrong. Yang Ji instantly conceded and no longer dared to talk nonsense. Chapter 105. Breaking his royal court and humiliating his princess. Come here. Lu Chun turned his head to look at the deer-eared woman who called herself the princess. His tone cold to the core. It wasn't until the deer-eared woman stepped in front of him that he snapped his hand up and grabbed the woman by the neck. Are you saying that you want to take me as your master? Yes. I take you as my master, and from now on I will never have any second thoughts. I only beg you to spare their lives. The deer-eared woman's face flushed red, but she still stubbornly looked at Lu Dust, almost begging. Oh! Lu Chen teasingly smiled, and suddenly, very roughly, tore open the two buttons on the deer-eared woman's chest. Since that's the case, then I'd like to taste the taste of this foreign princess. You! Why do you have to insult me so? The deer-eared woman's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, forcing her shame and hatred, not daring to have any struggles. She was still smart enough to know that the tide had turned, and no matter how Lu Chen treated her, she had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, once you piss him off, it's all a lost cause. Hey, young lord, the princess is yours, but there are many other foreign princesses in human form in this royal court. Why don't you let us have a taste as well? Yes, young lord, we keep our heads tied to our pants all day long. We don't know when we'll die. To be able to play with a princess of a foreign race, even if we go down to the 9 Springs, it's enough for us to brag for the rest of our lives. Oh, looks like you guys are looking forward to it, huh? Lu Dust looked at the group of veteran cops behind him with a smile on his face. Hey! Seeing that Lu Chun did not strictly refuse, the crowd of generals at once began to look at each other with glowing eyes. Unfortunately, the next second, Lu Chen then, without hesitation, snapped the neck of that alien princess. The smiles on the faces of the generals instantly froze. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Lu Chun gave the order with a cold face, while swinging his halberd and directly chopping off the head of that alien princess. Summerland is dead. He would make sure to hang the head of this foreign princess in the locked-in pass for 7 days and 7 nights, in order to see her off. Speaking up, this Fey princess was also a fool, obviously having the strength of the peak of the void-breaking realm, yet she still presumed to come and seduce him. It saves a lot of fighting. He was able to restrain even Xiaolon, so how could a regional foreign princess be worthy of letting him take more than a glance? Race battle. It's either you or me. The reasoning. Land dust was etched in his bones a long time ago. Abandon resistance. It will only lead to a worse death. Damned human child. I will eat your flesh and sleep on your skin. Break thee into pieces. Above the vault of heaven, that great powerhouse responsible for guarding the royal court let out a mournful roar. Unfortunately, he had been deadlocked by Yuan Qing and could only watch Lu Duan slaughter the entire valley. Countless descendants of the royal family died tragically on the spot like this. Cut off their heads, all of them, and take them back to hang them in front of the locked-in pass. Lu Chun was too lazy to pay attention to the incompetent ranting of that alien powerhouse. He couldn't get down anyway. Old beast, come after me if you can. Seeing Lu Chun driving the flying boat and leaving calmly, Yuan Qing, who was above the clouds, also had a flash of color in her eyes, and immediately responded with a cold smile to that foreign powerhouse. This battle, that was a really nice hit by Lu Chen. Not only did it take a vicious breath of air, but it also indirectly changed the course of this war. She got the message a long time ago. The desert North Fae were now in a state of military disarray after realizing that their lair had been stolen. Zhao Jinan was dead set on them at the border and has refused to let them back in so far. The bottom line is this. This victory of Lu Chun had pacified the people to a great extent. People see hope so that there is no unrest. Otherwise, once people start letting themselves go and choosing to swing for the fences altogether, a whole host of problems can be triggered. That's the last thing the top wants. Good on. Ludum has created a miracle. It seems that the old head is right. This kid, perhaps really in the future, the only variable, he's only in the condensation realm. I can't imagine. If one day, this kid succeeded in sealing the emperor, how invincible would he be? There was no talk all night. It was already the next morning when Lu Chun returned to the Inlock Pass. Millions of alien armies, still gathered outside the pass city, looked somewhat listless. On the contrary, the generals at the city's head were all in high spirits. I don't know. Thought they were the ones who surrounded the Fae. And naturally, the reason why they had such a change was all because of the shortcut report that Lu Chun had smashed the alien royal court. Elder brother Lu. Lu Chun had only just landed in the middle of Guan City when Zhao Jinan greeted him with a pleased face. Su Qingyan and Li Changfeng, among other familiar faces, also followed him, specially coming to greet him, a great hero who had won the battle. I told you that you are born to fight. Come on. I have prepared a celebration banquet for you. Let's not get drunk today. I know you're in a bad mood, but no one wants to run into something like this. I've fought all my life and I've seen things like this far too often. Zhao Jinan sighed out, heavily patting Lu Chen's shoulder. You're a good man. You must pull yourself together before you do that. Minister Zhao, I'm a little tired. It's a good idea to let the other generals attend this celebration. Lu Chun was indifferent and directly shoved the head of the alien princess in his hand to Yang Ji, who was beside him. Remember to hang this head in front of the pass and make sure that all the alien bastards see it. The words fell. Lu Chun then left without looking back. Sorry, Minister Cho. I'll go keep him company. Su Qingyan glanced apologetically at Zhao Jinan and hurriedly chased after him. Why, you're young. Zhao Jinan waved his hand full of concern. It's normal to not be able to accept it. Slowly get used to it. Oh, you weren't much better when my mother died. So who are you to talk about others? Zhao Lingxi was very unseemly in tearing down the stage. Ahem. That. Don't all freeze up. Although the main man is not here, these 5,000 brothers of ours are all good. Today, this military commander will make an exception for you. All drink openly for me. Zhao Jinan pretended that he didn't hear Zhao Lingxi's tirade as he looked at Lu Chen's sullen back, and the long-buried memories in his heart seemed to be starting to ache faintly. Too bad he's the head of an army, unable to be as reckless as Lu Chuan to vent his emotions. My die. Should we go check it out? Su Zhoushan, who had arrived here later and had not been able to participate in this crisis, also had a strong concern emerge in his eyes. Summerland is dead. Li Changfeng changed. Xiao Xianyi was also always distracted. And then there's Chun Yuan in the hospital, who still hasn't gotten out. Now even the boss is decadent. What the is this? Just have Su Qingyan. There's a whole lot of things that are waiting for us to do. So if you're very free, go over there and take care of the wounded. Li Changfeng also didn't like attending this kind of banquet and turned his head to leave the scene. I'm sorry, Brother Su. Both of them. Ugh. Xiao Xuani sighed and hurriedly followed suit as well. In fact, everyone knew that Lu Chun and Li Changfeng, more than anything else, were just blaming themselves. The civil unrest was brought about by both of them in one fell swoop. So the deaths of their companions and masters they then blamed all on themselves. Li Changfeng was the one who hadn't experienced such a thing, so he hated his own arrogance. For his part, Lu Dust had gone through such a thing and hadn't been able to change anything, so he hated his own incompetence. Both actually need time. Go ahead and accept this brutal reality. Chapter 106. Fame in the World. Locking the head of the Yin Pass. Lu Chun sat on top of the topmost watchtower, looking at the foot of the Guan City, the alien army that could not be seen at a glance, and drank a mulled wine alone. He reached out and pulled out the small half of the red robe from his arms, and in his mind, he couldn't help but think of the bits and pieces of his relationship with Xiaolan. Chun Feng, right? I remember. My name is Xiaolan, a senior student at Wushu University. Lu Dust still remembers. That was the first time the two met. Are you still a man? You want to deny it after you've eaten it all. don't you? I'm in your eyes. Is it that unpopular? Ludum gradually remembered. It seemed that she had been a little off since taking advantage of her. The images of meeting each other are vivid in my mind. It made Lu Chuan feel a bit suffocated. I've given it a lot of thought. Still decided to give this to you, just to repay you for saving my life. See, that's my sister's personality. This is the extreme grade C rescuing pill, 2 of them. I asked the one in the Dan Pavilion for them. Ugh. If you guys won't help in this matter, my old lady will be really miserable. The images of the past were increasing, and Lu Chuan's heart, too, was becoming more and more painful. Lu Duan, are you that desperate to get away from me? You're obviously just like me. Why are you afraid to face it? You coward. Passing flashed by like a walking light, making Lu Chuan unable to help shaking his head and losing his smile. He once again poured a mouthful of mulled wine. Maybe Summerland is right. He never meant to hurt anyone, but the results were often unsatisfactory. Brother Lu Dust. At some point, Su Qingyan had already surged to Lu Chen's side and sat down against him. I owe her another one. Su Qingyan looked puzzled, hugging her knees, not knowing what she was thinking. Actually, I've been thinking for the past 2 days that if it was me who stayed, maybe… Leaning face. Lu Chun raised his hand to interrupt Su Qingyan's speech. If it was you who stayed behind, I might not have the courage to hold on either. Call him weak or not. Call him uninspired. Lu Chun had always been such a person, and he wasn't too interested in purely becoming stronger. The reason he pushed himself to become stronger was simply to guard the one he loved. Even if the world is invincible, so what? Once you have lost your family, love and friendship, you will end up living in a false embrace and live out the rest of your life. Sure, this was just Lu Dust's personal thoughts. Some people focus on relationships, some on power, and some on wealth. One always goes after the same thing. But the world is often strange. Already owned. They scoff and don't appreciate it. Can't get it. Again, they tend to use all the means at their disposal. Lu Dust didn't have much to pursue. He just wanted to guard the people he cared about and just get through this life in peace. But it's such a small wish. I can't believe he screwed it all up. Brother Lu Chen. Su Qingyan gently leaned her head on top of Lu Chen's shoulder. I'll always be with you.
I'm selfish.
I just want to live for you. The two didn't exchange too many words. They just lay quietly on top of the eaves. After a long time, it was only then that Su Qingyan propped herself up and looked at Lu Chun, who had fallen into a deep sleep. She reached out her jade hand and gently stroked the side of Lu Chen's face. Why are you holding it in? I'm being petty. But I don't want you to be in pain. Don't you think I see that? I already knew you had her in mind. In the darkest hour of my life, you were my only light. But you were too bright a light, destined to shine for me alone. That's why I lied to you, Brother Lu Duan. Please don't blame me. I'm just trying to help you out. When Lu Dust woke up, it's already a new day again. He was sent by Su Qingyan to the middle of the makeshift residence set up in Guan City. Push open the door to the room. What met Lu Chen's eyes was still the devastated ruins, and the students were busy tending to the injured. Only this area where he was, no one came to disturb him. Hello, boss. Greetings, boss. As Lu Chuan walked along, he realized that there were quite a few students that took the initiative to greet him. It made him slightly uncomfortable. Seeing that there were quite a few unfamiliar faces surrounding Xiao Xianyi not far away, Lu Chun immediately walked over. What's going on? Hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, Xiao Xianyi rubbed his brows with some headache. It's not all thanks to you? The students from the other schools, one by one, are now eager to join the Remnant after learning that you trashed the Fey Royal Court. But according to you, we're only recruiting Celestials with SS grade talent or above. And in the past few days, hundreds of new members have already joined. Speaking of which, Xiao Xuanyi suddenly shouted towards the crowd. Everybody look over here. The boss you're looking for is right here. 1 nose and 2 eyes. Not some 3-headed guy. Whoever comes to me to inquire in the future, don't blame me for chipping you. Crap. He's Boss Lu Chuan? That's not right. I've heard that Boss Lu has thick eyebrows and a broad waist, and that he speaks as if the wind and thunder were pouring into his ears, and that he shook to death thousands of desert North Fey on the spot. So this seems to be too much of a difference, doesn't it? Not buddy. Where did you hear all these rumors? I've long since gotten accurate information. Boss Lu was born with extraordinary pupils, the reincarnation of a martial emperor. A single punch can destroy mountains and overturn oceans, and you know that the gun Jielin-yi, don't you? Boss Lu defeated him with a single finger. Wow, boss is so handsome. Can we get a picture together, boss? The surrounding students instantly boiled over. Most of those gazes that looked at Lu Dust carried undisguised admiration. It's not really their fault. The 8th War Zone had suffered heavy casualties, and the people everywhere were on edge, so this victory of Lu Duan's had come at a really timely moment. This led to major media outlets, and even officials from all over the world, trumpeting Lu Dust's battle results. It's close to describing him as a savior. In such a case, Lu Chen's fame was naturally rising wildly, and was already vaguely on par with Xiaolan in his previous life. You're on your own. Lu Chuan was somewhat unable to withstand the enthusiasm of the students, and immediately chose to turn around and leave. He couldn't describe what he was feeling right now. It could be bewilderment or numbness. Unconsciously, he then once again came to the place where Xiaolan's accident happened. I'm sorry. There are some things I can't say, not because you're bad, but you and Qingyan both too good. How can I fail a good woman? You can't hear me if I try to talk now. Summerlin's leaving. It had already allowed Luck Chun to look into his heart. It was because of his fondness that there were some things he dared not declare. Otherwise, he could have been a scumbag, couldn't he? Liking is not possessing. Rather, it's about not going into harm's way. Hello? Who says I can't hear you? A familiar voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Chun. He jerked his head back. Only then did he realize that the soulful red-clothed silhouette was currently standing not far behind him with her hands clasped over her chest, gazing at him with a smile on her face, laughing and smiling. A hazy mist then surfaced in her eyes. You say, I can hear you. Chapter 107, Two Women Talking. Seeing that Lu Chuan was still standing stupidly in place, Xiaolan slowly stepped forward and brought that flawless pretty face close to someone.
Yo.
Stinky brother. So you can cry too? Fragrant. It was only then that Lu Chuan stiffened a little and came back to his senses. I'm not crying. Lu Chun subconsciously touched his cheeks, and his fingertips were suddenly wet, which inevitably made him a little ashamed. You're not dead? What? Expecting me to die? Xiaolan winked and smirked. Since I'm not very welcome, I'm really going to go? Don't. You're not allowed to leave. Lu Chen's heart thumped, and he finally put down all his scruples and pulled Xiaolan into his arms. He was afraid he was dreaming. The dream is awake, and she's gone. What are you hugging so tightly for? Summerlin broke in a second. This sudden and powerful hug from Lu Chun instantly made her blush. She's just a strong-mouthed king. He had never even held hands with anyone, and all the knowledge he had learned in the textbooks was useless at this moment. Facing the emotionally collapsed Lu Duan, she was at a loss for words. Don't know what to do with it at all. That hugging can be negative. The softness that came from between his lips made Xiaolan's beautiful eyes slowly dilate. At this point in her life, just like a puppet on a string, completely losing the ability to think on their own, the whole person was paralyzed in Lu Chen's arms, letting him do whatever he wanted. After a long time, only then did the two of them separate, panting. Lu Chuan lifted Xiaolan's chin, looked at her and said seriously, rules are made by the strong, and I, for one, am destined to become the strongest man in the whole world. Su Qingyan is mine. You two are mine. You too. Neither of you can escape. Lu Chuan finally let go of his inner nagging. Always, he's all wrong. It's a bit of a mistake. God gave him a do-over, not a chance to cower and get himself into a quagmire. Since we agreed to have no regrets, it was natural to do things with the heart then, and since they both deserved it, let no one fail. Meh. I think it's better if you leave me alone for a while to escape. Look over there, and then think about it. Will you escape today? Xiaolan broke free from Lu Chen's embrace, calmly straightened her messy clothes, and directly opened the melon-eating mode. Lu Duan followed her gaze.
Instant des pairs.
Su Qingyan did not know when, but had already arrived here, gazing at all this with an expressionless face. Take what you know about your little tablemates. The young co-star would be absolutely devastated to have something like this crashed into her with her own eyes. This wife-chasing crematorium. I'm afraid there's just no way to run. Leaning, I can explain. Lu Chen looked ashamed, but he didn't regret it. Since he had a decision, he had to deal with all the conflicts between Su Qingyan and Xiaolan. Explain what? Su Qingyan looked faintly at Lu Chen. For a moment, it actually left someone at a loss for words. Today, she was dressed in white, immaculate, and was in a completely different style from Xiaolan. There is a saying, the skin is like solid fat and the muscles are like snow. Face like a peach blossom body. The verse. It is the best interpretation of Su Qingyan. She was like a blooming ice flower, holy and untouchable. And with such an aura, it was actually very easy to arouse a man's desire to conquer. As you can see, Lu Dust opened his mouth with difficulty, his mind spinning frantically as he thought about how to properly dispose of this Shura. Despite his 2 lifetimes, he was really slow when it came to emotions. Otherwise, he didn't have to leave Xiaolan hanging for so long. He thought about how Su Qingyan might get furious or turn away, but it just didn't occur to me. It's amazing how calm she can be. But the calmer she was, the more uneasy Lu Chen's heart became instead. This wasn't even the little tablemate he knew. I have some things to say to senior sister Xiaolan. Brother Lu Chuan should go back first. Su Qingyan withdrew her gaze from Lu Chen's body and turned her head to look at Xiaolan on the other side. But Lu Chen wanted to say something else, but Su Qingyan didn't spoil him as usual anymore, just gazing straight at someone with those calm eyes. Okay. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Lu Chen decisively conceded, not daring to stimulate Su Qingyan at all at this time. Whatever. Don't do it. Watching Lu Dust turn around and leave. Xiaolan, who was silently eating melon, was suddenly confused. It's not. Who the hell was that just now? What's all this talk about being the strongest man in the world? And that's it? One word from Su Qingyan and you left me alone? Dog man. A man can be counted on, and a pig will fall on a tree. In the end. Or do you want me to bear the wrath of the court alone? High and cold girl. You regret it? Xiaolan took a deep breath, or raised her eyes and met Su Qingyan's icy gaze. Regret. Su Qingyan looked deeply at Xiaolan. Chatterbox sister, you think you won? Win. There's no such thing as winning or not winning. Relationships aren't gambling. You and I are losers. Xiaolan clasped her hands to her chest and said flatly. Hear that? Su Qingyan was silent. After a long time, it was only then that she released a smile and said, You're right, but I'm going to be the main palace. Hearts are fickle. I don't know if there was ever a day when you betrayed him, but I know that I never will. Yes, I'd advise you not to get too attached. Xiaolan frowned slightly. You should know him better than I do. Such an excellent man. I'm afraid I don't know how many women will be missed in the future. You're in charge of everything. It's only going to push him farther and farther away. Hearing Xiaolan's reminder, Su Qingyan was indifferent and just smiled noncommittally and said, Yeah, I can't stop it. That's why I chose you. What do you mean? Xiaolan vaguely got a weird feeling. I'm not as stupid as you think. Su Qingyan's gaze flickered. That cut-off red robe. I casually found it and gave it to Brother Lu Chun. You know I'm not dead? Xiaolan raised her head in some surprise, her eyes filled with doubt and shock. It's not hard to guess. Su Qingyan raised her head rightfully. Xiaolan, Brother Lu Chun is my everything. For him, I'll do anything. Brother Lu Chun has you in his heart. I can't help it. I can't afford to make things difficult for him, so I can only go with the flow and help you out. But you better not let me down either. Once again, Exelon was silent. After a long time, only then did she look up with a sigh in her eyes. Seriously, high-strung girl. You're a horrible person. Xiaolan was not the kind of woman with a shrewd mind, and could not guess Su Qingyan's mind at all. All she knows is, Su Qingyan was really too indulgent towards Lu Chun. The heart is still so deep it's scary. God have mercy. This woman pretends to be pure in front of Dusty every day. Make it look like a human being. If she hadn't taken the initiative to expose it. Even she almost fooled herself. If she and Su Qingyan told a lie at the same time, she could almost guess it with her toes. Lu Chun would only believe Su Qingyan 100%. Master Tian, what did I do wrong in my last life? It's so hard to make progress with the man she loves, only to find out that the man's main court is a horrible woman with a heart so deep that it suffocates people. What to do? Why do you have the illusion of marrying into an imperial family? I can't survive 3 episodes of a palace drama with all the kung fu I've learned. TT. Chapter 108. The Miserable Lu Chen. News of Summerlin's return. The word soon spread, and several of Yu Chen's old acquaintances all felt joy from the bottom of their hearts. But, after the crowd had learned some of the gossip, in addition to the original admiration, There were a few more points of envy and sympathy in their gazes toward Lu Dust. Qingyan, open the door. Kansai City Shelter. Lu Dust stood in the doorway, his face filled with helplessness. I don't know what Su Qingyan said to Xiaolan, but after she came back, she locked herself up. Won't even see him anymore. This caused Lu Chen's heart to grow restless. He thought he knew Su Qingyan very well. When she was not angry, everything was fine. Once she was angry, it was really hellishly difficult to coax Ah. But here's what he doesn't know. At this time, Su Qingyan was not at all what he thought. She was hiding in her room, concentrating on meditation and cultivation. Her face didn't have too many emotions at all. Or rather, she had actually known this day would come. Almost. After hanging brother Lu Chun out to dry for a night's time, he should be able to feel my anger, right? If we wait any longer, he'll get anxious. Think about it. Su Qingyan got up and opened the door to her room. Qingyan, you're not mad at me anymore? Seeing the door of the room open, Lu Duan was instantly happy and moved his feet, about to drill into the room. But the next second, he was then blocked by Su Qingyan. Qingyan, no matter what, this matter is my fault. I'll admit to punishing me any way you want, but don't lock yourself up. I'm not mad. Su Qingyan tensed her small face and said faintly, Qingyan, don't I know you well enough? You must be very disappointed, right? You! Bang! The door to the room slammed shut once again. Next moment, Su Qingyan's cold voice came out from inside. I said I'm not angry. Go find your Natsurama senpai. P.S. The Sea King mini-class is back in session. Question 2. Is the little table made angry or not? Ugh! Lu Dust, who had eaten the closed door, wandered around in the same place for a while before he sighed and turned around to leave. Not for long. He then arrived at Summerlin's temporary residence. This time, Xiaolan was rather generous and opened the door to the room. Yo! Still not coaxed. Summerlin stood in the doorway. Smiling, he looked at him and said, Don't mention it. I just said 2 words and then I shut the door again. Sister Xiaolan, what do you think I should do? Lu Dust looked sad and distracted. Oh, that's what you wanted to see me about, huh? Xiaolan raised her eyebrows slightly, her smile unabated as she enjoyed Lu Chen's embarrassment with interest. I feel like I've made a big mistake this time, and Qingyan definitely won't forgive me easily. Ha!
Bang!
The sound of the room door slamming shut heavily interrupted Lu Dust's belly full of complaints. Hey? Lu Dust was confused. Question 3. Why is Charlene angry again? Seriously, at this very moment, Lu Dust only wanted to advise those men who wanted to be the Sea King one thing. Stop it, Azu. No diamonds. Just don't take on that porcelain job. Women who don't love you are a pain in the ass. Cute your woman. Only more trouble ah. Crunch. Just when Lu Chuan had nothing to do and was planning to suffer this damned cultivation ground alone and in silence. Instead, Xiaolan opened the door to the room again. Forget it. You come in. Angry as she was, she still took the initiative to make way for Lu Chun. After all, between the two of them, there had only just been a little frown, and she could not yet be as reckless as Su Qingyan. It's easy to kill feelings. It's still my sister who knows how to hurt people. As soon as Lu Chun entered the door, he wrapped his arms around Xiaolan's waist, although he was emotionally slow. But it's still a man. Being horny at least doesn't have to be taught. You! Get your paws off me. Xiaolan's pretty face was slightly red and she exhaled. What? Scared now? Where's the energy that seduced me before? Lu Chuan didn't care about that much. If he couldn't fix Su Qingyan, he would fix Xiaolan first. I'll let you eat it, don't you dare. Xiaolan tried to struggle for a bit, and realized that she couldn't break free at all. There's one that says one. Lu Chuan really doesn't dare now. He was actually quite afraid of Su Qingyan, and this kind of fear was exactly the manifestation of loving too deeply. I was afraid to, but seeing Lu Chuan's gaze slowly moving downward, Xiaolan's face, too, became more and more flushed. 36D. What? Stinky brother wants to try his hand at it? It's time to say no. Xiaolan's title as the strong-mouthed king really wasn't something to sneeze at. She can say anything, not afraid of being targeted by a law enforcement officer who will put her in a small dark room to face the wall. But Lu Duan was here to enhance his feelings and naturally refused to give in easily. 36D? No, I don't believe it. Let me do some oral math if I can. Go to hell. Xiaolan finally couldn't resist and gently hammered Lu Chuan's shoulder, then buried her head into his arms, her face shy as if she was drunk. Stinky man! Sister Xiaolan. Lu Chuan held the back of Xiaolan's head with one hand, his breathing gradually becoming heavy. He didn't kiss enough before. You don't. Well, yet. This time, the two of them completely forgot about everything and immersed themselves in a passionate kiss. The passionate and fiery Xiaolan and the youthful and subtle Su Qingyan brought Lu Chun a sense of experience. Is completely different. Su Qingyan would cooperate with the response, but couldn't do too much initiative. But Xiaolan was different. Kissing her seemed to be full of desire to win. She had to get the upper hand. Slowly. On the contrary, Lu Dust is somewhat unable to hold on. Phew. Take a break. Lu Chuan took a big breath of fresh air, wanting to let go of the 1,000-year-old vixen in front of him. But Exelon won't stop now. Stretching out two jade hands, it directly wrapped around Lu Chuan's neck, like to kiss. Sister will let you kiss me enough. Next, Ludum was then forced to kiss. The retreating Lu Chuan put his heart in a hard place and decisively started to get on with it. And Xiaolan's fiery body, as a result, faintly and imperceptibly trembled. But she still didn't give in. It was only when she noticed Lu Chuan's big hand, which had already passed through the blockade of clothes and touched her skin, that she regained her clarity and hastily covered her blouse, hiding far, far away at once. You asshole! Xiaolan, who had come to her senses, was a little sour inside, and her eyes slowly began to redden. You treat me like this. Is it because you think I'm more casual than Su Qingyan? Lu Chun was directly stumped by Xiaolan's sudden questioning. Check it out. Take a good look. That's women. Flip-flopping TM faster than a book. Lu Chen's heart was so aggravated. He admitted it. He was just a little on top of it. But heaven and earth. Aren't you, Xiaolan, at fault at all? You're testing the cadres with this? Which cadre? Can you stand up to that, huh? Sorry. I didn't hold back. Lu Dust ashamed to bow his head. In fact, no matter how to say, the two have only just established a relationship, and even have not yet a formal confession. It really wasn't surprising at all that Summerland would react this way. Women. Such a paradoxical creature. Chapter 109, Revitalization. Seeing Xiaolan just don't look away. Still won't talk. Lu Chun had to take 2 steps forward and gently took her jade hand, his handsome face filled with seriousness. Sister Xiaolan, I don't know if I'm qualified to say love now or not. But I can promise you that I will treat you well and be with you forever. Hearing this moderate confession from Lu Chun, Xiaolan's complexion, finally, was slightly eased by a few points. Count on you to be sensible. This time, finally, not a mouthful of Su Qingyan. Or I'll show you. What kind of things do jealous women do? Ahem. Although he didn't know if what she said was true or not, Lu Chun still felt a great pressure. Okay, let's get down to business. Lu Chuan decisively changed the topic, pulling Xiaolan to sit down face to face. In the 2 days since you disappeared, what exactly has happened? It happens. Xiaolan looked deeply at Lu Chun. Originally, this time, I was indeed bound to die. But at the last minute, I was saved by someone, and you might as well guess who that person was? How do I know this? Lu Chuan somewhat helplessly pinched Xiaolan's soft and boneless jade hand. Say it quickly. Don't sell the story. The person who saved me is Xiang Longcheng. That is your master. A hint of sadness surfaced between Xiaolan's eyebrows. My master. Lu Dust's heart was delighted. I thought he was gone. He took a forbidden drug. He won't die for a while, but he won't be able to use his own power anymore either. Right? His current identity, he is Su Qingyan's protector, the higher echelons of the human race, still think quite highly of you. Even with the love of the house, Su Qingyan was also protected. Perhaps they are also worried that once Su Qingyan has any accidents, you, the guy who carries the hopes of the human race, will have any problems with your state of mind, right? Your master told me. His power, he can only use it 3 times. Once he runs out, he will surely die. So he told me to tell you that for the rest of his life, he doesn't want to see you 2 youngsters again. What that means. Of course Lu Dust heard it. Once he saw Xiang Longcheng again, it would mean that something had gone wrong with himself or Su Qingyan. No wonder he hid it. Won't even tell himself if he's dead or alive. I'm afraid he did this because he didn't want to put too much psychological pressure on himself. Master, Ludum muttered. In a previous life, he earns everything on his own. When injured, he just hid alone and licked his wounds in silence, never thinking that one day, he could have a master to rely on. But at this moment he was truly feeling the weight of these two words. That guy Li Changfeng. Lu Dust was momentarily speechless. When the word master was mentioned, he couldn't help but think of Li Changfeng. 7 masters. 6 missing. Lu Dust is really hard to imagine. His heart, what kind of torment he is going through, and that's all. It's all the disaster he's brought upon himself. If they hadn't met themselves, if they hadn't done it to support themselves, the several Taoist masters of Wudong Mountain would never have ended up like this. This made Lu Chen's heart unable to resist a thick flash of guilt surfacing. It was only now that he had the hindsight to figure out what the punch that Li Changfeng had given him actually meant. He really has no business being down. From the beginning to the end, Li Changfeng did not put the fault on him, Lu Chun. However, Lu Chun was unable to just let go. This was what he owed to Wudong Mountain and what he owed to Li Changfeng. He had to show some real action. And Chun Yuan. Before that, he was in deep trouble himself, completely ignoring the fact that these companions around him were, in fact, quite harmed. He was so unqualified as a boss. They all suffered in silence. But his own self, blinded by hatred, did not enlighten them in the first place. Now Summerland is back. But the Wudong Mountain that a few Taoist masters, but it is fierce, including Su Nuo, is also really dead. He'd have to do something about it soon. Sister Xiaolan. I thought you were dead before. Blinded by hatred, I was so focused on avenging you that I ignored everyone else. Since I'm the one who brought them together, I should show the bearing of being a leader. Their account. I'm going to liquidate them one by one now. Speaking of which, in Lu Chuan's eyes, a touch of icy killing intent slowly surfaced as well. It was because of the inaction of the worldly powers that the Yinlock Pass fell as a result. This has not only harmed several Taoist masters of Wudong Mountain, but also countless people, whose families have been destroyed. The account. He had to go and get it back. Of course, the current priority was still to take care of the alien army outside the pass city first. Others might not be able to do it, but this matter was incomparably simple for Lu Chuan. Since refining the White Lightning, he would already be the true number 1 person under the upper 3 realms, a talent beyond SSS level. It was enough for him to crush any void-breaking realm expert. This crushing, it's like an adult and a 3-year-old child. An adult. Even against 100,000 wizards, against 1,000,000 wizards, it was hardly a deadly threat. You can fight if you want to, you can leave if you want to. The so-called millions of foreigners army, in his eyes, with the Earth Chicken Tile Dog is no difference. As long as there were no upper 3rd realm powers forcibly interfering, he had full certainty that he would be able to kill these millions of foreigners, leaving them in disarray and fleeing. His rise to power. There are already hidden signs of unstoppable momentum. There was no longer any need to do things as he had done before, and he believed that the above would definitely help him deal with those upper 3rd realm great powers. And himself. Just need to stir up this pool of stagnant water of the human race and turn it upside down. What are you going to do? Xiaolan looked at the revitalized man in front of her with undisguised love shining in her eyes. The way he gets serious. It's really fascinating. If anyone else had told her that, she probably wouldn't have bothered to listen to half a word. It would just be assumed that the person is blindly arrogant. But the same words, coming from Lu Chuan's mouth, her heart was filled with trust and security. She believed in Lu Duan. It's an unconditional, blind trust. Even if he said, he's going to kill off those millions of foreigners head-on, and Xiaolan is willing to trust him, willing to. You asked me what I was going to do about it, and it's really quite simple. I'm going to kill back those foreigners head-on. Hey? And so on. Xiaolan blinked, and above her stunningly beautiful cheeks, she was visibly dumbfounded for a moment. Are you sure? Well, you may not believe me when I say it. If the upper 3 realms are not out, I am invincible. Ludum's eyes filled with unrivaled confidence. I believe it. Xiaolan looked at Lu Duan and spread a smile. I believe you. I'm with you for anything you want to do. The following are not counted in the body of the text. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve. Happy New Year. Brothers, for the sake of the New Year's Eve, the young authors are diligently coding. Can we have a little support? Order some free ones for the love of power. Give it a warm 5-star review. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I want a New Year's gift too. Chapter 110, Redeployment of Troops. Soon, Lu Chun then walked out of the residence with Xiaolan. Come to the medical room. Lu Chuan found Chun Yuan on top of the hospital bed, who had lifeless eyes and was staring blankly at the ceiling. What he didn't expect was this. Chun Feng and Gu Yanran were actually there, seeing Lu Dust show up. Chun Feng's gaze was somewhat averted. Gu Yanran, on the other hand, smiled in an unnatural manner, her eyes filled with memories and complexity. Being in a post-apocalyptic world where many people will die, including you and me, you're just going to give up? Lu Chuan slowly walked over to Chun Yuan. He was really not expecting it. Chun Yuan, who always had a tugging cool dead face on weekdays, actually valued his feelings so highly. But then he turned his mind. The first time the two of them met, wasn't this guy indiscriminately running over to stand up for his own brother? I'm Fine. I don't need you to come over here specifically to enlighten me. Chun Yuan still looked at the ceiling and said without looking back. I'm not here to enlighten you. I came to inform you. Lu Chuan knew very well that there were some pains that one simply could not empathize with if they did not personally experience them. Talk a bunch of sense. It only makes the person concerned feel ridiculous. If you've recovered from your wounds, get up. I'm counting on you to charge. Sueno is also my brother, a member of the Remnant, a companion who fights alongside us. This revenge can't go unavenged. Lu Chun walked to Chen Yuan and heavily patted his shoulder. I'll wait for you at the city gate. How they kill their way in, we'll kill our way back. Kill back? Chun Yuan stared at Lu Duan for a while. Seeing that his expression did not look like a fake, he then pulled the corner of his mouth with some difficulty and said, Good, man to man. It doesn't take a lot of words. The best way to convince a person is to prove it with actions. Before you leave. Lu Chun turned his head to look at Chun Feng and Gu Yanran. It's been so long. Both look a lot more mature. Especially Gu Yanran. Having lost Lu Chuan's unfailing care, she should have already experienced the difficulties of the end times, right? Until Lu Duan and Xiaolan walked away side by side. It was only then that Gu Yanran chased after her, staring fondly at the direction Lu Duan had left, not knowing what she was thinking. Huma, you still can't let go of him? Chen Feng's eyes were hurt. After such a long time, he still couldn't walk into Gu Yanran's heart. How could he know? Lu Chuan spent 10 years in his previous life and never really entered Gu Yanran's heart. Chen Feng, stop pestering me. Gu Yanran suddenly turned her head and looked at Chen Feng with a serious face. I was wrong. I shouldn't make a child's play of my feelings. I always used to take for granted how good he was to me and never really cared for him. It wasn't until after the total loss that I saw myself completely, and the person I loved was always him. Unfortunately, I love myself more. It was my selfishness that lost him. I don't blame anyone. It's just that in this life, I can't fit anyone else in my heart anymore. Gu Yanyan's change. Naturally, Lu Chun wouldn't know, and even if he did, he wouldn't have any reaction. Now him, already rising like a new star. The gap between the two, but also will only get bigger and bigger, and later destined to be no longer a world of people. After leaving the infirmary, Lu Chuan found Zhao Zhenan at the first opportunity. To defeat the foreign race, it was naturally impossible to do so with just those students of Yu Ashen. That's an army of millions of foreigners. Even if Lu Chun was no matter how powerful he couldn't finish killing others if they stood there for him to kill. You boys want to take them down head-on? After hearing Lu Chen's thoughts, Zhao Zhenan frowned slightly. It's not that I don't believe in your abilities. Rather, in doing so, many people will be sacrificed, and both in terms of reproduction ability and growth time, our human race is far inferior to the Fae. The one thing they are not afraid of is depletion. That's always been the main reason why we've adopted the strategy of just defending and not attacking. After listening to Zhao Zhenan's explanation, Lu Dust smiled non-committally and said, I don't quite approve of this. It is precisely because our human race's ability to reproduce is inferior to that of the foreign races that it is all the more important to fight. Being on the defensive is just treating the symptoms and will only lead to a vicious cycle. The foreign races are getting stronger and the human races are getting weaker. That's why our territories are getting smaller and smaller. Sacrifice is inevitable. This is the war of the death of the race. We must have the determination and courage to break through. Lu Chun stood straight, his gaze firm. Past lives and present lives. He's always been the main combatant. Good boy. Zhao Zhenan's gaze flickered slightly, and with a valiant smile he said, "Since you have such conviction, this military commander spares this hat on his head. And go crazy with you too. Say it. This time. How many people are you going to need?" Zhao Jinan was actually also a main combatant, or else he wouldn't have stepped in to help Lu Chen deal with the Zhou family. However, in his position, there were some things that had to be well thought out, and he couldn't be as reckless as Lu Chen. 50,000. Give me 50,000 men, and I will kill that foreign race with fear. Lu Dust spoke calmly. The general is the guts of the army. 50,000 men are not much, but as long as they are in his hands, they will surely become a sharp sword that stabs into the heart of the foreigners. Yes, I will personally go and select 50,000 elites for you, and from now on, you will be the leader of this army. Zhao Jinan agreed with alacrity. Finished. He pulled Lu Duan aside again. In a low voice, he inquired, "Kid, you and that girl Lingxi, how's the progress?" Lu Dust was momentarily speechless. If it wasn't for Zhao Jinan's reminder, he would have forgotten that Zhao Lingxi was still over in the medical room rescuing the injured. "You're a bad boy. Girl Su and Girl Xia are good, but my Lingxi isn't bad either, right? You really don't see my daughter?" Lu Chuan was confused by Zhao Jinan for a while, and could only smile bitterly and wave his hand. "Minister Zhao, you can't force things like feelings. Miss Zhao is a good girl with a simple heart. I can't hurt her just for the sake of some benefits if I don't like each other. You don't want her to be unhappy afterward, do you?" "Ha." Hearing Lu Dust's explanation, Zhao Jinan immediately laughed and patted his shoulder. "Good boy. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Truthfully. Actually, I was just testing you. Lingxi, that girl is too simple and easily fooled. It's fine for you kid to be a bit of a womanizer, but you can't toy with her feelings, that's my bottom line." Looking at Zhao Jinan's eloquent speech, Lu Chen really couldn't bear to tell him the truth. He was on Zhao Lingxi. It's true that there are no ideas. It's not that she's not pretty and good enough. Rather, Lu Chen was really afraid just Su Qingyan and Xiaolan made it difficult for him to fight. Invite another one. He felt sure he was going to go crazy. Chapter 111. Each showing his or her own skills. Zhao Jinan does things. The main event is a thunderbolt. That afternoon, he handed over 50,000 generals to Lu Chen. Su Qingyan, Xiaolan, Li Changfeng, Xiao Shuani, Su Zhoushan, as well as Chen Yuan and a bunch of other members of the Remnant, had also all arrived. On the pointing platform, Lu Chuan was clad in black armor, holding a halberd, his gaze calmly looking at the 50,000 generals in front of him. "I won't say any more nonsense. Hold your weapons and open the gates. Follow me. To kill. 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 Kill." 50,000 generals raised their weapons and shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. Next moment, the city gates opened, and Lu Dust led the way, taking the lead in launching an attack towards the alien army in the distance. With lightning arcs entwined all over his body, he directly utilized his natural talent, instant shadow, transforming into a white thunderbolt that tore through the defense of the alien army from the front. Roar! Among the military formation, some foreign race generals roared out, brazenly killing towards the frontmost Lu Chen. Lu Dust raised his eyes. There were a dozen or so half-transformed iron-armored bull demons that formed a rather strange formation, coming from all directions, wanting to intercept him where he was. Lu Chen's face was solemn, black lightning arcs flashed at the tip of his halberd, and he was about to use his divine ability to exterminate the enemy. Under such a charge as the main general, he absolutely could not stop. Otherwise, once surrounded, he and the 50,000 generals behind him would be consumed alive here by the alien army. Buzz! Extreme coldness came from behind Lu Chuan. Frostbite! Only to see Su Qingyan swimming against the current, raising her frost staff high, directly summoning a large number of ice spikes, ruthlessly smashing into those dozen or so iron-armored bull demons with void-breaking realm cultivation, hard stopping them. Such a critical time. Su Qingyan, just as she had done in her previous life when Lu Chen was surrounded, once again extended a helping hand to him, and also until now. It was only with hindsight that Lu Dust realized. Su Qingyan did not know when she had similarly broken through to the peak of the god condensation realm. Ludum had always protected her well. This made all of his companions, even Lu Chuan himself, almost forget about it. Su Qingyan had always been that proud daughter of heaven. Her cultivation never lagged behind Lu Duan. It's just that she was willing to become the little woman behind Lu Chen, leaving all the light and glory, all to her lover. Clank! Not waiting for Lu Chen to take advantage of the situation. A light and crisp sound of a sword chirping was already sounding right behind the roiling ice spikes. Day by day sword scripture chi over the rainbow. The red-clothed Xiaolan directly activated her spirit skill and released a dozen crisscrossing sword chi with the lift of her hand, making up for it at the first opportunity after Su Qingyan intercepted those iron-armored bull demons. The two women hadn't exchanged any words the entire time, but their cooperation was surprisingly tacit. Electricity. Just complete the over-the-top decapitation. Well played. Sister-in-law is awesome. Seeing this, Su Joshan, who was behind the two women, immediately couldn't help but praise. Not bad for a big sister of the aftermath. This level of perversion. It's not much worse than our boss. Who are you calling sister-in-law? The two women turned their heads at the same time, and that gaze stared at Su Joshan's back, making his body a little hairy. He was acutely aware of it. If he answered poorly this time, in the future in the aftermath, I'm afraid that there is not much good life. So he wisely chose to shut up. With his burly body, he slammed directly towards the nearest few foreign beasts in front of him. Fey scum! I don't share the same fate as you and the others. Although this guy couldn't beat Lu Chuan, as a representative figure among the younger generation of Pine University, his strength was also undoubtedly powerful. If it wasn't for this freak Lu Dust, he was supposed to be the #1 physique among the younger generation of the human race. Even Shenanxing, who had once fought against Lu Chun, was far inferior to him. Mirror image obliteration. The other members of the Remnant, too, began to show their abilities, starting with Li Changfeng. Even when he fought with Lu Chun before, he hadn't even exposed his talent. Just by utilizing the everlasting limitless scripture and limitless sword skill, they posed a great threat to Lu Chun. Now he had finally exposed his true bottom card. He's gifted. It is the mutant metallicity, the Taiji mirror image. The powerful thing about this gift is this. He could copy the talent aptitude used by others for his own use in battle. This time, it was the power of black lightning that he had copied. Of course, he was able to copy the avatar though. However, with the copied divine ability, he could only utilize 80% of its power. Before he had met Lu Chun, he felt that this talent of his was quite ribald. He can't beat the strongest man he meets, encountering weakness and no need to replicate. But since meeting Lu Chun, he's suddenly true to the law of incense, duplicating the divine ability of this freak Lu Chun. Even if he could only utilize 80% of his power, it would still be too powerful to be true. The only thing that made Li Changfeng feel pity. It's Lu Chen's almost demonic physique that can't be replicated. Otherwise, he'd be the 80% version of Lu Chun, even if it's only 80%. That's strong as hell too. Good on. His own heritage and natural talent were also good. Although he couldn't be as perverted as Lu Chuan, the top-notch stances and sword techniques he had learned at Wudong Mountain still gave him his own fighting style. 9 styles of broken front. Seeing Li Changfeng in great power, relying on the annihilation avatar copied from Lu Chun to kill in all directions. Chun Yuan on the other side was also not willing to show weakness, displaying his top-notch blade technique that he had been practicing for many years. Kill, kill, kill. The other members of Remnant, seeing these people at the front, were actually more perverted than one another. There is also a slow sense of belonging within. Follow the strong. Ben is a human instinct. If anything, most of them, at first, had only come for Lu Duan's heaven-defying battle record. So now, they have truly taken the status of being a member of the Remnant as an honor that they are proud of. It's all pretty well hidden. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch a little as he watched what was happening in front of him, especially Su Qingyan and Li Changfeng's performance. Su Qingyan is okay. After all, she was originally the youngest great emperor of the human race, and Lu Chun had always known that she was very strong. But Li Changfeng didn't have much fame in his last life. Lu Chuan had never even heard of him. It was thought that he would have died on the frontier with his brothers and sisters from Wudong Mountain. Never in a million years. This kid actually kept his hand in. His own natural aptitude was something that he had worked so hard and suffered so much to refine. This kid didn't even say hello. Just take it and use it? Not buddy. What's he got to do with it? The thought of Li Changfeng being able to use his natural aptitude so easily. Lu Chuan then felt a rush of teeth. However, he only felt resentful. Li Changfeng was demonic enough, and he was actually quite happy in his heart. This guy is all the way up there in terms of character and heart and mind. With his aid. Aftermath's future. Surely it won't be too bad. Think about it. Lu Chuan also withdrew his thoughts and redirected his gaze into the battlefield. The others are doing so well. He's the one who's in charge. Gotta keep up with the pace, too. Chapter 112. Breaking the Enemy Army. Thunderclap Earth Heart Lotus. Lu Chun raised his foot and stepped, and a demonic golden lotus immediately bloomed quietly under his feet. With him at the center, the vines of the golden lotus swept in all directions, instantly entangling hundreds of foreign beasts tightly. Blast! Next moment, Lu Chuan clenched his fist with one hand, and the golden thunder lotus instantly transformed from gold to black and exploded violently. Countless thunder arcs surged madly. The foreign beasts within 100 meters were instantly melted by the thunder, and even the remnants of their corpses didn't remain. After breaking through the god condensation realm, Lu Chuan's control over the thunder element was no longer restricted to spirit techniques and divine abilities. Spiritual secrets are also created by other people. Lu Chuan had only slightly improved the thunder-vanishing Earth Heart Lotus. As his control over the thunder element grew deeper, he also began to create his own killing moves, like the three-colored spiral Maru from earlier. Sure, right now, on this occasion, it was far from needing Lu Chuan to fight so hard. The strength of his physique alone was enough for him to crush all the way. Heaven-breaking halberd technique Moon by Moon style. Lu Chen's steps were like shooting stars as he swung his halberd with one hand, and with each strike, he could easily smash the foreign beasts in front of him. He was the one who looked more like an outright monster than the oddly shaped demons and devils around him. No one can stop him. He kills with gusto, totally forgetting that the 50,000 generals behind him have slowly pulled away from him. Come and fight. Lu Chuan was alone in the midst of 10,000 troops, aiming straight toward the commander-in-chief of the alien army. A half-step Dharma body realm transformed werewolf. Thieves don't go wild. The alien commander-in-chief had a pair of golden vertical pupils and was 2 meters tall. His naked upper body, his well-defined muscles were visible. His weapon, a cold and shining wolf-tooth stick, saw Lu Chuan killing close to the front, immediately roared out decisively, and Lu Chuan launched a fight to the death. Clank! Weapons collide. A fiery spark erupted in the eyes of both men. All of them revealed undisguised icy killing intent. Human child, I'll break your bones, and then I'll rip your head off and use it as a night jug, as a consolation to my dead princess. Ha ha! Seeing the hatred of this vertical pupil chief, Lu Chuan forced him back with a halberd and let out a loud laugh. So you're the man of what's his name, the princess. Tisk. It's time to say no. That princess of yours, she's not bad looking at first. She begged and wanted to be a slave for me. But unfortunately, I couldn't see it, so I broke her neck. Ah! I will kill you. Must kill you. The vertical pupil leader roared angrily, and the wolf-tooth rod in his hand was swung out of a residual shadow as a result. Unfortunately, he looked quite big, but his strength was simply not as strong as 9 out of 10 of Lu Chuan's. The two fought for less than 10 rounds. He was then smashed hard by Lu Chuan and flew out, and his tiger's mouth was oozing a lot of blood as a result. After realizing that his own strength was far inferior to Lu Chun, the vertical pupil leader no longer fought hard with Lu Chun, only to see him suddenly lie down on the ground, his entire body twisting as he directly exerted his half-formed Dharma body. A golden pupil wolf demon that exuded a ferocious aura. Roar! The golden pupil wolf demon raised its voice to the sky and its body suddenly enlarged. It was originally a half-step in the Dharma body realm, and it had already gradually condensed the infantile form of its own Dharma body. Now that it was stimulated, its Dharma body, it seemed to have grown a few points as a result. Nice one. This thing isn't about to break through, is it? Lu Chen secretly said that it was not good. If it was allowed to advance to the Dharma body realm, it would be a bit tricky today. The upper 3 realms were a complete watershed. The power of the essence Dharma body could easily crush any void-breaking realm expert. Lu Dust is very demonic. However, allowing him to single-handedly take on a Dharma body that was hundreds of feet tall was still difficult at the moment. Can't give him any chance to flip. Electricity. Lu Chuan then had a decision in his heart, and immediately transformed into white thunderbolt light, leaving a whole 6 black thunder shadows around the golden pupil wolf demon's huge body. Shoo! Do it all. Lu Chuan decisively pulled away and his body slowly emerged from the white lightning. at this point in his life, directly turning his back to the golden pupil wolf demon. He snapped his fingers with a subdued expression. Rumble! The sound of thunder rang out, and the sound of the golden pupil wolf demon's unwilling roar came from behind him. He didn't even need to look back at the explosion, because he knows how terrifying was the power of the black lightning that came with the annihilation attribute, in conjunction with the thunder prison shadow killing formation. Previous life. He needed to rack his brain for a layout that would completely shut down the enemy before he could detonate the thunder shadow. But since refining the white lightning, this shortcoming no longer existed. Instant shadow avatar. The main focus is the word fast so that the enemy will not be able to dodge in time. Fast and furious. It is the true power of thunder. I'll go. Seconds. Killed. After the group of remnant members, who were hanging far behind Lu Chun, saw the golden pupil wolf demon's 100 feet tall Dharma body collapsing, a strong look of shock appeared in their eyes. Is this still human? Can you even take half a step? But what they didn't know was that even the thunder prison shadow killing formation wasn't Lu Chen's strongest killing move. Not really verified though. But if he rubbed the pill with his hand, even if a real Dharma body realm came, it would only be hard enough to dare to take it hard. If you hand rubbed the spiral Maru, and then with the thunder prison shadow killing formation and instant shadow avatar, TSK, the effect of that Lu Dust himself couldn't even dare to imagine. It is the real invincible posture. Kill, kill, kill. The commander-in-chief was beheaded, and the 50,000 generals led by Lu Duan were instantly demoralized. They were so full of fervor and bravery that even the speed of their advancement was a few points faster as a result. Shouts of murder were heard. Lu Dust subconsciously looked back. As a result of this turnaround, it took him a moment to realize that everyone had dropped out, so he turned around and killed back. See this scene. The other members of Remnant glanced at each other and all of them revealed a bitter smile. They no longer knew how to describe their feelings towards Lu Chuan, the ultimate freak who came and went as he pleased amidst an army of millions. Can't compare. It doesn't compare at all. Who dares to compete with this guy? That's purely self-inflicted. This one. I'm afraid that the one who felt the most deeply was Chun Yuan. Before, he was high-minded and proud, thinking that even if he lost to Lu Chun, it would only be temporary. Sooner or later, he can get that back. But now, love whoever you want, he's not comparing anyway. With the golden pupil wolf demon's demise, the alien army became leaderless, and finally gradually became chaotic, though the remaining Fey generals had done their best to calm the army. But the scope of the chaos still is getting bigger and bigger, and eventually it completely evolves into a rout. A large number of alien soldiers began to flee. Interesting. Perhaps it was the great powers of the Desert North Fey who also realized the fact that they had failed miserably. Therefore, from beginning to end, not a single foreign race Dharma Body Realm powerhouse made a move to intervene in the battlefield. They are smart, knowing that saving the top end of the battlefield gives you a chance to start over. The ability of the Fey to reproduce is extremely powerful. As long as the top end of the war effort is still there, they will be able to recover sooner or later. Lu Dust was certainly well aware of this. But he didn't feel it. There would be no point in doing this on your own. At the very least, he can still give himself. Buying some time isn't. The day he stepped into the upper third realm would be the day the human race blew the horn for a counterattack. Chapter 113. Secret Talks. That said, this foreign race is defeated though. But the number of people, it's just too much. Lu Dust led the army to chase and kill for 2 whole days and 2 nights, during which they killed rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. And in the end, they only killed nearly 1/3 of the foreigners. The rest of the alien deserters had all vanished back into the great northwestern desert. Lu Dust had wanted to enter the desert again and continue the chase, but considering that the generals had reached the limit of their physical abilities, he could only give up in the end with no choice but to do so. After all, not everyone has a body as strong as his. Keep chasing. There is a good chance that it will not pay for itself. Pass on my military order to gather the troops and return to camp. Hearing Lu Dust's command, in the minds of all, it was all an involuntary sigh of relief. They are all afraid that if Lu Chen's brain is hot, he is going to run into the desert to kill 7 in 7 out again. It's not that they're afraid of death. Rather, they really can't hack it anymore. For 2 whole days and 2 nights, everyone didn't have much rest, except for Lu Chuan, who was still in high spirits. The faces of the others had long been covered with a thick color of fatigue. after returning to Kwanzaa City. Before Lu Chuan could rest, a magnetic voice came from behind him. Kid, the first chief wants to see you. Lu Dust looked back. It was only then that he realized that the godforsaken Yu Wanqing had come behind him at some point. She was seen wearing a black lady's trench coat, and while applying bright lipstick, she said carelessly towards Lu Chuan, "The chief wants to see me?" Lu Chuan was slightly stunned and immediately realized that it should be the issue of the lineage, and the higher-ups had already made a decision. Okay, then Holy! Before Lu Chuan could even finish his sentence, Yu Wanqing had already waved her one hand and directly pulled Lu Chuan above the dome of the sky. Aoyama reverses the flow of water at extreme speed. The harsh astral wind blew towards Lu Dust's face, distorting his features. Lu Chun was once an upper third realm powerhouse, so he naturally knew that Yu Wanqing was deliberately teasing him. Although he didn't understand why she had this kind of bad taste, Lu Chuan had always been the one who refused to suffer. And so it was. He directly embraced Yu Wanqing's slender waist, and if he couldn't fight, he could only be shameless. Fruity. The moment Lu Chuan hugged Yu Wanqing, he could clearly feel the woman tremble lightly. Next, he was just thrown right out. Old woman, you're going through menopause, aren't you? Lu Dust was blown by the violent wind and could only growl impotently. Facts. To provoke a woman, especially women going up in age. It really is a simple thing. All the way, Yu Wanqing had a dark face the entire time, and Lu Chun could only be at her mercy. Arriving at your destination. His hair is blown out of style. Old woman. Lu Dust organized his grooming while whispering BB, and his eyes surveyed his surroundings. It's a secluded estate. Not far, there was an old man with a country face in civilian clothes, holding a scroll of calligraphy and admiring it. His face was kind, yet he had a touch of the air of an unruffled superior. Wanqing girl, this character of yours that likes to tease people, how come you still can't change? Seeing the visitor, the old man put down the calligraphy in his hands and somewhat helplessly reprimanded Yu Wanqing. Who let the kid get away with it? Yu Wanqing didn't have the slightest appearance of a half-step great emperor in front of the old man. Instead, she was more like a junior. You're Lu, aren't you? The old man dropped his gaze on Lu Chun and said with a smile, Good. The young man is very spirited. Worthy of being our human race, the outstanding representatives of the younger generation. The future is yours. Chief, Lu Duan was a bit formal. He'd never met the number one in his last life. However, he knew very well that this old man was the peak battle force of the human race. Without him, the human race has long since fallen completely. There wasn't any problem in saying that he had bowed down and exhausted his organs for the sake of the human race. In the face of such a great leader, even if Lu Chen acted in a more humble manner, it would not be too much. This kid is a troublemaker, and when he meets your old man, he's pretending at this moment. Yu Wanqing disdainfully skimmed her mouth and directly demolished Lu Duan's stage. Humph, you girl. Have you caused less trouble since you were a child? Not a bit of elder's demeanor. Seeing that the number one chief had slashed his face, Yu Wanqing instantly stopped talking. Lu, know anything about calligraphy? Instead of ignoring Yu Wanqing again, the number one chief cordially pulled up Lu Chun and presented the calligraphy on the desk, completely in front of him. There were only 4 big words on it in Dragon's Flight. Shangshi Huaxia. These 4 short words should be this old man's lifelong pursuit. Chief, I don't know calligraphy. Lu Chuan looked at the calligraphy with a serious face and said, But I should be able to understand the kind of expectation and hope carried in these 4 words. Ha ha. The first chief smiled non-committally and said, Little one, you do read. Rather again, I didn't quite get it. I'll be able to unload this burden when you actually read it. Hearing this ambiguous statement from the number one chief, Lu Chun could only cast his gaze towards those 4 big words once again. He thought, everyone's understanding of pomp and circumstance is different, and perhaps his understanding is indeed one-sided. But he's not stupid. He could keenly perceive that the number one chief had great expectations for him. It made him feel a great deal of pressure. He always thought, he himself was a very unambitious person, so he definitely couldn't pick up the kind of burden on the shoulders of the number one chief. Chief, Lu Chun was about to say something else, but the number one chief gently waved his hand and said, Little fellow, I know what you're thinking. Just go with your heart. There is no one here who will ask you to have to do something. Everything we do voluntarily. I know, Chief. Lu Chen nodded slightly. There were probably many things that he could not yet understand. He also couldn't be like the #1 chief, who was willing to give everything he had for the sake of the human race. But at the very least, it was impossible for him to betray the human race. The human race is in trouble. He will also contribute. Okay. Wan Qing take this little guy away. The #1 chief simply waved his hand gently, and the scene in front of Lu Chen changed drastically. By the time he regained his sight, only then did he realize that he had appeared at the foot of an unknown mountain. Hey? Lu Chuan was dumbfounded and could only turn his head to Yu Wanqing and said, "This is the end? Or what?" Yu Wanqing blankly glanced at Lu Chen without any good humor. "Is it hard to keep you for dinner?" But the chief didn't seem to say anything, did he? Lu Dust was speechless for a while. You came all this way to say a few words and look at calligraphy and that's the end of it? Don't be so casual. Didn't I already say that? Yu Wanqing looked at Lu Chuan with some disgust. I've told you to do things with your own heart. So, Lu Dust suddenly realized. These higher-ups, who always spoke in a veiled manner, Lu Chen was really a bit incapable of accepting it. But, just know what the above means. Next, it's time to settle the score with those corpses of the world.
Chapter 14. Li Shangfeng's Camas.
Back in Kwanzaa City, Lu Dust had gathered a group of key members of the Remnant, all of them. Gentlemen, this locking in pass is the most majestic pass in the world. I intend to set up the main camp of the Remnant. Right here? Do you have any other comments? Lu Duan sat at the top and presented his thoughts to the crowd. It is indeed a good idea to use this place as a starting point. The Northwest, a place that in distant antiquity was known as the Western Liang Kingdom, is very suitable as a base camp for making a fortune. Now that the disaster area is being rebuilt, all the wastes are waiting to be rebuilt, and Brother Dust has made a miraculous achievement, which has won the hearts of the people here. The base camp is located here, and I think it's a good choice. Li Changfeng was the first to express his support. Then let's set it here. It's just that most of our members are students, and if all of them are titled, I'm afraid that it won't be easy to deal with the school side. The sophomores and above are fine, but if we were to blatantly go digging into the school's freshmen, it would definitely cause resentment from the 4 most prestigious schools. So I think freshmen should just keep them in school for now, and then when they're sophomores, just have them come over and do things for the sake of practicing. Xiaolan, who was sitting on Lu Chuan's right side, turned her gaze to Su Qingyan, who was sitting on Lu Chuan's left side. People here. Just Lu Chuan and Su Qingyan were the only freshmen, so this question, targeted quite obviously. I don't have a problem with that. Su Qingyan's complexion was clear and cold, and a touch of danger was hidden within her gaze towards Xiaolan. Then here, for the time being, it will be fully handed over to senior sister Xiaolan to take charge of it. Brother Lu Chen is also a freshman, so it's not too late for us to come over and help when we're sophomores. Hear the conversation between these two. The others glanced at each other, all tacitly withdrawing their eyes and choosing to remain silent. Stop it. Getting down to business. With eyes full of helplessness, Lu Chen looked at the 2 magnificent women in front of him. Sure enough, no matter how beautiful and wonderful a woman is, once you fall in love, you are not much different from an ordinary girl's family. Humph. Xiaolan looked away and stopped talking. Su Qingyan, on the other hand, lowered her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Ahem, that? How many members do we have now? Seeing this, Lu Chuan could only cry out in his heart that he couldn't afford to mess with him and decisively changed the topic. These days, we have recruited a total of 367 new members, and among them, there are 9 SSS class heavenly prides that boss wants to meet. Xiao Xianyi, who was temporarily acting as HR, took over the conversation with a stiff upper lip. Yeah, meet. I think we should meet as well. Su Zhoushan sullenly echoed. But here and now, what was on his mind was, it's too bad. The boss is just too miserable. These 2 sisters-in-law. It doesn't look like a master to be messed with at first glance. My dancing butterfly is better to coax. Su Zhoushan had been worried about Lu Chen's future life that was in deep water. As a result, the northern girl by his side, named Tangwoody, was the one who suddenly came to his ear and said towards him in a gentle voice, "Surname Su. If you dare to follow your family's boss's example and womanize me outside, I will absolutely castrate you." Wu? Su Zhoushan's expression froze, feeling a little bad about the whole thing. Not. Set of marshals. Who understands? What's wrong with girls these days? I'm not the one who made the mistake. Can you even empathize with that? It's so ding Chan. Chan Yuan, who was sitting in the far corner, looked at the other members in pairs, and couldn't help but skim his lips and mutter in a low voice. What's so good about women anyway? It only affects the speed at which I draw my sword. Let's meet up later then. Lu Dust waved his hand with some headache and said, There's only one thing that I called you all here today, and you know it. Those families who have gone AWOL have caused so many people's families to be broken up, and 6 Taoist masters of Wudong Mountain, whose lives and deaths are unknown to this day. I can't swallow this. Since they want to challenge the rules, they must be made to pay the appropriate price. The top brass will cooperate with us. But this kind of thing must be done by us, to act as the sharp knife stabbing at the world family. Speaking of which, within Lu Chen's pair of eyes, there was a flash of icy killing intent. Chongfeng, this matter, I'll leave it to you. We'll fight however you say. We have only one purpose. That would be to beat them sore. Beat the submission. He Qing up. Never again dare to think any evil thoughts. After hearing what Lu Duan said, Li Chongfeng's gaze flickered slightly, and he secretly clenched his fists hidden under his Dao robe. He knows. Lu Chuan was giving him a chance to retaliate. The reason why lineages are so difficult is because behind every lineage, there is at least one upper third realm powerhouse. Li Chongfeng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, slowly raised his head and said, You guys should still remember the Zhou family, right? After the Zhou clan was destroyed, that great powerhouse of the Zhou clan rebelled against the human race, escaping the safe zone in the night and becoming a member of the City of Chaos. Chaos City, it's always been a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Those guys are two-faced. Whichever way the wind blows, they fall. We're targeting the lineage once we've pushed them to the brink. Their only option is to join the City of Chaos and become a so-called free man. The foreign races with whom we have blood feuds will not accept them, and even if they do, they will only become slaves and cannon fodder for the foreign races outside the domain. So, as long as we cut off this back road, these lineages naturally will be honest. At that time, even if the above takes back all the privileges of these lineages, and they would never dare to put up any resistance. After all, whether it's as a slave or a civilian, they certainly carry it. Li Chongfeng was word for word and logical. Compared to Lu Chen's quick and decisive decision, the things he considered were obviously more comprehensive. Chaos City? Lu Chen pondered slightly and immediately made up his mind. Okay, when this is over, I'll personally go there and see if I can find a way to cut off this backroad of the world family. Chaos City. Lu Duan hadn't been there in his previous life. All he knew was that the place was a mess. Not only were there many traitors of the human race, but there were just as few traitors of the foreign races. It's safe to say, that's where sin meets and is synonymous with depravity. No way. Xiaolan and Su Qingyan simultaneously rejected this proposal from Lu Chun. That place is too dangerous. What if something happens to you? Seeing the gazes of the two women, both staring at themselves, Lu Chen's face darkened, and he directly clapped his hands and said, All right, it's a deal. Don't forget. I also have a Peak Dao Fusion Realm Protector accompanying me, so unless the Great Emperor strikes at me, my life won't be in any danger. Seeing that Lu Chan seemed to be a bit angry, the two women glanced at each other and eventually did not say anything more.